Chapter 1. Can I pick up the car with an additional payment of 200,000? I'm afraid there's no such significant discount. Esteemed readers, please set your minds here for a moment. I shall take good care of you. Remember to collect afterwards. In a parallel universe, on Blue Star, Shanjin Province, El City, Feng Tian 4S dealership. Can I pick up the car with an additional payment of 200,000? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but we currently do not have such considerable discounts. Su Chen. No significant discount. He had traversed into this world for several years. As a member of the Transmigration Army, lacking a system was one thing. After much toil, he had established a coal distribution company with the faint memories of his past life and earned a modicum of wealth. He aspired to purchase a Feng Tian Alpha, only to be informed by the salesperson that an additional payment was necessary for the purchase. Moreover, the additional 200,000 was still deemed insufficient for any substantial discount. Does he think I am a fool with boundless riches? Mr. Su, perhaps you might reconsider? If there's nothing else, I shall attend to other customers. The female salesperson concluded her statement without sparing him another glance, turning to leave. With the new year approaching, the Feng Tian 4S dealership was bustling with customers. Naturally, sales representatives would not squander time on someone as indecisive as Su Chen. Su Chen, with irritation creeping into his voice, tapped the table to call her back. How much more is needed to pick up the car? I want the one in stock. The female salesperson turned to face him. The current additional payment for the Alpha is 300,000, and there are no cars in stock. You will have to wait 6 months for delivery. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was genuinely incensed. An additional 300,000? 6 months for delivery? Do you take us consumers for fools? Su Chen was at his wit's end. An Alpha that was merely a small van in the land of the rising sun now commanded a price exceeding 800,000 to 900,000 upon arriving in Longhua. And now, to acquire the vehicle, one must pay an additional Cadillac's worth. And still wait 6 months for delivery? Do they truly regard consumers as simpletons? He had some understanding of this outrageous markup. Not only was it exorbitant, but even the additional 300,000 could not be included on the invoice. The Feng Tian manufacturer and the 4S dealership were in collusion, practically branding their deceit on their foreheads. Though Su Chen was not impoverished, with a fortune surpassing 100 million, he certainly did not wish to be taken for a fool. An additional payment? He could go to hell. Su Chen's words instantly displeased the female salesperson. What are you shouting about? The price increase is dictated by the market. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, then don't. How can you say we treat you as fools? Su Chen stood up, confronting her directly. Very well, let me ask you, can you put that extra 300,000 on the invoice? No. The female salesperson responded succinctly. Su Chen stood up, brandishing the quotation sheet towards the assembled crowd. Everyone, come take a look. This is the true face of Feng Tian. Not only do they charge the highest prices to us consumers in Longhua, but the configurations are downgraded. They don't even provide a rear crash beam. Now, they expect us to pay an additional 300,000 and wait 6 months for delivery. The extra charges cannot even be invoiced. Tell me, where does this money truly go? Su Chen's outburst drew the attention of all present. Upon hearing the details, murmurs of agreement filled the air. Indeed, Feng Tian treats consumers as if we are fools. An old van with a 300,000 markup is utterly ridiculous. Hey, isn't this just hype? I have a relative working in the land of the rising sun. He says this car is just a van over there. Yet here we elevate it to a status symbol. Isn't it normal to charge more? This car is hard to come by. If you ask me, it's just a case of desperation. There are plenty of domestic MPVs with decent configurations. Why settle for this? This young man seems quite vexed. Anyone would be. An increase of a few thousand is reasonable, but 300,000 could buy a house in our small county. Do the rich even care about money? For them, it's about status, not cost. The female salesperson, now surrounded by onlookers, felt her composure slipping away. What were you yelling about? If you can't afford the increase, then don't buy. Who's forcing you? Security. Security. This person is causing a disturbance. Throw him out. Su Chen was taken aback. This female salesperson broke down so quickly, accusing him of blackening Feng Tian's name. Does she need to pay homage to Feng Tian upon starting work each day? He was merely speaking the truth, yet she accused him of disparaging Feng Tian. Is she out of her mind? Several security guards approached menacingly, shoving Su Chen Out. How dare you cause a ruckus at Feng Tian? Pure madness. Su Chen was thus pushed toward the exit. Many bystanders merely watched the spectacle unfold. Some even took out their phones to record the incident and upload it online. Suddenly, the internet erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, is Feng Tian really this audacious? He was merely stating facts, yet they overreacted. What he said is absolutely valid. This price increase is outrageous, and not invoicing it is an insult to our intelligence. There are indeed many fools. My father drives this car and paid an additional $250,000 to best to hide. Lest your father sees this, otherwise there will be hell to pay. Su Chen stomped his foot and shouted, "What's going on? Are you going to hit me? We wouldn't dare. There are cameras everywhere. Who would see us hit anyone?" The female salesperson strutted over, casting a cold glance at Su Chen. "It's simply because you're disrupting our business. If you're unhappy, feel free to file a complaint." Su Chen chuckled. Has this salesperson lost her mind? Why is she spewing nonsense? Very well, this is how your 4S dealership operates, is it? All right then. Su Chen shook his head in resignation that he had to be insane, spending so much money to buy a van, paying extra, and being kicked out of a 4S dealership. The crux of the matter was that he was a transmigrator. This was truly humiliating. A mere van with a price increase? Does he truly covet it? If he had the means, he'd build his own cars. At that point, he would charge exorbitantly and sell them to those in the land of the rising sun. Not charging above the vehicle's price would be considered mercy. Just then, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind, ding. Detection of extreme emotional stability in the host. The advanced automotive manufacturing system is now binding. A beginner's gift package has been dispatched. Please check it. Host.Su Chen. You finally arrived? If you hadn't shown up, my company would have been listed by now. What use are you? Without hesitation, Su Chen opened the beginner's gift package. Beginner's gift package rewards the host with automotive manufacturing qualifications and a production line. The reality background has been modified for the host. Please commence. Car manufacturing immediately. Su Chen was elated. His heart raced. His hands trembled. Could he truly manufacture cars? Splendid. The system truly understands him. Su Chen gleefully contemplated that once he produced a vehicle, he would sell it abroad. Primarily, he would sell to the small island nation. Additional payments? Who can't do that? It was time to apply some pressure on companies like Feng Tian. Onlookers observed Su Chen, laughing and gesticulating wildly. He had lost his mind. Look, you've driven this young man to madness. Take him to the hospital. Goodness, has he truly gone insane? This is concerning. Finally, we have a sensational news story. See you on Trending tonight. The female salesperson was taken aback by Su Chen's sudden madness and felt somewhat at a loss. Su Chen chuckled heartily, snapping back to reality. Immediately thereafter, Su Chen spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, direct your gaze towards me. Look at me, for I have an announcement to make." The crowd's attention shifted to him in unison. Su Chen continued, "I, Su Chen, shall embark on the venture of automobile manufacturing, and within a span of 3 months, I shall surpass Feng Tian." The crowd responded with bewilderment. What on earth? Is he truly insane? Chapter 2, I have an announcement to make. In 3 months, I will topple Feng Tian. With this exclamation, all eyes turned towards Su Chen. What on earth? Has this fellow lost his mind? For a mere bun, has he truly gone mad? He must sue. Feng Tian, born from madness, believes it can bully our domestic market. Does it? An elderly gentleman approached and gently touched Su Chen's forehead. No fever? Why is he speaking such nonsense? The employees of Feng Tian all laughed. What is wrong with this kid? If they can't afford the price increase, why not just refrain from buying? And yet, he dares to claim he will manufacture cars? The audacity of suggesting he could defeat Feng Tian in 3 months. Feng Tian is one of the top 10 automotive companies globally, selling over 10 million vehicles each year. In just a few years, it will celebrate its centennial. Surely, no one would utter such a thing without a firm grasp on reality. Su Chen, however, was still immersed in the joy brought by his newly acquired cutting-edge automotive manufacturing system. Turning around, he realized everyone was regarding him as a fool. Perhaps he had indeed gone a bit overboard. To claim he could topple Feng Tian in 3 months was outrageous. Even 3 years seemed an insurmountable task. Yet now, he possessed a system. 3 months would suffice. With conviction, Su Chen pointed at the Fengtian logo and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, while our nation may have started its automotive journey a bit late, we, the people of Longhua, will not be taken in by their tricks. I acknowledge that market forces dictate prices, but when we approach to purchase vehicles, they view us as fools. Why? Because our money is far too easy to come by. Today they raise the price by 300,000, and tomorrow they dare increase it by 500,000. Are we truly destined to spend our hard-earned money in vain?" A young man nearby whispered, 500,000? Isn't that a lay vehicle? I saw a video where a car caught fire on the highway, and the doors wouldn't open, incinerating everything inside. Su Chen's words resonated with those around him. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Indeed, they would not buy their cars. Such profits must not be allowed to slip through their fingers. There are plenty of homegrown brands in Longhua. Why waste money on this torment? Why should they be foolish enough to accept price hikes of 30 or 50,000? Many buyers scoffed at Su Chen's sentiments. Let us be honest, it's all because they lack money. There are plenty of cars available without price increases. Why not buy one of those? Another chimed in, exactly. Being poor is a sin. Just spend a few thousand on a utilitarian vehicle. Those of us with wealth enjoy the finer things. 30,000 more. 50,000. We'll still buy? Listening to the discussions, Su Chen felt a mix of emotions. No matter how much they raised the price, there would always be someone willing to pay. Yet, he could not tolerate such price gouging. The collusion between dealers and manufacturers to exploit buyers ultimately led to the people of Longhua bearing the burden. If this continued, what future would Longhua's automotive industry have? Now that he possessed a cutting-edge manufacturing system, he would eradicate this oppressive practice. If some bowed in submission, that was not his concern. He would stand tall and earn his money. With this thought, Su Chen smiled broadly. In 3 months, all would be revealed. Not only would he manufacture cars, but he would also sell them to their island nation at a markup. With that, Su Chen turned and left. He needed to rush home and delve into the workings of the system. The commotion finally subsided. Following Su Chen's uproar, Fengtian experienced a significant surge in sales that day, particularly with the Alpha, which became incredibly sought after. Some dealers immediately increased their markup to 400,000. After Su Chen's departure, the events at Fengtian's entrance quickly spread online. Numerous netizens began to discuss it fervently. In this day and age, boasting has no consequences. How dare he claim he could topple Fengtian in 3 months? He must be dreaming. I advise him, young man, don't let your youthful fervor cloud your judgment. He's just a kid who hasn't learned his lesson yet, but his words ring true. Fengtian truly sees us as cash cows. Ugh, because of this brat. The price of the Alpha has just increased by another 50,000. Hey, you fools upstairs, do you think not driving this car would be the end of you? What a ridiculous markup for such a mediocre vehicle. You don't understand anything. In this business, we must recognize this car. If you drive a domestic MPV, who will take you seriously? Deep down, many felt inferior. What era is this? Yet they still relied on cars and houses to assert their worth. Nevertheless, one must wonder if this young man truly possesses the ability to manufacture cars. Rest assured, if he doesn't have at least 100 billion, he should just stay home and enjoy his milk. Online comments were overwhelmingly skeptical of Su Chen. After all, manufacturing cars is not the same as building houses. This is a game for the wealthy. Look at how powerful that Hengtai boss became, dabbling in football and car manufacturing. Yet ultimately, he fell short. Upon returning home, Su Chen sank into his sofa to explore the system. System, show me what you have to offer. Ding. Host summoning successful. This system aims to assist the host in creating the most exceptional vehicles in the world and transforming the hostess company into the most formidable automotive enterprise globally. Su Chen chuckled. This is rather intriguing. How much funding will you provide for manufacturing? Ding. This system offers all cutting-edge technology except for funding. Please take note. Su Chen, what? No funding? How can I play this game without money? This is a capital-driven venture. Why bind me to this system without providing any financial resources? I might as well return to trading coal. After arguing with the system for a while without any response, Su Chen reluctantly conceded. He had made bold claims. The issue of money could wait. Show me what you have. The black technology system began connecting with the host's neural interface. Instantly, Su Chen was flooded with a wealth of automotive innovations, advanced design blueprints, superior electronic control systems, cutting-edge batteries, and exceptional charging technologies. After reviewing everything, Su Chen realized the system was steering him towards a new energy vehicle path. Given that Longhua had started late with traditional fuel vehicles, perhaps focusing on new energy would indeed be more suitable. To achieve a breakthrough, he would need to invest significant effort into new energy development. However, there are already numerous players in this arena. Su Chen opened his computer and began his research. Indeed, the domestic new energy forces were beginning to take shape. Bid, Changcheng, Weilai, Lixiang, and Dapeng. Even Lei Jun was preparing to enter the automotive sector. System, aside from the qualifications and production lines needed for car manufacturing, how can I unlock additional cutting-edge technologies? Ding. The host may exchange for faith points. Faith points? Su Chen was bewildered. How does one acquire such points? Faith points can be earned during the car manufacturing process or after achieving initial results. After this, the system fell silent. Playing dumb now, are we? Fine. At that moment, Su Chen noticed that the online discussions had escalated. Even Fengtian executives had begun to comment on social media. We have also observed some videos circulating online, claiming that the sales price increases for our Alpha are unfounded and completely fictitious. Our legal department is currently gathering relevant evidence and may pursue litigation against this individual if necessary. After reading this, Su Chen was left astonished. Truly, this was like an old lady crawling into bed, leaving him utterly amused. Chapter 3. Boss Su, have you really established Faith Automobile? This is utterly absurd. Akin to a counterattack. This reveals the true nature of Fengtian. They are well aware of the price hikes. They know precisely where the money ultimately ends up. It's as if they are accusing others of slander. Upon opening the comments section, the responses are indeed unanimous. Truly, the minds of the zebra are limited. You speak so convincingly yet refuse to acknowledge the price increases? Afraid to admit it, huh? If there were no price hikes, would these cars even sell? I suddenly feel inclined to support that young man. Let us get this car production going. I can hardly wait to see him deal with Fengtian. Let us all calm down. Let me say a few words. It's just foolish. Conclusion drawn. What happened to that fellow this afternoon? Why is he silent? If you dare to build cars, I will dare to buy one. Does anyone genuinely believe that fellow can manufacture cars? Would you drive one if he did? My advice, those without medical insurance should step back. Those with insurance should buy first. Aside from Fengtian, several other automotive companies have also released relevant information on their platforms. Bijia, building cars is not childish play, but we ask the relevant companies to be generous. Chongqing, what others said was merely a joke. Please redirect your focus to car manufacturing. Everything is for the consumers. Tilas, we are also paying attention to this matter. Indeed, manufacturing cars is no trivial matter. Please settle down first. Implicitly, no one has faith in Su Chen's ability to build cars. More people regard Su Chen's words as a joke. When you mention it, everyone laughs, and it passes. So you think I'm joking? Very well. Without hesitation, Su Chen took out the qualifications for car manufacturing and registered a company named Faith Automobile. He then hurried back, ready to engage in an online confrontation. After all, this system provides it, and the system has already modified the reality. He need not worry about how to respond if others inquire. Armed with the relevant documents, Su Chen began a live broadcast on Douyin. The title of the live stream boldly declared, "The car-making hero to overthrow Fengtian in March." If he wants everyone to know, such a title is undoubtedly the best and most attention-grabbing. Sure enough, within 5 minutes of starting the broadcast, over 100 onlookers had tuned in. Hello everyone, I am Su Chen, expelled from Fengtian S4S shop. I have decided to commence car manufacturing today, and I have already registered Faith Automobile. Here are the relevant documents. Su Chen showcased his qualifications for Faith Automobile, including the business license for the car company. The viewers were thrilled. Oh my goodness, host, you're serious? You really established a car company? This is incredible. I must support this endeavor. Falsifying documents could land you in jail, unless you first vouch for me with 50 to prove your capabilities. The person above is completely delusional. Are you so desperate for money? Why would I vouch for you with 50? 30 is enough. Enough. I just checked the host's credentials. They're all legitimate. This proves the host is genuinely interested in manufacturing cars. Absolutely true. The host's qualifications have long been established. I suspect the host is intentionally fishing for attention and creating hype. Hype my foot. This shows the host has genuinely wanted to build cars. And I even found out the host is from Shaanxi province, a coal tycoon, not lacking in funds. Building cars is no joke. Faith Automobile sounds intriguing. I will be the first to buy one if it's produced. The viewership soared, coupled with the trending news from the 4S shop incident. The number of viewers rapidly increased. Su Chen realized that most of them were merely there for the spectacle. In truth, no one believed he could actually manufacture cars. To put it bluntly, they were all waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Moreover, what he desperately needed now was funding. Without money, everything was futile. Su Chen continued, "In the coming months, I will gradually fulfill the grand ambitions I proclaimed today, and I invite everyone to supervise me throughout this process. I am willing to make a military order here. If I fail to accomplish what I claim, I will gift each of you a Faith automobile." The audience erupted with excitement upon hearing Su Chen's promise of free cars. This is getting serious. I've recorded the session, eagerly awaiting my Faith automobile. The host truly possesses audacity. Such execution is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Indeed, as expected of a Shaanxi merchant, bold in thought and action, I support you. I am a fellow townsman of the host. Should he successfully manufacture cars, I am willing to spend my mother-in-law's 10-year lifespan to support him. Moreover, those who think Su Chen cannot build cars should exit the live stream. I'm leaving first. The energy in the live stream surged dramatically. Within less than an hour of broadcasting, Su Chen's live stream shot to the top 10 of Douyin live streams. The other 9 were product-selling streams, making Su Chen's presence all the more refreshing and unique. While Su Chen was engaged in conversation, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Faith value 1. Faith value 1. Faith value 2. Faith value 1. Su Chen exclaimed, "Oh, so this is how faith value is accumulated. As long as someone believes I can manufacture cars, I receive faith value. With faith value, I can exchange for cutting-edge technology in the warehouse." Originally intending to end the broadcast, Su Chen continued for 2 hours to accumulate faith value. Exhausted, he finally signed off. After closing the stream, Su Chen collapsed onto the sofa. Upon checking his faith value in the system, he found he had accumulated 561 points. Opening the system mall, Su Chen searched for the cutting-edge technology he needed. Divine Design Blueprints? Requires 500 points, exchange. Without hesitation, Su Chen completed the exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. Suddenly, various vehicle design blueprints appeared in Su Chen's mind. Stunning, absolutely magnificent, a product of a century. Gazing at the blueprints that had materialized in his mind, Su Chen gasped in astonishment. The designs encompassed a wide array of vehicles, sedans, sports cars, SUVs, and MPVs, everything one could desire. After some contemplation, since he aimed to tackle Alpha, he decided to focus on the MPV. This was indeed a bold move. To his recollection, no car company had yet begun with MPVs. Since none had ventured into this territory, he would be the first to take the plunge. Furthermore, he intended for this vehicle to dominate the current Alpha market. He aimed to demonstrate to Alpha that once Faith Automobile was launched, they would have to step back. Price hikes? When the time comes, even if you lower your prices, no one will buy? Su Chen promptly named this vehicle Qilin, incorporating elements of Dragon Country culture, asserting dominance, and ensuring everyone knew that Qilin was a product of Faith Automobile. Now, the most pressing issue was sourcing funds. The system offered no financial support. He had to devise a solution himself. Su Chen had amassed a considerable network within the coal industry and pondered whether he could enlist a few industry colleagues for investment. With the system's backing, this venture was bound to be profitable. Once Qilin hit the market, bolstered by the blueprints in his mind and various cutting-edge technologies, it was sure to sell like hotcakes. Just then, Su Chen's Douyin backend chimed with a private message. The avatar belonged to Lei Busi from Dami Company. "Young man, I watched your live stream today and found your ideas quite impressive. Would you be interested in collaborating? Su Chen was taken aback. Lei Busi sought to partner with him for car manufacturing? This seemed dubious, especially since Dami was also preparing to enter the automotive industry. Su Chen, Mr. Lei, you must be a fraud, right? Unless you provide me with a free shipping of the Xiaomi 14 Pro version. You just launched your car, and already someone is drawing attention to themselves. Are you merely exploiting the name of Lei Jun? What a ludicrous spectacle. At that moment, a handsome man at the Xiaomi headquarters, holding his phone, fell into deep contemplation. Have I become a swindler? Chapter 4. Lei Bus's bold move. Investing 1 billion in Faith Automobile. Lei Bus, undeterred, continued to message Su Chen. I am indeed Lei Bus. If you doubt my authenticity, here is my address. Shanjin Province, LV City. I hope to receive a reply by tomorrow. Thank you. After responding, Su Chen prepared to log off. Lei Bus grew anxious, convinced that this was merely a prank. He had watched Su Chen's live stream from beginning to end and had verified the legitimacy of Su Chen's qualifications and related procedures for car manufacturing. Thus, he believed that despite Su Chen's youth, his ambition to build a car was genuine. Although his own rice company had decided to venture into the automotive industry, it did not deter him from wishing to collaborate with Su Chen. He was curious to see how Su Chen planned to surpass Feng Tian within 3 months. However, after sending a private message, Su Chen dismissed him as a scammer and seemed intent on acquiring his rice company, the Ong Chuang version, without any investment. Wasn't this just chaos? Consequently, Lei Bus initiated a video call. Upon seeing Lei Bus's profile picture, Su Chen nearly hung up, but ultimately decided to answer. Lei Ho. Is that really you, President Lei? Upon witnessing Lei's signature smile, Su Chen's amusement faded. It was indeed Lei Bus. Lei Bus chuckled. I've already arranged for the phone to be mailed to you. If it serves you well, remember to leave a good review. Su Chen was at a loss for words. President Lei, are you serious? Of course, I am serious. Now let us discuss the matter of collaboration. Lei Bus got straight to the point, clarifying his intentions. Su Chen began to take this seriously, realizing that Lei Bus wasn't calling merely to share anecdotes. President Lei, please elaborate on how we shall cooperate. Lei Bus smiled. You do understand that manufacturing cars is a formidable challenge, right? It's not just you. Even I find it somewhat overwhelming. The number of car manufacturers in the country is staggering, and when you add the foreign competitors, the market environment is quite daunting. However, I see in you a spark reminiscent of my younger self. Therefore, I have decided to invest 1 billion in your Faith Automobile. Su Chen nearly dropped his phone upon hearing this. 1 billion? He had never transferred such a sum to his grandfather even during Qingming Festival. Truly, a titan of the internet, indeed wealthy. President Lei, is what you say genuine? Absolutely. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to discuss the specifics with you. Su Chen swallowed hard. With Lei Bus's investment of 1 billion, Faith Automobile could finally commence operations. At the very least, they could produce a Qilin engineering vehicle to attract further investments. Thank you for your trust, President Lei. I hereby declare that you shall be the first owner of a Faith Automobile. Upon hearing this, Lei Bus waved his hand. Remember, when it comes to manufacturing cars, one must invest genuine effort. This industry is fraught with complexities. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Understood? Su Chen nodded gravely. Rest assured, President Lei. Oh, by the way, Lei Bus, I have another question for you. Go ahead. Earlier, you mentioned mailing me a rice phone. Is that true? Lei Bus replied. You truly are impervious to reason. After ending the video call, Su Chen leaped with excitement. With the system in place and the backing of Lei Bus's 1 billion, the situation felt considerably secure. Now, he still had a production line provided by the system that must be redeemed immediately. Thus, Su Chen opened his computer to search for bankrupt car companies that were for sale. Soon, he set his sights on a company that was undergoing bankruptcy and selling its assets. Qilin Fei Agricultural Machinery Company. Upon reviewing the relevant information about the agricultural machinery company, he slapped the table with determination. This is it. Su Chen resolved to negotiate with Qilin Fei Agricultural Machinery the very next day to secure the acquisition. Before long, an explosive piece of news erupted online. 3 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to this news. Shock. Rice Company invests $1 billion in Faith Automobile. Lei Bus expresses confidence in Faith Automobile. Who exactly is Faith Automobile? The internet was abuzz with Lei Bus and Oppo's $1 billion investment in Faith Automobile. Did I read that correctly? Lei Bus invested in Faith Automobile. It was a bold move. It seemed that Lei Bus's money was at risk. Truly audacious, just as I admire in Lei Bus. Lei Bus, since you have the means to invest in Faith Automobile, could you please expedite the shipment of my rice phone? Was Su Chen possibly Lei Bus's illegitimate child? This was a staggering sum, not something one tossed about lightly. Impressive. I still trust President Lei's judgment. I must support a vehicle when the time comes. Clearly, Lei Bus had swiftly garnered support from executives. Impressive indeed. Soon, an interview video featuring Lei Bus was released. President Lei, what prompted you to invest in this new automotive force, Faith Automobile? Lei Bus smiled at the camera and replied, I can only say that I have faith in Faith Automobile. Perhaps it will become the next domestic powerhouse. This statement sent ripples through the automotive industry. President Lei is typically composed. Why would he engage in such a venture? It's one thing to have ambition. They can't genuinely believe manufacturing cars is simple, can they? Indeed, seeing so many vying for a piece of the automotive pie is laughable within our industry. Rumor had it that Su Chen was merely a coal magnate, claiming he would surpass Feng Tian in 3 months. I suspect he will simply burn through Lei Bus's $1 billion and go bankrupt. Industry insiders were not optimistic about Su Chen's Faith Automobile, believing its success would be a disgrace to the entire automotive sector. For them, lowering the entry barrier to the industry was hardly a positive development. However, Su Chen paid no heed to such rumors. His mantra was simple, just do it. Foreign mockery was bearable, but domestic ridicule was less comprehensible. After seeing Lei Bus's Weibo statement, Su Chen felt a surge of motivation. But upon witnessing the collective skepticism from numerous car manufacturers, he became furious. He promptly posted a dynamic message on Weibo. Earning money from our own people is no feat. Have the audacity to earn from foreigners. Su Chen was determined to sell cars abroad and earn foreign currency. What you cannot achieve, I shall undertake. Following his post, the comments section erupted. Well said, Boss Su. Some compatriots have knelt for too long, unable to bear seeing others succeed. If Boss Su's car succeeds, I will ensure the entire company switches to Faith Automobile. Now, that is the spirit of our Dragon Nation's men, far superior to those who merely exploit others. The comments continued with calm reflections, acknowledging that Faith Automobile securing President Lei's investment indicated substantial potential. Indeed, what I most want to know now is what the first model of Faith Automobile will be and its price. Yes, we must support our own. I look forward to seeing Faith Automobile stand firm against Feng Tian. The official blog of Feng Tian was also abuzz with activity. Tremble, for in 3 months, you shall be history, and you will exit the Dragon Nation market in disgrace. Still raising prices? Just wait for Faith Automobile to bring you to tears. My father had ordered an Alpha, but due to your actions, I instructed him to cancel and save the money to support our own Faith Automobile. Chapter 5. Acquiring the factory. Faith Automotive ready for takeoff. Early the next morning, Su Chen discovered that his system had accumulated over 500 Faith points. Upon reviewing the system, he realized that the advanced battery pack he intended to purchase required 2,000 Faith points. It was imperative to proceed with the factory acquisition immediately. Su Chen examined the Xinfei agricultural machinery factory, which was conveniently located merely dozens of kilometers away. After confirming the details, he drove straight to the factory. At that moment, at Xinfei agricultural machinery factory, Director Jiaolong sat in his office, wearing a troubled expression. His brow was furrowed, and he was smoking a cigarette, taking long drags. Director Zhao, the employees are blocking the entrance, with salaries overdue for so long. If we don't pay them now, Jiaolong flicked the ash from his cigarette and lamented, Old Zhang, it's not that I don't want to, but we're out of funds. The company hasn't generated any income for 5 months. We've already filed for bankruptcy, and there's not a penny left in the accounts. Can't you see I'm down to smoking these low-end cigarettes? In better times, Jiaolong had been able to indulge in luxury cigarettes, but now, With the factory facing closure, he found himself reduced to smoking the cheapest brands. Old Zhang, the employee representative, was at a loss for words. Regardless, if we don't receive our salaries today, we'll have no choice but to sue you. Old Zhang felt helpless. Everyone was here to earn a living, not to contribute to Zhao Peng's misfortune. Let us not dwell on money for now. We simply don't have it. Just then, an employee rushed in. Director Zhao, there's someone outside claiming he wants to acquire our Xinfei agricultural machinery factory. Coughing from the smoke, Zhao Peng stood up in shock. What did you say? Hurry, bring the benefactor in. Moments later, Su Chen entered the office. Zhao Peng felt a twinge of familiarity, but couldn't quite place him. You are the factory director? Speak up. How do you plan to sell? Su Chen, straightforward and candid, wasted no time revealing his intentions. Hearing this, Zhao Peng sensed a glimmer of hope and quickly ushered Su Chen to the sofa. Please, have a seat. Old Zhang, prepare tea for our esteemed guest. Zhao Peng then offered Su Chen a cigarette. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be the CEO of Faith Automotive, the one who toppled Feng Tian in just 3 months, would you? Su Chen replied, Indeed, that's me. Let us get straight to the point. If your offer is reasonable, I can transfer the funds to you today. Though the funds from Lei Bus had not yet arrived, Su Chen was still a billionaire and had no qualms about acquiring a bankrupt factory. Zhao Peng stated directly, 20 million. You can take it all. There are dozens of tractors still parked in the warehouse. The land documentation is in order, right? Absolutely. I've leased it for 10 years, covering over 1,000 acres. With 2 years remaining on the lease. 20 million is a bit excessive. Would 1.5 million be acceptable? Please, let us negotiate a bit more. I've lost a significant amount over the years, and you saw the employees waiting for their wages. The bank is hounding me at 100,000. 1.6 million. Deal. Zhao Peng recognized Su Chen as a practical businessman, and the price was fair. 1.6 million was promptly agreed upon. Su Chen swiftly scheduled a bank appointment, transferring the funds directly to Zhao Peng's account. Upon receiving the money, Zhao Peng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Su Chen, whom he now regarded as even more beloved than his own father. Following this, Su Chen visited the factory premises. Having made a prompt acquisition of Xinfei Agricultural Machinery Factory, he had done his homework and was well aware of the factory situation. With some modifications, he could quickly activate the production line. Excellent. I look forward to our collaboration. After completing the various handover procedures, Su Chen departed from Xinfei Agricultural Machinery Factory. Back at his own company, he summoned a long-time construction team. This is the rectification plan for Xinfei Agricultural Machinery Factory. I expect it to be completed within 10 days. If you finish a day early, there's a bonus of 100,000 per day. With such enticing rewards, the foreman wasted no time, taking the plan and the 200,000 advance and leaving immediately. Given that Su Chen had made bold claims about toppling Feng Tian in 3 months, he knew he had to be resolute regarding finances. Although he understood that even the 10 billion from Lei Bus would merely address immediate concerns, he pressed onward. In the afternoon, representatives from Lei Bus engaged in in-depth discussions with Su Chen. Once everything was confirmed, the 10 billion would be transferred without delay. Best wishes for your Faith Automotive, Mr. Su. After a long day, Su Chen resumed his Douyin livestream, sharing his day's accomplishments with the public. Wow, is this what execution looks like? He has actually acquired the factory? This man is terrifying. He means business. I truly believe Faith Automotive will succeed at this rate. It won't be long before it launches. Mr. Su, I am in awe. May I inquire what type of vehicle your first model will be? Interest in this question surged, as everyone was eager to know. As the atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly energetic, Su Chen noted the rising faith points in the system. He recognized that the audience was particularly curious about the inaugural model of Faith Automotive. However, he decided to keep this information under wraps for now, promising to reveal it once the engineering vehicle was completed. Hello everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support for Faith Automotive. I am currently working on the renovation of the newly acquired factory. If all goes well, you can expect to see our new product in a month. The audience was left in shock. I can't believe I heard that right. A new product in just 1 month? From my understanding, it typically takes 2 to 3 years for a car company to develop a new model. Is Mr. Su planning to create a paper car? A month seems outrageous. Will I even get to drive a Faith Automotive without encountering issues? Some viewers speculated that Su Chen was perhaps a time traveler, possessing an extraordinary system. Observing the myriad comments, Su Chen felt uncertain about how to respond. A month was indeed an ambitious timeline, almost otherworldly, especially considering Faith Automotive had just been established. I can only ask you to trust me, my friends. Faith Automotive will not disappoint you. In a month, we shall see. With that, Su Chen ended the livestream. His faith points had risen to 1,800. Just 200 more would unlock the advanced battery pack. Although he couldn't disclose the specific model yet, he planned to release some information on the official website the following day to build anticipation without keeping the audience in suspense for too long. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Feng Tian in Longhua, President Tan Ming held his phone, incredulous. Is this Su Chen delusional? Preparing to launch a mass-produced vehicle in a month? Does he think he is the protagonist of a novel? Laughter erupted among those nearby. President Tan, why pay attention to such a minor character? His antics have only boosted our sales at Alpha. Chapter 6. This vehicle exudes an air of sophistication. Tan Ming finally set his phone aside. Oh, it appears that the sales of Alpha are entirely driven by this young man. I've heard that production capacity is already booked out until 8 months from now. Indeed, Mr. Tan, we have now ordered to withhold sales and keep the vehicles in stock, continuing to create an illusion of scarcity in the market. With Su Chen's influence, we can capitalize on this wave of enthusiasm and earn a substantial profit. Tan Ming nodded. Ensure that the public relations department is well prepared. Yes, Mr. Tan. As for the matter with Faith Automotive, such a trivial figure, we need not concern ourselves with him. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. After this exchange, the meeting room was filled with laughter and joviality. The following morning, Su Chen promptly shared images of the Qilin automobile on his social media. Yet, he merely teased his audience with a glimpse. The entire vehicle was draped in fabric, but its elongated silhouette sparked the imagination. The photograph conveyed but 2 words, sophistication. Su Chen captioned, "Behold, we at Faith Automotive are indeed engaged in the craft of automobile manufacturing. This model, named Qilin, is our first upcoming release, and all vehicles from Faith Automotive will be purely electric. Stay tuned." In the past 2 days, Su Chen had undeniably become the darling of the automotive industry, with half of the trending topics revolving around Faith Automotive. The fervor reached unprecedented levels. Consequently, Su Chen's post reignited public discourse across the internet. Pure electric? The market is already saturated. Surely Mr. Su cannot be serious? Qilin, such a splendid name, imbued with elements of our Dragon Nation. What a fine vehicle, what a fine name. How curious, this image reveals no specifics about the car, yet I find myself inexplicably excited. Indeed, especially when viewed from the side. The car's slender body is simply breathtaking. It must exceed 5 meters in length, likely an SUV, a genre that is currently in high demand. Faith Automotive's choice to enter the market with an SUV is undoubtedly astute. I concur. I am eagerly anticipating the moment I can trade in my vehicle. I wonder when I shall behold the true visage of the Qilin automobile. Yet, for every supporter, there are detractors. The naysayers cling to familiar arguments. Faith Automotive lacks capital. Anyone can create a presentation and claim to manufacture cars. They allege that Faith Automotive is merely here to exploit the market. If they had anything genuine, they would have revealed it years ago. Some even wager online about how long it will take Su Chen to squander the 10 billion given to him by Lei Bus. Su Chen paid no heed to these rumors. Such is the nature of the world. When you have yet to achieve success, most will revel in your misfortune, wishing for your failure. Yet, should you succeed, those very individuals will appear, eager to exploit your triumph. Su Chen had long grown accustomed to such duplicity. His singular focus now was to bring the vehicle to fruition, to demonstrate to the skeptics that Faith Automotive could indeed prevail. Meanwhile, at Taichung Corporation, the R&D department, "This Faith Automotive is rather intriguing," remarked Lu Fei, the head of product development, as he observed Su Chen's social media updates with a smile. The past few years had not been kind to Taichung. Their vehicle sales had plummeted to unprecedented lows, and rumors of significant layoffs circulated. Several key members of the R&D team gathered, their conversations revolving around Su Chen's Faith Automotive. Mr. Liu, I believe Faith Automotive may genuinely have potential. Lei Bus is no fool. Investing 10 billion into Faith Automotive overnight is testament enough. Indeed, however, the barriers to entry for electric vehicle manufacturing have decreased significantly compared to traditional fuel vehicles. Su Chen may possess some groundbreaking technology, Lu Fei acknowledged, albeit with concern. The company is about to undergo layoffs, and it appears our entire R&D team may face the axe. Lu Fei sighed. After so many years at Taichung, the thought of leaving was daunting. I've heard if we are indeed laid off, where shall we go? His words struck a chord. Lu Fei had witnessed the R&D department grow incrementally. Should layoffs occur, what would become of his colleagues? At that moment, someone entered to inform Lu Fei, Mr. Liu. The group is convening a meeting. All personnel from our department are required to attend. Lu Fei rose, leading the entire R&D team into the conference room. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy. Changan, the president of Taichung Automotive, sat there with a solemn expression. I'll get straight to the point. In the past 2 years, Taichung Automotive has struggled. Our market share has been steadily eroded, and we are now on the brink of collapse. After elaborating extensively, Changan seemed to have made a resolute decision. The company can no longer continue as it is, and we have resolved to proceed with layoffs. Lu Fei listened intently. The moment had finally arrived. The company would terminate all employees, save for those in logistics and finance. The procedures would adhere to the laws of the Dragon Nation. Changan's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Together we are a blazing fire. Apart, we are scattered stars. Take care, everyone. Upon hearing his words, the room was filled with emotion. They understood the challenges Taichung Automotive had faced to reach this point. Despite their reluctance, the time had come to part ways. Subsequently, those employees mentioned by Changan completed their resignation procedures. Upon exiting Taichung Automotive, the R&D staff lingered, reluctant to depart. Mr. Liu, I never imagined this day would arrive. Lu Fei lowered his head, sighing. I am at a loss for what to do next. Helplessness engulfed him. Being laid off in middle age is undeniably disheartening. Mr. Liu, do you think we could reach out to Faith Automotive? One employee suggested casually. Lu Fei's eyes brightened. Of course. Faith Automotive is newly established and in dire need of talent. I will personally approach Mr. Su. I'm coming too. Yes, I shall join as well. The R&D team insisted on accompanying Lu Fei to seek out Su Chen. Lu Fei had no choice but to acquiesce. After locating Su Chen's address, Lu Fei and his team hurriedly boarded a plane. At that moment, Su Chen was in his office, contemplating a significant issue. He had secured initial funding, yet lacked the necessary talent. Despite possessing groundbreaking technology for vehicle manufacturing, he could not possibly undertake every task himself. Professional matters required skilled professionals. Suddenly, a news headline flashed. Mass layoffs at Taichung Automotive. What lies ahead for the company? The future remains uncertain. Su Chen slammed his hand on the desk. This is fortuitous. If I could recruit those employees, it would be a boon for us. Without hesitation, Su Chen resolved to arrange for someone to reach out to the recently laid-off staff from Taichung. Just then, his secretary approached. Mr. Su, a large group of people has arrived, claiming they wish to see you. I'm busy now. Tell them to return tomorrow. Su Chen replied without a second thought. Mr. Su, they say they're the dismissed employees from Taichung. Quickly, bring them in. Su Chen was taken aback. What could Taichung's employees possibly want here? Surely, they sought to join Faith Automotive. Is this what is commonly referred to as a mutual pursuit? Chapter 7. Faith in Automobiles. Supported by official endorsement upon entering with the research and development team, Lu Fei was visibly excited to see Su Chen. The young and accomplished Su had recently propelled Faith Automobile into the spotlight. Noticing the gathering of people, Su Chen promptly arranged for a reception in the internal dining hall. At the dining table, he and Lu Fei quickly found common ground, welcoming everyone to join Faith Automobile. Lu Fei had not anticipated that their visit was merely a reconnaissance mission, only to find themselves effectively joining the company. It must be said, Su Chen truly embodied the spirit of Shanjin province in his business acumen, decisive, and efficient. With Su Chen at the helm, there was a genuine possibility of transforming Faith Automobile into a success. Looking at Lu Fei, Su Chen expressed his enthusiasm. With your addition, Faith Automobile is destined to soar. Lu Fei reciprocated the excitement, exclaiming, "We are embarking on a monumental venture with you, Su. We are ready to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly." "Excellent. Our collaboration shall be fruitful. Rest assured, Faith Automobile offers the highest salaries in the industry." Upon hearing Su Chen's assurance, Lu Fei and his colleagues became even more invigorated. After all, they were simply workers, driven by the pursuit of financial reward. As long as the compensation was adequate, they were willing to labor tirelessly. Ultimately, Su Chen assured them that in a week, everyone would report for duty, at which point he would unveil his groundbreaking technology. After Lu Fei and his team departed, Su Chen paced excitedly in his office. The company was finally gaining momentum. With the addition of the Taichung automobile team, Faith Automobile had been significantly strengthened. Soon, Su Chen announced the integration of Taichung Automobile's departments on social media, sparking a flurry of discussions online. Goodness, the entire RD team from Taichung has joined? Faith Automobile is bound for success. It appeared that everyone was prepared to engage in substantial work, and Su's execution prowess was hailed. Some quipped, "What execution? It's more about financial prowess." The absorption of former Taichung employees into Faith Automobile was likened to a legendary pairing of talent and ambition. After posting the update, Su Chen hurried to the factory where the Faith production line was undergoing renovations. Upon arrival, he observed that nearly 1,000 workers were diligently laboring, with heavy machinery operating vigorously. Approaching the foreman, Su Chen inquired, "When do you anticipate completion?" "In about 5 days. We should be nearly finished," the foreman replied. Su Chen beamed, "Great. Keep going. I have the funds ready for you." The foreman, elated by this assurance, promised, "Rest assured, Boss Su, we will deliver." With his concerns alleviated, Su Chen anticipated the transformation of the factory, followed by Lu Fei's team entering to procure raw materials for production molds. He was confident that within a month, the Qilin automobile would be ready to debut, destined for remarkable success. Opening an automotive website, Su Chen was surprised to discover that Alpha's sales had surged in recent days, with some areas experiencing vehicle shortages and price hikes exceeding 400,000. It was undeniable that the affluent were plentiful in this era. Upon returning to the company, Su Chen noticed several Alpha vehicles parked in the yard, including the latest model of the Leifa. Glancing at the license plates, he recognized them as belonging to several coal barons with whom he had previously collaborated. Curious about their visit, Su Chen entered the office to find the coal barons smoking leisurely. "Ah, Boss Su has finally returned." A bald man stood up and approached Su Chen. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Chen Jiangwo smiled and waved his hand. "Recently, you've been making quite a splash, Su. Are you truly planning to manufacture cars?" "I must say, in Shanjin province, such an industry is unfeasible without official support. I know a businessman who invested upwards of 7 to 8 billion, but failed to succeed. Do you believe you possess that level of capability?" Chen Jiangwo's words were met with nods of agreement from the other seated barons. "Indeed, Boss Su, you are still quite young and may not grasp the depths of this endeavor. It might be best to withdraw now and continue in the more profitable coal business," they advised. "Why pursue such a risky venture when you could engage in a guaranteed profit?" One even offered, "If you wish to drive our newly purchased Alpha and Leifa, I can lend you one for a few days." Hearing their remarks, Su Chen felt a chill in his heart. They had come to mock him. Their tone dripped with derision. "If you intend to witness my downfall, then you may leave. I am determined to succeed with Faith Automobile," Su Chen declared, effectively dismissing them. Chen Jiangwo rose, signaling for the others to follow. "To put it bluntly, the profits you've earned over the years are thanks to us. Should you fail, I will gladly acquire your coal sales company at a premium." With that parting shot, Chen Jiangwo led the group out. As Su Chen looked out the window, watching the cars that had inflated in price by 30 to 50,000 leave the premises, he felt a surge of mixed emotions. He was resolute. He would not bow down. He was determined to build that car. Meanwhile, within the Shanjin provincial government, A meeting was underway with numerous leaders present. The prominent leader, Lu Mingqing, took out his phone and opened Su Chen's social media account. Everyone, recently, Faith Automobile, founded by Su Chen, has gained considerable attention online. The room buzzed with conversation. This kid is audacious. Prices for cars have skyrocketed, and he claims he will outperform Feng Tian in 3 months. Isn't that just bravado? Let us not be too quick to judge. Faith Automobile has begun to take shape. Not only has Lei Bus invested 10 billion, but many talented individuals from Taichung have joined. I have high hopes for Faith Automobile, another leader interjected. I too find Su Chen to be quite remarkable. If he truly succeeds, it will mark Shanjin Province's only automobile manufacturing enterprise, another added. Listening to the discussions, Lu Mingqing remarked, "You all make valid points. Personally, I also have faith in Faith Automobile." He recognized that Shanjin Province was a significant energy hub, with leading enterprises primarily engaged in coal. There was a glaring absence of high-tech industries, and talent loss was a critical issue. If Faith Automobile were to thrive, it could become a prestigious brand for Shanjin Province. Xiaolong, please make arrangements for us to visit Faith Automobile South Industrial Park, Lu Mingqing instructed. The room fell silent, surprised by his directive. Leader Lu, do you intend to provide official support for Faith Automobile? Lu Mingqing nodded affirmatively. That is my intention. Now, please arrange the details, as we plan to visit Faith Automobile in the next couple of days. After the meeting, Lu Mingqing remained in his office, contemplating Su Chen's fervor and ambition. This was a promising development, and the government would offer unwavering support. Lu Mingqing resolved that following the inspection, should it align with Shanjin Province's relevant policies for assistance, he would provide the maximum support possible within his authority to Faith Automobile. Chapter 8. A Grand Display. Soon, an official contact reached Su Chen. At the moment he received the call, he was covered in dust at the construction site. What? The top leaders of Shanjin Province are coming to inspect the Faith Automobile? Su Chen was astonished that his venture into automobile manufacturing had captured the attention of such high-ranking officials. However, this was undoubtedly a positive development. The arrival of the leaders indicated their trust in Faith Automobile. With support from prominent figures like Lei Bus, alongside the endorsement from the Shanjin provincial officials, Faith Automobile was poised for a remarkable ascent. The visit was scheduled for 2 days later at the Faith Automobile Industrial Park, which was currently undergoing renovations. Su Chen hurriedly organized the necessary preparations for the reception. On social media, the official account of Shanjin Province announced the upcoming inspection of Faith Automobile. Within a mere 10 minutes, this news surged to the top of trending topics. The comments below accumulated to over 5,000 replies in just half an hour, a phenomenon never before witnessed by the official account of Shanjin Province. What just happened? The Shanjin Province officials are stepping in to support Faith Automobile? Oh my goodness, Faith Automobile is truly gaining prominence. Have I been living under a rock? I didn't realize Faith Automobile was from Shanjin Province. Is the owner perhaps a coal magnate? With official endorsement, Faith Automobile is set to succeed. As a resident of Shanjin Province, will we finally have our own automobile brand? Support is essential. Faith Automobile must thrive, as over 30 million of us in Shanjin Province are counting on it. I'm in tears. Has Shanjin Province finally diversified beyond coal? Instantly, the people of Shanjin Province erupted with excitement. After years of transitioning, their primary industry still revolved around energy. The emergence of Faith Automobile ignited a fervor. Many students studying abroad from Shanjin Province expressed their exhilaration, declaring that they should no longer be labeled merely as coal barons, as they now also manufacture automobiles. 2 days flew by in an instant. Lu Mingqing, accompanied by officials from Shanjin Province, arrived early at Faith Automobile. Newly hired employees, including Lu Fei, donned uniforms emblazoned with the Faith Automobile logo. Mr. Lu, we have indeed aligned ourselves with the right person. Although Su Boss appears youthful, he possesses remarkable capabilities. Let us follow Su's lead and make significant profits. Perhaps in 3 months, we'll surpass Feng Tian. The employees buzzed with excitement. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Drums resonated, firecrackers exploded. and flags waved amidst a sea of people. Su Chen, dressed in neat attire, shook hands with Lu Mingqing, welcoming the leaders to their inspection of Faith Automobile. Lu Mingqing remarked to those around him, "Su Chen is truly a young talent. We are getting old." The surrounding crowd chuckled in agreement. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Su Chen promptly directed his team to provide safety helmets for the leaders, guiding them into the Faith Automobile facility. At that moment, the industrial park was bustling with activity. Over 1,000 workers were diligently engaged in their tasks. The clanging and clattering of machinery underscored Su Chen's determination to succeed. Esteemed leaders, this is our production line, currently undergoing renovations and soon to commence operations. Over here is the RD building, equipped with the industry's finest apparatus. And to this side, you will find the employee dormitories and cafeteria. Our vision is to transform the Faith Automobile Industrial Park into a second home for our workers, Su Chen explained. Lu Mingqing nodded appreciatively as he listened, increasingly impressed by Su Chen's ambition and the well-planned layout of the industrial park. After the inspection, Lu Mingqing grasped Su Chen's hand, saying, "Impressive, truly impressive. You are setting a commendable example for the industrial transformation of Shanjin province. I believe Faith Automobile can indeed succeed. We stand behind you." With these words of encouragement from the leaders, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Having the support of influential figures bolstered Faith Automobile's prospects. Following the inspection, Su Chen invited the officials to a meal, but Lu Mingqing declined, stating, "We are practical individuals. There is no need for formalities. We shall return to discuss relevant matters." Although Lu Mingqing did not elaborate, Su Chen surmised it likely pertained to forthcoming official policies. While he contemplated the possibility of government investment, he recognized that Faith Automobile was still in its infancy, making such prospects unlikely. The day after bidding farewell to the officials, Su Chen received a call from the government. "What? Shanjin province intends to invest 5 billion? Stunned, Su Chen could hardly believe the news. He had not anticipated such substantial support from the officials. This investment was purely financial, akin to a bank loan, devoid of any additional entitlements. In no time, this news spread across the internet, propelling Faith Automobile to the forefront of trending topics once more. It seemed as though Shanjin province had decisively committed to supporting Faith Automobile. With Lei Bus's 10 billion and now Shanjin province's 50 billion, the stakes were high. I find myself increasingly eager for Faith Automobile's debut. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Such momentum. Even if they produced a simple vehicle, I would still purchase one. I've instructed my family to halt plans for acquiring a new car, eagerly awaiting the launch of Faith Automobile. Meanwhile, at Fengtian, Executive Tan Ming announced during a meeting Faith Automobile is making swift moves. "If they wish to ride on our coattails, let them." A sales director interjected, "Tan, our alpha sales have plummeted dramatically. Many customers who intended to place orders are now hesitating, with several even requesting refunds." Tan Ming's expression darkened. Could this be related to Faith Automobile? The director nodded, confirming a correlation, as numerous customers expressed intentions to wait for Faith Automobile's release before making decisions. Tan Ming erupted in laughter. "Surely, they don't genuinely believe Faith Automobile will produce anything of quality? There is no cause for concern. Once Faith Automobile launches, all our orders will revert." "What shall we do next, Tan?" queried the director. Tan Ming waved his hand decisively. "Continue to manage our inventory, increase our pricing, and extend delivery timelines to a year from now." The director nodded and departed to implement the plan. After the meeting, Tan Ming, cigar in hand, approached the window. "Just a minor player. I shall see how much of a stir you can create." At that moment, his phone rang. It was Fengtian's president, Fengtian Nanzhang. "Tan, I've heard about recent developments. Will this sudden rise of Faith Automobile impact our market?" Chapter 9. The Emergence of the Qilin. The moment of witnessing a miracle is approaching. Tan Ming nodded humbly into the phone. "Rest assured, sir, it's merely a small new energy vehicle company, posing little threat to us. It's akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. It won't affect our standing." On the other end, Fengtian Nanzhang paused before letting out a scoff. "Oh, it's new energy, huh? Huh. Then there is nothing to worry about. I hold such outdated technology in utter contempt." After hanging up, Feng Tian Nanzhong promptly posted an update on his social media. New energy vehicles are the disgrace of this era. Feng Tian Motors will never produce such obsolete cars. The comments section was rife with chaos, with many domestic netizens lauding his words. The CEO is absolutely right. Gasoline vehicles are the true kings, while new energy is merely an outlier. I personally support Mr. Feng Tian Nanzhong and aspire to join Feng Tian Group after graduation. This year, Feng Tian Motors sales had soared to unprecedented heights, further attesting to Mr. Feng Tian Nanzhang's exceptional vision. However, many foreign netizens scoffed at his remarks. A stubborn, antiquated fossil. Cling to your gasoline cars for life. One American netizen stated, I currently drive a Tesla and find it splendid. I wonder where he derives such confidence to make those statements. I heard that a newly established new energy vehicle company in Longhua, founded by Mr. Su, claims it will overturn Feng Tian's dominance within 3 months. 3 months? What lunatic drivel? I must follow up on this. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this Faith Motors had just secured funding, and even their production line was still under construction. It's bewildering what they could be thinking. The transformation of Faith Motors' production facility was completed ahead of schedule, finishing 3 days early. After settling the contractor's payment, Su Chen hurried to the factory to activate the production line within the system. Now, with this cutting-edge production line, we can finally commence the vehicle manufacturing process. Su Chen opened the system and found the Faith value had surged to over 6,000. Without hesitation, he redeemed it. Subsequently, Su Chen convened a staff meeting. In recent days, a considerable number of talents had joined Faith Motors, and all departments were fully staffed, bringing the total number of employees to over 5,000. For the ambitious task of vehicle production, this was merely the beginning. Once scaled up, Faith Motors would require at least 20,000 employees. During a meeting with the Research and Development Department, Su Chen unveiled his various automotive innovations for the first time, including design blueprints, battery packs, and electronic control systems. Liu Fei, holding the materials, was utterly astonished. This is astonishing. It's truly groundbreaking technology. Leading the new energy vehicle sector by 5 years, no, 10. The expressions of other RD staff mirrored Liu Fei's amazement. Good heavens, this technology is remarkably advanced. We're starting with an MPV, and the curvature and lines are simply divine. No wonder Mr. Su named the company Faith. This truly embodies my faith. Having been in the industry for years, I've never encountered such an exquisite MPV design. I boldly predict that the Qilin will achieve monthly sales surpassing 10,000 upon its launch. Indeed, the features were exceedingly high-end. In comparison, the Alpha seemed like a mere shell of a house. How could it compete with our lavishly furnished offering? Moreover, the Qilin, a pure electric MPV, boasted a maximum range of 200 kilometers, which was hard to fathom. I am beginning to believe the boss's words. It appears that toppling Feng Tian within 3 months is not out of reach. Excitement rippled through everyone present, for the Qilin, a product of a new era, was on the verge of debuting. Importantly, it was crafted by Faith Motors, a monumental honor. All departments, let us get to work. I will oversee the general direction. Everyone should focus on the details. I intend for Faith Motors to achieve instant fame, rivaling the Alpha. Liu Fei swallowed hard, feeling parched from the excitement. Mr. Su, given the high specifications of the Qilin, what will its final price be? Liu Fei had briefly reviewed the configurations and noted that no competitor in the current market could match them. Pure electric vehicles with a range exceeding 600 kilometers were exceedingly rare, while the Qilin began with a staggering figure of over 1,000 kilometers. The car's luxurious features were exceptional. The spaciousness was unparalleled, and the suspension system was the pinnacle of the industry. The Alpha, a mediocre van, was priced at 700,000 to 800,000, with an additional 300,000 markup. With such high specifications, the Qilin's price could not be low. All employees turned their gaze to Su Chen, for their chief concern was the final price. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. There's no need to rush. I will announce the price at the launch event. Liu Fei and the others felt a stir of anticipation, eager to learn the Qilin's price, as they wished to purchase one themselves, a groundbreaking product, the nightmare of the Alpha. After the meeting, Lu Fei immediately called a friend. Hold off on buying a car for now. Wait for Faith Motors Qilin. It's going to be explosive. Prepare around $1 million. I can't disclose too much due to confidentiality, but mark my words, this car will sell out upon its release. Aside from Lu Fei, other employees were also making calls, advising friends who were ready to spend a fortune on vehicles to hold off. Especially those planning to buy the Alpha, better to save their money until the Qilin's debut. Online, discussions about the Qilin were nearing a fever pitch. Numerous netizens were impatiently awaiting its release. Is the Qilin coming out soon? I can hardly wait. This is so exciting. One user shared. A little bird told me a friend working at Faith Motors said the Qilin is exceptional. Another chimed in. I was ready to pay an extra 400,000 for the Alpha, but now I've canceled my order, waiting for the Qilin. Good things come to those who wait. I'm confident Faith Motors will surprise us. A month later, Faith Motors proudly unveiled the Qilin. Initially, 5 Qilin vehicles were produced. Surrounded by numerous automotive researchers and engineers, Su Chen was filled with mixed emotions. Beautiful. It is truly breathtaking. With dimensions of 5,350 1965 3200, it is perfection from every angle. The paint quality is simply superb. The sense of luxury is overwhelming. Upon opening the doors, the interior was astonishing. Every material used was of the highest caliber, devoid of any plastic feel. All seats were upholstered in Nappa leather, and unlike other manufacturers, every seat was entirely leather-clad. The traditional 3 household essentials, sofa, television, and refrigerator, seemed perfectly at home within the Qilin. The vehicle boasted 22 speakers, all from Berlin sound, creating an immersive experience akin to being in a concert hall. The level of sophistication had elevated significantly. Lu Fei gazed at the Qilin before him, his eyes misty. After a month of relentless effort, they had crafted something akin to a child. Now, they were witnessing its growth. Everyone, I appreciate your hard work over this past month. Now, it is time to witness a miracle. After all, manufacturing automobiles is one aspect, while the market's willingness to purchase them is quite another. Su Chen decided to disguise the first batch of 5 engineering vehicles for road testing, thereby increasing their visibility. Chapter 10, a sensation. Yet, this is just the beginning. As a nascent automotive enterprise, Faith Motors has unveiled its inaugural model, the Qilin. It is imperative to generate the necessary buzz. Aside from orchestrating road tests for 5 vehicles, Su Chen has also ensured that the production facility operates incessantly around the clock. It is nearly impossible for such a groundbreaking product not to capture public attention. A portion of the newly manufactured vehicles will face delivery post-launch, while others will be dispatched to testing agencies for crash assessments. Of course, with Faith Motors' cutting-edge technology, there should be no issues in crash tests, especially when compared to the ludicrously priced Alpha from Fengtian, which lacks even a crash beam. Such a vehicle, costing $1 million, is hardly worthy of comparison to the Qilin. Upon the Qilin's debut, Su Chen promptly updated his social media with the latest production news. Ladies and gentlemen, the first automobile from Faith Motors, the Qilin, has rolled off the production line this afternoon and is set to meet you all shortly. Stay tuned. Subsequently, Su Chen revealed a series of detailed images of the Qilin, showcasing the interior cockpit and the overall seating arrangement. Some basic product specifications were also disclosed. However, Su Chen decided to withhold the final appearance and pricing of the Qilin until the last moment. This vehicle is specifically designed to compete against Fengtian's Alpha. It is essential that the Qilin emerges as a pinnacle of excellence. The goal is to decisively send the Qilin back to its origins. Following Su Chen's announcement, it was no surprise that the internet and the automotive community erupted in fervor. Oh my goodness, is Faith Motors' first vehicle finally here? I have been waiting so long. Could it be that the Qilin is an SUV? Its layout certainly resembles one. It's possible. The company's L-series products are currently popular, so Faith Motors might be attempting to capitalize on that. I just reviewed the specifications, and I must say, they are extraordinarily high, given the current market trends. The Qilin's price might exceed 800,000. I concur with the previous statement, and importantly, the Qilin is a fully electric large vehicle. Can you believe it? It boasts an astonishing range of 200 kilometers. Truly incredible. Is this the prowess of Faith Motors? No wonder even Lei Bus is optimistic about it. If the 200 kilometers is accurate, this could spell doom for gasoline vehicles. The strength is astounding. From the moment Su Chen announced his intent to manufacture cars to the Qilin's unveiling, merely over 40 days have passed. It is unimaginable how many aces Faith Motors still holds. In a matter of moments, the online discourse exploded. A company established for merely over a month, and its first car, the Qilin, has genuinely come off the assembly line. Moreover, judging by the images circulating online, the Qilin's specifications are exceptionally high. Everyone's attention fixated on the pricing of the Qilin, as this marks Faith Motors' debut vehicle. The pricing is crucial. It could very well determine the company's fate. Although Faith Motors enjoys the endorsement of Lei Bus and the Shanjin province government, Su Chen understands the adage that one must be strong to forge iron. In the following days, the production line operated tirelessly at full capacity. Su Chen was astonished to observe that all employees voluntarily extended their working hours. Led by Lu Fei, the research and development team, along with the marketing department, often worked late into the night. Yet, Su Chen's founding vision for Faith Motors was not to become the despised capitalist. Nevertheless, despite his protests, the employees were determined to work round the clock. Faith Motors felt like home to them, and their collective sense of honor was palpable. Su Chen was incensed. I hired you to work, not to sacrifice your lives here. Return home, all of you. Rest. Lu Fei interjected, Mr. Su. It is not that we wish to work overtime. Rather, we are all dedicated to the Qilin as if it were our own child. Even though it is already exceptional, we all yearn to make it even more perfect. Given that Faith Motors is entering the market rather late, every detail must be meticulously managed. There can be no room for error. Truthfully, Su Chen felt somewhat moved. All right then. Any hours worked beyond the standard 8 will be compensated at 3 times the usual rate, and no one shall work beyond 12 hours a day. Otherwise, they are dismissed. With such an arrangement, Lu Fei and the other employees begrudgingly agreed. In the ensuing days, the camouflage Qilin test vehicles were continuously spotted and shared online. On Weibo, Baidu, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and various social media platforms, the Qilin test vehicles maintained peak visibility. This enigmatic automobile, which had suddenly appeared in the public eye, became the focal point of widespread debate. Trending topics on Weibo surged in waves. How elegant is this road testing vehicle? Which automotive company does it belong to? Netizens capture the latest model, incredibly graceful. This is the first time I've seen such a stunning car. Which owner will step forward to claim it? Particularly on Douyin. Videos showcasing the Qilin test vehicles proliferated. Each video garnered no fewer than 10,000 likes. I just spotted a super elegant MPV on the road. The design is so striking, it feels like it belongs to a different era compared to current MPVs. I saw it too. I chased it for ages, but couldn't catch up. The acceleration to 100 must be around 5 seconds. Are you joking? 5 seconds. This is an MPV, not a compact car. Before discussing acceleration, let's be real. Domestic designers rarely achieve such design sophistication. This level of refinement surpasses that of Mercedes and BMW. Indeed, the design of domestic vehicles is not on par with that of imported ones. Could it possibly be a new MPV from Mercedes? Impossible. My friend works at Mercedes and mentioned that they have no new business vehicles launching recently. Netizens fervently debated the origins of this MPV. It was a remarkable revelation. There had been no prior notice, and suddenly it was launched, catching everyone off guard. Various forums on the automotive websites, such as Automobile Home and Car Guru, were inundated with discussions about this new vehicle, dominating the headlines. Everyone was curious about which automotive company could produce a vehicle of such high caliber. Apart from netizens, major domestic automotive enterprises also took note of this news. Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of BDA, presented photos of the Qilin test vehicle at a conference, demanding an immediate investigation into all information regarding this car and its designer, stating, "Spare no expense to bring this individual to BDA." At a launching automotive internal meeting, Wei Junjian slammed the table and bellowed, "Our design team must reflect on why this vehicle, still in the camouflage testing phase, has generated such a sensation. What kind of genius designer can craft something so extraordinary? At Tesla's headquarters in the United States, President Elon Musk took to his phone and sent out 10 tweets in quick succession. Oh my goodness! Why has such a stunning vehicle appeared in Longhua instead of our country? I must meet this designer. I am determined to raise a toast with him. Great designer. I am planning to fly to Longhua tonight in hopes of bringing such a talented individual to Tesla. I believe that if he joins us, our sales will double. Chapter 11. The designer of the Qilin. In this chapter, the designer of the Qilin is revealed, and aside from that, various photos of the Qilin undergoing road tests have gone viral online, generating an extraordinary amount of buzz. Su Chen sat in his office, observing the fervor surrounding the Qilin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He felt it necessary to amplify this enthusiasm further, as it seemed that Feng Tian had yet to respond. Su Chen understood that penetrating the market of Feng Tian's alpha would be no small feat. Firstly, Feng Tian had established itself in the Dragon Kingdom market for many years, boasting a substantial market share. Secondly, although the Qilin, as a nascent automobile enterprise, had garnered considerable attention prior to its launch, it would require more than mere popularity to truly challenge the Alpha's market position. Thus, Su Chen opened Douyin and commenced a live broadcast. Merely 5 minutes into the stream, over 1,000 viewers had joined, a testament to the recent surge in interest in the Faith automobile brand. Wow, Mr. Su, could you possibly give us a glimpse of the Qilin? My heart is racing with anticipation. One viewer exclaimed. Mr. Su, you are both charming and kind-hearted. Could you grant us just a peek? Another chimed in. Hey, I just thought of something. That recently viral road test vehicle online. Could it be the Faith Automobile's Qilin? Impossible. Faith Automobile would never be so reckless. Have you ever seen a car company launch an MPV without an established reputation? That would be sheer folly. I concur. The market share for MPV models isn't particularly high. They cater to a niche audience, typically for business purposes or families with specific needs. Enough analysis. Mr. Su, just tell us when we can see the Qilin. In response to such inquiries, Su Chen merely smiled lightly. The Qilin had yet to be fully unveiled, but it had already caused such a stir. When the launch event finally took place, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone and achieve remarkable sales. During the live session, Su Chen did not hold back. Everyone knows my decision to create this vehicle stemmed from the unfair treatment I encountered at a Feng Tian 4S store. My founding of Faith Automobile was driven by the desire to disrupt Feng Tian's alpha. He continued, in recent days, some of you may have already caught a glimpse of the Qilin. Upon hearing this, viewers began to connect the dots. Wait, I wasn't mistaken. That viral MPV is indeed the Qilin. This is the truth. If this vehicle is the Qilin, I will definitely buy it. You can buy it, but with what money? Are you planning to purchase it with your grandparents' welfare? While the car is indeed beautiful, Mr. Su's confidence might be a bit excessive. The Alpha has captured the hearts of many business leaders in the Dragon Kingdom. Defeating its sales will be a formidable challenge. Su Chen, however, remained unfazed. The car's specifications speak for themselves, and I suspect that Alpha's sales have plummeted recently. He then took his phone and headed to the industrial park of Faith Automobile. To demonstrate our commitment to the Qilin, I have decided to show everyone our industrial park. Su Chen turned the camera around, introducing various aspects of the facility to the viewers. In no time, the viewership for Faith Automobile surged to 100,000. Is this Tesla's super factory? This is incredible. Truly, the merchants of Shanjin province are affluent. Even the factory is extravagant. Mr. Su is undoubtedly a man of grand ambitions. No need for further discussion. I'm diving in. Brothers. Finally, a viewer posed a thought-provoking question. Mr. Su, who will be the spokesperson for Faith Automobile's first vehicle? This was a question Su Chen had not yet considered. He acknowledged the efficacy of celebrity endorsements across various industries. As for who to invite, he had no immediate thoughts. This is an excellent question. I will give it careful consideration, he replied. Su Chen began to contemplate this matter seriously. The Qilin was positioned to compete with the Alpha, particularly in the bustling marketplace of the Dragon Kingdom's Hong Kong Island. If, and this is a hypothetical, the launch event could feature a celebrity from Hong Kong Island as the spokesperson, it would be nothing short of explosive. Mr. Su, could you reveal the specific launch date for the Qilin? I wish to attend in person. Su Chen responded, 1 week from now, in the capital of Shanjin province. Taiyuan, I will distribute tickets for the launch event for free on social media, so everyone can come and experience the Qilin. The live chat erupted once more with excitement. I want to go. Please give me a ticket. I'll quit my job if I can't get time off. Those of you still working should think twice. Quitting for a car you can't afford is unwise. Mr. Su, please save me 2 tickets. I want to bring my 80-year-old girlfriend and have her order one on the spot. Stop showing off. Your girlfriend is 80. Don't mislead her. 2 hours into the live broadcast, Su Chen spoke until his throat was dry, yet he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. After concluding the stream, he found himself still yearning for more. Upon checking the system, he discovered that his faith value had surged to over 10,000. Advanced autonomous driving technology requires 20,000 faith points. This is a remarkable asset. It is well known that numerous new energy vehicle companies are heavily investing in autonomous driving technology, especially Tesla and the Dragon Kingdom's Dapeng Motors. Even Huawei is fervently researching this technology. Although his vehicle currently lacked autonomous driving capabilities, all necessary radars had been installed. Once the car was launched, he could redeem the required faith points and subsequently update the autonomous driving technology directly to users' vehicles. At that moment, he received a call from Lei Busi. Upon answering, Lei Busi excitedly inquired, Mr. Su, the internet is buzzing with speculation. Many are wondering if that MPV undergoing road tests is the Qilin. Su Chen replied without hesitation, yes, it is indeed Faith Automobile's Qilin. On the other end, Lei Busi fell silent, taken aback by the confirmation. After a minute of contemplation, he finally spoke, it's stunning. I knew I could count on you. However, could you share who the designer of the Qilin is? Su Chen answered candidly, the designer of the Qilin is me. What? It's you? Lei Busi was astonished, having initially thought Su Chen was merely a coal sales businessman, now realizing he had single-handedly designed the vehicle. You've truly surprised me. I am eagerly anticipating the Qilin's launch event, and I will certainly attend. After hanging up with Lei Busi, Su Chen finally had a moment to catch his breath, only for his phone to ring incessantly. Boss, Baidia is inquiring about our Qilin designer. Longcheng and Dapeng also wish to meet the designer. By the way, Musk from Tesla has reportedly flown to the Dragon Kingdom, seemingly to seek out the Qilin's designer. Su Chen was flabbergasted. What? Am I really that popular right now? The vehicle hasn't even launched yet. Just the design alone has drawn the attention of all major car manufacturers. If this continues until the launch event, Su Chen dared not finish the thought. Chapter 12. Have you been sweating profusely? Crazy Tian. The trending topics surrounding Qilin motors have not ceased. Those unaware might mistakenly believe these trends are purchased. Confirmed, this vehicle is the faith-driven Qilin. The automotive realm is abuzz. Even before its launch, anticipation builds for the faith-driven automotive press conference in a week. Faith-driven automotive, a disruptor in the industry. Is it good or bad? Have you been sweating profusely? Crazy Tian. The emergence of faith-driven automotive has become a topic of fervent discussion. Numerous manufacturers have begun to take action, inquiring everywhere about the identity of Qilin's designer. Some companies are even willing to offer annual salaries of 50 million to poach talent from faith-driven automotive. All eyes are fixed on the press conference for the Qilin model, scheduled for a week from now. Tickets for the event have become exceedingly rare. Aside from media passes, Su Chen has decided that most tickets would be distributed for free via social media. However, a frenzy for tickets has already erupted, with some willing to pay as much as 10,000 for a single entry to the Qilin launch. It is indeed a historic spectacle. While some rejoice, others are filled with despair. At this moment, at the headquarters of Crazy Tian, President Tan Ming hastily convened an emergency meeting. Managers from various regions swiftly boarded flights to attend. Even the manager from the distant Shao rejoined remotely. During the meeting, Tan Ming slammed his phone down heavily on the table. Regional directors, report on the sales of Alpha from the past few days. His commanding presence instilled trepidation among the gathered directors. Are you all mute? Speak up. Tan Ming's rare outburst left the directors sweating profusely. President Tan, Our alpha sales in the southwest region have plummeted by 70%, and new orders continue to dwindle. The southeast region has also seen a decline, approximately 60% lower than the same period last year. Our North China sales have begun to fall as well, with many consumers opting to cancel their orders. Upon hearing these reports, Tan Ming's fury erupted. Useless. You are all utterly useless. Don't tell me these customers who canceled their alpha orders are planning to switch to the Qilin from faith-driven automotive. The regional directors fell silent. The truth was indeed that 80% of the canceled orders were from customers considering the Qilin. However, what could they do? The money lay in the consumer's hands, and they had no authority over their purchasing decisions. Seeing the silence, Tan Ming slammed his palm on the table once more. The Qilin from faith-driven automotive hasn't even released its pricing, yet our orders have been snatched away. Are you all putting in any effort? Someone hesitantly suggested, President Tan. Perhaps we should consider canceling the price increase policy. Cancel? The alpha sales have always relied on price increases. Now you want to tell me to cancel? How do you explain that to the customers who paid extra? Tan Ming was exasperated. A mere faith-driven automotive, not even officially launched, had already caused the alpha to falter. If the Qilin truly launched, would there be any reason for the alpha to exist? The regional directors dared not utter a word, resembling chastised schoolchildren as they listened to Tan Ming's wrath. Just then, a phone call from a dealer interrupted the tension. The individual was about to hang up when Tan Ming ordered him to answer. Is it a customer? Answer it. I want to hear how you respond. Reluctantly, the dealer answered on speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Liu. I am Xiao Li, a sales representative from Faith-Driven Automotive. Yesterday, you expressed interest in ordering a Qilin. We are conducting a brief follow-up. What aspects of the Qilin are you most interested in? The room fell silent. Tan Ming. The remote participant from Shaori, male Zhang of Crazy Tian, raised an eyebrow. The atmosphere grew tense. Hello, Mr. Liu, can you hear me? With a decisive motion, Liu Zhan, the Southwest Regional Director, hung up the phone. He then stood up. President Tan, thank you for your years of guidance and trust. Farewell. With that, he turned and left, his departure exuding an air of elegance. Tan Ming, silencing his phone, pointed at Liu Zhan's retreating figure and cursed. Get out. Anyone who dares to betray us like this will find themselves reporting to HR. Just then, male Zhang, who had remained silent, spoke up. Recently, our alpha sales have dropped significantly. We must diligently identify the reasons behind this. Why is this happening? Surely, you all understand better than I do. Faith-Driven Automotive is merely a fledgling company, and yet, before their first vehicle has even launched, we face this predicament. It is truly disheartening. Below, several dealers scoffed. You know nothing of the matter. At this rate, Alpha's sales would inevitably dwindle to nothing. Tan Ming pondered for a moment before stating, rest assured, we will swiftly navigate this crisis and adjust our strategy accordingly. He truly could not believe that a small company like Faith-Driven Automotive would dare to challenge Crazy Tian. Wait until the Qilin is launched. I have numerous strategies to undermine Faith-Driven Automotive. Su Chen, a mere coal trader, cannot grasp such a vast market, and he dares to claim he will topple Crazy Tian in 3 months? We shall see. Soon, the press conference for Faith-Driven Automotive was on the verge of commencing. The capital city of Shanjin Province, Taiyuan, was abuzz with activity. The last time such commotion occurred was when superstar Zhou Luanjie visited. Within the Shanjin government, Lu Mingqing paced back and forth. Behold the prowess of Faith-Driven Automotive. This young man Su Chen has put Shanjin Province on the map. Everyone echoed in agreement. Indeed, this marks the debut vehicle of Faith-Driven Automotive. I can hardly imagine what other surprises they have in store. Lu Mingqing, with his keen insight, quickly recognized the potential of Faith-Driven Automotive. I hope they truly rise to prominence, allowing our Shanjin Province to showcase that we are more than just coal. He exhaled deeply, feeling a swirl of emotions. As a native of Shanjin Province, he yearned for such enterprises to emerge from his homeland. Regardless, as a high-ranking official, he would offer unwavering support. Leader Lu, shall we attend tomorrow's press conference? Lu Mingqing nodded. Yes, we must go. With that, plans were finalized. Though Lu Mingqing harbored other thoughts. If Faith-Driven Automotive's next model could be a compact vehicle, the government might consider procurement. At that moment, in Kyoto, the illustrious star Changan had just completed a scene. As he prepared to return to his hotel for a rest, his assistant arrived with urgent news. Big brother, please wait a moment. The car broke down on the way, and we are urgently dispatching another vehicle. Changan frowned. Is it that Alpha again? The assistant, drenched in sweat, affirmed that this vehicle had broken down multiple times, even once during a filming session. Faced with Changan's inquiry, he could only nod. Changan patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right, I can wait a while. After dismissing his assistant, he sat down and opened his phone. Suddenly, a notification from Douyin caught Changan's attention. This car is truly stunning. The Qilin from Faith Motors? Has it just been launched? Chapter 13. Are you joking? Brother Changan is coming to the Qilin launch event? For the past few days, Changan had been engrossed in filming and had not had the time to check his phone. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a video about the Qilin from Faith Automobile. Just a fleeting glance was enough to captivate him. The Qilin was simply too dazzling, too stunning. Given his status, he typically traveled in a chauffeur-driven vehicle, as a comfortable ride was essential for someone like him who often worked long hours. It provided a perfect opportunity to rest during exhausting days. Without hesitation, Changan summoned his assistant. This car looks quite beautiful. Where can I purchase it in Kyoto? The assistant took a look at his phone and replied, Brother Changan, this is the Qilin from Faith Automobile, which launches tomorrow. It's not available for purchase yet. The assistant was equally excited, as the car had been generating tremendous buzz due to its striking appearance and high-end specifications. He began showcasing videos he had saved, exclaiming, Look, this vehicle is fully electric. According to the information released by the owner of Faith Automobile, the new model boasts a remarkable range of 1,200 kilometers. Changan's interest was piqued. What? 1,200 kilometers? That's an impressive distance. Well, after discounts, it should be around 900, which is still quite commendable. For someone like you, who frequently films, the massage feature in this car would be perfect, the assistant continued, sounding like a sales representative. Changan was genuinely excited. This vehicle seemed to fulfill all his dreams of an MPV. In comparison, the car he was currently in appeared utterly lackluster, lacking any semblance of competition. Just the exterior alone was vastly inferior, let alone the interior. As they engaged in spirited discussions about the Qilin, other crew members began to gather around. Brother Changan is also interested in Faith Automobile. This car is all the rage lately. One remarked. Indeed, I managed to snag a ticket for tomorrow's launch event. I'm eager to experience the Qilin firsthand. I wonder what the final pricing will be. With such features, I hope it won't exceed 800,000. The founder of Faith Automobile, Su Chen, had initially established the company out of frustration with the excessive pricing of the Alpha models, thus positioning the Qilin directly against it. The rise of domestic brands was indeed a positive development. Listening to the discussions around him, Changan felt a surge of anticipation. Once the crowd dispersed, he checked his schedule. He had 2 days free without any filming commitments. He called over his assistant. Please contact the official representatives of Faith Automobile. If I have time tomorrow, I would like to attend the Qilin launch event. If the car truly impresses me, I wish to place an order. The assistant was taken aback. Brother Changan, are you serious? Subsequently, the assistant sent a direct message through Su Chen's social media account. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the assistant of Brother Changan. Are there still tickets available for tomorrow's launch event? At that moment, Su Chen was in a meeting at the Faith Automobile Industrial Park, finalizing details for the event. Just then, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he was astonished to find a private message from Changan's account. My goodness, Brother Changan is coming to the launch event tomorrow? Initially, Su Chen thought it might be a prank. However, upon clicking on the profile, he was immediately awestruck. It was indeed the verified account of Changan. Without delay, Su Chen exited the conference room and quickly replied to the message. Hello, Brother Changan. Are you interested in attending tomorrow's Faith Automobile Qilin launch event? The assistant, noticing Su Chen's prompt reply, quickly responded, Yes, Brother Changan believes the Qilin is remarkable. Now it was Su Chen's turn to feel exhilarated. Welcome, Brother Changan. They swiftly finalized the details. The assistant approached Changan, beaming with excitement. Brother, I've contacted Mr. Su from Faith Automobile, and he is thrilled about your attendance. Changan smiled. Great, let us go tomorrow. He found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the trip to Taiyuan. After all, as a man, who doesn't he love cars? The Qilin's stunning design had left a significant impression on him. After concluding the call, Su Chen was filled with enthusiasm. Oh my God, Brother Changan is actually coming. He is my idol. No, wait. Brother Changan is my idol. I grew up watching his films. Su Chen was nearly speechless with excitement. He understood the monumental significance of Changan's attendance for the entire Faith Automobile launch event. Returning to the conference room, Su Chen's excitement caught the attention of Lu Fei and others. Mr. Su, what has you so animated? The launch event must be secure. They speculated. That is unusual. Although Mr. Su is young, he is typically quite composed. Hearing their chatter, Su Chen exclaimed, Tomorrow, my favorite actor will be attending the Qilin launch event. Everyone paused in disbelief. An actor? Lu Fei blinked in surprise. Guess who it is? A few employees whispered among themselves. Given Mr. Su's age, I doubt it's someone like Teacher Bodo, one suggested. You must be joking. Bodo is from a bygone era. It has to be someone like Ryo Murakami. Surely a heavyweight, right? Maybe a big star like Ken Shimizu? Su Chen was exasperated. What on earth are you all talking about? I am referring to a serious actor here. The employees quickly fell silent, though they were unconvinced. The actors we mentioned are serious too. Lu Fei cleared his throat. Mr. Su, stop teasing us. It's better to share joy than to keep it to yourself. Let us in on it. Finally, Su Chen declared, Brother Changan. Upon hearing these words, the room fell into a stunned silence. They had underestimated the situation. Lu Fei swallowed hard. Boss, you're not joking, right? Brother Changan is really coming? Su Chen nodded emphatically. I'm absolutely serious. It's Brother Changan. At that moment, excitement erupted among everyone. We can actually meet our idol tomorrow? Oh my goodness, I feel faint. One exclaimed. Yes, my idol too. I once imitated Brother Changan while sparring with my dad, but I couldn't win. This is worth it, totally worth it. Tomorrow, I'll shake hands with Brother Changan and never wash my hand again. The atmosphere in the conference room became electric. After all, Changan's prominence in the entertainment industry was unparalleled. Tomorrow's launch event promised to be monumental, featuring officials from Shanjin Province, Leibu, and now even Changan himself. The excitement in the automotive world was unprecedented. Soon after, a post from Changan on Weibo caused an uproar. Looking forward to tomorrow's trip to Taiyuan Faith Automobile. Chapter 14. Changan declines to endorse Fengtian. Even for 2 billion. What stature does Brother Changan possess? To personally attend the launch event of Faith Automotive? Instantly, the comments beneath Brother Changan's post erupted. Can you believe it? Brother Changan is attending the unveiling of the Faith Automotive Qilin. This is astonishing. What kind of genius founded Faith Automotive? The investment from Lei Bus is already impressive. Yet now the spokesperson is Brother Changan. Thankfully, I managed to snag a ticket. I will witness Brother Changan's presence tomorrow. Are the tickets upstairs for sale? I'll take them for 20,000. 20,000? Do you belittle Brother Changan or Faith Automotive? Is there a ticket for 100,000? If so, forget I asked. The buzz surrounding the Faith Automotive Qilin has reached a fever pitch. This may very well be the pinnacle of the automotive history in the Dragon Nation. Indeed, it is remarkable. I boldly predict that Faith Automotive is destined to rise. The launch event for Faith Automotive has yet to commence. Yet the anticipation has already soared to its zenith. Notably, both Leibus and Brother Changan proactively reached out to Su Chen. Su Chen did not spend a single penny to invite them. One must admit, Faith Automotive's presence is truly formidable. On forums dedicated to automobiles and enthusiasts, 9 out of 10 posts revolve around Faith Automotive. Everyone is abuzz, speculating on the magnitude of the impact that Faith Automotive's inaugural vehicle will create. Beyond the domestic automotive circles, the remarkable popularity of Faith Automotive has even drawn attention from foreign media outlets. The New York Times reported, the newly established Faith Automotive from the Eastern ancient nation has stirred a sensation even before the launch of its first vehicle. The Times stated, what kind of technology could elicit claims of being a decade ahead of its competitors? The Associated Press remarked, "A new energy MPV has caused such a stir. Just how great is the disparity between our automotive industry and the new energy sector of the Dragon Nation?" However, when they learned that Su Chen's motivation for founding Faith Automotive was the price gouging of Fengtian's Alpha, many could hardly contain their disbelief, particularly the netizens from Little Japan. The people of the Dragon Nation are overly sensitive. Fengtian is the premier automotive company on this planet, and there are no viable competitors in the Dragon Nation. It's merely a new energy vehicle. What merit does it truly hold? This era is destined to be dominated by gasoline vehicles. The people of the Dragon Nation are making a fuss. What nonsense is Faith Automotive? It ought to wither away. This is merely a marketing ploy exploiting Fengtian's Alpha, and it is utterly repulsive. Almost all the netizens from Little Japan flooded the comments with vitriol directed at Faith Automotive, cursing the Qilin and Su Chen. In the end, even the entire Dragon Nation was vilified. The users from the Emperor Bar Forum, upon witnessing this situation, directly engaged in a heated exchange with the netizens from Little Japan. As the saying goes, when the Emperor Bar sets out, not a blade of grass remains. Little Japan has become too arrogant. Do they think we hold their minivan in high regard? It's infuriating to see them flaunt a sense of superiority over a mere van. The more they insult, the more we shall support Faith Automotive. Just wait 3 months for Fengtian to exit the Dragon Nation market. The members of the Emperor Bar are truly fierce. Coupled with the profound essence of Dragon Nation culture, the netizens from Little Japan retreated in disarray. Meanwhile, Fengtian's male executive, Zhang, sat in his office, his expression grave. He had not anticipated that a newly established Faith Automotive would wield such influence. In recent days, the sales of Fengtian's Alpha in the Dragon Nation had plummeted. Not only that, but even in many regions, the Alpha, which previously commanded a premium, is now struggling to attract interest even with a markup of 100,000. He could not comprehend it. Have the people of the Dragon Nation gone mad? The Alpha was once in such high demand. How could it be that with the Qilin still a day away from launching, the orders have dwindled to this extent? Is it possible that new energy vehicles are so sought after in the Dragon Nation now? This cannot happen. We must not lose the market for the Alpha in the Dragon Nation. Thus, Zhang contacted Tan Ming. Tan, implement some measures immediately. We cannot allow Faith Automotive to continue this audacity. Tan understood what measures Zhang was referring to. Rest assured, I have already contacted some online influencers. Once the Qilin is launched tomorrow, they will follow up promptly. Zhang nodded. Be sure not to leave any incriminating evidence against Fengtian. Otherwise, prepare for your resignation. Additionally, reach out to Changlong's agency. If he is willing to endorse the Alpha, Fengtian will offer him an irresistible sum. Anything below 1 billion is negotiable, as long as he agrees. Tan readily concurred. Mr. President, do not worry. I will ensure that no trouble arises for you. I will contact Mr. Changlong as soon as possible. After ending the call, Tan immediately sought special approval for a sum of money from the finance department and personally called Changlong's agent. At that moment, Changlong was already en route to Taiyuan in Shaanxi province. The agent received a call from Tan Ming, the president of Fengtian and the Dragon Nation. Hello, I am Tan Ming, president of Fengtian. May I ask if Mr. Changlong would be willing to be our spokesperson for the Alpha? As for the endorsement fee, we can offer him 500 million. The agent cast a complex look at Changlong. Since the agency is his own, the agent typically needs to discuss endorsement matters directly with Changlong. At that moment, Changlong was seated at a table, continuously scrolling through videos related to the Qilin from Faith Automotive, expressing admiration. Beautiful, so beautiful. This vehicle becomes increasingly appealing the more I see it. He added, patting his seat. This Alpha is simply incomparable. I cannot bear to sit in this vehicle any longer. Then, Changlong noticed his agent's troubled expression. Who was that on the phone? The agent reluctantly explained, it was Tan Ming, the president of Fengtian in the Dragon Nation. He wants to invite you to be the spokesperson for the Alpha. The endorsement fee is 500 million. Changlong's previously buoyant mood was instantly dashed by this call. He took the phone. This is Changlong regarding your offer to be the spokesperson for the Alpha. I must decline. True to his reputation as the brother of Hong Kong Island, Changlong was unequivocal in his refusal. On the other end of the line, Tan Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then, he complimentarily stated, "Hello, Brother Changlong. Is it that you are dissatisfied with the endorsement fee? How about this, 1 billion? What do you think?" Changlong became increasingly irate. "I have stated that I will not endorse Fengtian's Alpha. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you offered me 2 billion, I would still refuse." With that, Tan Ming on the other end was left speechless. After a pause, he inquired, "May I ask, Brother Changlong, did Faith Automotive offer you an exorbitant sum that led you to choose to endorse them?" Changlong's expression darkened. "Firstly, I am not endorsing Faith Automotive. I am attending the launch event in a personal capacity. Secondly, Faith Automotive has never offered me a high price to be their spokesperson. Lastly, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, I will not endorse any products from Fengtian." With that, Changlong hung up on Tan Ming, promptly blocking his number. Chapter 15. Su Chen, am poised to lead Faith Automobile to unprecedented glory. Tan Ming was on the verge of losing his sanity. "All right, so this is how you want to play it with Faith Automobile." Tan Ming felt utterly helpless. Offering 100 million to have Changlong as the spokesperson was already an extraordinary investment, yet Changlong flatly refused, leaving no room for negotiation. To add insult to injury, he even blocked Tan Ming's number. If business fails, where is the integrity? How ruthless. After reporting the situation to the furious Tian Nanzhang, he was predictably met with a severe reprimand. "Baka, if this month's Alpha sales do not exceed last month's, you might as well quit." Tan Ming was bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" Soon, the launch event for Faith Automobile's Qilin arrived. Today, Taiyuan City buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Even before the event and Oppo's start time at 7 p.m., the Red Lantern Sports Stadium, the venue for the launch, was already brimming with people. Outside the stadium, throngs of spectators gathered. Those with tickets beamed with joy, while those without lamented their fate. Many were waiting eagerly to purchase tickets for entry. Which kind-hearted soul is selling tickets? "I'll pay 10,000. 10,000. Move aside. I'll offer 20. The sheer number of wealthy individuals was astounding. "Whoever goes in, please live stream for us outside." Numerous scalpers congregated, baffled by the fact that not a single ticket was available for sale. As the clock approached 7 p.m., the launch event was set to commence. This event was of an extraordinarily high standard. Not only supported by the Shanjin provincial government, but also graced by the presence of Lei Buxi and Brother Changlong. Furthermore, the entire event was being broadcast live online. The livestream room became packed instantly upon starting, with major streaming platforms nearing capacity. At Douyin headquarters, programmers worked tirelessly, ensuring that all channels ran smoothly under the immense pressure of the night's live broadcast. They were determined to guarantee the seamless execution of the Faith Automobile launch, leaving no room for error. Even Zhang Ming, the president of Douyin, couldn't help but express his admiration. Faith Automobile truly possesses remarkable prowess. One cannot help but be impressed. Before the event commenced, over 500,000 viewers had already flooded into the live stream room. As the time drew nearer, the atmosphere inside the stadium grew electric. With a capacity of over 60,000, every seat was filled. Everyone eagerly awaited the start of the launch. At this moment, Su Chen stood backstage, his heart racing with excitement. He was incredibly nervous. After the momentum built over the past period, he was aware that Qilin Automobile had indeed captured public attention. Yet, he had never imagined such a scene, akin to a grand concert. Backstage, Brother Changlong approached Su Chen, surrounded by Faith Automobile's staff. It was their first close encounter with such a prominent celebrity. How could they not be thrilled? "Hello, Mr. Su," Changlong greeted warmly, shaking Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, equally exhilarated, replied, "Brother Changlong, thank you for supporting Faith Automobile." Changlong chuckled, "Haha, Mr. Su, you are quite formidable. It's truly because Qilin is so captivating that I find myself a bit restless. By the way, where is Qilin now?" Su Chen pointed to several covered Faith automobiles on stage. "They are all up there, waiting for you to personally test drive them after the event." Changlong nodded with a smile, looking forward to it. Afterward, Su Chen directed the staff to escort Changlong to his seat. Before long, Lei Buxi arrived. "Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You are truly impressive. Hearing Lei Bussi's compliment, Su Chen approached and shook his hand. Not at all. Today you are the inaugural owner of Faith Automobile. You are our esteemed guest. Lei Bussi shook his head in modesty. We are fortunate to have someone like you, Mr. Su, to lead our nation forward. With that, Lei Bussi made his way to his seat and struck up a conversation with Changan. At this moment, Lu Mingqing, leading the Shanjin provincial officials, also arrived. Leader Lu, your presence adds luster to Faith Automobile. Lu Mingqing smiled, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. It is your Faith Automobile that has put Shanjin province on the map. We owe you our gratitude. Prepare well, and strive for Faith Automobile to make a resounding debut. Lu Mingqing concluded, moving to the front row with the officials. The backstage buzzed with excitement. Lu Fei and the research team gathered around Su Chen. Truly, Mr. Su, your presence commands great respect. Faith Automobile has truly succeeded. We at Taizhong Automobile have never witnessed such a spectacle, let alone heard of it. The grandeur of Faith Automobile's launch was indeed unparalleled in the realm of the Dragon Nation's automotive industry. Mr. Su, let us forge ahead together. I am committed to Faith Automobile for life. Su Chen reflected deeply. From the moment he founded Faith Automobile, he envisioned elevating the Dragon Nation's automotive prowess to the world stage, allowing those self-righteous foreigners to witness the strength of their manufacturing. Glancing at his watch, it was time to take the stage. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Amidst deafening cheers, Su Chen stepped onto the stage. The lights illuminated the venue, focusing entirely on him. Wow, look, it's Mr. Su from Faith Automobile. He looks so young. My goodness. He appears even younger than on the live stream. While others in their 20s boast of founding companies, declaring their intent to surpass competitors in 3 months, I, in my 20s, disregard risk and persist in my endeavors. The disparity is immense. As thunderous applause erupted, Su Chen began to speak. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all supporters of Faith Automobile. I am Su Chen. Today, I come with a singular purpose, to deliver truly exceptional products to you all. As he concluded, another wave of applause surged through the audience. Su Chen strolled across the stage, eloquently articulating his thoughts. It is well known that Faith Automobile is a new entity in the automotive industry, founded out of dissatisfaction with the price gouging practices of certain companies. Although Su Chen did not specify which company, everyone present, as well as those watching online, understood he was referring to the outrageous 30,000 price hike on the Fengtian Alpha. The atmosphere in the live stream room escalated dramatically. Way to go, Mr. Su. Who dares to increase prices by 30,000? Do they think we, the citizens of the Dragon Nation, are fools? Fengtian, just give me your ID. Yes. We stand behind Mr. Su. Let Faith Automobile rise. Holding the microphone, Su Chen continued. The automotive industry in our Dragon Nation started later than abroad. They claim we are incapable, associating all Dragon Nation vehicles with low-end products. Foreign companies remain stagnant, even asserting that we could never produce high-end vehicles or penetrate the luxury market. But is that truly the case? Must the vehicles produced by our Dragon Nation be equated with inferiority? I, Su Chen, refuse to accept this. The very foundation of Faith Automobile is to demonstrate through action, to show them that we, as citizens of the Dragon Nation, will be leaders in any product we create. I aim to open the eyes of foreigners to see just how remarkable our vehicles are. Applause resonated throughout the venue, with many rising to their feet in fervent appreciation. Su Chen's speech was utterly exhilarating. Who could have anticipated that such powerful words would emanate from the mouth of a proprietor of a car company that had only recently been established for a little over a month? Next, I am thrilled to present the inaugural vehicle from Faith Automobile, the magnificent Qilin. As the music swelled, the spotlight gradually receded. Every gaze was drawn towards the stage. The curtain, which had shrouded the Qilin, began to gently descend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 Qilins, each adorned in distinct hues, unveiled themselves before the captivated audience. An almost palpable silence enveloped the room, as if breath itself had been momentarily suspended. All eyes were fixated upon those 5 resplendent Qilins. Chapter 16. As long as it does not exceed 800,000, the Qilin will undoubtedly be a sensation. The curtain fell, revealing 5 hues that shimmered under the lights: gemstone blue, misty black, volcanic gray, and pearlescent white. In the center, one vehicle stood out, illuminated in a dazzling glow, faithful red. The atmosphere fell silent for a full minute. Not a sound could be heard. Every audience member seemed frozen, their gazes fixed and unmovable. At the scene, Jiaolong was spellbound. Lei Busi was taken aback. Even the officials from Shanjin province forgot to applaud. After a brief moment, thunderous cheers erupted throughout the venue. The applause surged like a tide, echoing across the entirety of the Red Lantern Sports Hall. This was the first time anyone had laid eyes on the Qilin from Faith Automotive. Although it had garnered immense popularity online across the nation, those were merely disguised road tests. Beyond the remarkably elongated and elegant silhouette, no other details were discernible. But now, the 5 distinct color schemes were fully on display before everyone. There were no adjectives sufficient to describe the Qilin beyond luxurious. All words seemed so inadequate at this moment. Truly, it deserved the title of Qilin, a marvel of the world. The applause and cheers continued unabated. Everyone was frantically pulling out their phones to capture the moment. My goodness, what a divine color scheme. The quality of the paint is simply exquisite. They exclaimed, I am enamored. This quality is simply impeccable. This is the prowess of our domestic automobiles, allowing foreigners to witness what true design and quality mean. The beauty of this vehicle was evidently beyond everyone's expectations. The curves and lines were so masterfully crafted that domestic designers ought to bow in admiration to the Qilin's creators. Simultaneously, on the Douyin live streaming platform, the number of viewers in the Faith Automotive Qilin release event had skyrocketed to 13 million. All Douyin servers were activated, with thousands of programmers working diligently to ensure the smooth running of the live broadcast. In the live stream, those who could not attend the event in person were exhilarated. Even though I couldn't be there, I am so thrilled. The Qilin has truly come to life. I have the funds ready. I am determined to place a deposit on the Qilin. I hope to drive it soon. This is what we call the aesthetic of domestic vehicles. Absolutely stunning. With this car, who would worry about impressing the in-laws? What nonsense about Alpha. The little brother has truly taken a back seat. In the live stream, gifts were pouring in. This was merely the beginning, and the total amount of donations had already surpassed 500,000. Major domestic car manufacturers were also tuning in to watch the release of the Qilin. When the Qilin was fully revealed to the audience, everyone snapped back to reality. Faith Automotive had already surpassed them in many ways. Just the design of this exterior was over a decade ahead of the competition. As for the technology of Faith Automotive, it was beyond comparison. Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of BDA, sat in his office in silence. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Wei Junjian, the president of Chongqing Automotive. Old Wang, are you watching the Faith Automotive release event? Wang Fuchuan nodded. Yes, I am watching. To be honest, I am greatly shocked. It turns out we have been stagnant all this time. On the other end, Wei Junjian sighed. Indeed, after so many years in the industry, I have never encountered a vehicle that has moved me as much as the Qilin. This is the first. Although the first car from Faith Automotive was an MPV, its impact on the market would not be significant in the short term. However, if the new models they develop were to compete with ours, would it place too much pressure on our market? This was the concern of both men. Wang Fuchuan chuckled. It is too early to say. Didn't Su Chen mention that his focus lies abroad? Perhaps he genuinely intends to prioritize the international market. Wei Junjian had no reply, silently hoping that Faith Automotive, as a disruptor in the industry, would pursue external development. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Modu, Musk sat in his office with a solemn expression. The television before him was broadcasting the live release event of Faith Automotive. Absolutely stunning. Such design is truly breathtaking. After 5 minutes of stunned silence, Musk finally spoke. Su Chen of Faith Automotive is remarkable. I wish to engage in a serious competition with such an opponent. Musk was genuinely astonished by Faith Automotive, feeling this astonishment surpassed that of his own Tesla's debut. Subsequently, Musk tweeted, "From the ancient East, a newly established automotive company is on the path to greatness." He then picked up the phone and called the headquarters of Tesla in America. Get those damn design department employees out of bed. They must all watch the Faith Automotive release event. At Dragon Country Fengtian headquarters, President Tan Ming was also watching the release. When the 5 differently colored Qilin vehicles appeared, his heart skipped a beat. This color scheme. Lost for words, Tan Ming was utterly speechless. Upon seeing the physical Qilin, he might have realized why Alpha's sales had plummeted recently. Was this the trump card of Dragon Country's new energy vehicles? In comparison, Alpha could only be described as utterly unremarkable. Damn you, Su Chen. You are ruining my livelihood. Tan Ming seethed with rage, his last hope resting on the pricing of the Qilin. As long as the Qilin was priced below 800,000, there was still a chance. At that moment, within the Red Lantern Sports Hall, all eyes were focused on Su Chen, the man who had consistently created miracles. What kind of surprise would he bring them tonight? Everyone was eager to know one thing: the final price of the Qilin. This directly impacted the sales of the Qilin and the future of Faith Automotive. At this moment, Su Chen stood on stage, the deafening cheers resonating around him. He raised his hand, signaling for calm. It was beyond explosive, completely unimaginable in its intensity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Qilin has finally made its debut in this manner. I wonder if you like it. Before Su Chen could finish, the crowd responded in unison. We love it. Su Chen smiled and began to introduce the Qilin. Choosing to launch our first vehicle as an MPV is indeed a bold move. However, since Faith Automotive aims to swim against the tide, we must take our destiny into our own hands. He then detailed every aspect of the Qilin, from its high-precision radar and L3 level driving assistance to its impressive 200-kilometer range. With each feature he introduced, thunderous applause erupted. This configuration is top tier. Every aspect is of the highest caliber. Why does the refrigerator, color television, and large sofa in the Qilin seem so pleasing to the eye? This is a game changer. 200 kilometers of range. Who can compete with that? As long as this vehicle is priced below 800,000, it is a must-buy. Everyone's mind fixated on one thought: the final price of the Qilin. At that moment, Su Chen slowly began to speak. I am sure you are all eager to know the final pricing of the Qilin. I will now reveal the answer. Chapter 17. The final pricing of the Qilin. What a price for Alpha. Here it comes. The Qilin is about to unleash its prowess. I boldly speculate that the starting price of the Qilin will be 699,800. 700,000. Surely not. This vehicle is directly competing with Alpha, and its configuration far surpasses that of the Alpha, boasting over 800 horsepower. Indeed, to be honest, with such specifications, it could easily sell for 800,000. With an electric range exceeding 200 kilometers, who needs fuel vehicles? As Su Chen revealed the ultimate price of the Qilin, everyone was left guessing. In the audience, Changan whispered to his assistant, I believe the Qilin 1T be priced below 800,000. However, the configuration is indeed enticing. We should reserve one shortly. Lebussy was also pondering internally. The competition in the domestic new energy market is fierce. Such high specifications would undoubtedly incur significantly higher costs than typical vehicles. Some range-extended electric cars are priced around 500,000. So this car's pricing will certainly not be low. In the live broadcast room, nearly 20 million viewers were simultaneously watching, all speculating about the final price of the Qilin. I, a former proud owner of an Alpha, predict this car will not be below 800,000. It should not be too low, considering it competes with Alpha. I have already sold my Alpha and am eagerly awaiting the Qilin's launch. I must say, this car exudes luxury. Merely its exterior outshines Alpha by a considerable margin. With Alpha S starting price at 800,000 plus an additional 300,000 markup, what could they possibly compete with the Qilin? My first car after graduation is intended to be the Qilin. I hope Mr. Su can bring the price down. But this is currently the pinnacle of domestic new energy vehicles, laden with cutting-edge technology, so the price is unlikely to be low. Backstage, Lu Fei and the other Faith Automobile staff were sweating profusely, though they were employees of Faith Automobile. The ultimate pricing decision for the Qilin lay solely in Su Chen's hands. They truly had no idea what the price would be. Lu Fei anxiously watched Su Chen on stage, realizing the moment of truth had arrived for this vehicle. Su Chen listened to the discussions among the crowd, casually strolling on stage with the microphone. I know everyone is eager to learn the final price of the Qilin. Prior to this conference, I heard various speculations. Some guessed 700,000, others 800,000, and some even 1,000,000. However, the final price of the Qilin is known only to me. Even the employees of Faith Automobile remain in the dark. Su Chen paused, then continued, as everyone knows. The Qilin has been developed with a singular benchmark in mind, the one and only as Su Chen's words fell. A photo of the Fengtian Alpha appeared on the big screen. Indeed, it is benchmarked against Alpha. With this configuration, the Qilin is destined to triumph. Yet, one cannot reach a definitive conclusion just yet. If the pricing aligns with that of Alpha, then this comparison holds no significance. Do you understand nothing? Should domestic cars be sold cheaply? Hasn't Faith Automobile created the black technology that enables a range of 200 kilometers? Such nonsense. The moment of revelation arrived. The spotlight fell directly on Su Chen. Next, we reach the widely anticipated pricing announcement. Here it comes. The tense moment has finally arrived. Su Chen, microphone in hand, smiled and declared, Qilin, there is only one configuration. Standard is top tier. The final price for the entire range is all 60,000 attendees, and over 20 million online viewers held their breath. Employees and executives from various automotive companies, such as BDA, Chongqing, Lixiang, Dapeng, Weilai, Telis, Fengtian, and others, eagerly listened for the Qilin's final quote. Far away in Japan, Fengtian's male executive sat nervously in his office, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. All eyes were focused on Su Chen. Suddenly, Su Chen spoke. The final price of the Qilin is 399,800. Su Chen's voice rang out, infused with a sense of national pride as he announced the final price of the Qilin. In that moment, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence, as if everyone had been frozen in place, still savoring Su Chen's words. At the front, Changan and Lei Busi stared blankly at the stage, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Mingqing, a high-ranking official from Shanjin province, looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Clearly, Su Chen's quote had utterly astonished these leaders. Backstage, upon hearing Su Chen's price of 399,800, the employees of Faith Automobile were equally bewildered, staring wide-eyed at Su Chen. After a moment, Lu Fei reacted, Su, surely that cannot be the correct price? 399,800, that price is only slightly above cost. The staff at Faith Automobile were equally perplexed, shaking their heads in confusion. They could not comprehend why Su Chen would set such a price for the Qilin. It was far too low, completely beyond their expectations. At this moment, Su Chen was also taken aback, wondering if his microphone had malfunctioned. Did they not hear what he just said? Thus, Su Chen took his phone and reiterated, You heard correctly. The final price of the Qilin is 399,800. And there are no optional configurations. Standard is top tier. Now, everyone in the venue finally reacted. Oh my goodness, did I hear that correctly? The Qilin is priced at under 400,000? Wow, what a remarkable deal. Strategic retreat, 399,800. This price is nothing short of miraculous. I must reserve one. In the live broadcast room, the announcement of the Qilin at 399,800 created an uproar. Brothers, did I hear wrong? The Qilin is only selling for 400,000? For the first time, I feel domestic products can be so affordable. Such a large vehicle at this price is a steal. I'm reserving one. Who cares about Alpha? What audacity do they have to mark up a Qilin? Bah, who would buy an Alpha after this? I'll laugh at them for 2.5 years. By the Qilin, support domestic products. We must stand behind our own. Those who think importing cars is the only way to gain prestige should take a good look. Our long nation also has exceptional products. On stage, as Su Chen listened to the deafening cheers, he continued, From now on, reservations for the Qilin are open. with deliveries expected within a month. After stating this, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Lei Bisi in the audience. When I founded Faith Automobile, everyone was skeptical. But it was Lei Bisi who stepped forward and invested 1 billion in Faith Automobile. Therefore, the first owner of the Qilin will be Lei Bisi. Lei Bisi smiled as he joined Su Chen on stage for a handshake. Mr. Su is the most audacious young man I have ever encountered. I believe Faith Automobile will become the leader in our long nation's new energy vehicles. Let us go, Faith Automobile. Chapter 18, Brother Changan, deciding to endorse Faith Automobile for free. As Lei Bus finished his words, a wave of applause erupted from the audience once again. Subsequently, Su Chen invited Changan to the stage. Changan felt somewhat bewildered, unclear about Su Chen's intentions. After all, he had come to the launch event of Faith Automobile as an individual. Su Chen then took Changan's hand and announced to the entire audience. I grew up watching Brother Changan's movies and know the sacrifices he made for his craft, as well as the injuries he has endured. At the same time, Brother Changan has made significant contributions to our nation. Therefore, as the owner of Faith Automobile, I have decided to gift Brother Changan a Qilin. Upon hearing this, the applause grew even louder. What does it mean to have vision? This exemplifies vision. Su Chen's social acumen is remarkable. It must be said that Faith Automobile has played its cards exceptionally well. With Brother Changan's support, it would be challenging for Faith Automobile not to thrive. Changan deserves this. His international influence is undeniable. On stage, Changan had not anticipated that Su Chen would gift him a vehicle. He repeatedly declined, saying, Mr. Su, I cannot accept such an expensive gift. I can simply order one myself. Su Chen, however, remained steadfast in his decision. I know that by age, I should address Brother Changan as uncle. So what I just said comes from the heart. I truly admire you. Seeing that he could not refuse, Changan quickly gathered his thoughts and took the microphone. Hello everyone, I am Changan from Hong Kong, and starting today, I will endorse Faith Automobile for free. A thunderous silence fell over the audience. Su Chen scratched his ear, questioning whether he had heard correctly. Did Changan just agree to endorse Faith Automobile for free? This was akin to a windfall, a pure stroke of fortune. This might be the most sensational news in the automotive industry. One vehicle has secured Changan's endorsement. Unbelievable. In the live stream, viewers flooded the chat with excitement. Mr. Su is brilliant. 399, 800 yuan for Brother Changan's endorsement is not just a win. It's a monumental profit. Faith Automobile has opened a new chapter. Who would have thought Brother Changan would endorse it for free? Unprecedented. Don't celebrate too early. I recall that the products endorsed by Brother Changan often went bankrupt. I hope this isn't a jinx. Shut your mouth. It's a different situation. Besides, I heard that just yesterday, Crazy Tian Automobile intended to spend 100 million to engage Changan as their spokesperson, but he outright refused. Just because Brother Changan endorses Faith Automobile, I must buy a Qilin. Next, Su Chen turned his attention to the prominent leader from Shanjin province, Lu Mingqing. Faith Automobile would provide 10 Qilin MPVs for official use in Shanjin province, serving as business reception vehicles. Su Chen had considered this plan, knowing that official vehicles must meet certain standards. Thus, he had stated that only the usage rights for the Qilin would be given to Shanjin province. But this was essentially equivalent to a gift, just expressed differently. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Mingqing stood up, applauding and nodding in agreement. The atmosphere at the Faith Automobile Qilin launch event reached a fever pitch, with viewers in the live stream peaking at nearly 30 million. It was hard to fathom that this was the launch event of a car company established just over a month ago. The popularity was unparalleled. At that moment, a series of numbers appeared on the large screen behind Su Chen. 35, 698. 35, 798. 35, 999. As time passed, the numbers continued to surge. What did this mean? People were perplexed by the sudden appearance of these figures. Surely, they weren't offering discounts so soon after the launch. How could the numbers have reached 40,000 already? Everyone's gaze turned to Su Chen, eager to hear his explanation. Su Chen smiled and pointed to the screen, stating, "This is the total number of pre-orders for the Qilin. Since I announced the price, We have reached 4,800 pre-orders so far. The numbers on the screen continue to climb. Incredible. A newly launched vehicle has garnered 40,000 pre-orders. It had only been a little over an hour. This must be a miracle in the automotive industry. This astonishing sales figure signified that Faith Automobile was indeed on its way to success. Su Chen hoped that Faith's vehicles would withstand the test of time. He was ready to charge ahead. Watching the numbers rise behind him, Su Chen finally exhaled, relieved. This configuration and price, after accounting for costs, left less profit than anticipated. However, he had a singular vision. From the moment he founded Faith Automobile, his goal was never to merely profit domestically. His sights were set abroad. Making money off his fellow citizens was not his ambition. He aimed to earn the money of foreign dignitaries. Whether other car companies could achieve this, he did not know, but he intended to be the pioneer in this endeavor. He would sell Faith Automobile internationally, and at a markup. The entire Qilin launch event concluded amidst deafening cheers. By the end, the pre-order figures for the Qilin surpassed 60,000 units. What does this signify? In just one launch event, the sales revenue for the Qilin soared to 24 billion dragon coins. This figure exceeded everyone's expectations. Who could have predicted that a car company founded just over a month ago would achieve such remarkable results with its first model? As the numbers continued to climb, it was estimated that surpassing 80,000 units in sales would not pose a challenge. After the event, Su Chen hurried back to the Faith Automobile Industrial Park, where he promptly decided to host a grand celebration feast. This moment belonged to every employee of Faith Automobile, and all frontline workers would receive nearly 50,000 yuan each. In the days to come, Faith Automobile would face significant challenges. Everyone, do we have confidence? Thousands of employees erupted with excitement. Many had previously worked for other car companies. They had never encountered a boss as generous as Su Chen. While 50,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum, they felt that Su Chen was the first boss to truly restore their dignity as workers. Consequently, the crowd began to chant loudly, "Mr. Su, Faith Automobile is our home. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will forever love you. As long as the funds are in place, we will work tirelessly to ensure that every citizen drives a Faith Automobile. It is our duty." Su Chen immediately summoned all the chefs from the nearby area. With 5,000 employees seated neatly, he arranged for 300 million yuan in cash to be withdrawn from the bank. He intended to distribute 50,000 yuan in cash to each employee. When confronted with a mountain of cash laid before them, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed readers for adding this work to their shelves and for the kind reviews. Wishing you all a prosperous new year. Chapter 19. Alpha car owners return their vehicles. Frantic times for Fengtian. Over 300 million in cash, weighing over 3 tons, lay before the crowd, the sheer impact of which was almost unimaginable. Everyone present whipped out their phones, snapping photos in a frenzy. The atmosphere was electric with excitement. I, Wang Lao, have never witnessed such a fortune in my lifetime. Let us celebrate tonight with drinks at my place after bonuses are distributed. President Su is incredibly generous. We should work diligently under his leadership. This is the embodiment of our faith in automobiles. Truly magnificent. Lu Fei and his colleagues all marveled at the fortune of having a leader like Su Chen in their lives. The celebration for Faith Motors was a grand affair, creating a tremendous sensation not only locally, but also igniting a fervor online. The topics surrounding Faith Motors proliferated on social media. Faith Motors generosity. Every employee receives a bonus of 50,000. Is this real? Faith Motors disperses over 200 million in cash to employees. Boss Su. A breath of fresh air among executives. Let us form a group to apply at Faith Motors. Various comments flooded in, with many lamenting their lack of employment at Faith Motors. With the recent launch of the Qilin, employees received 50,000 each. Surely this would double as a year-end bonus? Su, the boss, is truly supportive of his employees, a rare and commendable trait, if you catch my drift. We understand. We're heading to apply at Faith Motors right now. I'll apply as a gatekeeper, just so I can open the door when entering the factory. Su Chen's generous cash bonuses significantly boosted Faith Motor's popularity. However, while some rejoiced, others despaired. After the release conference, the entire Fengtian found itself in a precarious situation, particularly among prospective Alpha customers. Those who had previously placed deposits rushed to Fengtian for refunds early the next day. The 4S dealership that had previously turned Su Chen away was now embroiled in a refund and return frenzy. We want refunds. Why can't we get our deposits back? It was agreed that we could return it if unsatisfied. The sales staff were overwhelmed by the demands for refunds. The female sales representative, frazzled, had no choice but to contact her superior. Manager Wang, all our Alpha customers are demanding refunds. Yes, all of them on the other end of the line. The manager of the Fengtian 4S dealership was taken aback. He had watched the release conference the night before and sighed in relief upon seeing the Qilin's final price of $399,800, with the Alpha starting at $800,000. It was clear that these two vehicles were not even in the same league. The Alpha's core competitiveness was not in its extravagant features, but in Fengtian's long-standing reputation. How could a company barely a month old compete? The price point alone set them apart, as did their target demographics. Thus, he had not taken the refund requests to heart. Yet, the very next day, the customers who had ordered the Alpha were all clamoring for refunds. We must stabilize the situation. I'll report this to President Tan. After hanging up, Manager Wang hurriedly called Tan Ming. President Tan, what should we do? All the Alpha customers are demanding refunds. At that moment, Tan Ming was equally distressed. The phones of dealerships rang incessantly, all reporting the same issue, customers demanding refunds for their Alphas. After a brief silence, Manager Wang pressed, President Tan, if Faith Motors continues to disrupt the norm, we could see our Alpha sales plummet. I know, came Tan Ming's frustrated roar from the other end of the line. What could he do? He was equally despondent. As the president of Fengtian Longhua, losing all these Alpha orders could jeopardize his position. After some contemplation, Tan Ming made a bold decision. Inform the customers that their orders for the Alpha cannot be refunded. They are locked in and production has begun. They can expect to pick up their vehicles in 2 months. If they continue to protest, we might consider reducing the additional fees they were charged. After hearing Tan Ming's instructions, Manager Wang felt he had no other choice. He quickly drove to the 4S dealership. As he parked, everyone gathered around his vehicle. This is the owner of the 4S dealership, they exclaimed, flocking to him. The female sales representative approached him, whispering, Manager Wang, I've explained everything to the customers. But they refused to listen and still demand refunds. Wang inquired softly, how many customers are requesting refunds? Over 60, she replied. Wang's brow furrowed. 60 customers represented nearly 100 million in sales. Have they all lost their minds? This was an agreement. With no other option, Wang stepped forward to address the crowd. First, I want to thank everyone for their support of the Alpha. I've conveyed your concerns to upper management. In response to your requests, we have decided the following. I can assure you that you will receive your vehicles within 2 months, which is considerably sooner than the original year-long wait. However, before he could finish, a few customers expressed their dissatisfaction loudly. What nonsense about 2 months? Do you think we're fools? When we signed the contract, you assured us that we could return the vehicle within the year if we were dissatisfied. Your sales representative even claimed that you wouldn't miss our orders and could sell them immediately if we canceled. Now that we want refunds, you throw this excuse at us, thinking we are naive? As one voice echoed the sentiments of many, the rest of the crowd joined in. Yes, our only demand is to return the vehicle. We must have our refunds. If you don't comply, we want to leave. They had seen through Fengtian's facade. Even if vehicles were available now, they no longer wanted them. Sweat began to bead on Wang's forehead. How about this? As long as you continue to place orders for the Alpha, we can refund 50% of the additional fees you paid. Chapter 20. The Qilin Report. President Madian's fury. The price hike for this batch of vehicle owners hovers around 400,000. If we consider a 50% return, that amounts to a refund of 200,000. It can be said that this is the most favorable moment for Alpha since its entry into the Dragon Country market. The prospect of acquiring an Alpha with a 200,000 markup was previously unthinkable. However, Mr. Wang's words fell on deaf ears. Do not feign ignorance. Even without the markup, we are no longer purchasing the Alpha. Indeed, we refuse to buy. The Alpha is unworthy of this price. Just the other day, I watched a video revealing that the Alpha lacks a rear crash beam. Does this not treat the lives of us car owners as a joke? Should they refuse to refund, we will take legal action with the contract in hand, making sure all of Dragon Country witnesses the true nature of Madian. Mr. Wang was in despair. He had not anticipated such obstinacy from these individuals, who were entirely unyielding. The female salesperson was on the verge of tears. Having sold over 10 of the 60 vehicles herself, a complete return would not only cost her the title of sales champion, but also her commissions. Brother Liu, brother Sun, could you do me a favor? The discounts on Alpha are unprecedented. At this point, the female salesperson resorted to emotional appeals, nearly shedding tears. Stop your lamentations. It was your persuasion that led us to purchase the Alpha, and now we demand a refund. Now, there seemed to be no other option. Mr. Wang sought counsel from Tan Ming once more. Tan was equally distraught. The only path before him was to refund the cars. If this situation escalated, it would severely tarnish Madian's reputation. Thus, Tan made a decision that went against his principles. Refund them all. I will bear the consequences. After hanging up, Tan felt utterly defeated. This was merely a local issue with Alpha, but what if it spread nationwide? He could only hope that the Alphas in other regions would stabilize. At least until this tumultuous period passed. Tan took out his phone and called several car reviewers he had previously contacted. These reviewers enjoyed a good relationship with Madian and were, in essence, bought off. As long as the funds were sufficient, they were willing to do anything. He never expected that a vehicle like the Alpha could be so drastically affected by consumer sentiment. Consequently, a wave of returns swept through the Madian 4S stores across Dragon Country. Most of the clients were Alpha owners, all demanding refunds. The sales of Alpha plummeted to unprecedented lows, with national sales dropping to mere double digits from over 1,000 units monthly. On social media, the wave of returns for Alpha trended. The trending topics showcased a stark polarization. The top searches were all related to the Qilin, while the latter ranks were dominated by Madian's Alpha. Customers unyielding, Alpha faces a wave of returns market dynamic shift. Alpha falls from grace. The once coveted Alpha experiences a catastrophic sales decline, plummeting to the abyss. Madian in a dilemma. Who is stealing Alpha's customers? In the comments section, netizens reveled in the spectacle. Haha, the Alpha here is no longer marked up, and they are even offering numerous gifts. Since the Qilin's launch, the Alpha has completely collapsed. Who dares to raise prices now? At this rate, the Alpha will be delisted. Only those antiquated individuals would still favor the Alpha. Now that the Qilin has emerged, who would still pay for nostalgia? Indeed, our company just ordered 10 red Qilins. How delightful. Watching Madian falter gives me peace of mind. Haha. Faith Automotive has become a sensation in the automotive sphere of Dragon Country. Furthermore, many foreign media outlets reported on the event. The Asahi Shimbun of the Little Days Country dedicated an entire page to the launch of Faith Automotive's Qilin. The launch of Faith Automotive's first vehicle in Dragon Country causes a sensation. Will it disrupt the dominance of gasoline cars? This article was tinged with sarcasm, claiming that the new energy vehicles of Dragon Country are nothing but low-end industries devoid of technological merit, incapable of challenging the supremacy of gasoline vehicles in this era. Especially the founder, Su Chen, who boldly declared his intention to topple Madian within 3 months. Sheer folly. Madian, the global automotive manufacturing leader, would not tolerate any threat to its position. Many domestic car manufacturers in Little Days Country united in support. Ben Tian, we will always back Madian. Faith Automotive, a company with no foundation, has no hope whatsoever. Madian, we shall produce the finest gasoline vehicles of this era. Let those electric cars venture into outer space. Lizard, we will continue to delve into fuel engine research. Gasoline vehicles remain the true kings of this era. However, some netizens from Little Days Country maintained a tempered perspective. The Qilin, which Faith Automotive positions against Madian's Alpha, is quite aesthetically pleasing, in my opinion. Madian's obstinacy reminds me of Nokia. If they do not evolve, they shall be left behind. As a worker from Little Days Country and Dragon Country, I must say the Qilin is an excellent vehicle. I hope to bring such a car back to my homeland. I wish it could be introduced to Little Day's countries soon. Compared to the Alpha, the Qilin surpasses it in every aspect. Meanwhile, at Madian's headquarters in Little Day's country, Mr. Nanzhang was enraged upon learning of the massive returns of the Alpha and Dragon Country. These damn Dragon Country people do not deserve to drive Madian vehicles. How dare a mere Qilin, priced at only half that of the Alpha, encroach upon Alpha's market in Dragon Country? Book me a flight. I will head to Dragon Country immediately. Mr. Nan's assistant had never seen him so furious before and quickly arranged the tickets. Soon, Mr. Nan met with Tan Ming. What on earth is happening? Summon those damned regional managers for a meeting. Tan, witnessing Mr. Nan's wrath, hurriedly called all regional managers from across the nation. In the meeting, the atmosphere was tense. Why is everyone silent? Are you all mute? Mr. Nan slammed his palm on the table. The room fell silent, with no one daring to speak. Tan, steeling himself, said, Mr. President, we are at a loss. Customers are turning to the Qilin instead. I have contacted several reviewers under Madian. A public relations video will be released soon. He paused, then continued, moreover, Changan endorsing Faith Automotive poses a significant challenge for us. Smack. Mr. Nan slammed the table again. Faith Automotive has a spokesperson. Do we not have one? Go find someone. Money is not an issue as long as their stature is sufficient. Tan contemplated for a moment before suggesting, Mr. President, how about we invite Baby from Hong Kong Island to endorse us? What do you think? Wishing all esteemed viewers a happy new year. May the new year bring great wealth and smooth sailing in all endeavors. The young author extends heartfelt greetings to everyone. Chapter 21. Feng Tian takes action. 50 million to hire Baby as spokesperson. Tan Ming proposed this suggestion, and Feng Tian Nanzhang pondered for a moment. Indeed, Baby is a renowned actress from Hong Kong. With sufficient star power, you may inquire with her management company. Additionally, the car reviewers you have contacted need to expedite their efforts. We must not allow Alpha's sales to decline any further. Tan Ming nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. President, I am actively overseeing this matter. I anticipate that the video will be released in a few days. I have also managed public relations for the trending topics online, and several have already been suppressed. Good work. Go procure a Qilin. I am eager to see what sort of vehicle has managed to overshadow Alpha's sales to such an extent. After discussing various matters, Tan Ming posed his most pressing concern. The current purchasers of Alpha are dissatisfied with the prevailing purchasing policies. I predict that if we continue to raise prices like this, Tan Ming's statement trailed off. But his meaning was clear. Alpha's steep price increases are alienating customers. The Qilin is priced at less than half of Alpha's cost and offers ample features. If we continue with this pricing strategy, the consequences could be dire. Feng Tian Nanzhang contemplated this and replied, we must shift the pressure onto the dealers. Besides Alpha, Feng Tian's Ba Dao is also a hot-selling model. Announced that for every Alpha sold, dealers will be allocated an additional 30 units of Ba Dao. Speaking of Ba Dao, Tan Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Feng Tian is currently selling both Alpha and Ba Dao at marked-up prices. The price increase on each Ba Dao exceeds 50,000, and with monthly sales reaching several thousand units, demand outstrips supply. One must concede that Feng Tian Nanzhang's strategy is quite effective. For every Alpha sold, dealers will be allocated 30 Ba Dao units. This bundling policy is truly ingenious. By placing pressure on the dealers, those unable to sell will face disqualification, alleviating significant pressure from ourselves. As soon as Tan Ming disseminated this announcement, Feng Tian's dealers were left bewildered. Have the leaders above lost their minds? I can't sell a single Alpha in my dealership. Why don't they let Feng Tian Nanzhang sell Alphas himself? He must not understand how challenging it is to sell them right now. This is absurd. The pressure has shifted to us, and if we fail to sell, this year's objectives will certainly be unattainable. I wonder, under this bundling policy, will we even be able to sell Ba Dao? Currently, the Qilin from Faith Motors poses a threat only to Alpha's sales, but not to Ba Dao's. There seems to be potential here. All the dealers initiated a new wave of promotions, as Ba Dao remains easy to sell. Selling one Alpha would yield an additional 30 units of Ba Dao, quite an enticing offer. Not long after, Baby, situated far away in Hong Kong, received a call from her management company. Baby, Feng Tian is looking to engage you as the spokesperson for Alpha with a fee of 50 million. Having just returned from France after participating in a fashion show, Baby was both relieved and exhilarated upon receiving this endorsement opportunity. Excellent. I shall head to Feng Tian's headquarters immediately to discuss this matter in person. Since her divorce, Baby had not received such a lucrative endorsement fee. Fortune certainly favors the bold. Upon her arrival at Feng Tian's headquarters, Tan Ming welcomed Baby with the highest courtesy. Ms. Yang, here is our contract. Please take a look. At that moment, Baby lounged casually on the sofa, her demeanor exuding confidence, with her sunglasses firmly in place since her entrance. Tan Ming silently criticized her arrogance. After all, she was merely an actress, a mere plaything of capital. After reviewing the contract, Baby noticed a specific stipulation during the endorsement period. The spokesperson must not have any negative information disclosed. Should such a situation arise, Baby would owe Feng Tian a penalty of 10 times the fee, amounting to 500 million. Furrowing her brow, Baby recalled her recent participation in the fashion show in France, where as a public figure, there are regulations against attending such events. However, since nothing had surfaced yet, she deemed it unlikely that any issues would arise. After consulting with her management company, Baby readily agreed to Tan Ming's offer of 50 million for the endorsement fee. Mr. Tan, I have reviewed the contract and found no issues. If we finalize the agreement today, I can begin filming the advertisements immediately. Tan Ming was elated. Wonderful, Ms. Yang, let us proceed with the signing. Our company will arrange the filming schedule shortly. Without hesitation, Baby signed the contract, and it was officially in effect. One must admit, Feng Tian's efficiency was commendable. They promptly commenced filming for the advertisements. Later, Baby posted a dynamic update on her social media. The image showcased her radiant smile as she sat in the Alpha. Captioned, "In this lifetime of splendor, I share it only with you." To amplify Baby's post, Feng Tian invested significantly in trending topics, rapidly enhancing their visibility. Upon seeing Baby's update, Tan Ming felt a sense of satisfaction. It was undeniable that Baby possessed a remarkable on-screen presence, perfectly complemented by the Alpha, embodying the essence of beauty paired with a fine automobile. The comments section erupted with praise from Baby's fans. I must say, my baby's aura is simply extraordinary. I am enamored. Such charisma could only belong to my baby. Beauty paired with a fine vehicle, Feng Tian has truly struck gold. With a star of Baby's caliber endorsing Alpha, this car is a must-have. Among the flurry of comments, many were likely orchestrated by Tan Ming and Baby's management team, aimed at generating buzz for Alpha. Meanwhile, Su Chen was in his office formulating the next sales strategy when the head of the Faith Motors marketing department rushed in. Mr. Su, Feng Tian has engaged Baby as their spokesperson. Could this impact us? Su Chen, having noted this development, merely chuckled coldly. Baby is on the decline. Why worry about that? Chapter 22. Scandal Unveiled. Crazy Tian severing his own arm. Su Chen truly need not worry. Today, while scrolling through social media, he noticed several accounts posting about Baby's participation in the Crazy Donkey Show. Yet, without exception, these posts were swiftly suppressed. This is indeed the Dragon Country. As a star and a public figure, to partake in such a risky performance is akin to lighting a beacon in a restroom, an invitation to ruin. Su Chen surmised that the situation surrounding Baby would be impossible to contain. Crazy Tian and Baby, akin to a pair of mythical dragons, had become inseparable. He felt no urgency to act. He simply needed to let the storm brew for a while. The head of the marketing department regarded Su Chen with a mixture of confusion and admiration. This young man, barely in his 20s, possessed an extraordinary depth of insight that eluded him. Well, it appears Crazy Tian has stirred up trouble again. I have a few acquaintances in that circle who mentioned that Crazy Tian has now instituted a sales strategy. For every Alpha sold, an additional allocation of 30 Ba-Dao units will be granted to the dealership. Ba-Dao? Su Chen paused, delving into the automotive database. Upon inspection, he discovered that Ba-Dao's monthly sales were surprisingly robust, and they were employing a pricing strategy that involved marked-up sales, mirroring the tactics used for the Alpha. What was particularly infuriating was that consumers were still buying into it. I have yet to completely undermine the Alpha's sales, and now Backlash is pulling stunts? He mused. Very well, if this is how you wish to play, do not be surprised when our next vehicle takes aim directly at Backlash, he declared resolutely. I vow to obliterate Crazy Tion's sales in the Dragon Country within 3 months. I will not waver from this promise. The marketing director, upon hearing Su Chen's proclamation, felt a surge of exhilaration. Haha, Boss Su is truly formidable. It's evident that he intends to topple Crazy Tian. Once the marketing director departed, Su Chen accessed the system, noticing that his personal metrics had soared to over 100,000 in faith value. This was invigorating. With a swift click, he spent over 50,000 to acquire cutting-edge autonomous driving technology. Just as he was about to close the system, he spotted another intriguing innovation: wireless charging technology. He was taken aback. Can electric vehicles really charge wirelessly, like smartphones? That is astonishing. However, it required an additional 100,000 in faith value, which would take some time to accumulate. He estimated that once his next vehicle was completed, he would finally be able to redeem this remarkable technology. Closing the system panel, Su Chen promptly shared an update on his social media. The latest autonomous driving technology from Faith Motors is nearing maturity and can be deemed the strongest in the industry. It will be progressively integrated into the Qilin vehicle over the next month. Stay tuned. The post, unsurprisingly, ignited fervent discussions. Which industry titans are behind Faith Motors technology? I thought the L3 level assistance was the pinnacle, yet here comes full autonomous driving. I can't wait to drive the Qilin. Many speculated that Su Chen's mention of autonomous driving technology hinted at a future where one could relinquish control of the steering wheel entirely. Faith Motors is truly exceptional. Boss Su, could you intensify the pressure on Crazy Tian? I visited a dealership for Backlash today, and they were demanding a markup for options. In response to this comment, Su Chen replied, "Be patient and remember my words. The Qilin vehicle is now fully compatible with the Little Sun country." Netizens were puzzled, questioning the implications of Su Chen's statement. Does this mean Faith Motors has new vehicle plans? The prospect of entering the Little Sun market is exhilarating. As anticipation grew, everyone was eager to see how Faith Motors would dismantle Crazy Tian's dominance, especially given its significant market presence and relatively good reputation after years in the Dragon Country. If Su Chen succeeded in achieving this within 3 months, he would undeniably become a national hero. Soon, following the Qilin launch event, pre-orders surged to an astonishing 80,000 units. Given that Faith Motors had only this one model, an MPV, this figure exceeded all expectations, both his and those of competitors, domestic and international. Moreover, many of the prospective Qilin owners were former Alpha customers, with numerous clients opting to cancel their Alpha orders in favor of the Qilin. To ensure swift delivery of all orders, Su Chen acquired the bankrupt Taichung automobile, significantly expanding production capabilities. He aimed to deliver all 80,000 Qilin vehicles within the month. 2 days later, the advertisement featuring Baby and Crazy Tian was released. After reviewing the sample, Tan Ming expressed his satisfaction. The results are impressive. We are ready for a full promotional rollout. Led us by trending topics and aim to restore Alpha S sales next month. The male executive at Crazy Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Baby, as a renowned star in the Dragon Country, has produced an outstanding advertisement that truly captures the essence of our Alpha owners. Image is paramount in vehicle sales, and we now have both substance and style. However, he couldn't resist asking, while the advertisement is excellent, Baby doesn't have any scandals, does she? Tan Ming assured him, "Rest easy, sir. If Baby had any scandals, they would have surfaced by now. Moreover, our contract stipulates that any negative news about Crazy Tian would incur a tenfold penalty for Baby, so she would not dare." With that assurance, the male executive nodded and promptly instructed the marketing team to commence extensive promotions on social media. In no time, the internet was flooded with Baby's advertisements, and trending topics skyrocketed. Crazy Tian had invested nearly 100 million to salvage Alpha's sales. Each post garnered a slew of positive comments, gradually restoring Alpha's reputation. Just as they began to breathe easier, Anticipating a rebound in Alpha S sales, rumors about Baby's participation in the Crazy Donkey Show began circulating on social media. Initially, many dismissed it as false, given the notorious nature of the show. However, soon enough, a deluge of irrefutable evidence flooded in. At this moment, both Madman Tian and Tan Ming could no longer remain calm. Inside the office, Madman Tian slammed his hand on the table with great force. Immediately contact Baby and demand an explanation for this matter. Chapter 23. A notorious celebrity, is it? At this moment, Baby found herself in a state of utter turmoil within the company. She had never anticipated that her participation in the absurd Mad Donkey Show would be revealed so swiftly. Furthermore, the company had been suppressing the trending news, yet ultimately, it could not be concealed. These people were simply insatiable. What business was it of theirs that I attended an event? Baby was infuriated by her powerlessness. Meanwhile, her reputation on the internet had plummeted dramatically. What was happening? Baby had made every effort to attend such a shameless spectacle. Indeed, as a citizen of the Dragon Country, how could she engage in such an event? What nonsense about bodily autonomy? What merit was there in participating in a show that sought to exploit women? Calls for a ban emerged, urging immediate action against such vile conduct. This could not be overlooked. In an instant, the internet was abuzz with outrage. Numerous companies that had partnered with Baby hastily opted to terminate their contracts with her. The management had not anticipated that this issue would escalate to such proportions. It was nothing short of overwhelming. Everyone online was engrossed in discussions about the matter. At that moment, a call from Tan Ming pierced through. What on earth is going on? Do you realize the significant impact this has on our company, Madfield? Baby could only offer explanations. Director Tan, this situation was unforeseen. Please trust me. However, before she could finish her sentence, Tan Ming erupted in fury. Stop pretending to be innocent. If you chose to participate in such an event, why didn't you inform us beforehand? And do take a good look at the contract terms. We expect a compensation of 500 million promptly. Tan Ming was utterly enraged. Ironically, he had been the one to suggest that Baby endorse Madfield Alpha. Now, faced with such a severe public relations crisis, he could not escape culpability. He might even risk his own position. Baby found herself at a loss, teetering on the brink of despair. Director, I truly did not foresee this, and the company is handling it urgently. Please, do not be alarmed. Gone was the earlier bravado that Baby had exhibited. She had secured a staggering 50 million in endorsement fees from Madfield. With such a scandal erupting, according to the contract, she was indeed liable for 500 million in compensation. Where would she procure such a sum? Yet, Tan Ming was not interested in her explanations. After hurling another insult, he ended the call. Consequently, they instructed the Public Relations Department to announce the termination of Baby's contract on social media. Almost immediately, Madfield's announcement about the contract dissolution with Baby surged to trending status. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. Madfield, once so esteemed, is now facing the backlash for employing a notorious figure to represent them. The little goodwill they had cultivated in the Dragon Country is now obliterated. They deserve this. It is a consequence of their own making. Alpha's sales have plummeted, and this incident might force them to retreat from the Dragon Country market. The offline distributors for Madfield were suffering even more. The headquarters had just issued new policies, yet before they could be implemented, news broke of the company hiring a disreputable celebrity to endorse Alpha. They were truly lamenting their fate. At this juncture, Nanzhang of Madfield had yet to depart from the Dragon Country. He was acutely aware of the detrimental effects this situation would impose on the company. Even if Baby compensated the stipulated penalty, it would still represent a colossal blow to Madfield. Such matters were beyond the reach of public relations. One could not simply assert that Baby's participation in the Mad Donkey Show was fabricated, could they? Gather everyone for a meeting. I need all the executives here now. Nanzhang felt a headache brewing. First, there were requests from Alpha owners for cancellations, which they had no choice but to comply with. Moreover, acquiring an Alpha vehicle no longer required exorbitant markups. Logically, sales should have rebounded. Therefore, they had enlisted Baby for endorsement. Who could have predicted that mere days after filming the advertisement, the spokesperson would be embroiled in such an unforgivable scandal? Was this not adding fuel to the fire? Soon, All the executives were assembled in the conference room, their faces pale and silent in the presence of the visibly displeased Nanzhang. I need a solution. How can we salvage Alpha's sales? Nanzhang suppressed his fury, clenching his fists tightly. The executives remained hunched over, too intimidated to meet his gaze. The president was furious, and they feared for their positions. This ungrateful Su Chen has reaped all the benefits, yet now we are left to shoulder the blame. How infuriating. Tan Ming, you were the one who recruited Baby as the spokesperson. Do you not owe me an explanation? Upon hearing this, Tan Ming trembled. An explanation? What could he possibly say? When Baby signed the contract, he had ensured she was fully aware of the terms. Without hesitation, she had affixed her signature. Who could have foreseen such a scandal erupting now? Mr. President, I truly do not know. Nanzhang felt an overwhelming urge to strike Tan Ming. Madfield invests so much annually to pay your salaries, not for you to sit idly by. Now that we face such a predicament, are we to allow Alpha to exit the Dragon Country market? Tan Ming was at a loss for words. Mr. President, we have already announced our contract termination with Baby and sent a legal notice demanding compliance with the 500 million compensation stipulated in the contract. Nanzhang slammed his hand forcefully on the table. Will compensation suffice? Can we restore our reputation? He surveyed the executives before him, feeling a strong impulse to dismiss them all. Did you manage to secure the Qilin from Faith Automobile that I instructed you to order? Yes. The Qilin has been ordered and is currently parked in the basement, Tan Ming replied hastily. At last, Nanzhang stood up, seething with anger. You must handle the public relations for the notorious celebrity endorsement immediately. Come with me. Let's see what capabilities the Qilin possesses to reclaim Alpha's market share. With that, he strode towards the basement. Although he had been impressed by the Qilin's appearance at the press conference, he remained skeptical about the capabilities of a brand with no substantial heritage. Upon arriving at the basement, he immediately spotted the Qilin parked there. Its sleek design captivated him. He could hardly tear his gaze away. In stark contrast, the Alpha vehicles nearby appeared pitifully lackluster. The executives shared similar sentiments. The Qilin looks remarkably high-end. Is it truly just a 400,000 vehicle? Chapter 24, Winning Too Much. How to Lose. This appearance, this paintwork, is simply unseen in vehicles priced below 800,000. What kind of genius designer has Faith Motors employed? To have conceived such an alluring car within a mere month is nothing short of remarkable. In contrast, the adjacent Alpha is utterly unremarkable. At this moment, it is not even worth discussing the interior. Merely from its exterior, it far surpasses the Alpha. Feng Tian Nanzhang stood there, lost in thought for over a minute, until his companion Tan Ming called him back to reality. Mr. President, this is the Qilin from Faith Motors. Personally, I find it rather mediocre. As the president of Feng Tian Longhua, he could not possibly speak well of Faith Motors at such a time. Yet, seeing Feng Tian Nanzhang in a daze for so long, he surmised he too was taken aback by the Qilin's appearance. The first time he encountered the Qilin, his expression mirrored that of Feng Tian Nanzhang. One must commend the designer of the Qilin for their exceptional prowess. With mere aesthetics, they have ensnared the observer completely. From a certain perspective, he could even comprehend the sentiment of Alpha customers wishing to return their vehicles. Feng Tian Nanzhang opened the door and settled into the car. The moment he did, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of luxury. Everywhere he looked, he was surrounded by Alcantara, devoid of any plastic. Despite the inadequate lighting in the parking garage, he felt a sensation that the Alpha had never provided him. Feng Tian Motors has long promoted the concept of a second home through their Alpha, yet now, the Qilin appeared to embody that second home, an elegantly refined and high-end dwelling. As the president of Feng Tian Motors, Feng Tian Nanzhang had encountered numerous vehicles. He had experienced all the high-end MPVs available in the market of Longhua. However, none had impacted him as profoundly as the Qilin. At that moment, his heart was racing. Could it be that Faith Motors, a mere month-old contender, possesses such formidable capabilities? It was baffling, utterly incomprehensible. For years, Toyota had established itself as the venerable ancestor in the MPV industry. Feng Tian's Alpha had been a bestseller in Longhua, but now its sales had plummeted. Was it possible that the Alpha's downfall would come at the hands of the Qilin? Absolutely not. The MPV empire he had built would not allow anyone to trample upon it. Feng Tian Nazhang exited the vehicle, turned, and addressed his executive team. Everyone, get in and experience it for yourselves, then share your impressions with me. Tan Ming and the others were taken aback. It was well known that accompanying the president was akin to walking with a tiger. Asking them to experience the Qilin felt like inviting them to speak falsely under duress. Reluctantly, they climbed aboard to feel the vehicle for themselves. As the first executive entered the Qilin, one thought echoed in his mind. It exuded luxury. He had never encountered such an interior in his years of experience. Especially once the seat massage function was activated, he could only describe it with two words: immensely comfortable. The rear space was expansive, particularly in the third row, providing ample room even for a tall individual measuring 1.8 meters. The space utilization was exceptional. In terms of dimensions, even if it were priced at 400,000, it would have no rivals, let alone at under $1 million. It even surpassed Feng Tian's own Lexus Alphard by several magnitudes. As this executive closed his eyes in bliss, Tan Ming suddenly shouted, "Get out!" Awakened from his reverie, he hurriedly exited and stood trembling in the rear. For the next half hour, under Feng Tian Nanzhang's watchful gaze, each executive took their turn to experience the vehicle. Arriving at a unanimous conclusion, the Qilin was not only visually captivating, but also possessed an air of aristocratic sophistication within its interior. It was hard to believe that such an opulent MPV originated from a company barely a month old. When it came to true heritage, it seemed Feng Tian was the one lacking. After the executives experienced the vehicle, Feng Tian Nanzhang inquired, "What are your thoughts?" They exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. If they dared to utter a single commendation for the Qilin, their positions would surely be at risk. Tan Ming took the lead. In my opinion, the Qilin, aside from being a hodgepodge of a refrigerator, sofa, and television, has no noteworthy aspects whatsoever. He added, if such a vehicle can be classified as a car, then there are countless car manufacturers in the world. The executives instinctively raised their thumbs in approval of Tan Ming's remarks. If there was any nonsense to be spoken, he certainly had the loudest voice. However, they had no choice but to comply. President Tan is correct. True automotive craftsmanship cannot merely consist of a refrigerator, sofa, and television. Indeed, those who place orders online must be blinded by appearances. The quality of a vehicle cannot solely be judged by such superficial elements. Our company, Feng Tian, possesses profound heritage and a prominent standing within the industry, and we will not permit this fledgling company to tarnish our dignity. After all, has this car even been on the market for a few days? It must endure the test of practical application. Listening to this, Feng Tian Nazhang nodded slowly. Just when everyone thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, he continued, "So, no one is willing to speak honestly and flatter me. Is that right? Very well. I will deduct a month's salary from you all." The executives were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. If they were to express their genuine opinions, would he truly be able to handle it? Subsequently, Feng Tian Nanzhang turned to Tan Ming. The Qilin's chassis, material strength, and range remain uncertain. You understand what needs to be done next, don't you? Tan Ming quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, Mr. President. Without testing, we already know that Qilin Motors cannot possibly live up to their claims. He pointed to his head, indicating that Tan Ming should think of a strategy. We need to expose any product quality issues with the Qilin, and its sales will naturally collapse. Currently, those who have purchased the vehicles are blissfully unaware, drawn solely by the Qilin's appearance and interior. The chassis and safety in collisions remain entirely unknown. I am convinced that the Qilin will not possess superior materials. At that point, we can ruthlessly criticize it. He anticipated that once those who ordered the Qilin came to their senses and returned their cars, Faith Motors would face significant trouble. After the meeting, Tan Ming contacted several automotive reviewers collaborating with Feng Tian. How are the preparations coming along? The reviewers, motivated by financial incentives, cheerfully assured him, "Rest assured, we are all set. We will start by scrutinizing the Qilin's electric range. I refuse to believe it truly offers 200 kilometers. Chapter 25. Car reviewer Chen Dazhen's astonishing evaluation of the Qilin at this moment. Su Chen sat in his office, observing the tumultuous events unfolding online, feeling a pang of bittersweet satisfaction. Finally, Feng Tian had faced the repercussions of his actions. Su's keen insight proved to be remarkably prescient. He had known all along that trouble awaited baby. The head of the marketing department approached Su Chen, pouring him a cup of tea, offering compliments. However, Su remained unaffected by such trivialities. Feng Tian's recent counterproductive maneuvers had inadvertently bestowed an advantage upon Faith Automobile. In the ensuing days, demand for the Qilin surged, with orders nearing an astonishing 90,000 units. The initial batch of 10,000 Qilins had begun to hit the market, accompanied by a plethora of positive vehicle delivery videos circulating online. Many mistakenly speculated that Faith Automobile had enlisted an army of online promoters. Those still awaiting their turn to collect their vehicles felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. At this juncture, renowned automotive critic Chen Dazhen initiated a live broadcast to pick up his Qilin. Ladies and gentlemen, today I will be live streaming the collection of a Qilin, allowing you to witness whether our homegrown automotive powerhouse possesses the capability to achieve such impressive sales figures. Chen Dazhen was among the first to take delivery of the vehicle. Having watched the unveiling of the Qilin online, he had not held particularly high expectations, considering that Faith Automobile was still in its infancy. As someone accustomed to luxury cars, a 400,000 yuan vehicle hardly captured his interest. It was simply too modest a price point. Nevertheless, the Qilin had become the most talked-about car of the moment, and as a car reviewer, he could not afford to miss out on such buzz. As he prepared to broadcast, comments flooded in. Dazhen, did you arrive in your Qilin? Surely, this vehicle doesn't pique your interest. Chen Dazhen reassured his audience. Rest assured, I have not been influenced. My goal today is to provide an impartial review. If the Qilin lives up to its promotional claims, I shall speak candidly. With that, he entered the Faith Automobile dealership, only to find it teeming with customers. Being the weekend, the influx of individuals collecting and test-driving vehicles was relentless. Wow, the Qilin is truly the talk of the town, with 90,000 orders. Is it any surprise to see so many people? Chen Dazhen marveled, noting the unprecedented turnout. Sales personnel warmly welcomed him. Mr. Chen, your vehicle is ready, and we can proceed with the delivery procedure. Without hesitation, Chen Dazhen followed the staff to the delivery area. Upon arrival, his eyes fell upon his Qilin and Faith read. Instantly, a single word echoed in his mind. Stunning. The reality of the Qilin surpassed what he had seen in videos. As the live stream progressed, excitement surged in the chat. Wow, this is absolutely breathtaking. That shade of Faith red is simply exquisite. Chen, stop waving your phone around. Focus. Came the playful taunts from viewers. The paint quality appeared more akin to that of a million yuan vehicle. Don't just stand there. Get in and experience it. With a chuckle, Chen Dazhen climbed inside, whereupon the sales representative began to introduce the various features of the vehicle. Seated in the driver's position, he activated the massage system. Everyone, hold on. Let me first indulge in the massage feature. As he adjusted the zero-gravity seat, the massage system engaged. As a seasoned automotive reviewer, Chen Dazhen had experienced a plethora of vehicles, particularly noting the recent penchant for extravagant features among domestic manufacturers. While many companies offered seat massages, the quality varied significantly. Some were merely perfunctory, failing to alleviate the fatigue of drivers and passengers alike. However, upon activating the massage function, Chen Dazhen was taken aback. This intensity and comfort is simply off the charts. He sat up straight, astonished by the sensation. Has Dazhen been electrified? Why is he sitting up like that? Viewers joked. It must be the pure electric MPV. Stepping in must have sent him into a shock. Chen Dazhen, undeterred by the banter, reclined once more, his feet dangling in the air, enveloped in bliss. After a minute, he regained his composure and began to articulate his experience. How can I describe this? It's extraordinarily comfortable. I must emphasize that the Qilin's massage feature is the most enjoyable among all domestic manufacturers. Viewers, initially thinking he had been shocked, were surprised by his enthusiastic endorsement. Dajin, how does it feel? Please elaborate. Chen Dajin activated the massage feature again, leaning back with a wink at the camera. The comfort is beyond compare. It surpasses any previous experience you might imagine. As the comments section erupted, viewers expressed their eagerness to try it for themselves. Are you serious? It makes me want to lie down and experience it. The conversation continued, with Dajin addressing the audience. You may think every car has a massage feature, but once you've driven for a day and can truly enjoy this seat-esque massage, you'll understand its significance. Next, Chen Dajin explored the spacious interior of the Qilin, his astonishment continuing to grow. I never anticipated such ample space within the Qilin. It's simply outrageous. The trunk capacity is unrivaled, far surpassing that of the Feng Tian Alpha. He waxed lyrical about his experience, oblivious to the fact that he had spent the entire time praising the Qilin. As the comments flooded in, viewers urged him, stop only highlighting the positives. Is there anything less than perfect about it? With a smile, Chen Dajin replied, thus far, the Qilin has left me thoroughly impressed, luxurious and family-friendly. Its user-friendliness for both drivers and passengers stands unparalleled among the myriad MPVs I have test-driven. Now, let me take this vehicle out for a spin and share my driving impressions with you all. Chapter 26. The interior's serenity rivals that of a library. Soon after, Chen Dajin drove the car outside. As he took the wheel of the Qilin, he realized that this vehicle truly embodied cutting-edge technology. First and foremost, the tranquility within the cabin was remarkable. Chen Dajin produced a decibel meter. It is well known that the absolute quietness of a car is measured in decibels. Typical vehicles fall within the range of 40 to 60 decibels. The decibel level inside the car is influenced by various factors, such as wind noise, tire noise, road noise, and the overall quality of the vehicle. Today, he intended to measure the decibel level of the Qilin while in motion. As a professional car reviewer, Chen Dajin had a preliminary notion in mind. The cabin of the Qilin was exceedingly quiet, although one might not perceive this at home. He estimated the level to be around 45 decibels. In the live stream, some viewers began to comment. A decibel level of 45 is quite commendable, but still falls short of excellence. Many vehicles on the market manage noise control exceptionally well, with numerous luxury cars recording below 40 decibels. However, based on Chen Dajin's impressions, the Qilin's cabin noise could hardly be deemed top tier. Many viewers were knowledgeable about cars, and upon hearing Chen Dajin's estimation, a sense of disappointment lingered in the air. Nevertheless, as the inaugural vehicle from a brand dedicated to automotive faith, some shortcomings could be forgiven. At that moment, Chen Dajin halted the car and activated the testing device to measure the static noise level. The camera was trained on him. Just as everyone was speculating, the decibel meter's reading abruptly stabilized. 21 decibels? Chen Dajin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it really be? This figure was astonishing. For a moment, he suspected that the decibel meter was malfunctioning. 21 decibels? You must have a defective meter, he thought. If this reading were accurate, the Qilin's sound insulation would be extraordinarily impressive. The level of quietude within the cabin was indeed akin to that of a library. Chen Dajin shook his head repeatedly. After multiple confirmations, he asserted, rest assured, this decibel meter is functioning perfectly. The Qilin's static noise level is genuinely only 21. Chen Dajin was once again taken aback. This figure surpasses even that of renowned luxury brands, including the likes of Rolls-Royce. It's noteworthy that outside, the streets were bustling with traffic, and the wind was blowing. A reading of 21 decibels was truly remarkable. Next, he planned to test the noise levels while the Qilin was in motion, covering speeds of 60 km/h, 80 km/h, and 120 km/h. As he resumed driving, Chen Dajin provided insight. Generally, vehicles produce substantial noise while driving, but this is typically kept below 60 decibels. For every 3 decibel reduction, the associated costs can escalate dramatically, which is why manufacturers often allocate resources judiciously, adhering to permissible limits. Take Rolls-Royce as an example. At 120 km/h, cabin noise usually ranges from 57 to 59 decibels, which is already quite quiet. At this juncture, Chen Dajin paused momentarily. As many of you know, I usually prefer driving my Qilin, but the Qilin has genuinely astounded me. At least audibly, its noise levels while driving are significantly quieter than the Qilin. Following Changan's explanation, the viewers in the live stream gained a clearer understanding of the car's noise levels. It became apparent that reducing cabin noise incurs substantial costs. The Qilin, priced at 400,000 yuan, boasted a static decibel level of merely 21, thus reflecting its sincerity. It was evident that the Qilin aimed to create an exceptional vehicle. Such remarkable quietude made it an ideal choice for business executives, which explained why even brother Jiaolong willingly endorsed the Qilin. Shortly after, Changan merged onto the highway, accelerating to 120 km/h. He activated the decibel meter, expecting that despite the Qilin's generous allocation of resources, a vehicle priced at 400,000 yuan would hardly achieve impressive results. He anticipated the noise levels would not drop below 57. However, when the meter displayed its reading, he was once again astonished. 43.2 decibels? This was simply unbelievable. Changan exclaimed in awe. What did this mean? At 120 km/h, the cabin noise measured only 43.2 decibels. This was indeed extraordinary. Changan swallowed hard, then reduced his speed to report back to the viewers in the live stream. During the dynamic test, the Qilin recorded a cabin noise level of just 43.2 decibels. The materials used in this vehicle are truly impressive. The live stream erupted with excitement. Unbelievable. This is magnificent. Changan had merely tested the Qilin's massage seats and the cabin's decibel levels, and he was already captivated. This data is simply extraordinary. It's quieter than my home. The materials are top-notch. I must place an order for a Qilin immediately. As Changan continued driving, he shared the Qilin's driving experience with the enthusiastic viewers. At that moment, he noticed what seemed to be a traffic jam ahead, prompting him to gradually slow down and position himself behind a large truck. Suddenly, an 18-meter-long truck sped toward him from behind, honking incessantly. Inside, the truck driver was frantically pressing the horn while attempting to brake. Make way. The brakes have failed. Get out of the way. With the brakes malfunctioning, the truck driver resorted to shouting. However, the speed of the vehicle rendered his voice inaudible to the surrounding drivers, forcing him to continue blaring the horn. Meanwhile, Changan sat within the Qilin, occasionally conversing with viewers, when he suddenly heard the sound of honking from behind. Observing through the rearview mirror, Changan realized that the truck had surpassed the safe braking distance, yet there were no signs of deceleration. Brake failure? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. The viewers in the live stream noticed the sudden shift in his expression. Chen, what is happening? One viewer inquired. There's a truck behind me that seems to have lost its brakes and is barreling toward us. This is bad. It's really out of control. I need to get away. Changan assessed the situation urgently. However, disappointment quickly set in. He was surrounded by vehicles, with no escape route in sight. Chapter 27. The enclosure of the heavy trucks, the safety of the Qilin at its zenith. Upon hearing Changan's words and witnessing his panicked expression, the viewers in the live stream suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The thought of brake failure was terrifying. A relative of mine perished that way. Dajan, don't panic. Turn the steering wheel to the left or right. If a collision occurs, the vehicle might be pushed aside. Yes, in such moments, one must remain calm. If all else fails, just get out and run. But running could lead to a quicker demise, especially if the truck is fully loaded. Its force is devastating. Looking at Changan's expression, one could tell he was in dire straits. It suddenly dawned on me that the vehicle in front of him was also a heavy truck. Everyone was anxious and began offering Changan various suggestions. With heavy trucks positioned both in front and behind, it felt as though he was caught in a meat sandwich. Suddenly, the heavy truck charged directly towards Changan's vehicle. Bang! Following a deafening crash, Changan felt an overwhelming force strike from behind. His phone flew from his grasp, and the live stream went dark. At that moment, all 26 airbags in the vehicle deployed. Before he could even comprehend the situation, his head was cushioned by the deploying airbag. It all transpired in an instant, leaving him dizzy and dazed. In that moment, His mind was consumed by a singular thought. It was over. Completely finished. Just moments ago, he had been positioned in front of another heavy truck. And now he faced a rear-end collision. He had watched numerous videos online of vehicles caught between two heavy trucks, and the devastation was unspeakable. The chances of survival for the driver and passengers were virtually non-existent. Even if they survived, they would likely be severely injured. Chen Dazhen's thoughts abruptly ceased, as if his consciousness had dissipated. He then lost consciousness completely. In the live stream, when the screen abruptly went dark, all the viewers instantly panicked. Oh my god. Did Dazhen really have an accident? I suspect it's true. The last frames in the stream clearly showed a rear-end collision, and the force was terrifying. Dazhen must be unaware of his situation. Are there any local viewers? Please call for help. Dazhen is in serious trouble, sandwiched between two heavy trucks. Everyone knew that Chen Dazhen was in a perilous predicament. A rear-end collision with a heavy truck is the most horrifying scenario imaginable. What good are the airbags now? The vehicle is crushed. At that moment, everyone was fixated on Chen Dazhen, with many caring viewers hastily dialing emergency services. They all prayed fervently for his safety. A few minutes later, Chen Dazhen regained consciousness. I'm all right, he exclaimed in astonishment, quickly searching for his phone. Wow, Dazhen, you're okay? It was indeed a miracle. What on earth transpired? Dazhen seems genuinely unscathed. There are no visible injuries on his face. When the viewers in the live stream saw Chen Dazhen reappear, they were all left in shock. Some even speculated whether he had staged the incident. If he truly had been caught between two heavy trucks, especially with one experiencing brake failure, how could he possibly have emerged unscathed? Chen Dazhen's voice was somewhat feeble, a testament to the shock he had experienced. I'm fine, he reported, unbuckling his seatbelt and attempting to open the car door. With a click, the door swung open, and he stepped out, phone in hand. By now, a crowd had gathered around, ready to assist. The heavy truck had indeed lost its brakes and collided forcefully with Chen Dazhen's vehicle, pushing it forward for over 20 meters. Since Chen Dazhen's vehicle was the first to be struck and it was positioned in front of another heavy truck, everyone assumed it must have been crushed. Yet, as the rescuers arrived and assessed the situation, they were astonished to see that Chen Dazhen's vehicle was not as severely damaged as they had imagined. Young man, are you all right? Asked a concerned woman who approached to check for injuries. After a thorough examination, she realized that Chen Dazhen was perfectly fine. Auntie, I'm okay. Just a bit startled, he replied, still shaken. The crowd surrounded him, offering reassurances. You're truly fortunate. How could you emerge unscathed from such a situation? Indeed, his vehicle had been pushed a considerable distance by the heavy truck, yet he had suffered no harm. It was fortunate that his vehicle acted as a buffer, otherwise, the truck driver would have faced dire consequences. Chen Dazhen, having narrowly escaped disaster, took several deep breaths to calm himself. Wiping his eyes, he focused on the Qilin he had been driving. How is this even possible? He marveled, finally comprehending the situation. His Qilin was wedged between two heavy trucks, yet astonishingly, despite the severe rear-end collision, it had not been forced into the front truck. This meant that while the front of the Qilin had indeed penetrated the rear of the truck ahead, the latter had not compromised the Qilin's A-pillar. In the face of such a catastrophic impact, the A-pillar, though not entirely unscathed, had only suffered minor deformation. The structural integrity was extraordinary. It was simply unimaginable. Observing the overall condition of the vehicle, the B-pillar and C-pillar showed no signs of deformation whatsoever. The rear portion had sustained significant damage, but the front doors remained operable, and even the electric tailgate functioned flawlessly. Remarkably, all four hidden door handles had automatically deployed, ensuring that no one would be trapped inside the vehicle. At that moment, Chen Dazhen was genuinely astonished. Compared to the massage seats and cabin noise he had tested earlier, the safety features of the Qilin were unparalleled. It was truly remarkable. He felt as though the Qilin was a veritable road tank. What kind of genius designers at Faith Motors had conceived such a robust structure? This was a genuine test of collision safety, and the results were incredibly convincing. As the crowd around him grew, their attention shifted entirely to the Qilin, with many pulling out their phones to capture images of the battered vehicle. What kind of car is this? It's so sturdy. It's well known that MPVs are generally less safe than sedans and SUVs. This is incredible. The driver emerged unscathed despite being sandwiched between two heavy trucks. I need to get this on camera to show my dad. Why bother with an Alpha in the future when this car will suffice? At that moment, someone recognized Changan's vehicle. Wait, I know. This car is the Qilin from Faith Motors. Chapter 28. Changan, surviving the catastrophe. The Qilin bestows me another life. Suddenly, someone at the scene recognized the vehicle driven by Changan. It was none other than the Qilin, the inaugural car released by Faith Motors not long ago. Since the launch event concluded, the Qilin's popularity had remained unabated. As of today, the pre-order figures were nearing an astonishing 90,000 units. What does this signify? In the realm of domestic car manufacturers, many have emerged, yet none can rival the Qilin. And now, here it was, right before their eyes, manifesting in such an unbelievable manner. What? Are you saying this car is the newly released Qilin from Faith Motors? Let me see for myself. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance. This collision appeared far more convincing than any institutional test. The crucial aspect was that the enormous truck that struck from behind was fully loaded, and it seemed likely to be overloaded. A vehicle of such substantial weight crashing into the rear, and yet, the driver emerged unscathed. This was no ordinary car. It was akin to a tank. Many bystanders began to pull out their phones to call. Hey Dad, check it out. This is the Qilin you were planning to order from Faith Motors. Yes, two vehicles collided, and the driver is completely unharmed. Just place the order. A vehicle with this level of safety is a bargain. Yes, Dad, hurry up and order. If you wait, the delivery could take months. And I've heard that the Qilin is also set to enter the market in Japan. If you delay, you might miss out entirely. At that moment, Changan finally regained his composure. He took out his phone, realizing the live stream was still ongoing, and pointed the camera at the Qilin that had just been struck. Initially, online viewers expressed concern for Changan, fully aware that a severe collision had just transpired during his vehicle evaluation. However, they only knew the facts, and the true scene remained shrouded in mystery. Big Jun, quickly show us what happened. Yes, how is the Qilin? We want to see. Many speculated that Changan had survived purely by luck, while the Qilin, a mere car, might have been rendered a total loss. Such comments were nonsensical. It was more likely the car itself that was exceptional. Judging by Changan's earlier description and expressions, the scene must have been quite catastrophic. A multitude of viewers engaged in fervent speculation about the nature of the accident and how Changan had emerged unscathed. As Changan finally turned the camera around, the harrowing scene unfolded before the livestream audience. In an instant, the viewers, who had been guessing moments before, were left utterly astonished. The comments section erupted with exclamations of disbelief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Changan moved closer to capture the intricate details. Upon witnessing the Qilin sandwiched between two large trucks, the viewers bombarded the stream with comments. No way, this can't be real. The scene is so devastating. My goodness. The Qilin has sustained hardly any damage. It was wedged between two massive trucks. How can it have emerged so unscathed? It was indeed incredible. A vehicle worth 400,000. An MPV, withstanding such a brutal collision with a truck. What a marvel. Bye. This is the true crash test of the Qilin. Facts speak louder than words. The safety of this vehicle likely surpasses even that of Volvo. I found myself pondering, had Changan been driving an Alpha instead of a Qilin, would he have? This particular comment caught Changan's eye. Now, a survivor, he possessed the most authority to speak. He addressed the live stream audience directly, given today's circumstances. I can confidently say that had I been in any other vehicle, I might very well be meeting my great-grandmother right now. With a heavy sigh, he continued, I must say, the safety of the Qilin is arguably the pinnacle of the industry. The 400,000 is not for show or luxury. It is, quite frankly, for safety. Unlike other car manufacturers, the Qilin does not rely on extravagant marketing. However, I firmly believe that a company dedicated to producing quality products will undoubtedly endure. Furthermore, I wish to assure all viewers that whenever Faith Motors unveils a new vehicle, I, Qin, will be among the first to purchase. I will also encourage those around me to join in. His words resonated deeply with all the viewers in the live stream. Indeed, no matter the price paid for a vehicle or its brand, safety remains the ultimate configuration. Such unforeseen events are beyond anyone's anticipation. I vaguely recall the tragic incident involving a re-Ilfa vehicle that caught fire on the highway, with its doors unable to open. It is evident how crucial a vehicle with superior safety features is for a driver and their family. Soon, the crowd gathered around Changan swelled. Many shared the footage of the Qilin's crash on social media. This topic, fueled by the high engagement and Changan's status as an automotive critic, rapidly gained traction across the internet. I am truly astonished. The Qilin's safety is astonishingly high. To have survived a collision with 2 trucks without a scratch? Not only that, but the Qilin is an electric vehicle, and it didn't catch fire after the impact. Now that is remarkable. The fact that the vehicle did not ignite was truly impressive. One must concede that the Qilin possesses extraordinary resilience. And what of the A-pillar, which appeared to have only minor deformation? The materials used are nothing short of miraculous. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy. At that moment, within the offices of Faith Motors, Su Chen sat across from several men who appeared to be business owners. Mr. Su, please don't dismiss us outright. Although we are the owners of Fengtian Motors, 4S dealerships, we genuinely wish to become agents for Faith Motors. The men seated opposite Su Chen were indeed the owners of several 4S dealerships associated with Fengtian Motors. They had come to discuss the possibility of acquiring regional distribution rights, especially given the immense popularity of the Qilin. They presented Su Chen with an offer that was hard to refuse. Indeed, Mr. Su, we possess numerous resources that could expand the market reach of Faith Motors. Seeing the men chatter incessantly, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. First and foremost, Faith Motors will not adopt the traditional 4S dealership model. It is outdated, adding unnecessary costs and proving unfriendly to consumers. Why do vehicles like Fengtian's Alpha and Baidu often face price hikes? Much of the blame lies in the terminal sales process. Thus, from the inception of Faith Motors, I resolved to steer clear of such antiquated models. Moreover, my founding principle was to outshine you at Fengtian. How could I possibly allow you to become my agents? Chapter 29. Faith in Automobiles. Triumphing over them too easily. Su Chen was a straightforward individual. Since he had no intention of collaborating, it was better to be candid. A man named Zhang Wei, present at the scene, smirked coldly after hearing Su Chen's words. Mr. Su, to speak frankly, our ability to represent Faith Automobiles stems from our desire for a strong partnership. With the popularity of your vehicles combined with our sales channels, why not join forces to reap mutual profits? Zhang Wei articulated, prompting several others around him to nod in agreement. Mr. Su should be a man of foresight. It's not just about taking down Fengtian. In the entire Dragon Country, no car manufacturer yet poses a threat to Fengtian. Su Chen merely smiled and shrugged. Isn't Faith Automobile a product of its time? Zhang Wei laughed heartily. Mr. Su, don't be obstinate. If we collaborate, we can guarantee a monthly sales increase of at least 20% for Faith Automobile. Moreover, with its current popularity, we must seize this opportunity to profit significantly. Should Faith Automobile falter in the future, such a chance would be hard to come by. Seeing Su Chen remain unmoved, Zhang Wei pointed to the table, straightened up, and continued, So, if Mr. Su allows us to represent Faith Automobile, under our promotion, each vehicle could be sold at a markup of at least 200,000 yuan, and we would split that additional profit equally. What do you think? Su Chen had initially expected Zhang Wei to propose something innovative, yet he found himself confronted with the same old tactic of price inflation. At a markup? You truly underestimate my intellect. However, since they had broached the topic of price hikes, he had a notion of selling the Qilin at a premium to a foreign market. Before he could finish his thought, Zhang Wei and his companions erupted in laughter. Mr. Su, did I hear correctly? You intend to sell Faith Automobiles Qilin to a foreign market? What an international joke. Do you genuinely believe that people in that market would desire such a lackluster electric vehicle? And to think of adding a markup. Su Chen, unwilling to engage further, stood and walked towards the door. We have divergent paths. Please please take your leave. He courteously gestured towards the exit. Zhang Wei, seeing Su Chen's disinterest, stood up with a sneer. Well, if Mr. Su is unwilling to collaborate, then we shall take our leave. However, he turned back at the door. With your current approach against Feng Tian, you still have much to learn. Given how you've handled Alpha's sales, do you truly believe Feng Tian will let you off the hook? Su Chen simply smiled, indifferent to the warning. Zhang Wei, frustrated by Su Chen's unyielding demeanor, departed angrily. Watching them depart in their Alpha, Su Chen shook his head slowly. Incomprehensible. Suddenly, the head of the RD department, Lu Fei, burst in. Mr. Su, it's bad news. Our Qilin vehicle has been involved in a nationwide collision. Su Chen furrowed his brow. When did this happen? Was it during crash testing? Lu Fei gasped for breath. No, Mr. Su, it was a real collision. You need to see this. The video is going viral. Only then did Su Chen realize Lu Fei was not joking. Upon opening Douyin, he was greeted with over 999 notifications. Initially, he assumed it was a minor incident. However, upon clicking, he was astounded to see two large trucks sandwiching a Qilin, which appeared to have sustained minimal damage. The Qilin had indeed been caught in a precarious situation, yet remarkably, it had endured with only slight injuries at the rear. What about the driver? If they just took delivery, we should have their details. I need to reach out personally. Su Chen surmised that if the vehicle had not been excessively deformed, the occupants would likely have escaped serious harm. Especially since the Qilin was equipped with 26 standard airbags, more than even the renowned Volvo S60, and its materials were of superior strength compared to typical vehicles. Lu Fei then added, Mr. Su, the vehicle involved belonged to the famous automotive reviewer, Changan, and the incident occurred in Kyoto. He is completely unharmed and even live-streaming the event. Su Chen was speechless. In light of such a significant event, Changan is still live-streaming? Book a flight to Kyoto immediately and inform the colleague in charge of the Kyoto market to send another Qilin right away. We must manage this public relations crisis effectively and seize the opportunity for advertising. 2 hours later, after landing in Kyoto, Su Chen rushed to the scene. By this time, the police had arrived and determined that the rear vehicle bore full responsibility. Changan merely needed to wait for the accident report to claim insurance compensation. After exiting the accident site, Changan was about to call a friend for a ride home when his livestream audience began commenting. You were just fine on the way here, but now you can't go back, huh? Changan appeared bewildered, amused by the comments. Dajin, you should host a celebratory dinner for surviving this ordeal. Inadvertently, he had also provided a promotional opportunity for Faith Automobile. Are you truly blind to the stakes? Had Changan been driving an Alpha today, he might not have survived to demand a promotional fee. Changan reflected, indeed, the Qilin saved my life. At that moment, Lu Fei, with keen eyes, spotted Changan and quickly pulled Su Chen over. Are you Mr. Changan? We are representatives of Faith Automobile. And this is our president, Su Chen. Changan was momentarily stunned, recognizing the faces before him. Faith Automobile. Mr. Su? This. Su Chen approached and extended his hand. Good day, Mr. Chen. I just watched the video of your accident online. How are you feeling? Would you like us to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Upon realizing he was speaking to the president of Faith Automobile, Changan responded, Mr. Su, I owe my life to the Qilin. There's no need for a hospital. I'm merely shaken. Continuing, Changan asked, Mr. Su, what brings you here? Su Chen replied, Mr. Chen, it is fortunate that you sustained no injuries while driving a Faith Automobile. However, I noticed significant damage to the vehicle in the video. So on behalf of Faith Automobile, I would like to offer you a brand new Qilin. With that, Su Chen gestured to the pristine Qilin behind him. Oh, and of course, it's complimentary. You won't need to pay anything. Changan was taken aback upon seeing the new Qilin. After years of car reviews, he had never truly felt the humanistic concern of an automotive company. Compared to those manufacturers that would distance themselves following an incident, Faith Automobile had truly surpassed the rest. Chapter 30. The pattern determines the outcome. It is difficult for Faith Automobile to fail. Moreover, the recent incident has been classified as entirely the other party's fault. Even if compensation is necessary, it certainly does not fall upon Faith Automobile. Yet, Faith Automobile has not only stepped forward to voice their concerns, but even their CEO, Su Chen, has come personally. Faith Automobile has only recently been established, and yet they exhibit such remarkable magnanimity. It is truly admirable. Chen Dajin initially contemplated refusal, but Su Chen was insistent, leading him to reluctantly acquiesce. As Chen Dajin clasped Su Chen's hand, he remarked, "Mr. Su, your vision is truly extraordinary. It would be difficult for Faith Automobile not to succeed." Su Chen smiled modestly, replying, "Mr. Chen, you flatter me." Following this, Su Chen beckoned to the staff responsible for handling the delivery process, ensuring that Chen Dajin's paperwork was completed anew. "Mr. Chen, we must take our leave now. Due to an overwhelming number of orders, I must oversee operations at the factory personally." After exchanging farewells, Su Chen and Lu Fei hurriedly departed for the airport. Chen Dajin, holding his phone, shared his thoughts in a live stream. "Folks, I just encountered an incident, and the CEO of Faith Automobile came to personally check on me, even providing a replacement vehicle on the spot. How could one not be moved by such actions?" The viewers, having just witnessed the exchange between Chen Dajin and Su Chen, erupted in conversation. It is undeniable that Faith Automobile's approach is filled with humanity. Logically, they should not be liable for this vehicle, yet their conduct is beyond reproach. Mr. Su's vision is indeed vast, and his swift response indicates that Faith Automobile possesses a comprehensive emergency response plan. This reminded me of when Fengtian faced over 60 models with issues, leading to the recall of hundreds of thousands globally, excluding the Dragon country market. A truly infuriating situation. The pattern dictates the outcome. Have you not seen how the sales of Fengtian Alpha plummeted following the emergence of Faith Automobile? Here, I find that the Alpha no longer dares to increase prices and is sold at cost. Yet even so, the orders are scarce. Given Mr. Su's consumer-centric approach, once my project funds arrive, I will surely support the purchase of a Qilin. Chen Dajin continued, "Everyone, today's vehicle pickup faced significant issues, but I will be releasing a comprehensive review video of the Qilin in a few days, so stay tuned." With that, he concluded the live stream, drove home in his brand new Qilin. Su Chen's actions have once again elevated the Qilin's popularity, with various videos circulating widely online. The safety performance of the Qilin has astonished many netizens, while trending topics are entirely related to the Qilin. Qilin Real Crash Test Results. Qilin Preliminary Best Safety Car of the Year. Qilin demonstrates that safety is the highest configuration of car. Qilin's public relations South Shiny Fengtian 100 years simultaneously. Major automotive companies across the nation were taken aback. What materials is the Qilin made of? To withstand a collision from two fully loaded trucks without any damage? The driver emerged unscathed? The doors opened effortlessly? Not even a fire occurred after the collision, which is a common concern with electric vehicles. What kind of miraculous car is this? After witnessing the video of the Qilin being struck by two trucks, Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of Dia, fell silent. After a moment, he slowly instructed, "Go, procure a Qilin for me. I want our entire RD department to dismantle it and uncover the materials used." Additionally, Dapeng Automobile, Lixiang Automobile, and Weilai Automobile convened meetings immediately, all requesting to acquire a Qilin for research. They were eager to understand how the Qilin could endure a full-speed collision with a fully loaded, uncontrolled truck without sustaining damage. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The materials used in the Qilin are astonishing. This is an MPV, incomparable in safety performance to a sedan. It is baffling how a vehicle priced at only 400,000 could possess such remarkable safety standards. Volvo is renowned for safety, yet in various scenarios, it must yield to the Qilin. Meanwhile, Tesla's president, Elon Musk, had just arrived in the Dragon country. Upon viewing the crash footage of the Qilin, he broke into a cold sweat. As a prominent figure in the industry, he understands the strength and cost of the materials used in the Qilin all too well. The strength of the vehicle's body is not only a matter of materials, but also of overall structural design, the thickness of components, and even the placement of weld points, all of which are crucial. Yet, Faith Automobile has only been established for less than 2 months. In an instant, Musk found himself deeply intrigued by Su Chen. What other secret weapons does this newly established automobile company possess? Simultaneously, at Fengtian's headquarters, the male leader of Fengtian came across the video of the Qilin's incident online. After watching, he fell into deep contemplation. He could hardly fathom that an MPV's structural integrity could be so formidable. Had Chun Dajin been driving an Alpha, he would likely have been crushed. The executives present were equally astonished by the day's events. It is undeniable that the Qilin's safety performance has exceeded everyone's expectations. After a moment, the male leader of Fengtian raised his head and inquired, "Mr. Tan, how are the public relations preparations coming along? With the Qilin's popularity soaring, if this continues, our Alpha may face delisting." Tan Ming trembled slightly as he responded, "Mr. President, everything is fully prepared. We can conduct a comprehensive test of the Qilin tomorrow, and there should be no issues." The male leader of Fengtian fixed his gaze on Tan Ming. "If there is any error this time, you may as well resign. And that goes for all of you incompetent fools." The male leader of Fengtian seethed with anger, feeling as though every time the Qilin gained traction, it was a direct affront to their Alpha. The Qilin had barely launched and already secured over 90,000 orders, an unfathomable feat. Currently, the Alpha's daily sales have dwindled to double digits, and even the number of visitors at 4S stores for test drives has decreased by around 90%. He had previously conducted a survey and found that roughly 70 to 80% of customers who canceled Alpha orders had switched to the Qilin. Some even ordered multiple units, and numerous companies designated the Qilin as their official business vehicle. However, prior to this, nearly all those companies' orders had belonged to them. Faith Automobile. It is utterly detestable. They must not be allowed to continue their rampage. After his outburst, the male leader of Fengtian inquired, "What is the current sales status of the Bandit?" Tan Ming quickly provided the data. "Mr. President, due to the lack of overlap with the Alpha's customer base, the Bandit's sales continue to grow steadily." The male leader of Fengtian nodded approvingly. "Good. Now fully open the sales channels for the Bandit. We must recoup some of the lost sales from the Alpha. If Faith Automobile can capture the Alpha's sales, surely they cannot also take the Bandits." What a joke. Chapter 31. Faith Automobile prepares to enter the island nation market. Price increases required. Upon returning to Faith Automobile, Su Chen immediately convened a meeting. The heads of various departments gathered, brimming with enthusiasm. Haha. Choosing Faith Automobile is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life. One exclaimed, "Indeed. My son is applying for university, and I've guided him towards the automotive program. Upon graduation, he will directly join Faith Automobile. Now that's a secure job." Recently, the Qilin has been flying off the shelves. I inquired, and Alpha sales have plummeted, with even fewer people visiting showrooms for test drives. To be honest, Alpha deserves it. Charging extra? Let them. Listening to the discussions, Su Chen rapped his knuckles on the table. "Everyone, please settle down." As silence fell, all eyes turned to him. He produced a document and placed it on the table, then looked towards Zhang Ning, the head of the marketing department. "Old Zhang, how are things over at Fengtian lately?" Zhang Ning smiled and replied, "Alpha's sales have stagnated. Many regions have already rescinded their price increase policies. Moreover, from my offline surveys, prospective Alpha owners are switching to Qilin. With Qilin's recent launch, its popularity has surged even further." He paused briefly before continuing. "Fengtian's sales drop is expected due to their choice of a controversial celebrity as their spokesperson. Ironically, it has inadvertently benefited us at Faith." Su Chen nodded in agreement, recalling his promise to outpace Fengtian within 3 months. He then addressed the group, saying, "The purpose of today's gathering is twofold. First, Faith Automobile's inaugural vehicle is poised to make a grand entrance into the market of Little Japan." As soon as Su Chen uttered this, the executives erupted into animated discussions. "Su, is Qilin really entering the Little Japan market this quickly? That's astounding," exclaimed one. "Haha, I can't wait for the people of Little Japan to drive a Qilin. They'll be in for a treat." Another chimed in, "Yes, I fully support Su's decision. We must seize the opportunity in Little Japan. Amir Alpha has basked in glory in Longhua for far too long. Now, let them witness what a Qilin truly represents, what a premium automobile from Longhua embodies." Su Chen continued, It is well known that Little Japan is infamous for being a graveyard for imported automobiles, with stringent protectionist policies for local brands. Thus, Faith Automobile's entry will undoubtedly face significant challenges. However, I have always maintained that the foundation of Faith Automobile was to generate profits from foreign markets. Entering Little Japan is merely our first step into the vast ocean. At this moment, Zhang Ning interjected, "Su, what do you think is an appropriate selling price for Qilin in Little Japan?" This question piqued the interest of all present, as they were acutely aware of the low tolerance for imported vehicles in Little Japan. Given that Qilin is fully electric, despite its comprehensive features, convincing the residents of Little Japan to purchase it would not be a simple task. Without hesitation, Su Chen declared, "Qilin retails at 399,800 yuan in Longhua. Therefore, we will set the price in Little Japan at least at a premium equivalent to the price of an additional vehicle. If Fengtian is profiting off us Longhua citizens by raising prices, then let us do the same to them in Little Japan." His words ignited a fervor among the attendees. "I'm so inspired. I feel like heading to Little Japan myself." For years, our automotive industry in Longhua has been stifled by companies like Fengtian. Finally, we can stand tall. One exclaimed. "Honestly, the people of Little Japan don't deserve to drive our Qilin. What qualifications do they have? But if it profits us, then I'll swallow my pride." Another added, "Su is absolutely right. We must increase prices. Let the people of Little Japan experience the privileges we Longhua citizens enjoy." The entire assembly rallied behind Su Chen's vision. The mere thought of selling Qilin in Little Japan sent waves of excitement through the room. Observing the fervent discussions, Su Chen turned to Zhao Huimin, the head of the publicity department. "Zhao, please ensure we create a robust promotional campaign." Zhao nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, Su. I have already devised a strategy." Feeling reassured by Zhao's confidence, Su Chen continued, "Though the launch of Qilin has been remarkably successful, we still find ourselves somewhat limited." Upon hearing this, Lu Fei inquired, "Su, are you suggesting that we will be introducing a new product line?" Su Chen met Lu Fei's gaze and slowly nodded. "Indeed. To guarantee the sustainability of Faith Automobile, we must diversify our offerings." He then handed Lu Fei the document in his hand. "We will be developing a new vehicle, directly competing with Fengtian's Badao," Su Chen proclaimed with unyielding resolve. Since its launch, Badao has remained a financial asset for Fengtian, still requiring price increases for purchase. The price hike ranges from tens of thousands to over 100,000, and it remains in high demand. With Alpha's sales declining, it's time to tackle the formidable Badao. Lu Fei trembled slightly as he held the new vehicle specifications in his hands. The data alone was astonishing. This was a rugged off-road vehicle, designed specifically to rival Badao. As he circulated the information, the other executives gasped in disbelief. "This vehicle boasts 200 horsepower? Incredible!" Someone exclaimed. "And it has water-fording capabilities? It can drive through water without any issues? Plus, it features explosion-proof tires that can still function after a blowout? I dare say, with these specifications, no competitor stands a chance." The atmosphere was electric. They had initially believed that Qilin was unbeatable. Yet this new rugged off-roader was filled with groundbreaking technology. Who would still choose Badao once this vehicle launched? Its sales would likely plummet. Lu Fei swallowed hard and said, "Su, Qilin has just been launched. We may not be able to." Su Chen understood Lu Fei's hesitation. "If there are difficulties, we shall overcome them. This project is crucial for Faith Automobile. If our production lines are insufficient, we shall expand them. If we lack talent, we will recruit at any cost. For any issues solvable by funding, expedite the process. In 20 days, I want to see this vehicle roll off the assembly line." Lu Fei clenched his fists and nodded resolutely. "Understood, Su. We will fulfill this task." He then asked, "What shall we name this vehicle?" With a sweeping gesture, Su Chen proclaimed, "This rugged off-roader shall be named Jiaolong." Instantly, the conference room erupted in excitement. What a magnificent name! Both Qilin and Jiaolong are imbued with Longhua elements. Someone remarked. Indeed, the name is truly powerful. With Qilin emerging and Jiaolong setting sail, Faith Automobile is finally ready to stand on two legs. At that moment, Zhang Ning interrupted the animated chatter. Su, there is currently a car reviewer online evaluating our Qilin. Initially, Su Chen had no intention of paying any mind. Let them review. What is there to fear? Zhang Ning continued, Mr. Su, you may not be aware that this individual known as Brother Leopard is the official car reviewer for Tian. Furthermore, today's evaluation involves a comparison between the Qilin and the Alpha, and it is likely that he will deliberately tarnish the reputation of our Qilin. Su Chen became intrigued. It seems that Tian's public relations team has finally taken action. Given this, let us observe together how he intends to disparage our Qilin. Chapter 32, Brother Leopard's Review of the Qilin, speaking nonsense with eyes wide open. Su Chen was genuinely unperturbed by the automotive critics' evaluation of the Qilin from Faith Motors. In recent days, deliveries of the Qilin had gradually commenced, with over 10,000 vehicles already handed over, including several to automotive reviewers. Furthermore, numerous assessments of the Qilin had emerged online, with an overall favorable reception. Naturally, a minority voiced dissenting opinions. It is only natural for different individuals to hold varying views, whether concerning automobiles or any other products. After all, some people do not even love money. One cannot expect everyone to appreciate the Qilin, can they? Thus, when Su Chen concluded his statement, all eyes in the conference room turned to the automotive reviewer known as Brother Leopard. Zhang Ning, observing Su Chen's unwavering confidence, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Mr. Su, Brother Leopard is notoriously known within the review circle for being financially incentivized. His comparison of the Qilin to the Alpha is quite telling. If it becomes too extreme, I shall inform the legal department. We cannot simply sit idly by. Other senior executives echoed Zhang Ning's sentiments. Indeed, Brother Leopard's reputation in the review community is well known. We should exercise caution. Su Chen, however, shook his head dismissively. Is it possible that a mere basic critique could undermine us? We have yet to even begin. Furthermore, we acknowledge the Qilin's imperfections and are committed to improvements. Nevertheless, since he dares to compare the Alpha with the Qilin, we must possess unshakable confidence. Su Chen's words instilled a sense of assurance among those present. Consequently, Su Chen instructed to display Brother Leopard's live broadcast. Meanwhile, at Tian, all executives gathered together. Tian's male executive wore a solemn expression, betraying no emotion. Mr. President, the evaluation has commenced, and I have arranged everything. You can watch with peace of mind. Tian nodded. You better pray that nothing goes awry. Rest assured. Everything is meticulously arranged. No issues will arise. With that, Tian nodded again, directing his gaze toward Brother Leopard's live stream. At that moment, Brother Leopard was nearly ready. An Alpha and a Qilin were both in position, and the broadcast had begun. It must be said that Brother Leopard enjoyed considerable popularity within the industry, boasting 3 to 4 million followers across the internet. Thus, when he initiated the live stream, the viewership soared to over 100,000 in no time. Wow, Brother Leopard is here. I love his candid reviews. Is he really going to compare the Qilin and the Alpha today? Brother Leopard must have received some funding again. Stop the haters. My friend just bought a Lux Gen after hearing Brother Leopard's review, and she claims it's incredibly fuel efficient. 2 gas stations have already been built outside her community. Are you out of your mind? Brother Leopard's reviews are highly professional. I decided against the Alpha because of his last review. I owe him my gratitude. The comments flew in the live stream. Although Brother Leopard had arranged for comment moderation, a few dissenters still flooded the chat with disparaging remarks. Unfazed, Brother Leopard continued. Having been a car reviewer for several years, he had never directly acknowledged any financial incentives, yet his popularity thrived on the attention of these critics. In an era where traffic is king, any revenue is a boon. Once the viewership stabilized, Brother Leopard resolved to begin the evaluation. Hello everyone. Today, after much anticipation, we are back with our beloved car review segment. Today's focus is on the Qilin from Faith Motors, which has been generating quite a buzz. Many viewers have requested this video, so I have decided to thoroughly evaluate the Qilin, of course, comparing it with the king of MPVs, the Alpha. As he stepped back to capture both vehicles, he remarked, "First, let's examine the appearance of these 2 cars. The Alpha exudes a sense of gravitas upon opening the door. One can tell that its occupants are anything but ordinary. At least, they must be earning in the six-figure range annually, right? He directed the camera to the Alpha, capturing it from every angle. It is well known that the Alpha is the leader in luxury MPVs, a pioneer in the domestic business vehicle market. One might say that every affluent individual should possess an Alpha. If you don't own one, can you truly claim to be wealthy? Brother Leopard then proceeded to lavish praise upon the Alpha, almost to the point of it being blatant. The viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves. Brother Leopard, are you burying your head in the sand? With such a high price tag and additional markups, it's clear that only the wealthy can afford it. Exactly. A van costing over $1 million. Who would dare touch it without a net worth of at least $5 million? Brother Leopard's words elicited laughter. So it seems we've all been duped by the system, huh? Undeterred, Brother Leopard continued. In essence, Alpha's clientele is hardly short on funds. They are quite astute, after all. If you can afford it, I still recommend the Alpha. It covers both appearance and substance. After this, he turned the camera to the Qilin. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the recently popular Qilin from Faith Motors, priced at $399,800. I honestly cannot fathom how a vehicle priced under $400,000 can compete with the Alpha. What baffles me even more is that Su Chen, the president of Faith Motors, boldly claims he will surpass Feng Tian within 3 months. I wonder where he derives such audacity. I must concede that Su Chen possesses ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have engineered a vehicle like the Qilin. However, let us be fair. Feng Tian has been in the industry for nearly a century, with a rich legacy. It's hard to believe that even 100 Faith Motors could contend with Feng Tian. Upon concluding this statement, the atmosphere in the live stream became electrified. Brother Leopard was indeed speaking nonsense. How could a compatriot of the Dragon Nation consistently advocate for foreign brands? A bootlicker. If you've accepted payment, then serve your purpose. What good is it to elevate one while disparaging another? It was evident that he had been funded by a certain brand, and before the evaluation had even begun, he had already cast a negative shadow over Faith Motors. Just wait, I need to step away for a moment. Chapter 33. The Qilin's 70 kilometers moose test speed. Did it actually pass? Beast Brother gazed at the barrage of comments, his heart a placid sea. After all, it was all about making money, no need for trepidation. He casually indulged in the spectacle, pondering what else could be done. In the age of the internet, does anyone truly remember? After a mere 10 days or so, who could recall such matters? The people of the Dragon Nation are notoriously forgetful, hence he remained indifferent. Some members of Beast Brother's team felt he had been too candid and approached him to offer a gentle reminder. Beast Brother, you've already spoken about the Alpha. Why not discuss the Qilin? He shot them a glance and then began to speak of the Qilin. All right, let us delve into the Qilin. The vehicle currently generating the most buzz. The camera focuses on the Qilin. At first glance, it is undeniably stunning, is it not? The car is quite elongated, and the color is vibrant. But is mere aesthetics sufficient for a vehicle? With that, Beast Brother opened the door of the Qilin. Come, let us examine the 3 main components of our domestic pride: the sofa, refrigerator, and large television. It can be said that the Qilin has it all. The visible configurations are abundant and appear quite luxurious. However, the quality of a vehicle is rarely dictated by its interior. A well-appointed interior does not necessarily equate to excellence. As Beast Brother spoke, he counted on his fingers. The true trifecta of automotive engineering consists of the chassis, engine, and transmission, not merely superficial embellishments. The Qilin is a pure electric MPV, so let us discuss its chassis. After having driven the Qilin for 2 to 3 days, my primary impression is one of looseness. Traversing speed bumps and potholes results in a jarring sensation. Moreover, I find the overall experience unappealing, akin to steering a ship. After merely half an hour, I felt a wave of nausea. You understand, right? Beast Brother spoke unabashedly of his impressions of the Qilin. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers began to voice their dissent. Beast Brother, you are exaggerating. While the Qilin may not provide the best driving experience, I personally believe it surpasses most business vehicles in comfort. I have test-driven the Qilin and encountered none of the issues you've mentioned. In fact, I felt no bumps even when navigating small potholes. Let us cut to the chase and commence the evaluation. Let us perform a moose test. As is well known, the moose test assesses a vehicle's emergency handling capabilities and stability at high speeds. The faster the speed, the better the results in these two areas, indicating superior stability and safety. Observing the barrage of requests for him to test both vehicles, Beast Brother declared, "All right, enough talk. Let us get practical and conduct the moose test on both vehicles." He felt confident about the test, believing the Qilin, with its robust internal components, would undoubtedly outperform the Alpha. At that moment, within the confines of Faith Automotive, everyone reacted vocally to Beast Brother's earlier remarks about the Qilin. This Beast Brother must have been compromised. His statements are utterly nonsensical. Speaking such falsehoods in broad daylight, isn't he afraid of the consequences? Claiming the Qilin is lacking while testing it alongside the Alpha is pure folly. Meanwhile, Su Chen lit a cigarette, intrigued by the unfolding drama. How did this individual become a car reviewer? I suspect this will be his final evaluation. Once it's done, Beast Brother will surely face the music. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Crazy Field was markedly different. Many viewers found amusement in the previous live stream, particularly Tan Ming, who couldn't contain his laughter. It truly takes money to get things done. The notion that money can make the devil push the millstone is a mere platitude. Genuine skill lies in making the millstone push the devil. Crazy Field's male counterpart observed the live stream with a furrowed brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Though he could not articulate why, he understood that as an MPV, the Alpha's moose test results would likely be inferior to those of an SUV. Although he was unaware of the Qilin's moose test outcomes, he was certain that the Alpha's results would not be impressive. At that moment, the moose test commenced. Beast Brother, brimming with confidence, addressed the camera. "Before we begin, let me clarify that MPVs typically score below 70 kilometers in moose tests, while speeds between 70 to 79 are considered satisfactory, and anything above 80 kilometers is deemed exceptional. Let us get started." Beast Brother approached an Alpha, intent on conducting the test himself. He set the initial speed at 60 kilometers, and the Alpha sailed through effortlessly, maintaining a stable posture without colliding with the cones. Next, he increased the speed to 65 kilometers, and again, the Alpha passed without issue. As you can see, the Alpha's moose test at 65 kilometers was a smooth success. This is the hallmark of a reputable automaker. Then, he escalated the speed to 70 kilometers. However, calamity struck. Upon the first emergency maneuver, the Alpha collided with the cones, causing the right rear tire to lift off the ground. As he approached the second emergency maneuver, cones were sent tumbling in disarray. The vehicle was on the verge of losing control, and its performance was decidedly chaotic. Beast Brother, undeterred, repeated the test several times, ultimately recording a moose test speed of 66 kilometers for the Alpha. Dismounting the vehicle, Beast Brother wiped the sweat from his brow. "That was quite the nail-biter. I nearly flipped the car. Fortunately, as an MPV, it is expected that such models generally score below 70 kilometers. With the Alpha at 66 kilometers, it meets the standard." All right, folks, the Alpha's test is concluded, and overall, this is a commendable result. After all, it is an MPV, as you all understand. The live stream erupted with excitement. This is the Alpha for you. It couldn't even reach 70 kilometers. Let us not pretend it's a luxury vehicle. Indeed, and it hasn't even rained yet. If it had, it would likely have flipped over. Beast Brother had been sweating profusely, and one could imagine his heart racing while seated in the car. Quickly, let us test the Qilin. I have high hopes for it. At this moment, all viewers were eagerly anticipating the Qilin's moose test. However, to be fair, achieving a score of 66 kilometers was quite standard for the Alpha. Beast Brother wiped the perspiration from his brow and approached the Qilin. "Now, let's conduct the Qilin's moose test. What speed do you all wish to see?" In the live stream, numerous comments flooded in, calling for a speed of 70 kilometers. Thus, Beast Brother decided to set the initial test speed for the Qilin at 70 kilometers per hour. However, prior to getting into the vehicle, he donned a thick protective suit and even a helmet. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time driving the Qilin for a moose test. It would be unfortunate if I were to flip over, so I'm taking precautions." The live stream was filled with jeers. "You might as well buy insurance." What if something serious happens? The critics of the Qilin were unrelenting, expressing their disdain even before the test commenced. As a driver of the Alpha, I can't bear to watch this blatant bias. Nevertheless, despite the criticisms, anticipation mounted regarding the outcome of the Qilin's Moose test. Many pondered whether the Qilin would truly fall short compared to the Alpha. Beast Brother entered the vehicle and immediately accelerated to 70 kilometers. Beneath the helmet, Brother Leopard grinned widely. "Qilin, you must not let me down," he uttered as the vehicle approached the first emergency maneuver point. Traveling at a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, Brother Leopard abruptly turned the steering wheel. In an instant, everyone's hearts raced. The atmosphere in the live broadcast grew tense. "Oh no, it's happening. I'm utterly on edge. What are you so anxious about? If anyone's going to falter, it's Brother Leopard first. I invested in a Qilin, so naturally, I'm apprehensive." Under the watchful eyes of many, the Qilin executed 2 swift turns and emerged unscathed from the 3 obstacles, ABC, without a hint of peril. No skidding, no rear wheels lifting off the ground. Moreover, no disastrous spills from the ice cream barrel occurred. Inside the cockpit, Brother Leopard was taken aback. What just happened? The Qilin's 70 kilometers Moose test was passed successfully? Chapter 34. The Qilin is unbelievably steady. Did it have glue applied to its tires? Brother Leopard swallowed hard, his mind buzzing with disbelief. What had just transpired? It was utterly inconceivable. The dashboard clearly indicated a speed of 70 kilometers h. How could the Qilin's chassis possibly handle this? In other words, how could the Qilin surpass even the Alpha in performance? Brother Leopard remained in the car, struggling to regain his composure. His team members were equally bewildered, exchanging incredulous glances, all thinking the same 3 words: impossible. The Qilin's initial test was at a remarkable 70 kilometers h, and it had passed with such ease. Was this truly extraordinary? At that moment, viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement upon witnessing the Qilin's seamless traversal at 70 kilometers h during the Moose test. My goodness, did I just see that correctly? The Qilin passed the Moose test on its first attempt at 70 kilometers h? Unbelievable. This is astonishing. Haha. This puts the Alpha in an awkward position. After all, the Alpha struggled for half the time and only managed 66 kilometers h, while the Qilin achieved 80 kilometers h on its first try. What is impossible about that? Those who believe in automotive innovation can indeed produce remarkable vehicles in a month, proving that they possess real technology. Brother Leopard, on the other hand, seemed unable to tolerate the success of domestically produced cars. Just look at his face. It's as if someone owes him money. When everyone witnessed Brother Leopard conducting the Qilin's Moose test, laughter ensued. Haha, isn't Brother Leopard inadvertently promoting our Qilin car? His failed attempt to undermine us has only highlighted our capabilities. During our internal tests, the Qilin managed to achieve speeds nearing 80 kilometers h during the Moose test. Oh, this is just the beginning. We owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Leopard. Su Chen's smile grew ever more pronounced. This was the most thrilling evaluation he had ever witnessed. Though Brother Leopard said nothing, his demeanor conveyed a wealth of meaning. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Feng Tian was entirely different. The expression on Feng Tian's male executive's face was longer than that of his grandmother's. He looked thoroughly displeased. Just moments ago, executives like Tan Ming were laughing and chatting, but now they appeared as if they had just swallowed something bitter. President Tan, I need you to provide a reasonable explanation. Feng Tian's male executive slammed the table, his voice rising several octaves. Tan Ming was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Damn it, this is utterly incomprehensible. How could the first test yield such results? He had initially assumed that as a new energy vehicle company, Qilin's cars would be cobbled together like those of other manufacturers. He never expected the Moose test to yield such impressive results on the first attempt. What could he say? What could he dare to say? Speak up. Has he lost his voice? Clearly, Feng Tian's male executive demanded an explanation from Tan Ming. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Tan Ming stammered, Sir, this was unexpected. It's possible that the test results were not entirely accurate. The speed may not have truly reached 70 kilometers h, so let's wait and see. Once the Moose test concludes, the Qilin's pure electric range will become the focal point of today's evaluations. Feng Tian's male executive twitched his lips, mirroring the expression of the neighboring Wu Lair. You better hope that the upcoming range test doesn't present any more surprises. As some rejoiced, others despaired. Brother Leopard returned the vehicle to the starting point of the moose test, knowing he had been compensated. Achieving this result made it somewhat challenging to justify. Thunder rumbled ominously outside as dark clouds gathered, heralding an impending storm. Viewers in the live stream noticed the deteriorating weather and began to speculate. Is it about to rain? Will the Qilin's test results be capped at 70 km/h? If it rains, they should halt the testing. After all, water on the road would compromise the accuracy of the results. Surely they would stop, as Brother Leopard possesses some degree of professionalism, and besides, any results obtained would be untrustworthy in the rain. Why can't we test in the rain? It's the perfect opportunity to observe the Qilin's performance. Brother Leopard gazed at the rapidly changing weather outside and suddenly had an epiphany. Water on the road would be ideal for testing. Having just achieved 70 km/h without rain, surely the Qilin's performance would falter in the rain. It might drop to the 40s. After testing the Qilin, he could easily concoct a reason to forego testing the Alpha, seamlessly shifting the focus to evaluating the Qilin's range. Rain increases road resistance, which would undoubtedly affect the range. After a moment of contemplation, Brother Leopard declared, "Dear friends, the moose test in the rain is of paramount importance. As we all know, rain significantly heightens the demands on a vehicle's stability during emergency maneuvers. Thus, this is the perfect opportunity to conduct the moose test on the Qilin." With that, Brother Leopard started the vehicle, preparing to commence the test. Given the rain, he decided to set the Qilin's initial speed at 60 km/h. Brother Leopard understood that this speed was quite cunning, especially in rainy conditions, making it nearly impossible for the Qilin to succeed. No sooner had he finished speaking than heavy rain began pouring down. Within a minute, water began to accumulate on the road. Brother Leopard, are you serious? This testing is unfair to the Qilin. What is unfair about it? We can retest the Alpha afterward. Yes, if we're going to test. Both vehicles should be tested together. That would be fair. Brother Leopard, brimming with confidence, pressed the accelerator, and the speed surged to 60 km/h, entering the first turn. He sharply turned the steering wheel, convinced that at this speed and in this environment, the Qilin would inevitably skid. Yet, astonishingly, the same phenomenon occurred once more. The Qilin successfully passed the moose test at 60 km/h in the rain. After stopping the vehicle, Brother Leopard was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom whether he was driving a car or some piece of advanced technology. On this wet surface, the Qilin not only avoided skidding, but even managed to pass without colliding with the strategically placed cones. Is this truly a car? Today, he had come to undermine the Qilin, yet it seemed he had been outmatched instead. Brother Leopard, skeptical of this turn of events, continued. When I turned the wheel just now, I could distinctly feel the Qilin's body was somewhat unstable. If I were to increase the speed, even slightly, a skid would definitely occur. So next, I will raise the speed to 70 km/h. The viewers in the live stream had been watching intently. Upon hearing Brother Leopard's words, they were incensed. Are we blind? With so many cameras, we didn't see the Qilin struggling at all. Exactly. It looked to be moving quite smoothly. Brother Leopard was flustered, genuinely alarmed. Fate seemed to be favoring the Qilin beyond his control. Ignoring the viewers' protests, he accelerated to 70 km/h. 30 seconds later, he passed through safely once more. At this point, everyone was in shock. Brother Leopard sat in the car, drenched in sweat. What on earth was happening? The Qilin had achieved 70 km/h again, and in the rain, had someone smeared glue on its tires? What on earth was happening? Chapter 35. The endurance test begins. The Leopard brother felt a flicker of doubt as he sat in the driver's seat, contemplating the meaning of life. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded with excitement. It could only be said that the Qilin was impressive. It achieved an astounding 70 kilometers in this weather. Unbelievable. Its safety features must be unparalleled, right? Leopard brother, you must be sweating profusely. Come on, keep testing. Taking a deep breath, the Leopard brother seemed to resolve himself to a challenge. He declared that he would directly test the speed at 75 kilometers. Convinced that the vehicle could not possibly fail, He was on the verge of uttering that disbelief aloud. After making that statement, he increased the speed once more. The vehicle passed 75 kilometers, then 76 kilometers, 78 kilometers. When the speed reached 79 kilometers, the Qilin finally exhibited some rear wheel slip. However, unlike the Alpha, the rear wheels remained firmly planted on the ground, with only one ice cream barrel toppling over. Leopard Brother halted the car and opened the window. The rain outside had diminished, yet he felt a sense of suffocation. This was a test that could define his career. Who would have thought the Qilin would perform so remarkably? Testing the vehicle in the rain, it reached a speed of 79 kilometers. Surely this would set a Guinness World Record. Who was he? What was he doing? He was utterly bewildered. Come on, Leopard Brother, why the long face? Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Leopard Brother was likely drenched in sweat, and he would have to explain himself to his wife when he returned home. What? He has a wife? Surely she's not a gold digger. Leopard Brother was facing the greatest challenge of his career, bested by the Qilin. What about the Alpha? Why was it no longer being tested? The Leopard Brother was indeed drenched in sweat, but he mustered the courage to say, This Qilin has truly exceeded my expectations. After saying this, he hastily added, Next, we will directly test the Qilin's endurance, as that is the crux of this vehicle. With that, he drove the car to the charging station. On the other side, Tan Ming felt as though he was losing his mind. How had he ended up with such a fool? It made him feel foolish too. The entire event was being live-streamed, with millions of viewers watching. How would he explain this to the male head of the company? Mr. President, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The male head of the company glared at him and slammed the documents in his hand onto Tan Ming's head. You call this a misunderstanding? The Qilin's test results speak for themselves. Is that a misunderstanding? After this, the male head of the company summoned the HR manager. Prepare a resignation letter. No, prepare several. Tan Ming felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The executives were equally anxious, feeling like they were in a precarious position. This was a disaster. The male head of the company seemed intent on dragging them down with him. Tan Ming, why didn't you learn from your father and take the honorable way out? In the end, you've implicated us all. Your conscience must be severely compromised. The male head of the company took a moment to stabilize his emotions and calm himself. You better hope the Qilin's pure electric range is around 800 kilometers. If it exceeds that, you're all out of here. Tan Ming swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. Aye, all right, Mr. President. Afterward, he pulled out his phone and opened job recruitment apps. He might have to submit his resume tonight. The testing continued. Soon, the Qilin was fully charged. Leopard Brother was truly exhausted, but he had no choice but to place his hopes on the final endurance test. It is well known that for a pure electric vehicle, the most critical factor is its electric range. Currently, most MPV models on the market have a range of around 600 kilometers, which is considered high. In the northeastern regions of Longwood during winter, the driving range might even drop below 350 kilometers. Yet, the Qilin boldly claimed a range of 1,200 kilometers, despite having a battery pack of only 120 kilowatt-hours. Such a capacity could not possibly support a journey of 1,200 kilometers. Therefore, his goal today was to determine whether the Qilin could reach 800 kilometers, which would at least salvage some of his reputation from what he perceived to be grossly misleading advertising. Leopard Brother once again entered the vehicle, addressing the viewers in the live stream. Next, we arrive at the focal point of today's test, the endurance test. As is widely known, the Qilin claims a range of 1,200 kilometers, so today's test will be a journey from Modu to Kyoto, a distance of precisely 1,200 kilometers. However, I estimate we will need to recharge around 800 kilometers. This will be a full live broadcast, lasting approximately 13 hours, so if anyone has other commitments, feel free to attend to them. As soon as Leopard Brother finished speaking, the live stream erupted with excitement. Here it comes. Finally, we're testing the Qilin's endurance. I'm most concerned about an electric vehicle's range. If it truly reaches 1,200 kilometers, I'll even find a way to convince my wife to let me buy one. My Qilin won't be delivered for a few days. If it can really achieve that range, I'll buy my father one too. Look at that wealthy guy upstairs. Far superior to someone who has to beg their wife for a dowry. What nonsense. My girlfriend is over 70. Over at Faith Automotive, Su Chen. Upon learning that Leopard Brother would drive the Qilin from Modu to Kyoto, immediately instructed his subordinates, "Let us go. We must set off for Kyoto at once." Lu Fei and the others were perplexed. "What are we going for?" Su Chen smiled. "Of course, we're preparing a welcome ceremony. Leopard Brother has saved us so much on advertising. We ought to show our gratitude. Go, fetch some Fingio from Shaanxi for Leopard Brother." Su Chen's words brought joy to everyone. "Ha ha ha, our president is planning something quite mischievous. I can't wait to see Leopard Brother's reaction. Leopard Brother, do you think this will make Feng Tian suspect you of betraying him?" The Faith Automotive team followed Su Chen towards the airport. It was now 9 a.m. By the time Leopard Brother reached Kyoto, it would likely be close to dawn. After such a long drive, Faith Automotive had to provide some surprise. At that moment, Leopard Brother's vehicle had reached the highway entrance. He turned the camera towards the Qilin's dashboard. "Everyone pay attention. The Qilin is fully charged," showing an indicated range of 1,210 kilometers. "Now let us wait and see." The car smoothly set off. 7 adults occupied the vehicle, their combined weight surpassing 1,000 pounds. To accelerate the depletion of the range, Leopard Brother turned the air conditioning to maximum and cleverly opened both rear windows. Moreover, he decided to maintain a speed of 120 kilometers per hour throughout the journey, all to test the Qilin's endurance. Little did Leopard Brother know, a tremendous surprise awaited him at the journey's conclusion. Chapter 36. Is there really this much mileage left? Am I seeing things? Soon, someone in the live stream noticed something amiss. This doesn't seem right. The air conditioning is set to maximum. Brother Leopard, are you not worried about becoming paralyzed from the cold? What is up with the rear windows? Are we still driving on the highway? I understand now. This is an attempt to accelerate the Qilin's battery drain, a pure mischief. Today, I've realized that Brother Leopard has definitely been recharged. It's truly outrageous. He dares to engage in such antics during a live broadcast. However, Brother Leopard remains unfazed, continuing on his own path. He has no room for retreat now and must expedite the power consumption through these means. The excitement in the live stream reached a fever pitch, quickly surpassing 5 million viewers. Among them were many potential owners of the Qilin, as well as numerous executives from various automotive companies who tuned in. Relevant trending topics appeared on social media. Qilin road test begins. Is 1,200 kilometers range true? Faith Automobile faces its greatest test since inception. Almost the entire automotive community was captivated by Brother Leopard's live commentary. The buzz surrounding the Qilin had extended from its launch event to this very moment, and Brother Leopard was in high spirits, humming a tune. It is widely acknowledged that the greatest expense for all new automotive ventures lies in the battery. What do refrigerators, sofas, and large televisions cost in comparison? Therefore, it is indeed wise for Faith Automobile to focus on manufacturing pure electric vehicles, as there are no significant technological barriers. They can simply procure materials and assemble them, correct? Moreover, to be candid, the majority of Qilin buyers are those who lack sufficient budget yet desire to maintain appearances. If their budget were ample, why wouldn't they opt for an Alpha? When it comes to prestige, the Alpha is the true symbol of status. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves. Driving a van and feeling superior, really? Have they lost their minds with the price hikes? One should not utter such words. I suggest Brother Leopard safeguard his lineage. Do you hear this? Is this even sensible? The Qilin offers configurations worth over 1 million at just 400,000, and if your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should consider donating your vision. Brother Leopard has become fixated. I once doubted that Brother Leopard had been recharged, but now, if anyone dares to assert otherwise, I shall feed them a handful of Oreos. Before long, the vehicle had traveled over 50 kilometers. I know my previous statements may not align with everyone's views, but alas, this is the truth. Now that we have covered 50 kilometers, let us examine the Qilin's battery performance. Brother Leopard, while driving, gradually focused his gaze on the dashboard. The assistant aptly aimed the camera at it. How is there still 1,210 kilometers left? Brother Leopard widened his eyes, confirming the reading for a long moment. The dashboard indicated no issues, still showing 1,210 kilometers. However, this was merely the beginning, and Brother Leopard was not concerned. Electric vehicles typically exhibit minimal battery drain at the onset. It's normal. We shall check again once we reach 100 kilometers. Brother Leopard, at ease, continued humming as he drove. After more than an hour, they finally reached 100 kilometers. Surely, the battery must have drained by now, Brother Leopard thought. Glancing at the dashboard once more, the display showed 1140 kilometers. He had traveled 150 kilometers, yet the displayed mileage still read 1140 kilometers? A drop of only 70 kilometers? This is illogical. Cold sweat began to bead on Brother Leopard's forehead. Is it appropriate to make me sweat profusely this early on? Viewers in the live stream began to chatter. The Qilin is astonishing. Could it possibly possess hidden battery reserves? Indeed, it's perplexing. How could they have traveled over 150 kilometers? This must be the Qilin. Perhaps it will indeed achieve a range of 1,200 kilometers today. They could drive straight to Kyoto. This is no evaluation, it's an advertisement. I suggest Faith Automobile compensate Brother Leopard. For what, you ask? Faith Automobile is fortunate not to have sued him. I can't shake the feeling that today Brother Leopard may truly face a downfall, and I'm not referring to a physical one. Given the current situation, it seems inevitable. After watching Brother Leopard's review of the Alpha, I've decided to purchase a Qilin. At this moment, Su Chen, accompanied by over a dozen individuals, had arrived at the airport, preparing for takeoff. Lu Fei, holding his phone, addressed Su Chen, Mr. Su. Brother Leopard has been driving for quite a while now, and the battery remains robust. Su Chen smiled, having overlooked a crucial detail, the Qilin's kinetic energy recovery system. Firstly, a typical electric vehicle achieving a recovery rate of 40-50 is commendable, yet the Qilin has managed approximately 65, with potential for even greater efficiency in the future. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group felt reassured. It seems they need not worry about the 1,200 kilometers of range after all. Meanwhile, Brother Leopard continued his journey northward, speeding along at a steady 120 kilometers/h. Operating an electric vehicle at high speeds consumes more energy than at lower speeds, making this a strategic choice on Brother Leopard's part. He remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the dashboard. This is a live broadcast, leaving no room for error. Should he falter, the stellar reputation he has built over the years could be irrevocably tarnished. As the vehicle continued its journey, 5 hours had elapsed, and they had traveled over 500 kilometers. Throughout this time, Brother Leopard had switched drivers, allowing himself a brief nap in the passenger seat. Brother Leopard, the assistant called out anxiously. Brother Leopard rubbed his eyes. What's the matter? I was sleeping soundly. The assistant pointed at the dashboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How far have we gone? Brother Leopard inquired. Almost 700 kilometers, the assistant replied. 700 kilometers, Brother Leopard calculated in his mind. They had covered more than half the distance. And logically, the Qilin's range should be nearing its limit. After all, before departure, he estimated the Qilin's range to be around 800 kilometers. Surely, after another 100 kilometers, it would be out of juice. In the live stream, many viewers expressed their fatigue. For the past few hours, Brother Leopard had not allowed them to see the remaining mileage of the Qilin, leading to speculation. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll check in to see what's going on. Brother Leopard had been keeping the information hidden. Didn't he claim the Qilin's range was around 800 kilometers? It must be nearing its end. To be honest, achieving 800 kilometers on the highway is already a commendable feat. Viewers should temper their expectations. Brother Leopard, don't sleep. Let us see the mileage. At this point, Brother Leopard was also in a daze. He looked up at the dashboard and was greeted by a number starting with 5. What? There's still 589 kilometers left? Rounded up, that's still 600 kilometers. The crucial detail is that they've already traveled over 600 kilometers. Am I seeing things? Brother Leopard sat up straighter, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Goodness, this is unbelievable. There truly is still 589 kilometers of range. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. In an instant, the barrage of comments in Brother Leopard's live stream exploded. Chapter 37. Su Chen leads the team to welcome Brother Leopard. Is this a plan to kill? In the live broadcast, an array of comments surged forth. What is going on? Does the Qilin still have a range of 589 kilometers? This cannot be true. It seems Brother Leopard just mentioned that there was still this much left. It's utterly astonishing. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that the journey from Magic City to Kyoto requires no charging at all? This truly is my faith. It appears that the full charge range of 1,200 kilometers is about to be achieved. Brother Leopard suddenly shook off his drowsiness and hastily instructed his assistant to pull over at a service area. This was the most precarious moment he had faced since starting his car reviews. When they set off, he had boasted that the Qilin and Oppo's range was merely adequate, a maximum of 800 kilometers, and that they would have to charge at least once along the way. Yet, here they were, having covered more than half the distance, and the navigation indicated they had only 550 kilometers to go before reaching Kyoto, while the Qilin still showed a range of 589 kilometers. Once the car stopped, the assistant quickly vacated the driver's seat, unwilling to take the blame. Brother Leopard shot a glare at his assistant, cursing inwardly. Do you even know how to drive? You didn't keep the speed at a steady 80 kilometers per hour, did you? Faced with the barrage of comments in the live chat, Brother Leopard could only muster a strained smile and say, there has been a slight issue. The Qilin's range is indeed more optimistic than I anticipated. However, those who have driven electric vehicles know that electric cars usually experience a rapid decline in battery life towards the end of their journey. Though the display shows over 500 kilometers now, should it begin to deplete rapidly, I suspect we may struggle to maintain it. Brother Leopard was clearly anxious, barely daring to glance at the screen, his eyes darting around. His unease was palpable. As a psychology student, it was evident that Brother Leopard was genuinely flustered. Even without studying psychology, I can see Brother Leopard is panicking. I've never seen someone so willingly put themselves on the hot seat. Brother Leopard, why are you still dawdling? Rest for a moment, and then set off quickly, he said. Everyone, don't rush. We've traveled quite a distance. Let us take a half-hour break. With that, Brother Leopard moved away from the camera and took out his phone to message his team. Let us rest for half an hour. Turn on all electrical functions in the car and crank the power to maximum. There was no other option. He certainly couldn't switch to another vehicle. This was the only way to hasten the Qilin's power depletion. However, Brother Leopard understood that with nearly 600 kilometers still displayed, even if they accounted for a 30 reduction, the Qilin could still manage around 400 kilometers. This implied that the Qilin's range was at least 1,000 kilometers. If the Qilin indeed achieved 1,000 kilometers of range, his evaluation would be thoroughly overturned. After half an hour, Brother Leopard gloomily returned to the car and immediately checked the display, which revealed no change. Despite activating all power-consuming features, the range had only decreased by a single kilometer. This was no ordinary electric vehicle. It was as if a nuclear reactor had been welded to the chassis. All right, let us continue testing and strive to reach Kyoto in one go, Brother Leopard declared, albeit without much enthusiasm. They couldn't afford to stop now. They had to go full throttle. Several assistants loaded boxes of mineral water into the vehicle to expedite the Qilin's power depletion. Brother Leopard's team was resorting to every means possible. What the heck? Brother Leopard is going all out. 6 boxes of mineral water have been loaded onto the car. Why didn't you just pull a full load behind the Qilin? Everyone came here just for the spectacle, while I solely wished to witness Brother Leopard's downfall. As the vehicle restarted, Brother Leopard pressed the accelerator, not daring to ease off for a moment. His decision to stream live throughout this journey was perhaps his greatest miscalculation. With so many eyes watching, he felt compelled to maintain a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Were there no audience, he would have comfortably pushed it to 170 or 180. He was determined to find a way to reduce the Qilin's range. For Brother Leopard, time felt like an agonizing torment. Seconds ticked by as they approached within 100 kilometers of Kyoto. Yet, the Qilin showed no signs of giving up. The display indicated over 100 kilometers remaining, even exceeding the distance to their destination by 20 kilometers. It was now midnight, and yet, the number of viewers in the live chat continued to swell, nearing 10 million. Finally, it was almost time. I declare that the Qilin is truly on the verge of success. Having already driven 1,100 kilometers without requiring a charge, What does this signify? It confirms that the Qilin's range is genuine, that the faith in this vehicle is not a falsehood. It's hard to fathom Brother Leopard's current state of mind, and equally difficult to describe my own. Both are rather unstable. Haha. Brother Leopard, if you keep this up, I might just place an order for a Qilin on the spot. Don't stop me. I'm heading to the highway entrance to await Brother Leopard's triumphant return and perhaps spit a little in his direction as he passes. Inside the vehicle, the 7 robust men, including Brother Leopard, remained silent. The destination was nearly upon them. Unless something unexpected occurred, the Qilin's 1,200 kilometers of range would soon be realized. At this moment, Brother Leopard drove with eyes wide open, terrified to glance at the range display. Each time he dared to look, his heart would leap in his chest. If this continued, he might just lose his mind. Meanwhile, Su Chen had arrived with over a dozen individuals at the Kyoto highway exit and had initiated a live stream. Huh, is that Su Boss live streaming? Su Boss, do you still have the leisure to stream? Just deliver my Qilin already. Can I add a little extra? Whoa, Su Boss is at the Kyoto highway exit. He is not betting against Brother Leopard, is he? Promise me, don't let this turn fatal. Laughs. The scale of Su Boss's ambitions was evident, but he was serious about the delivery time frame for my vehicle. Su Chen turned his phone to capture the camera angle, revealing a banner reading, "Welcome car reviewer Brother Leopard safely back." Several individuals around him held cakes and gifts. In an instant, all the viewers in the live chat grasped the situation. Haha, Su Boss is out for blood. What does it mean to have ambition? This is what it means. We couldn't bear to see Brother Leopard disparaging the Qilin, yet here is Su Boss waiting with cakes for him. Brothers, let us flood the screen with tears. Su's deft reverse marketing maneuver cost him merely the price of 2 cakes, but effectively mitigated the marketing expenses for the Qilin, marking it as a classic marketing case of the century. Holding his phone, Su Chen smiled at the camera, saying, "Thank you, car reviewer Brother Leopard, for your evaluation of the Qilin. Driving all the way from Magic City to Kyoto is indeed quite exhausting. Hence, I've decided to surprise Brother Leopard." At this very moment, viewers in Brother Leopard's live stream were in a frenzy, with comments racing across the screen. Brother Leopard was contemplating how to explain things to Feng Tian once this was all over. Suddenly, he heard the assistant in the passenger seat speak with a trembling voice. Brother Leopard, we have a serious problem." Brother Leopard was caught off guard. What serious problem? The Qilin's range can't have increased again, can it? His head throbbed at the thought. No, it is Su Chen, the president of Faith Automobile, who is waiting for us at the expressway entrance. He has already started a live broadcast, attracting more attention than we have here, expressing his heartfelt gratitude towards you, Brother Leopard. The president of Faith Automobile, Su Chen, is waiting for me at the expressway entrance? What does he want from me? To witness my humiliation? To strike at my heart? I am already drenched in sweat. I am on the verge of losing control. Brother Leopard contemplated. Perhaps it would be wiser to exit at another expressway entrance. However, his assistant swiftly quashed that thought, reminding him that if we were to change our exit, all the viewers in the live stream would unfollow Brother Leopard's automotive channel. Chapter 38. What if Brother Leopard was not recharged? I nearly devoured my computer screen at that moment. Brother Leopard's expression shifted dramatically. Why are today's netizens so difficult to handle? Given his current predicament, cannot you all show a little understanding? My dear friends, if you intend to unfollow, perhaps you should reconsider? I decided to exit the highway at the designated interchange. Since Boss Su is awaiting my arrival, it would be impolite to disregard his courtesy. Wouldn't he it? At this juncture, Brother Leopard altered his course once more. He needed to stabilize his fan base. He could not afford to lose followers at this critical moment. As an automotive reviewer, a solid fan base is essential. Without these fans, securing future collaborations would become exceedingly challenging. The vehicle continued its journey. With only 30 kilometers remaining to the destination, the odometer displayed over 40 kilometers, showing no signs of malfunction. At this point, Brother Leopard resigned himself to fate. The Qilin's pure electric range is astonishing. It boasts an uninterrupted 1,200 kilometers, traveling from the bustling metropolis to the ancient capital without needing a single charge. How is it possible for the Qilin to possess such formidable endurance? It is hard to fathom that the faith-driven automotive company has only been established for a little over a month. Rumor has it that the entire research and development team was recruited from Taichung Automobile. Goodness, if Taichung possessed such high-level research capabilities, they would not have faced bankruptcy and subsequently been acquired by Faith Automotive, would they? As the vehicle approached the highway exit, Brother Leopard finally awaited his fate. Before even exiting the highway, he spotted a gathering of people outside the interchange. Several Qilin vehicles were parked nearby, and a few individuals held cakes in their hands. When the vibrant red banner unfurled, Brother Leopard felt as if he were suffocating. It was a disaster. The fool turned out to be me. Brother Leopard was at a loss. Initially, he aimed to earn money by advocating for Confrontation, yet ended up inadvertently promoting Faith Automotive instead. Ironically, the president of Faith Automotive had brought people to confront him. There was no choice left. He had to face it head-on. In the two live streams, netizens were munching on seeds and enjoying the spectacle. Come on, Brother Leopard has finally arrived. Brothers, this is an epic encounter. I wonder what Brother Leopard is feeling right now? What could he possibly think? Simply how to wriggle out of this situation. They say true gold does not fear the test of fire. Brother Leopard's evaluation career has come to a complete end. A bad seed like him deserves to be weeded out, and after this, I shall unfollow. I had already unfollowed. Why keep such a person around for the new year? At this moment, Brother Leopard had no time to pay attention to what the netizens were saying in the live stream. The vehicle had already exited the toll station and parked directly in front of Su Chen. As Su Chen observed Brother Leopard's car come to a halt, he hurriedly approached with a smile. The car door swung open, and Brother Leopard stepped out, utterly exhausted. Brother Leopard, thank you for your hard work. Su Chen graciously extended his hand for a handshake. Brother Leopard forced a smile. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Chen wasted no time and directly inquired, Brother Leopard, how do you feel about this 1,200-kilometer journey? Just as Su Chen finished speaking, the livestream camera zoomed in on Brother Leopard's face. Brother Leopard found himself in a predicament. At that moment, he wished he were mute. Well, Brother Leopard stammered. Well, was all he could muster. What else could he say? There were only 2 evaluation projects, and the Qilin aced both with flying colors. It was akin to being caught cheating in school, with the teacher asking if the questions were easy. What could one say? Just good. Su Chen signaled Lu Fei to bring the cake forward. Brother Leopard, your vague praise encompasses too much. On behalf of Faith Automotive, I express our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. What Su Chen really meant was that having more reviewers like Brother Leopard would be delightful. There was no need to consider advertising. With Brother Leopard's endorsement, the Qilin would likely remain in the spotlight for days to come. He needed to seriously contemplate Faith Automotive's entry into the Japanese market. At this moment, Brother Leopard felt as awkward as a gorilla being observed at a zoo. In the live stream, every comment revolved around the notion of recharge. Brother Leopard was undoubtedly recharged. Had the Qilin's range not performed today, one could only imagine the backlash he would face. The entire internet would rally to expose Brother Leopard's past transgressions, leaving this unscrupulous reviewer nowhere to hide. Moreover, the signs of recharging were painfully obvious, reminiscent of the time the 3-cylinder Qiyuan struggled in the desert. If he had not been recharged, I would have been inclined to consume this computer screen on the spot. Su Chen furrowed his brow and pointed at the comments in the live stream. Brother Leopard, what do they mean by recharge? Brother Leopard replied, Mr. Su, are you serious? Are you feigning ignorance? How terrifying. What recharge? I am renowned for my fairness and impartiality. Even Brother Leopard felt embarrassed by his own words. He sensed that his social life was crumbling today. This was not a live stream evaluation. It was a public execution. Just then, Brother Leopard's phone rang. Finally, a moment to breathe, but upon seeing the caller, he nearly fainted. It was President Tan Ming from Confrontation. Should he answer or not? After all, he was the benefactor. Thus, Brother Leopard excused himself to Su Chen and the others and stepped aside with the live stream equipment. However, he forgot to remove the microphone clip to his collar. Hello, President Tan. President Tan? You still remember me as President Tan? Do you realize the trouble your evaluation has caused me? You're going to ruin me. If only Tan Ming were not so far away from Brother Leopard, he would have felt inclined to stab him with a knife. He had paid Brother Leopard to evaluate the Alpha and Qilin. And what was the result? A moose test, where the Alpha's performance was outdone by the Qilin's results in the ring. As for the range, 1,200 kilometers from the metropolis to the ancient capital, the Qilin managed to pull it off. Now, the president of Tian was furious, even preparing his resignation letter, just waiting for his signature. Upon glancing back, he saw Brother Leopard being cornered by Faith Automotive's personnel at the highway exit. To an outsider, it might seem as though Brother Leopard was being sponsored by Faith Automotive. He spent the money, yet the benefits went to others. Is this reasonable? An explanation is imperative. Brother Leopard was equally at a loss. President Tan, this is truly not my fault. I evaluated according to your instructions. In the beginning, I was quite generous in my praise for the Alpha, as you are aware. Who knew the Qilin would genuinely excel? Tan Ming slammed his hand on the table. Excel, you say? You better return the money I gave you. Brother Leopard wore a troubled expression. President Tan, you are making this difficult for me. I am a victim myself. I just checked, and I lost over 50,000 followers. Tan Ming was infuriated. You lose a few followers, and you think that's a problem? I lost my job. If you don't return my money, we will meet in court. With that, Tan Ming hung up the phone. Brother Leopard scoffed, muttering, damn it. Everyone wants to ride on my back and defecate. If you want money, go ask Faith Automotive. Just as Brother Leopard finished speaking, his assistant rushed in. What is the rush? Has Su Chen left? Hurry and make them leave. They're so bothersome. Brother Leopard was irritable and prepared to step out. The assistant looked innocent and pointed at Brother Leopard's collar. Brother Leopard, you still have your mic on. Everything you just said has been broadcasted live. Brother Leopard. He slowly lowered his head and indeed spotted the wireless microphone clipped to his collar. With a sense of desolation, Leopard Brother's eyes became vacant. His legs weakened. My comrades, unless something unexpected occurs, I am utterly finished. Chapter 39. The old traditional craftsmanship just moments ago. Brother Leopard confidently declared to the audience in the live stream that his evaluations were entirely fair and impartial, devoid of any monetary influence. However, he inadvertently left his microphone on, broadcasting the entire conversation live. This blunder has irreparably tarnished his reputation within this circle. The viewers had been speculating on whether Brother Leopard had indeed accepted bribes when they suddenly overheard his phone call with Tan Ming. How could such matters be discussed in a live stream? Brother Leopard's carelessness has led to his own downfall. Did I not predict this accurately? Indeed, Brother Leopard appears to have succumbed to the allure of financial inducements, seemingly in collusion with the representatives from Tian Automotive. His foolishness has exceeded all bounds of imagination. This is not mere stupidity, it is a profound folly. The faithful automotive may emerge as the greatest victor in this debacle. Brother Leopard should seek employment at a factory where he can earn a modest living assembling screws. I have unfollowed the followers of Ong Taiji and will now take a step back. At this moment, Su Chen and several colleagues from Faithful Automotive were equally bewildered. Su Chen had just playfully inquired about the implications of Brother Leopard's alleged bribes, only for Brother Leopard to retaliate with a swift and decisive verbal assault. Who could possibly endure such a blow? As Brother Leopard exited the scene, he hastily closed the live stream. Brother Leopard, where are you headed? Allow me to escort you. Su Chen feigned ignorance and greeted him. Brother Leopard, visibly agitated, muttered, I won't disturb you. I shall take my leave now. With that, he and his aides made a hasty exit, their tails tucked between their legs. How could he remain in such a place after such a lapse in judgment? In a mere instant, he lost over 1 million followers, a staggering rate of attrition that surpassed even the loss of his hair. Once Brother Leopard departed, Su Chen turned to the executives nearby and remarked with a smile, all right, let us return. We have a meeting first thing tomorrow morning to discuss Faithful Automotive's entry into the land of little days. The executives eagerly echoed his sentiment, as they had long anticipated the arrival of Faithful Automotive in that market. Furthermore, Su Chen had previously announced that all vehicles sold in the land of little days would be marked up. Excitement filled the air. Meanwhile, at Tian, President Tian Nanzhong was in a state of utter frenzy. Baka, 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 he exclaimed, leaping up in agitation, his expression twisted with rage. Tan Ming, and all of you, Get out of my sight. I never want to see you again. Feng Tian Nanzhang felt as though his head was buzzing. A crisis management effort that should have been straightforward had devolved into chaos, all due to Tan Ming's blunders. Tan Ming, for his part, could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Mr. President, please trust me this once. I cannot afford to lose this job. I have worked at Feng Tian for so long. I have contributed, even if not in a grand way. Several executives shared Tan Ming's sentiment, pleading, Mr. President, we have dedicated ourselves to this company. You cannot simply cast us aside. Besides, all of this trouble was caused by Tan Ming. Let him shoulder the blame alone. Tan Ming was taken aback. What on earth? Are you all abandoning me now? Get out. Get out. Feng Tian Nanzhang roared in fury. These past few days had been overwhelming for him. He had hoped to salvage the situation and restore some semblance of Alpha's sales figures. Who could have anticipated that Tan Ming's stupidity would lead to such disarray? Tan Ming and his colleagues felt trapped. If they were to be dismissed, it would be inappropriate for him to cling to his position. Thus, he hastily gathered his belongings and departed. Upon reaching the ground floor, several executives surrounded Tan Ming, demanding, Tan, you must provide us with an explanation. We have families to support. If we suddenly lose our jobs due to your actions, how will we survive? You have a wife and children. You have made enough money over the years. What about us? Will we be left to fend for ourselves? They insisted that he resolve their employment issues, adding ominously, I possess information that could prove detrimental to you. It may very well be released at any moment. Tan Ming found himself at a loss. After a lengthy explanation, the executives refused to let him leave. This damned Feng Tian Nanzhang. You are truly going to ruin me. Suddenly, Tan Ming recalled a recent post by Su Chen, announcing Faithful Automotive's imminent entry into the land of little days. He quickly opened the post and a smile crept onto his face. Everyone, do not panic. I have devised a plan, Tan Ming announced, pointing to the post. The others stared at him in confusion. What does Faithful Automotive's entry into the land of little days have to do with this situation? Tan Ming chuckled. You see, if, hypothetically, we could join Faithful Automotive and assist them in penetrating the market in the land of little days, do you think Mr. Su would provide us with employment? The executives exchanged glances, uncertain. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting we join Faithful Automotive and then develop the market in the land of little days? That is quintessential opportunism. Shall we pursue this? If so, we should set out for Shanjin province to seek out Su Chen first thing tomorrow. Tan Ming felt cornered. He and Su Chen were sworn enemies. He had not hesitated to set traps for Su Chen in the past. What if Su Chen decided to expel them outright? That would be an utter humiliation. Yet, he had no choice but to take the gamble. There is always a chance, isn't there? That may be true. But what if you decide to flee tonight? The executives clung to Tan Ming, refusing to let him escape. Tan Ming shot them a glare. Where could I possibly run to? The executives continued to protest. That cannot happen. If you leave the country tonight, we will all be left without jobs. They were right. Until this matter was resolved, they could not let him out of their sight. In desperation, Tan Ming called his wife. Hello, dear, I need to discuss something. I will bring a few colleagues home to stay tonight. Yes, not too many. There will be 13 of us, including me. Hello? Hello? Why did you hang up on me? With no other option, Tan Ming begrudgingly took his colleagues to a hotel at his own expense. Brother Leopard's recent assessment of the Faithful Automotive Qilin has created quite a stir within the community. Social media is abuzz with various trending topics, particularly on Weibo, where 8 out of the top 10 trending topics pertain to Faithful Automotive. The real range of Faithful Automotive is revealed, no falsifications in range. This is the Qilin Brother Leopard risks his career for his evaluation, the automotive review circle's greatest scandal. Concrete evidence of Brother Leopard's bribery. How much did Feng Tian pay Brother Leopard? Blatantly audacious. Feng Tian, stop. The Qilin is everywhere. Feng Tian Nanzhang found himself powerless to quell the rising tide of unfavorable rumors surrounding Feng Tian. For the first time, as the president of Feng Tian, he felt the searing heat of scrutiny. He swiftly organized a press conference. In his role as president, he felt compelled to address the recent issues plaguing Feng Tian. As the reporters gathered, Feng Tian Nanzhang sat uncomfortably in his seat. Mr. President, Did you pay individuals to tarnish faithful automotive's reputation? Has the Qilin significantly impacted Alpha's sales? There are rumors that Alpha is set to enter the Dragon Country market. Is there any truth to this? Faced with these inquiries, Feng Tian Ninjiang stood up, his face darkened. Thank you all for your attention. As the president of Feng Tian, I must take responsibility for the recent challenges we have faced. Subsequently, the fervent man, Feng Tian, bowed deeply. Sima Masai. Chapter 40. The art of flattery is truly exemplary. The reporters in the audience were left in utter astonishment. What on earth was happening? Not a single question posed to Feng Tian Nanjiang was answered. He commenced with a quintessentially traditional Japanese gesture, sumimasen. It was evident that he was a seasoned artisan in this craft. Were this in the land of the rising sun, he would surely be revered as a master of bowing. His demeanor was clearly intended to obfuscate the matter at hand. Thus, it became apparent why Alpha's sales had plummeted recently. The manner in which Feng Tian handled this situation was simply not on par with that of Shenyang Automobile. Feng Tian Nanjiang bowed for nearly 10 seconds on stage, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Surely, that should suffice, one might think. After all, the people of Longhua are often easily appeased. Just as he prepared to rise, a voice rang out, demanding, "What kind of attitude is this? You ought to bow for at least 2 minutes." Feng Tian Nanjiang found himself at a loss for words. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he had no choice but to comply, maintaining his bow for a full 2 minutes. Upon resuming his seat, the reporters remained relentless. One inquired, "I heard that Mr. Feng Tian Nanjiang dismissed over a dozen senior executives last night. Is this true? Does it relate to yesterday's events?" Feng Tian Nanjiang gazed at the reporter in astonishment. When had this information leaked? After regaining his composure, he replied, "This is indeed the case, but it is in no way connected to yesterday's happenings." He was acutely aware that too much disclosure could lead to dire consequences. Could he publicly discuss the matter involving the Tiger brother? Absolutely not. Therefore, after uttering those words, he fell silent. Another reporter stood up, asking, "Mr. Feng Tian Nanjiang, could you elucidate the pricing policies for the Alpha and Bandit models? The public is quite curious. Furthermore, there are rumors that Alpha plans to withdraw from the Longhua market. What a predicament. Alpha's sales had indeed plummeted to an abysmal low. Last month's figures were not merely halved. They had practically been quartered, reduced to a meager double-digit number. If this trend continued, Alpha's annual sales would barely reach a few hundred units. It is worth noting that such figures would have been insufficient even for the stars of Longhua's Hong Kong Island in the past. In response to the pricing inquiry, Feng Tian's headquarters was still in the process of verification. Should such a situation arise, it would be the actions of individual dealers, entirely unrelated to Feng Tian. He categorically distanced himself from any implications. Additionally, he asserted that since the Alpha's launch, it had been a highly sought-after model. As for the recent decline in sales, he believed it would soon rebound, and the rumors regarding Alpha's exit from the market were completely unfounded. "Please trust me, and trust Feng Tian Automobile," he implored. Feng Tian Nanjiang glanced at the time, eager to conclude this press conference. It felt as though he were walking on eggshells. A single misstep could lead to severe repercussions. Another reporter interjected, "What is your perspective on the recent emergence of new automotive forces in Longhua, particularly Shenyang Automobile? Many assert that Alpha's sales decline is linked to them." Feng Tian Nanjiang sighed inwardly. "Here we go again. How should I view this? I merely observe from my office, scrolling through my phone. I've taken note of Shenyang Automobile, though my understanding of the company is limited. However, I wish to emphasize that manufacturing automobiles is an exceptionally sacred endeavor. It permits no carelessness and certainly cannot be a hodgepodge of parts. I can confidently assert that Feng Tian holds a definitive voice in the realm of automotive manufacturing." As he finished speaking, another reporter rose. "It appears that Shenyang Automobile has plans to enter the land of the rising sun. What is your take on this development?" Feng Tian Nanjiang raised an eyebrow. Shenyang Automobile entering the land of the rising sun? To put it in Longhua's terms, that's akin to an old man consuming arsenic, seeking to extend his life. The land of the rising sun is notorious as a graveyard for imported vehicles. Not even the likes of BMW, Mercedes, and Audi thrive there. And you, A young entrepreneur like Su Chen, having founded Shenyang just over a month ago, intend to profit from our land of the rising sun? Surely, that is a rather ambitious undertaking. Feng Tian Nanzhang struggled to suppress a smile and replied, I sincerely hope Shenyang Automobile finds great success in the land of the rising sun. With that, he promptly stood up and made his exit. Remaining any longer might invite further complications from the reporters. As the contents of this press conference spread online, netizens erupted in fervent discussions. Truly, Feng Tian Nanzhang's bowing skills were commendable. I could only utter a few phrases in the language of the land of the rising sun, Yamit and Sima Mason. He still denies any charges of favoring the Tiger brother. He even hesitates to admit to price hikes. Of course, he dares not. Such practices are tacitly approved by the headquarters of Feng Tian. To admit it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. It is utterly shameless, a classic case of double standards, reminiscent of the earlier recall incident. I foresee that anyone who purchases an Alpha in the future will be the subject of my amusement for 2.5 years. On the side of Shenyang Automobile. Early in the morning, Su Chen convened a meeting with the executives. The primary agenda was to strategize on how to penetrate the market of the land of the rising sun. While preliminary procedures were nearly complete, personnel for the market had yet to be arranged. What are your thoughts? He inquired. Just then, someone knocked and entered. Mr. Su, there are a dozen individuals outside seeking your audience. Su Chen frowned. What brings them here so early? Have you ascertained the reason? The individual approached and placed a business card on Su Chen's desk. He picked it up to read. Tan Ming, president of Feng Tian's Longhua market. What could Tan Ming possibly want? Hadn't he been dismissed by Feng Tian Nanzhang? Su Chen was perplexed but replied, Very well, let them in. A minute later, Tan Ming entered with his 12 subordinates. Ah, Mr. Su, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have long heard of your exceptional talents and achievements. And seeing you in person truly confirms your extraordinary reputation. It was clear why Tan Ming had ascended to the presidency of Feng Tian in Longhua. His flattery was unparalleled. Before Su Chen could respond, Tan Ming continued, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tan Ming, the president of Feng Tian Automobile in Longhua. He gestured to his entourage. These are all my capable aides. Su Chen quickly interjected, That is quite sufficient, but I presume your sudden visit is not merely for introductions? Ah, Mr. Su, you are astute. We have come to seek your guidance. Previously, due to professional obligations, we may have caused you some inconvenience, and we sincerely hope you do not hold that against us. Upon hearing this, Su Chen chuckled. So that was the issue. The previous remarks from Tiger Brother regarding the vehicles were indeed your doing? Tan Ming grinned. Indeed. Mr. Su, do tell, how effective was it? Su Chen found amusement in Tan Ming's words. In a manner of speaking, he had inadvertently contributed significantly to Shenyang Automobile. The first instance was when he engaged a celebrity to endorse the Alpha, and just yesterday, he had Tiger Brother conduct evaluations for the Qilin and Alpha models. With such actions, Shenyang Automobile had effectively saved on advertising expenses. Tan Ming, perceiving Su Chen's indecision, decided to be forthright. I have heard that General Manager Su intends to lead Faith Automobile into the market of the Little Days country, Tan Ming asserted confidently. Having spent 2 years in the Little Days, I possess a profound understanding of the market. If I can join Faith Automobile, I am certain I will elevate its prominence in the Little Days country. Of course, given the premium nature of Faith Automobile's brand, it is imperative that we adjust the pricing accordingly for this market. Chapter 41. A base salary of 10,000. Leave if you can't work. The few individuals behind Tan Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, President Su Chen had previously gained confidence from his studies in the land of the rising sun. We hope President Su can grant us an opportunity to shine and contribute at Faith Automobile. We have drifted through life, lamenting our lack of a wise leader. If only President Su would not forsake us. Su Chen shook his head. All right, I understand your intentions. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? Tan Ming, with a bold demeanor, inquired, What does President Su mean? Su Chen continued, Faith Automobile is just embarking on its overseas ventures. It is bound to be challenging. Moreover, you all just got dismissed from Feng Tian and came to me, which may not be quite appropriate. Seeing that Su Chen had not outright rejected them, Tan Ming felt a glimmer of hope. To speak frankly, President Su, I have long wished to leave Feng Tian. It was too stifling there. Just give me a word. And if I can stay with Faith Automobile, I will not disappoint your expectations. In truth, Su Chen was not particularly keen on retaining Tan Ming and his associates. They were quite different from Lu Fei, who had previously transitioned from Taizhong to Faith. However, seeing Tan Ming's earnestness sparked an idea in Su Chen's mind. If he sent these individuals to the land of the rising sun to compete against Feng Tian, would Feng Tian's male executives become infuriated? Since you genuinely wish to join Faith Automobile, let me pose a question, Su Chen said, gazing at Tan Ming. What do you think about Qilin and Alpha? Alpha? Tan Ming had anticipated this question and promptly interjected. What is Alpha? It raises prices without increasing quality. It even reduces features. I wouldn't even bother to compare Alpha with Qilin. Frankly, I am eager to secure a Qilin. Tan Ming took out his phone and, in front of Su Chen, ordered a Qilin to demonstrate his loyalty. Su Chen and the senior executives of Faith Automobile were momentarily taken aback. Tan Ming seemed rather enthusiastic. Congratulations, Tan Ming. From this day forth, you are the head of the market department for Faith Automobile in the land of the rising sun. Upon Su Chen's concession, Tan Ming felt immense gratitude. Thank you, President Su, for your generosity. As for the compensation, after all, he had previously been the president of Feng Tian in Longhua, with an annual salary in the 7 figures. Surely, President Su would not offer a meager salary. Su Chen patted Tan Ming on the shoulder. The base salary is 10,000. If you perform well, there will be opportunities for raises. If you find the salary unsatisfactory, perhaps you should explore other options. Although Su Chen was financially strong, he was not naive. Tan Ming and his group could end up opposing Faith Automobile just as easily. Furthermore, Faith Automobile was not dependent on them. There were countless applicants eager to join. Tan Ming was taken aback. A base salary of 10,000? An annual salary of 120,000? Is this truly the benevolent President Su we know? This is merely 1% of my previous salary. Seeing Tan Ming's evident discomfort, Su Chen suggested, if you need to reconsider, feel free. We will continue our meeting. He politely gestured toward the door behind him. Before Tan Ming could speak, those who accompanied him voiced their agreement. As long as President Su provides us with a chance, we will wholeheartedly commit. Yes, we will undoubtedly ensure Faith Automobile's presence thrives in the land of the rising sun. We are fully confident. Please rest assured, President Su. Tan Ming realized he had no other choice. He understood Su Chen's thoughts. Faith Automobile was currently in a position of strength, and being accepted was already a stroke of luck. What more could he desire? President Su, I have made my decision. I want to work with you to the fullest. Su Chen observed Tan Ming's somewhat desperate expression. Why did it suddenly feel as if Tan Ming was intent on taking advantage of him? All right, everyone, please join me in welcoming our new colleague. Su Chen initiated applause. The senior executives below were impressed. Despite Su Chen's youth, his methods were undeniably effective, demonstrating an exquisite balance of firmness and flexibility. Although Tan Ming held a presidential title, it had little bearing on Faith Automobile. If he wished to earn from Faith, he must showcase his sincerity and capability. Subsequently, Su Chen instructed Tan Ming and his team to take their seats and began analyzing the market in the land of the rising sun. The reason MPVs sold so well there was due to their practicality. Su Chen displayed several photographs illustrating various boxy vehicles parked on the roads. While MPVs might not excel in off-road capabilities, their utility was undeniable. Compared to traditional sedans and SUVs, they offered greater interior space, enhancing passenger experience. Thus, Qilin's entry into the land of the rising sun possessed a distinct advantage. However, Su Chen quickly shifted gears. Nevertheless, the sales of new energy vehicles in the land of the rising sun are not particularly strong, and the number of charging stations is scarce compared to our country. At this moment, Tan Ming nodded in agreement. President Su is correct. Pure electric models are indeed not very popular in the land of the rising sun. But given Qilin's luxurious interiors, there will inevitably be buyers. Su Chen chuckled, pointing at Tan Ming. It seems President Tan has great confidence. Su Chen continued. Our Qilin from Faith Automobile is designed with a high-end approach, Competing in the low-end market does not align with our development strategy. Therefore, on one hand, we must excel in marketing. On the other hand, we need to demonstrate to the people of the land of the rising sun why Qilin surpasses their domestic models. As Su Chen spoke with increasing enthusiasm, he was acutely aware of the immense challenges facing Qilin's entry into the land of the rising sun market. Furthermore, he would need to sell it at a premium. The pressure was considerable. President Tan, you must immediately take your team to the land of the rising sun. After all, you are quite familiar with this sector. Tan Ming nodded. Rest assured, President Su, I will depart for the land of the rising sun tomorrow. Su Chen nodded in agreement, adding, while we expand the market there, we also need to accelerate our product deployment domestically. He glanced at Lu Fei. What is the current status of the Jiaolong project? Lu Fei replied, President Su, we are already in the mold opening phase, and our technical team is working tirelessly. Jiaolong should be ready to roll off the line in 20 days without issues. Su Chen waved his hand decisively. Excellent. Once Jiaolong is off the production line, every researcher and frontline worker will receive a bonus of 100,000. The room erupted in thunderous applause. Upon hearing Su Chen's generous offer, Tan Ming and his companions realized that Su Chen was not reluctant to spend money. Rather, he aimed to provide fair compensation. While 100,000 per person might not seem excessive, in the entire automotive industry of Longhua, who else would be as generous as Su Chen? But wait, did Su Chen just mention a new product named Jiaolong? And it was set to roll off the line in 20 days? What an extraordinary automobile company. President Su, may I inquire if Jiaolong is also an MPV? Tan Ming boldly asked, considering Faith Automobile's recent success in the MPV market. It was not out of the realm of possibility to launch another new MPV. Su Chen looked at Tan Ming and replied with a smile, Jiaolong is an off-road vehicle. Su Chen's words hung in the air, and suddenly, a realization struck Tan Ming. Su Chen had previously claimed he would surpass Feng Tian's sales in Longhua within 3 months. Currently, Alpha is barely clinging to life, on the verge of exiting the Dragon Kingdom market. This is all thanks to Qilin. Now, another model, the Jiaolong, has emerged, and it is an off-road vehicle. Could it be that? Tan Ming swallowed hard. Could it be that Jiaolong is aiming to target Badao? Chapter 42. The imminent launch of the Dragon, causing a widespread sensation. The Badao has long been a renowned financial product of Feng Tian. An added price of 50 to 100,000 for a single vehicle is truly commonplace. The crux of the matter is that the car is exceedingly difficult to obtain. To put it plainly, if you drive a Badao for 5 or 6 years, you could sell it at its original price. Isn't that absurd? With this thought in mind, Tan Ming stood up and declared, as soon as the Dragon is released, the sales of the Badao will undoubtedly plummet. Su Chen smiled at Tan Ming, recognizing his astuteness in predicting such a turn of events. After the meeting concluded, Su Chen returned to his office. Upon opening the system, he noticed the accumulated belief values and promptly exchanged them for the cutting-edge autonomous driving feature. He was also close to acquiring the wireless charging technology with his remaining belief values. However, he observed that the increase in belief values had slowed recently, primarily because belief values for the same model could not be counted multiple times. This was a significant reason why he was eager to launch the Dragon. Diversifying his offerings would undoubtedly lead to an increase in belief values, allowing him to unlock this innovative automotive technology. Ding! Congratulations, host. Exchange successful. You have been provided with more groundbreaking automotive technologies. We hope you unlock them soon. Intrigued, Su Chen accessed the Black Technology panel, revealing a plethora of advancements: super electric buses, advanced rescue vehicles, electric trucks, flying cars, lightweight bulletproof materials. The options were abundant. Would he eventually be able to manufacture rockets and spacecraft? If he could redeem all these technologies, the variety of models under the Belief Automotive brand would be extensive, covering almost every aspect. The mere thought was exhilarating. Closing the system panel, Su Chen opened social media and posted 2 updates. The first announced that the fully autonomous driving feature for the Belief Automotive brand was completed and would soon be integrated into the first vehicle, the Qilin. He emphasized that this autonomous driving function was distinct from the current Level 3 systems, truly achieving full zero takeover capability. with emergency avoidance features maximized to handle various complex road conditions and traffic scenarios. The comments section erupted with excitement. Mr. Su, take a break. Another update on black technology? Fully autonomous driving? That's incredible. Zero takeover. Who would believe it? I knew Belief Automotive had the technology. This level of autonomous driving is likely beyond even Tesla's reach. I can't wait to own a Qilin and experience how technology transforms life. Don't jump to conclusions. It has just been launched. If it fails, it won't be good. Shut your mouth. I'm one of the first owners of the Qilin. The current Level 3 assistance driving works perfectly for me. I feel very secure. I trust Mr. Su's words completely. Su Chen understood that the emergence of a new technology often accompanied skepticism, which was entirely normal. However, he was untroubled, confident in the robustness of the black technology provided by the system. Next, Su Chen posted a second update featuring a tantalizing photo of the dragon, partially obscured, accompanied by details of its black technology features: automatic buoyancy, continued operation after a high-speed tire burst, tank-like maneuverability, and 1,200 horsepower, among others. He captioned it, "With the Qilin unveiled, the dragon sets sail. August 12th, let us meet without fail." Before long, this post ignited a frenzy on social media. Is Belief Automotive about to launch a new vehicle? Mr. Su seems to have forgotten that Belief Automotive was only established 2 months ago. The Dragon? What a powerful name. It seems like it should be a family SUV. A family SUV? With a name as fierce as Dragon? Surely, it can't be just a family SUV. Although the full picture isn't visible, the Dragon might very well be a rugged off-road vehicle. With such black technology and configuration, this Dragon's price must surely exceed 1 million. Seriously suspecting that Mr. Su is a time traveler from a novel, we should investigate if he is bound to a system. With such specifications, why buy a Mercedes? This is at least 50 years ahead. In an instant, the news of Belief Automotive's forthcoming new model exploded throughout the automotive industry, inciting a wave of anxiety among all car manufacturers. At that moment, in Fengtian Automotive, the male leader sat in his chair, perusing Su Chen's recent social media post on his phone. An unsettling premonition stirred within him, strong yet indescribable. What was Su Chen up to now? Was he targeting Fengtian again? Feigning calm, he was soon interrupted by a subordinate entering to report, "Mr. President, several 4S shop owners from various regions have collectively expressed concerns, requesting that headquarters reconsider the offline sales strategy for Alpha. Over the past month, Alpha's sales have plummeted, and headquarters has placed immense pressure on the dealers. Should we?" The male leader slammed his hand on the table. What a bunch of useless fools. How could they let such a popular model as Alpha be sold like this? What else did they say? After a brief pause, the subordinate continued. They also requested the cancellation of the bundled sales strategy for Alpha and Badao, seeking to fully open up sales for Badao. The leader sneered. If Badao is released for open sale, it could very well follow Alpha's path. Instead, let us proceed as follows. He personally drafted a sales strategy for Badao and handed it to his assistant for distribution. As the assistant left, his eyes flickered nervously at the leader. Is there something else? The assistant hesitated. "Mr. President, the recently dismissed Tan Ming has joined Belief Automotive and is now appointed as the head of their international market department." The leader exclaimed in disbelief. Is this kid that quick? He just left, and now he is at Belief Automotive? And in such an important position? Baka, that ungrateful wretch. He immediately dialed Tan Ming's number. Tan Ming, who was busy strategizing for the small days market, answered the call from the furious leader. "Tan Ming, what do you mean by joining Belief Automotive?" As soon as the call connected, the leader's enraged voice boomed through. Tan Ming chuckled. Oh, isn't this the esteemed leader of Fengtian? It's only been a day and you're already this worked up? Besides, where I go is none of your concern. If I'm not welcome here, I'll find a place where I am appreciated. By the way, I'm heading to the small days market soon, just to enjoy the cherry blossoms and sell some Qilins. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I wouldn't want Su Chen to misunderstand. After uttering those words, Tan Ming preemptively ended the call. I'm now with Belief Automotive. Who are you to dictate my actions? The leader, holding the phone, was furious, his face flushed. Tan Ming, Baka, no matter where you go, You remain my subordinate." Seeing the leader's fury, the assistant hurriedly left to disseminate the newly devised policies. Soon, these policies reached the executives of various Fengtian 4S shops. Ba Dao is now discounted by 50,000, and you must add 8,000 for options? Additionally, another 8,000 in markup? Isn't this just absurd? Chapter 43. Brother Changan is filming and decides to bring a Qilin along. It turns out that after some research, the eccentric Tian Nanzhang has set a policy for them, a discount of 50,000 on the new model, but with a mandatory selection of options worth around 80,000. Consequently, the previously established price increase policy remains unchanged. When all is calculated, the customer ends up paying an additional 30,000. The owners of several 4S shops gathered to discuss the situation. How are we supposed to sell under these conditions? This discount policy seems like something only a 50-year-old with a stroke could concoct. This job has become incredibly difficult. I've heard our former president has moved on to Faith Motors. They lamented, "If this continues, we might as well all switch to selling Faith Motors." However, they had no choice but to continue selling for now. Starting tomorrow, they would call potential customers to emphasize their discount policies. At that moment, one of the 4S owners rushed over with his phone. Faith Motors is about to release a new model. Based on these parameters and configurations, could it be aimed at us? As they gathered around, they were stunned upon seeing the information released online by Su Chen. This Su Chen is definitely stirring the pot. Are these parameters targeting us? It's possible. Consider how Alpha's sales have plummeted. Calm down. What future does an electric off-road vehicle have? It doesn't conflict with our customer base. Some were frantic, while others remained inexplicably confident. Ultimately, their collective thought was to boost the sales of Fengtian Ba Dao. That day, Su Chen was in his office contemplating the next steps when a call came in from Lei Busi. "President Lei, what a pleasant surprise." When he initially founded Faith Motors, Lei Busi had generously supported him with $1 billion. Thus, Su Chen and Lei Busi developed a cordial friendship. "Su President, the popularity of your Qilin at Faith Motors has skyrocketed, leaving my dummy motors somewhat disoriented." "Haha," Lei Busi teased. Su Chen chuckled. "President Lei, you flatter me. I lack such capability." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lei Busi got straight to the point. "I'm calling to discuss the possibility of a deeper collaboration between our two companies." "Collaboration? Please elaborate," Su Chen replied. Lei Busi continued. "I would like to equip Demi Motors with Faith Motors battery packs and vehicle systems. I assure you, the pricing will be highly favorable." Demi Motors is also a new energy vehicle manufacturer, so Lei Busi was particularly focused on battery packs and vehicle systems. The Qilin's 120 kilowatt-hour battery boasts an impressive range of 200 kilometers. This is a revolutionary product. If Demi Motors could utilize Faith Motors' battery, it would be perfect. Without hesitation, Su Chen agreed, knowing that Lei Busi had extended him a favor. Moreover, the technology for the battery and vehicle systems was entirely under his control, alleviating any concerns. "President Lei, let us proceed with Faith Motors being the exclusive supplier for the vehicle systems and batteries used in Demi Motors." Lei Busi was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's swift agreement. Although the core technology remained with Faith Motors, the exclusivity left him pleasantly surprised. This young man, though not old, exhibited a remarkable knack for significant undertakings. He was far more capable than Lei Busi in his youth. In the future, Faith Motors could possibly carve out a niche for itself on the global stage. "Thank you, President Su. I will arrange for a draft of the collaboration agreement immediately." After hanging up, Lei Busi paused. "I heard that Faith Motors plans to enter the market in Little Sun Country?" Su Chen replied candidly, "Yes. We've completed the necessary procedures, and the recruitment is finalized. We can head to Little Sun Country shortly." Lei Busi remarked, "Young people are truly daring and ambitious. I support you, but the market in Little Sun Country is notoriously difficult to penetrate." He was aware that Little Sun Country had earned a reputation as a graveyard for imported cars. Even the renowned BBA brands had struggled to gain substantial market share, let alone a company like Faith Motors that had just been established for a month. Su Chen responded, "Indeed, I'm considering strategies to tackle this challenge. After all, it's our turn to earn from the car manufacturers in Little Sun Country after they've profited from us for so long. Suddenly, Lei Busi had an idea. Isn't brother Changan a spokesperson for Faith Motors? I heard he plans to film in Little Sun Country. Perhaps you could leverage that. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, if brother Changan is indeed filming there, he could help promote our brand. All right, thank you, President Lei. Once you have the collaboration agreement drafted, I will review it, and if everything is in order, we shall sign. After ending the call, Su Chen checked the time and immediately called Changan. At that moment, Changan was discussing filming in Little Sun Country with the renowned director Nan Yiwu. Changan, I eagerly anticipate our collaboration. You are truly my most admired actor. Nan Yiwu expressed. Changan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Nan Yiwu, you flatter me. I am equally looking forward to this project and hope for a pleasant collaboration. Nan Yiwu smiled and bowed. It is indeed an honor to have you. And the investors behind this film are ardent fans of yours. They instructed me to accommodate any requests you may have. Changan pondered briefly before responding. I have no particular demands, except, may I bring my own vehicle? Nan Yiwu inquired with curiosity. We have already prepared vehicles here. All the latest models of Fengtian's Alpha, fully outfitted and significantly more comfortable than the Alphas in Long Country. Changan shook his head. I have always used the Alpha, but I have chosen a superior model. Nan Yiwu frowned. Is Changan dissatisfied with the Alpha? I could arrange for the latest model of the Ray Alpha. It is quite luxurious. Changan continued to decline, guiding Nan Yiwu outside. He then pointed to the Qilin parked nearby. This is the Qilin, just launched in Long Country. It has pleasantly surprised me. It is comfortable both to drive and ride in. Didn't you just say I could make requests? I would like to take this vehicle with me to your country. As soon as Changan finished speaking, he heard Nan Yiwu chuckle softly. I thought you had switched to some extraordinary vehicle. Turns out it's just an MPV. When it comes to MPVs, I doubt anyone can surpass the Alpha or Ray Alpha from Fengtian. Changan's expression soured at this remark. The arrogance of those from Little Sun Country was hard to endure. Mr. Nan Yiwu, it is premature to make such judgments, don't you think? How about you experience it for yourself? Nan Yiwu readily agreed. Very well, I shall give it a try. With that, he took the car keys and entered the vehicle, unable to suppress a cold snort. While the car appeared attractive, vehicles produced in Long Country, in essence, were mere ornamental pieces. How could they possibly compare with the Alpha? As the door opened, Nan Yiwu settled into the driver's seat. The sudden aura of sophistication enveloped him in an instant. Chapter 44. Nan Yiwu is astonished. How can Alpha compare with Qilin? Nan Yiwu's expression clearly showed his astonishment. Gripping the steering wheel, he appeared somewhat at a loss. The interior, this damned sense of luxury. After a moment, Nan Yiwu finally uttered a single phrase, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had come to see Changan specifically for a ride in an Alpha. Moreover, he had experienced various domestic MPVs in his homeland. Yet, at this moment, he was nearly rendered speechless by the Qilin, a vehicle that had almost dropped his jaw. The opulence of its interior rivaled that of any car priced over $1 million. In fact, if one were to make a comparison, the Qilin's interior might even surpass that of the Mercedes S-Class. Reflecting on the Alpha he had just been in, the disparity was glaring. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. Truly incomparable. Though he mentally lamented the Alpha, Nan Yiwu was cautious not to display his feelings overtly. After all, as a citizen of a small nation, he could not afford to lose face before the people of Longhua. Changan, however, perceptibly noted the change in Nan Yiwu's expression, recognizing that he was utterly astonished by the Qilin. Mr. Nan Yiwu, why not take it for a spin? With that, Changan settled into the passenger seat and began to expound upon the various advanced technologies of the Qilin. As Nan Yiwu started the vehicle and drove onto the road, he finally grasped the essence of ride quality. Not only was the cabin as tranquil as a library, but the suspension system also provided an unparalleled smoothness. The jarring sensation typically felt when traversing speed bumps was non-existent. To borrow an expression from Longhua, it was as stable as Mount Tai. Mr. Nan Yiwu, you may activate the fully autonomous driving feature. Changan indicated the button to engage it. Nan Yiwu looked at Changan with bewilderment. Fully autonomous driving? What on earth was that? He was familiar with Tesla's assisted driving features, but for the Qilin to boast a fully autonomous driving capability seemed absurd. Such technology should only exist in the realm of science fiction, not in a mere automobile. Changan smiled. Simply set a destination and activate the fully autonomous driving function, and you may release your hands from the steering wheel. Nanny? Before Changan could finish, he noticed Nanny Wu's eyes widening in disbelief. Are you saying that once the fully autonomous driving feature is engaged, this vehicle can operate itself like an airplane? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Airplanes can fly autonomously because their flight paths are predetermined. The complexity of ground traffic is far more intricate. Given the current heavy flow of vehicles in Kyoto, how could one entrust their life to a car capable of driving itself? Nanny Wu remained resistant. Changan leaned forward and activated the fully autonomous driving feature. The route has been planned for you. The fully autonomous driving function will ensure your safety throughout the journey. A pleasant female voice resonated within the car. Changan gestured toward Nanny Wu's feet. You may now relax your hands and feet. Nanny Wu, filled with disbelief, cautiously released his grip. The Qilin's autonomous driving system then took full control, gliding smoothly along the road. The ultra-sensing system of the Qilin came into play at that moment. Nanny Wu was on edge, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back. At his age, this was his first experience with such a feature. Watch out, there's a car ahead. Approaching an intersection, heading onto an overpass, exiting the ramp. With each intersection, Nanny Wu's anxiety intensified. His hands hovered around the steering wheel, ready to intervene at any moment. However, the Qilin lived up to expectations, navigating even the most complex intersections with ease. In stark contrast to Nanny Wu's palpable tension, Changan maintained an air of calm composure, glancing occasionally at the increasingly flustered director. Despite being a renowned filmmaker from a small nation, Nanny Wu appeared as though he had never encountered such experiences before. Yet, given that his nation primarily focused on traditional combustion vehicles, this high-tech marvel was indeed a revelation. As they drove, Nanny Wu gradually acclimated to the experience. From his initial nervousness and perspiration, he eventually found himself engaging in light-hearted banter with Changan. An hour later, the vehicle autonomously returned to its original location and found a parking spot. Upon exiting the car, Changan inquired, "How did it feel?" Nanny Wu gazed at the Qilin, patting its exterior. "Truly remarkable. I never imagined the automotive industry in Longhua had progressed to such a level. We in the small nation are at least a decade. No, 2 decades behind." Nanny Wu couldn't help but exclaim. "For so many years, I believe the MPVs produced in our country were the best in the world. Today, witnessing the Qilin, I genuinely feel that Longhua is formidable." For a citizen of a small nation to profess such a sentiment about Longhua was no small feat. Changan chuckled. "So, Mr. Nanny Wu, do you still consider the Alpha to be the best MPV?" Nanny Wu shook his head emphatically. No. The Alpha is unworthy of comparison with the Qilin. It falls far short." After a pause, he continued, "By the way, this vehicle must be priced at least $1 million Longhua, right?" Nanny Wu knew that an Alpha in Longhua started at around 800,000, often requiring a markup for purchase. Considering the high specifications of the Qilin, it surely must command a price higher than that of the Alpha. Changan smiled. "This vehicle is priced at under 400,000 in Longhua." Nanny Wu was flabbergasted, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? A vehicle with such high specifications is being sold for merely half the price of an Alpha? Changan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this car has been selling like hotcakes in Longhua recently. Nanny Wu swallowed hard and then asked, "So, how can I purchase one of these vehicles? I wish to bring one back to my country." Changan was momentarily taken aback by the question. He was unsure of the answer. Just then, a call from Su Chen came through. Changan answered, smiling as he asked, "Mr. Su, I was just about to inquire about something. Do you have something to discuss with me?" "All right, go ahead." Su Chen relayed his reasons for seeking Changan. "If it's convenient, when you go to the small nation for filming, I can sponsor you a few Qilins." Changan had not anticipated that Su Chen's call was for this purpose. "Your call was perfectly timed, Mr. Su. You needn't worry about this. I've already communicated my requirements to the production team. Since I'm heading to the small nation for filming, I intend to take a Qilin with me. Su Chen was delighted. With Changlong's stature as a star, bringing a Qilin to the small nation for filming would likely make it a sensation there. Changlong then inquired, Mr. Su. The director of this film, Mr. Nani Wu, just completed a test drive of the Qilin and remarked on its excellence. He wishes to take one back with him. Su Chen was overjoyed. When opportunity knocks, one need only open the door. Brother Changlong. The Faith automobile will soon be available for sale in the land of little days. You may inform him that he can purchase it directly within their country. Chapter 45. The Faith Automobile Dongjin store is about to grandly open. At this moment, Changlong was left in a state of bewilderment. Hadn't Faith Automobile just been established a little over a month ago? Now it was already set to sell in the land of the rising sun? All right, I will inform Nani Wu. Has President Su recently planned a trip to your country? Su Chen replied with a smile. He will. When the first store of Faith Automobile opens. Great. We shall meet in the land of the rising sun then. I will also attend the grand opening ceremony. Changlong readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen was beaming with joy. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? He was aware of Nani Wu's significant standing in Japan. If he were to purchase a Qilin, it would serve as a living advertisement. Consequently, Su Chen urgently assigned tasks to Tan Ming and others, determined to sound the horn for Faith Automobile's conquest of the land of the rising sun. Changlong approached Nani Wu after ending the call. Mr. Nani Wu, the caller was none other than Su Chen, the president of Faith Automobile. I have already conveyed your request to him. Nani Wu, unable to contain his excitement, interjected, quickly tell me, how can I bring a Qilin back home? Observing Nani Wu's eagerness, Changlong continued, Faith Automobile will soon commence sales of this model in your country, and you will be able to purchase it directly domestically. What? Is that true? Splendid. At that moment, Nani Wu was genuinely thrilled. After just an hour of driving, he had completely fallen in love with the Qilin. The prospect of being able to buy it domestically was indeed excellent news for him. Changlong, you mentioned that the Qilin would be needed for filming in the land of the rising sun. I will discuss this with the investors. This request will absolutely be fulfilled. Nani Wu had already made up his mind that once Faith Automobile began selling in Japan, he would certainly purchase the Qilin. Furthermore, he intended to recommend it to his friends and colleagues back home. For some reason, the impact this vehicle had on him was immense. It was nothing short of a revolutionary product, making it hard to believe that all of this was real. In contrast, the gasoline vehicles produced in his country seemed antiquated and unattractive, uncomparable. Changlong smiled and expressed his gratitude to Nani Wu. Thank you, Mr. Nani Wu. Now, let us proceed to discuss the filming arrangements. Nani Wu shook his head and took out his phone. Changlong, please wait a moment. I must take a few photos. The Qilin is simply too beautiful. He incessantly snapped pictures of the Qilin with his phone, then shared them on his social media. Today, I truly experienced what future technology looks like. The surprise this vehicle gave me was immense. The fully automated driving feature has completely overturned my imagination. Fortunately, this car will soon be available in the land of the rising sun, and I will be among its first loyal users. Below this text were various angles of the Qilin captured by Nani Wu, including a video of the fully automated driving taken from the driver's perspective. Perhaps Nani Wu did not anticipate that his post would soon cause a sensation in Japan. What is this car that Nani Wu is photographed with? Does anyone know? I couldn't find any information. It doesn't look like any car we have domestically. This car appears so high-end and aesthetically pleasing. Could it be that Ben Tian and Feng Tian have released a new MPV? I noticed the street scene outside the car has characters from the Dragon Country. Could this vehicle be produced in the Dragon Country? What exactly is this car that has left Nani Wu in awe? A paid inquiry. Everyone, please investigate. Many netizens in Japan began to search online, their curiosity piqued by the vehicle that had so impressed Nani Wu. Soon, a user named The Power of Faith posted, "Hello everyone. I am an employee of the Faith Automobile Dongjin store in the Dragon Country. The car that director Nani Wu is driving is the Qilin, which recently went viral online in the Dragon Country. The Dongjin store is currently undergoing preparations and will be ready to meet everyone in 2 days. Stay tuned." The post was accompanied by 2 images, one of which featured a Qilin in a striking faith red color. This post quickly ascended to the trending list in Japan. I remember now, isn't this the faith automobile that went viral online recently? The founder, Su Chen, claimed he would surpass our Tian within 3 months. Indeed. However, it seems that this car is genuinely impressive. I can't wait to experience the fully automated driving feature of the Qilin. I, for one, am looking forward to seeing it in person when the store opens. Love comes from Japan. I just wonder what the final pricing of this vehicle will be. But judging by its high specifications, it should be priced at least over 20 million yen. What? 20 million yen? Are they trying to rob us? Do you think people in Japan deserve to drive a Qilin? All the money that the old Buddha gave you back then should now be returned to me. A certain extremely stable netizen from the Dragon Country interjected. Many netizens in Japan had begun to anticipate what kind of experience the car spoken of by Nan Yiwu would offer. After all, the grand opening ceremony of the Faith Automobile Dongjin store was just 2 days away. Many netizens back home were also aware that Faith Automobile would be opening a store in Japan. In no time, discussions erupted across the internet. President Su is incredible. He plans to enter Japan just a month after establishment. I fully support this. Haha. President Su mentioned from the outset that he aimed to earn money from foreign markets. This is just the first step. Do you think Faith Automobile will eventually expand to North America and Europe now that it has begun its journey? I believe it is very possible. President Su has grand ambitions. However, as a citizen of the Dragon Country, I feel immensely proud to see Faith Automobile successfully venture abroad. Are certain car companies starting to panic? Who told you to provoke Su Chen? I heard that the Alpha models in the nearby Tian dealership aren't selling. They can't even move without a price increase. The Alpha is outdated now. We are all driving Qilins. This thing is power. Soon, Faith Automobile was making comprehensive preparations for the opening of the Dongjin store. Su Chen also intended to personally visit Japan, for the Dongjin store would be the first of its kind in the country. Changan was also expected to attend, as the president of Faith Automobile could not miss this significant occasion. Before leaving, Su Chen delegated his tasks. Lu Fei and the senior executives, please handle everything while I am away. The launch time for the Qilin must be advanced, not delayed. Understand? Lu Fei and the others nodded in agreement. President Su, you can rest assured. We will not fail in our mission. Su Chen waved his hand and entered the departure hall. Lu Fei and several senior executives waved goodbye. President Su, safe travels. Su Chen thought to himself, safe travels? I am going to earn money from your country, not to make sacrifices. Before long, the time for the grand opening of the Faith Automobile Dongjin store drew closer. Changan and Nan Yiwu also hurried back. Changan, tomorrow is the opening ceremony of Faith Automobile. I would like to accompany you. Changan turned to Nan Yiwu. As the spokesperson for Faith Automobile, it would be more appropriate for me to attend. However, you are. Nan Yiwu understood that Changan was concerned about him being a local and that it might not be well received. Changan, you need not worry. Nothing will happen. Moreover, I have successfully persuaded the investors, who have agreed to provide 10 Qilin units for Changan, all of which will be self-funded. Additionally, we hope to have Faith Motors as a sponsor for this film starring Changan. What do you think? Changan was taken aback. 10 Qilin units. And we also want Faith Motors to be a sponsor. Nan Yiwu, are you serious? Chapter 46. The investors were astounded. Their first encounter with such a beautiful car. Changan was taken aback by Nan Yiwu's unexpected thoughts. After all, Nan Yiwu held considerable sway in the land of the rising sun. And this film was primarily funded by them, with Changan merely as the star. Since Mr. Nan Yiwu intended to proceed in this manner, he would relay the message to Faith Automobile. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the grand opening of Faith Automobile's Dongjin store arrived. When Tanming initially selected the location, he strategically chose a site right in front of the Tian dealership, with only a wall separating the two establishments. Early in the morning, Su Chen arrived at the store, where all decorations were completed, adorned in the vibrant crimson of the Dragon Country. The atmosphere exuded festivity. The showroom displayed 5 exquisite models of the Faith Automobile's Qilin, each in a striking color, competing for attention. The centerpiece was the most popular variant, the Faith Red Qilin, which sparkled under the lights. In stark contrast to the bustling activity at Faith Automobile, the Fengtian dealership appeared markedly subdued. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Tan Ming approached with a smile upon seeing Su Chen. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, directing his gaze toward Tan Ming. "Well done. Keep up the good work." After all, Tan Ming had previously served as the president of Fengtian Longhua and spent 2 years in the land of the rising sun. He had been diligently preparing for the Dongjin store's opening, and now it seemed the preparations were satisfactory. However, he wondered if the adjacent Fengtian store would be adversely affected by their grand opening. As of now, Qilin's orders in the land of the rising sun remained at a mere 0, despite a decent buzz online. The number of individuals coming to experience the Qilin was still too few. Tan Ming continued, "Mr. Su, rest assured, I've arranged for over a dozen influential media outlets to cover today's event. Faith Automobile will surely achieve fame and acclaim." Tan Ming had established connections with numerous media during his tenure in the land of the rising sun, and he aimed to leverage these relationships to elevate the Qilin's profile. Su Chen wholeheartedly endorsed Tan Ming's strategy, though he harbored reservations about the media's reliability, fearing biased reports. Meanwhile, online forums in the land of the rising sun buzzed with discussions about the opening of Faith Automobile's first store in Dongjin. "I traveled all the way from Beihai to witness Faith Automobile's grand opening and will be live streaming the event. Mr. Nan Yiwu's recent video has left me eagerly anticipating the Qilin. Although I remain fond of traditional fuel vehicles, I suspect electric vehicles may merely serve as a transitional phase. Friends, we must embrace new innovations rather than remain stagnant like Fengtian Nanzhong. Otherwise, we risk falling behind. I heard Faith Automobile's Dongjin store is right next to Fengtian. Could this be a deliberate provocation?" The discussions online reached a fever pitch, with many people preparing to attend the opening ceremony in person. As Su Chen checked the time, he noted that less than an hour remained. At that moment, Changan and Nan Yiwu arrived, accompanied by several stern-looking gentlemen, investors in Changan's film. Each one was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of authority. "Mr. Su, it's good to see you again," Changan said as he approached and extended his hand. Su Chen warmly reciprocated, recognizing him from their previous encounter at the press conference. Changan then introduced Nan Yiwu, stepping aside to reveal him. "This is Director Nan Yiwu," Changan announced. Su Chen extended his hand toward the unassuming man before him. "On behalf of Faith Automobile, I extend a warm welcome to you at the opening ceremony." Nan Yiwu smiled, saying, "I've heard about your achievements from Changan. It's remarkable that Faith Automobile has sold over 90,000 vehicles in just over a month. Congratulations." He continued to praise, "I must say, the Qilin is the finest MPV I have ever experienced. Our nation is known for its MPVs. Yet the Qilin stands out as an exceptional vehicle. Oh, by the way," Nan Yiwu gestured to the group of investors behind him. "These gentlemen are here to experience the Qilin as well. Additionally, I discussed with Changan that all vehicles in this film will feature the Qilin. Please prepare 10 units for me. I will purchase them all. Furthermore, I wonder if Faith Automobile would consider being a sponsor for this film." Su Chen was taken aback. This was fantastic news. The prospect of Nan Yiwu's crew requesting 10 Qilins and inviting Faith Automobile to sponsor the film was an invaluable promotional opportunity. It had to be accepted. The sponsorship fee. Su Chen hesitated, knowing that securing a sponsorship from an actor of Changan's stature was no small feat. To his surprise, Nan Yiwu offered, "You need not worry about the sponsorship fee. I have already discussed it with the investors. Given Changan's involvement, we have decided to waive the fee." "Waive it? Such a fortunate turn of events?" Changan added with a smile. "In truth, Mr. Nan Yiwu holds great respect for you. At such a young age, you have shown remarkable courage in your endeavors, and he has high hopes for you. Moreover, the Qilin has made a significant impression on him, which speaks volumes about Faith Automobile's excellence." Su Chen mused internally, recognizing the immense advantage Faith Automobile had gained, saving at least 10 million in promotional costs. Just then, the investors behind Nan Yiwu began to voice their opinions. Their expressions tense. Nan Yiwu gestured for them to lower their voices. A translator approached Su Chen, stating, "These individuals are debating the Qilin. claiming it appears rather ordinary and fail to see its remarkable qualities. They even questioned why Mr. Nan Yi Wu would spend a fortune on 10 Qilins. Su Chen approached them, addressing the group. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 5 Qilins here for you to experience statically. Moreover, there are 20 more in the back for test drives today. The investors quieted, though they remained skeptical. I maintain that the best MPV is the Alpha. I find little interest in this domestically produced electric vehicle. Were it not for Mr. Nan Yi Wu's insistence, I would not have come today. It appears rather unremarkable. Aside from its slightly more attractive design, Su Chen dismissed their doubts and urged them to experience the vehicles firsthand. Yet, as they approached the Qilin, their expressions transformed, eyes widening with admiration. Once they entered the vehicle and were guided through its features by the translator, they were left speechless. This interior is truly exquisite, exuding a sense of luxury. What? It boasts 26 airbags? How remarkably safe. A full charge provides a range of 1,200 kilometers. One could drive from Dongjin to Beihai-dao without stopping, and it has fully autonomous driving capabilities. Is this technology from another world? The tranquility here surpasses even that of a library. Su Chen stood by, chuckling. If those clumsy fellows from Longwo were to witness the demeanor of the people from the land of the rising sun before the Qilin, would they not feel embarrassed enough to bury their heads in their trousers? Chapter 47. Su Chen's passionate speech enlightens the foreign dignitaries. Moreover, this was merely a static experience of the Qilin. Su Chen understood that the expressions on their faces stemmed from the fact that their benchmark vehicles were limited to models like the Alpha and the Realpha. The Qilin, in terms of interior design and driving quality, was in a league of its own. Even just the interior had captivated these individuals. Once the test drive commenced, the impact it would have on them would likely be even more profound. With only 10 minutes remaining until the grand opening ceremony, the atmosphere outside suddenly grew lively. Numerous journalists from the land of the rising sun arrived, armed with cameras. How much longer until we can enter the store? Can we, as media representatives, have the privilege of experiencing the Qilin first? They inquired. Why is it covered with cloth? How mysterious. Many netizens and car reviewers from the land of the rising sun also gathered, forming a bustling crowd around the Dongjin dealership. As the clock approached 8, the doors would soon open. I think I see Director Nani Wu and Cheng Long. What? Cheng Long is here too? Faith Motors actually invited Cheng Long? Cheng Long was my favorite action film star. How I wish to take a photo with him. It is well known that Cheng Long, as an international superstar, has a considerable following in the land of the rising sun, with many fans even idolizing him. When someone recognized Cheng Long and promptly shared the news on social media, it quickly spread across the internet in the land of the rising sun that Cheng Long would attend the opening ceremony of Faith Motors. If I had known Cheng Long would be here, I would have come sooner. Darn it. Media, why didn't you announce this earlier? Are you all just loafing around? I work at the nearby Fengtian dealership, and indeed, Cheng Long is here. No more chatter. I must see for myself. A few passers-by, observing the crowded scene, couldn't help but ask, what event is happening here? It's so noisy. Someone explained, this is the opening ceremony for Faith Motors, and today, Cheng Long will also be present. Oh, so it's just a car dealership opening? That's nothing. Wait, did you say Cheng Long? The one from Police Story? It really is him. Oh, I'm going crazy. Let me in. I adore Cheng Long. Many began calling their families and friends. Soon, the exterior of Faith Motors was completely surrounded. Even the police from the land of the rising sun had to come to maintain order. The grand opening spectacle quickly went viral online. As the clock struck 8, the doors swung open on time, and people surged inside, creating a scene even more crowded than the Great Wall during the Dragon Kingdom's Golden Week. Tianming was running around in a sweat. President Su, it's overwhelming. The entire showroom is operating at full capacity. We might exceed our reception limit soon. Su Chen was aware that a significant portion of the crowd was drawn by Cheng Long. For him, the more people, the better. The greater the excitement, the better. Just ensure order is maintained. After saying this, Su Chen and Cheng Long positioned themselves at the center. When the crowd realized that it was indeed Cheng Long, they erupted in cheers. Cheng Long. It's really Cheng Long. I think I might faint. I finally see him in person. Cheng Long, I love you. Su Chen noticed that everyone was focused on Changan, seemingly oblivious to the Qilin behind him. At that moment, he waved his hand to quiet the crowd. Thank you all for attending the grand opening ceremony of Faith Motors Dongjin store. Next, I will introduce our first vehicle, the Qilin. As the music played, the audience's gaze finally shifted to the Qilin, which was concealed by drapes, creating an air of mystery. With a flourish, the curtains were drawn back to reveal the Qilin. The lights shone brilliantly. Journalists began snapping photos frantically, the flashes illuminating the scene. This car looks far more luxurious than in the photos. Is it truly made in the Dragon Kingdom? It certainly appears impressive. It looks quite upscale. I am a loyal supporter of gasoline vehicles, but I must admit, the Qilin has left me astounded. Especially the red Qilin, with its sleek body and sophisticated color scheme, had captivated me. I longed to sit inside and experience it. The crowd buzzed with excitement as Su Chen stood on stage, composed and confident, introducing the Qilin. With each revelation of the Qilin's innovative features, incredulous gasps arose from the audience, reminiscent of the reactions earlier with Nani Wu and the investors. Everyone eagerly anticipated the opportunity to experience the Qilin firsthand. After concluding his speech, Su Chen handed the microphone to Changan. A new wave of exclamations filled the air. Changan waved and said, "Hello everyone. I am Changan. Today, as the spokesperson for Faith Motors, I am delighted to meet all of you. I assure you, this vehicle will provide a completely new experience. It will transform driving and riding into a pleasure, making it a second home for every life enthusiast." Changan's words intensified the crowd's interest in the Qilin. In the land of the rising sun, car purchases are primarily practical. For them, a vehicle is merely a tool. Thus, Faith Motors' philosophy of a car being one's second home sparked their curiosity. Changan then approached Su Chen, lifting his hand high. Today, S-Star is Faith Motors, and it belongs to its president, Su Chen. Su Chen, in his 20s, had single-handedly founded Faith Motors, achieving an impressive monthly sales figure of 90,000 units in the Dragon Kingdom market. Therefore, please trust in the sincerity of us Dragon Kingdom car manufacturers. Su Chen took the mic and declared, "Yes, the vehicles we produce in the Dragon Kingdom are not inferior to those from any other nation. In fact, we excel in many aspects." Su Chen nearly shouted each word. A month prior, he had founded Faith Motors in anger after refusing to pay an additional 300,000 for a Feng Tian Alpha. Now, over a month later, he had brought the Qilin to the land of the rising sun. He aimed to showcase the Qilin across the land of the rising sun, revealing to the lofty foreign dignitaries what a truly exceptional vehicle looks like. He intended to inform the people of the land of the rising sun and the world that the Dragon Kingdom is indeed capable of producing high-end cars. Although today was not in the Dragon Kingdom's home turf, he was determined to voice these sentiments. He understood the challenges of entering the land of the rising sun market were formidable. Previous companies like BDA had suffered significant setbacks upon entering, with sales plummeting to a mere 200 to 300 units monthly. But now, Faith Motors had arrived, bringing the Qilin with it. He aimed to set a precedent for all Dragon Kingdom car manufacturers, ensuring that vehicles made in the Dragon Kingdom would traverse the globe, allowing those lofty dignitaries to witness the new force in car manufacturing that they had so often derided and attempted to technologically isolate. Su Chen's passionate speech was broadcast live to the media present. At that moment, major automotive companies in the land of the rising sun were all paying attention. Bentian, Lin Mu, Wu Shilin, Sanling, Mazida, Feng Tian, and others were no exception. All had heard Su Chen's fervent declaration. Bentian's president, Chuan Dongquan, picked up the phone and called Feng Tian Nanzhong. "Nanzhong, did you know that Faith Motors is opening a store in Dongjin? That scoundrel, Su Chen, is currently making a tremendous fuss. It's truly unbearable to listen to. The mad farmer, Zhang, is still in the Dragon Kingdom, and over the past few days, Alpha's sales continue to plummet. Without raising prices, they are unable to sell even their inventory. To my astonishment, I heard Chuan Dongquan mention that Faith Automobile is set to open a store in Dongjin. What? So soon?" The mad farmer, Zhang, hastily opened a live stream. And on the screen, The grand opening of Faith Automobile's Dongjin store was unfolding. Meanwhile, Su Chen was fervently delivering a passionate speech on stage, microphone in hand. Chapter 48. What? Everyone has gone to test drive the Qilin? Crazy Tian Nanzhang watched Su Chen on stage, passionately delivering a speech that was nothing short of electrifying. The opening of the Faith Automobile Eastjin store had even attracted the renowned international figure Changan. Moreover, the employees standing beside Su Chen appeared increasingly familiar. Tan Ming? Crazy Tian Nanzhang recognized him. How outrageous! Tan Ming and these individuals have truly gone to the land of the rising sun. Are they deliberately opposing me? It's as if they disregard the automotive enterprises of our homeland. Crazy Tian Nanzhang had never anticipated that Faith Automobile would act with such swiftness. How long has it been since their establishment? The Qilin has already made its debut in the land of the rising sun. Right next to my Crazy Tian Eastjin store. Is this not intentional? Where does Su Chen derive his audacity? Crazy Tian Nanzhang, are you listening? President Chuan Dongquan of the Ben Tian Corporation, sensing the silence on the other end of the line, quickly inquired. I am listening. Chuan Dongquan proceeded to ask, as the president of our automotive association, you must devise a strategy to effectively manage Faith Automobile. I perceive that Su Chen is not to be trifled with. He clearly has little regard for our automotive enterprises. Crazy Tian Nanzhang snorted disdainfully. They are merely a small enterprise. How much of a storm can they stir? Once I resolve matters here in Longhua, I will return home immediately. Chuan Dongquan then hesitated. There's something I'm unsure whether to mention. But I've heard that Alpha S sales in Longhua have plummeted recently. Crazy Tian Nanzhang was nearly infuriated. He realized he could not conceal this matter any longer. But was it truly that urgent? News had already returned home. Indeed, there have been some issues lately, but they are not significant. Alpha S sales will soon rebound. Such was his claim. Yet Crazy Tian Nanzhang felt utterly lost. Rebound? With what means? To ensure Alpha S sales in Longhua. He had already rescinded the price increase policy. However, even with this cancellation, Alpha's sales had not improved in the slightest. In fact, they had declined further. The most despicable part was that those who had initially intended to purchase an Alpha had turned around and bought a Qilin instead. This was betrayal. Rumors had even begun circulating online in Longhua that Alpha might be withdrawn from the market. This is absolutely intolerable. We must safeguard Alpha S standing domestically. Price increases are negotiable. Sales must rise. In a few days, I shall return home. Chuan Dongquan, prepared to organize the Domestic Automotive Alliance. We absolutely cannot allow Faith Automobile to thrive in the land of the rising sun. If necessary, I shall lead the formation of an anti-faith alliance. You must generate media momentum. We cannot allow a new energy vehicle company like Faith Automobile to trample upon us. Chuan Dongquan's expression grew serious. Rest assured, I shall organize everything. After hanging up the phone, Crazy Tian Nanzhang remained unsettled. Could it be that electric energy is indeed the best power source for automobiles in this era? He muttered to himself, rising with determination. This is absolutely unacceptable. Hydrogen energy and petroleum are the true paths. Currently, the situation in Longhua was dire, and having just expelled Tan Ming and the others, he found himself unable to leave immediately. Yet, he was not overly concerned. Faith Automobile was on the verge of launching its second vehicle, the Jiaolong. He understood the principle of being stretched thin. Thus, Crazy Tian Nanzhang made a phone call. To secure sales, Alpha must be granted appropriate discounts. Furthermore, the sales of the Ba Dao model must be maintained at all costs. No issues are permissible. Perhaps Crazy Tian Nanzhang himself was unaware that Faith Automobile's Jiaolong, a rugged off-road vehicle, was specifically targeting the Ba Dao. At this very moment, Faith Automobile's Eastjin store was bustling with patrons. Su Chen continued to deliver his fervent address, undeterred by the fact that he was in the land of the rising sun and not on his home turf. His words remained impactful, inspiring anticipation for the glorious future of Faith Automobile. Upon concluding his final statement, Su Chen set down the microphone. The audience from the land of the rising sun exchanged glances. Having gleaned the essence of Su Chen's speech through translation, they pondered whether to applaud. It felt invigorating. Could Su Chen truly be a car manufacturer? Despite the language barrier, his words resonated with fervor. Clap, clap, clap. Changan took the lead in applauding, his heart brimming with excitement. As an actor from Longhua, he understood the discrimination faced by his homeland's industries abroad. Such injustices were commonplace, with violations and blockades occurring frequently. Even during his early days abroad, he had faced considerable disdain from foreign nationals. It was this pent-up frustration that fueled his rise to prominence internationally. At this moment, Su Chen was indeed a reflection of his own past. The words just spoken were cathartic, truly cathartic. Even if Faith Automobile were to falter, at the very least, it showcased Su Chen's indomitable spirit as a citizen of Longhua. Tan Ming and the others felt the same, their palms reddened from applause. Hearing President Su's speech moved me to tears. I feel overwhelmed. Our enterprises in Longhua face such daunting challenges. Indeed, reflecting on my previous time at Crazy Tian, I feel a profound sense of shame towards our ancestors. Tan Ming lamented further. President Su took us in. We must honor his kindness. I previously sought ways to undermine Faith Automobile, but in comparison to President Su, my vision was far too limited, smaller than the people of the land of the rising sun. In stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere at Faith Automobile's East Jean store, the adjacent Crazy Tian store was eerily quiet. This morning, there had been numerous clients scheduled to test drive the Alpha. Yet, with the opening of Faith Automobile, they all fled. The store manager, Xiao Baizaitsu, was seething with rage. Xiao Baizaitsu's ancestors were originally from Longhua, but his family had moved to the land of the rising sun during his grandfather's generation. Initially, they had lived as beggars, especially in areas populated by Longhua nationals. Due to the kindness of the Longhua people, his family managed to survive. After his birth, Xiao Baizaitsu completely forgot this aspect of his ancestry, proudly proclaiming himself a native of the land of the rising sun. After years of struggle, he had finally ascended to the position of manager at the Crazy Tian East Jean store. This so-called Faith Automobile, did they really think themselves impressive? As he glared at the throngs of people at the Faith Automobile store, Xiao Baizaitsu slammed his fist on the table in anger. They dare to sell a mere car in our land of the rising sun. They will soon realize their folly. One of his subordinates, witnessing Xiao Baizaitsu's rage, hesitantly remarked, Xiao Baizaitsu-san, I heard your ancestors were also from Longhua. Before he could finish, Xiao Baizaitsu bellowed, silence. I am not a Longhua national. I am a citizen of the land of the rising sun. Glaring at the vacant showroom, Xiao Baizaitsu shouted, quickly call those clients to come for the test drives. If we meet this month's sales target, I will become the general manager of East Jean. Nothing must go awry. His subordinate looked utterly helpless. We've already reached out those who intended to test drive the Alpha today. They all have gone to Faith Automobile. Moreover, several clients had already placed deposits. Xiao Baizaitsu, what? How could this happen? Come, let us venture forth together to retrieve them. These few Alpha units must be sold today. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Baizaiji departed with several subordinates towards the Faith Automotive establishment. Ultimately, however, there was no outcome, for he could not gain entry at all. Chapter 49. What are your thoughts on attracting customers? At this moment, the opening ceremony speech had concluded. Su Chen invited Mr. Nani Wu to the stage. Today, Mr. Nani Wu will become one of the inaugural customers of Faith Automotive. We are delivering the first 10 Qilin vehicles to Mr. Nani Wu. The applause thundered through the venue. However, many attendees from the land of the rising sun were bewildered. Did Nani Wu just order 10 vehicles? Could it be that he is a fan or spokesperson for Faith Automotive? It was puzzling. Considering he was clearly from the land of the rising sun, Nani Wu took the microphone and smiled as he slightly bowed to Su Chen. Thank you, Su Chen. And thank you, Faith Automotive. He then addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, while I am not an official spokesperson for Faith Automotive, I must admit I am genuinely captivated by the Qilin model. From its exterior to its interior and the driving experience, I firmly believe there is no MPV on the market that can surpass the Qilin. The crowd was taken aback. Was Nani Wu genuinely endorsing Faith Automotive? Had he forgotten his roots? He continued, I pride myself on being impartial. I support excellent products regardless of their origin. Therefore, During the upcoming test drive session, I invite everyone to experience for yourselves whether the Qilin is indeed as remarkable as I claim. Nani Wu's words ignited excitement among the attendees. Who wouldn't be drawn to exceptional products? Everyone was eager to experience the advanced technologies that Su Chen had just mentioned, especially the fully autonomous driving feature, which was quite impressive. If it truly lived up to the hype, why wait? They should buy it. However, it seems Su Chen hadn't disclosed the price yet. One journalist, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Mr. Su, could you please tell us the final price of the Qilin in the land of the rising sun?" Su Chen chuckled. As you all know, the taxes on imported vehicles in the land of the rising sun are quite steep, so we are still determining the final pricing. However, for those interested in the Qilin, you can place an order through our app, and if the final price does not meet your expectations, a full refund will be available. Still under research? It's been said that there will be a markup, someone muttered. When the vehicles were being produced, it was clear that there would be a price increase to accommodate the market in the land of the rising sun. The opening ceremony concluded, allowing attendees to explore the showroom for static displays. In the back, some test drive vehicles were prepared, and those wishing to participate could register with General Manager Tan Ming. As Su Chen finished speaking, many rushed towards Tan Ming. "I want a test drive. Please register me." The enthusiasm was palpable as attendees were eager to experience the Qilin. Swayed by Nani Wu's endorsement, Changan and Nani Wu had already relocated to the backstage area, mindful that it was Faith Automotive's opening ceremony and their presence might cause disruption. In the meantime, Kohei Saiji had squeezed into the crowd. "Is this a market? It's so chaotic," he grumbled, frowning. He instructed his subordinates, "You all, go over there and find clients. Ensure they return to test drive the Alpha." Just then, Kohei spotted some familiar clients caught up in the throng. "Yamada-kun, I'm the manager from the Furuya store. It's too crowded here. It's not safe. Why don't you come back to the store to test drive the Alpha? We have everything ready for you." Yamada-ken, the elderly gentleman who had just lost his wig in the crowd, was on the verge of registering for a test drive. However, Kohei pulled him out just in time. Frustrated, Yamada wiped his forehead, inadvertently causing his wig to fall off again, igniting his anger. "What are you doing? Didn't you see I was about to register for the Qilin?" Kohei was taken aback. Now he understood why the crowd was so dense. Everyone was there to register for a test drive of the Qilin. Is it really that popular? He wondered. "Yamada-kun, we had an agreement. I'm not going. I'll go another day." Yamada picked up his fallen wig, ignoring its cleanliness, and put it back on before plunging back into the crowd. Kohei was utterly flabbergasted. Have these people lost their minds? The test drive vehicles for the Alpha are ready, yet they are clamoring for the Qilin? If the higher-ups find out, how will I maintain my position as manager? If I can't manage these customers, my general manager might lose his job. Determined, Kohei resolved to thwart this behavior by any means necessary. However, the outcome remained the same. All the clients who had initially signed up for an Alpha test drive were now registering for the Qilin, disregarding him entirely. "Are you annoying? When can we not test drive the Alpha? If you keep this up, I'll file a complaint." After being rebuffed several times, Kohei stood in place, his mouth twitching in dismay. Finally, he muttered under his breath, "Damn these customers." At that moment, his subordinates returned, their expressions revealing their own failures. "Kohei-san, perhaps we should retreat. After all, we work for Furuya, and it wouldn't be good if we were discovered." Kohei nodded in agreement, ready to withdraw. Just then, Tan Ming spotted him in the crowd. "What is that scoundrel from Furuya doing here? I suffered enough under his snide remarks when I worked in the land of the rising sun. Is he here to poach clients? Absolutely not. My hopes rest entirely on the Qilin. I won't let him steal any clients." Tan Ming stepped out of the crowd and approached some media personnel he was friendly with. He then shouted at Kohei, "Everyone look! An employee from the neighboring Furuya store is here, shamelessly poaching clients at Faith Automotive's event." Although most attendees were from the land of the rising sun, many gathered upon hearing the commotion. "Is this happening? Is he here to cause trouble? I detest such unfair competition. He should be thrown out. If you want to compete, do it fairly." Kohei panicked. "I'm not. I didn't Don't listen to him." As journalists began filming, Kohei had no choice but to retreat in disarray. Once outside, He spat on the ground in frustration. Tan Ming, just because you're at Faith Automotive doesn't mean I don't recognize you. Just wait. Kohei seethed with rage, ready to lead his subordinates back. At that moment, an officer approached Kohei, presenting him with a fine. Spitting in public places incurs a fine of 5,000 yen. Kohei, exasperated, muttered under his breath. I suspect your ancestors were from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 50. Test Driving the Qilin. A true revelation for the island nation. At Faith Automotive, the reservations for test drives were nearly complete. Tan Ming, brimming with excitement, reported to Su Chen, Mr. Su, over 300 people have signed up for the test drive. Exceeding our capacity. Su Chen nodded, safety first. Let the test drive commence. In an instant, over 300 registered automotive reviewers and media personnel from the small island nation surged towards the test drive area of Faith Automotive, clamoring to get a glimpse of the Qilin. Don't rush. I registered first. One exclaimed, I want to drive first. My wig was just yanked off. Another retorted. The crowd erupted into a dispute over who would drive first. Tan Ming hastily instructed the staff to restore order, and they gradually quieted down. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tan Ming mused, why do I feel like I've stepped into a bustling market in the Dragon Country? Aren't the citizens of the small island nation supposed to be well-mannered? There were 10 Qilin test drive vehicles, each accommodating 7 passengers. Those who did not secure a driving seat settled into the back. The front passenger seats were filled with Faith Automotive employees, diligently explaining the car's features. During the static experience, the attendees had already been astounded by the Qilin, but sitting inside the vehicle amplified their astonishment. What is a car? This is what a car should be, they exclaimed as the doors and windows sealed shut, enveloping them in a serene, high-end ambience. The spaciousness and tranquility of the interior provided an enlightening lesson. Is it really this quiet? Can this be classified as a car? The interior and the seat massage function are simply exquisite. I finally grasped the concept of a second home. This is my dream vehicle. In comparison to my Alpha, the Qilin has left me utterly astounded. As the vehicle navigated the roads, the test drivers were constantly expressing their admiration. The saying experts discern the nuances. Novices see the spectacle rang true, as numerous reviewers echoed their praise. The driving experience is exhilarating. Faith Automotive has evidently invested significant effort into the chassis development. The suspension system remains stable even at full capacity. Overall, I am highly satisfied. I heard the Qilin achieved a remarkable 79 kilometers in the Moose test in the Dragon Country. That score is already perfect for an MPV. Now, I wonder about the final price of the Qilin. I estimate it won't be less than 20 million small island nation dollars. After some time, the employees of Faith Automotive activated the autonomous driving feature. Thus, the door to a new world swung open for them. Many among the group were seasoned drivers, familiar with the auxiliary driving features of Tesla. However, during their driving experience, they merely regarded it as an aid, unable to fully relinquish control. Yet, upon engaging the fully autonomous driving feature of the Qilin, they felt akin to novice drivers, hesitant and apprehensive. After some encouragement from the staff, they gradually relaxed, allowing the vehicle to navigate on its own, alleviating their anxiety. The drivers captured videos on their phones, exclaiming in awe, "Is this the technology of the future?" The car is driving itself. It has truly achieved autonomous driving. What a delight! Imagine returning home after a long day of work in this vehicle. It's unimaginable. The autonomous driving capability allows the car to navigate like an aircraft, smoothly handling various complex routes. Is this the prowess of Faith Automotive's innovative technology? Those seated in the back were filled with an irresistible urge to take the wheel themselves, unable to fathom how comfortable the ride was. After a full 5 hours, the test drive event finally drew to a close. To accommodate everyone, Tan Ming had halved the test drive route, yet the enthusiasm of the participants remained undeterred, with hundreds more still eager to register for future test drives. Su Chen had not anticipated the Qilin's overwhelming popularity. It seemed that people's yearning for a better life was universal. The Qilin was indeed a vehicle capable of delivering happiness. At that moment, Xiao Baizai stood at the entrance, wearing a disheartened expression. None of the clients who had reserved test drives for the Alpha had shown up. They had all flocked to Faith Automotive instead. He had just witnessed several clients driving the Qilin, smiling broadly, which filled him with concern. Surely, they haven't abandoned the Alpha for the Qilin, he thought. As the test drive period neared its end, he instructed his subordinates, before you finish work today, call the clients who didn't come and inquire about their absence. We must fill tomorrow's test drive slots. Furthermore, if any of your clients choose the Qilin, you can forget about this month's bonuses. His subordinates trembled but nodded in agreement, silently hoping that their worst fears would not materialize. Meanwhile, the excitement surrounding Faith Automotive was at its peak. Those who had failed to secure test drive appointments crowded into the showroom, creating a bustling scene. The store's background music remained unchanged, playing a single song, Loyalty to the Country, emphasizing, you may listen or not. I shall play this tune regardless. After the test drive event, a majority of participants opted to place substantial orders for the Qilin. The back-end data indicated that nearly 1,000 units of the Qilin had been pre-ordered. Although this figure may seem modest compared to the Dragon country's market, it was significant for Faith Automotive's inaugural sales in the small island nation. Every journey begins with a single step, and this was a crucial breakthrough. Su Chen also decided to announce the final price of the Qilin later that evening. The fervor surrounding the Qilin was not only rampant within the small island nation, but also echoed across the internet in the Dragon country, generating explosive discussions. Many netizens flocked to Su Chen's social media, commenting, Mr. Su, I've heard the Qilin is a sensation in the small island nation. I saw reports from foreign media. The crowd was overwhelming. You're doing a fantastic job, staying true to your original intentions and profiting from foreign markets. Mr. Su, please start a live stream so we can see the people of the small island nation. Reluctantly complying with the demands of the online community, Su Chen initiated a live stream for Faith Automotive. In an instant, over 100,000 viewers flooded in. Su Chen was taken aback. Are these people not working? As he turned the camera, viewers were greeted with the bustling scene at Faith Automotive's East Jean store. Is this crowd for real? Are the citizens of the small island nation really out in droves? Realizing Su Chen's intentions, the viewers commented, looks like Mr. Su is a bit of a sleaze. Come on, give us a perspective from a love-struck fan. Su Chen retorted, I am here to sell cars, and these folks are driving. As time passed, Chiaki Saichi, the manager of the Crazy Field dealership next to Faith Motors, realized it was nearly time to contact clients for follow-up calls. The first call he made was to Yamada-ken. Mr. Yamada, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to schedule a test drive of the Alpha. We have prepared some generous gifts for you. On the other end of the line, Yamada-ken chuckled. I have already reserved the Qilin from Faith Motors. Well, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up now. As the call ended with a busy tone, Chiaki Saichi's expression froze. Did this client really go ahead with the Qilin? Mr. Yamada, without clients like you, how would I survive? Chapter 51. A 300,000 increase for the Qilin. Is that too much? At this moment, Koji Saichi felt a flicker of panic. His first call had already gone awry. The balding old man, Ken Yamada, had indeed placed an order for the Qilin. They had previously agreed on a test drive for the Alpha. The deposit was about to be secured. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and make some calls. Koji Saichi fumed. Just moments ago, he had boasted that if any client's order was for the Qilin, they could forget their bonus this month. And now, he was the first to encounter such a fate. The staff at the Crazy Tian dealership, upon witnessing Koji Saichi's fury, hastily made their calls to assess the situation. Hello, Yano-kun, may I ask, you have also ordered the Qilin. I'm from the Crazy Tian dealership. Oh, you're interested in the Qilin? I hope you might consider the Alpha, after all. The Qilin is a vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom, you know. The outcome was invariably disheartening. After several calls, they discovered that the prospective clients either had already committed to the Qilin or were waiting to test drive it before making a decision. Koji-san, what should we do now? All the clients have switched to the Qilin, and many have expressed a desire to test drive it. Will this impact our sales? At this point, Koji Saichi found himself at a loss. He had not anticipated that faith in the automobile could wield such influence. It was merely the first day. Most of his potential clients had seemingly migrated to the other side. Stay calm. The final price for the Qilin has yet to be announced. Perhaps once it is revealed, these individuals will cancel their orders. While he proclaimed calmness, his heart raced with anxiety. If the sales at the Crazy Tian dealership in Higashitsu did not improve this month, losing the bonus would be the least of his worries. His hopes of being promoted to manager would be dashed. Yet, there was little he could do now but wait. The day swiftly passed. The grand opening ceremony for Faith Automotive had concluded successfully, and the test drive events had exceeded expectations. Observing the busy and perspiring Tan Ming, Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. The back-end data for orders had surpassed 2,000 units. Although this figure could not compare to sales in the Dragon Kingdom, it undeniably marked a significant first step. Tan, please announce the order data for the Qilin on social media, along with its final price, Su Chen instructed. Tan Ming's interest peaked immediately. Su, what will be the final price for the Qilin? Su Chen calculated. The Qilin's domestic price was 399,800 yuan. But with a tax rate of 35 upon entering the Little Days country, the final price would be approximately 540,000 yuan. Considering the Qilin's popularity, an additional 300,000 yuan seems reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Tan Ming chuckled. That is not excessive at all. With so much cutting-edge technology, adding 300,000 yuan is quite generous, especially compared to the Alpha from the Dragon Kingdom, which is practically a gift. Su Chen smiled. In that case, the Qilin's final price will be 839,800 yuan, equivalent to 17.56 million Little Days currency. This is significantly more reasonable than the Alpha's pricing in the Dragon Kingdom, demonstrating our appreciation for our clientele. The Little Days market loves to create a sensation, so let us follow suit. Now, go ahead and announce the price and order data. Tan Ming nodded in agreement. By the way, Su, the International Auto Show in Higashitsu is the day after tomorrow. We have received an invitation from the organizers. Let us participate. Su Chen nodded. An auto show? Fantastic. We will showcase the Qilin and outshine the vehicles from the Little Days. The Qilin desperately needed such exposure, and they could not afford to miss this opportunity. Tan Ming smiled and nodded, heading to the back with the Little Days staff to release the data. Simultaneously, the opening ceremony for Faith Automotive had gone viral online in the Little Days. Major media outlets featured front-page stories covering the event extensively. The arrival of the new automotive power from the Dragon Kingdom in the Little Days had stirred a sensation. The Qilin, the inaugural model from Faith Automotive, captivated the nation. The scene was electric, with discussions surrounding the Qilin test drive abounding. With over 2,000 orders secured and a final price reaching 17 million Little Days currency. What was the allure of this new vehicle? Netizens in the Little Days ignited a fervent debate. What? The first batch of orders for the Qilin reached 2,000? This data must be fabricated, and the price is a staggering 17 million, with part of that being a markup. How does the Qilin have such confidence? I test drove the Qilin today, and I must say, it left a profound impression on me. Compared to the current MPV models on the market, this vehicle is genuinely impressive. Indeed, I have already ordered a Qilin. The fully autonomous driving feature is astonishing. I hope everyone gets to experience it. Naturally, with praise came criticism. Detractors often cited the Qilin's origins from the Dragon Kingdom. Some, upon hearing it was a Dragon Kingdom vehicle, expressed vehement resistance, resorting to derogatory remarks. We have our own products. Why should we settle for Dragon Kingdom manufactured goods? When did their vehicles become so expensive? Where is our country's automotive association? Why aren't they taking action against this? There must be a boycott. We absolutely cannot allow Dragon Kingdom vehicles to profit in our nation. The best automakers, Crazy Tian and Ben Tian, would never condone this. Despite the numerous criticisms directed at the Qilin on the Little Days internet, the order data and test drive appointments on Faith Automotive's official website continued to rise unabated. Su Chen observed these reports with a calm smile. Throughout history, making money has been one of the most challenging yet simultaneously simplest endeavors. Convincing the people of the Little Days to trust Faith Automotive would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, once someone acknowledges the Qilin's worth, a chain reaction is bound to occur. The Qilin, it is worth this price. Faith Automotive intends to earn its profits with dignity. Why shouldn't exceptional products command excellent prices? The Alpha from the Dragon Kingdom sells for 800,000 yuan, even without markup. The Qilin, at its base price, is already quite generous. The Qilin's advanced technology outshines the Alpha in every regard. As Faith Automotive made a splendid debut, traditional automotive manufacturers in the little days convened for an urgent meeting overnight. With Crazy Tian's president, Neozang Crazy Tian, handling affairs in the Dragon Kingdom, executives from Tian, Mazda, Nissan, and Linmu gathered to deliberate. President Chuan Dongquan of Tian kept refreshing the Qilin's official website on his phone, observing the ever-increasing sales figures with a grim expression. President Linmu Taro of Linmu pounded the table in anger. This is outrageous. Faith Automotive is selling electric vehicles, a product devoid of technical merit. How dare they act so brazenly? I would rather perish than bow to electric vehicles, nor will I produce such inferior technology. President Uchida Taisei of Nissan Nissan was equally incensed. Is Faith Automotive challenging US? This is a surefire path to ruin. We cannot sit idly by. We must expel Faith Automotive from our nation. Dragon Kingdom's inferior products do not deserve to be sold in the little days. Chuan Dongquan surveyed the grim faces of those gathered, his brow furrowed in concern. It appears that the sentiments expressed by everyone are indeed valid. It seems imperative to establish an alliance against Faith Automobiles without delay. We cannot passively witness the overwhelming success of Faith Automobiles in our nation. This poses a significant threat to our modest market and constitutes an affront to each and every one of us present here. Chapter 52. Faith Automotive decides to bring Qilin to the Dongjin International Auto Show. These individuals diligently researched throughout the night, resolving to launch a comprehensive offensive against Faith Automotive upon the return of the eccentric Tian Nanzhang. They firmly believe that a newly established automotive company, barely a month old, could produce nothing of value. Was it merely a mere accumulation of electronic components? What nonsense about a second home? What absurd claims of fully autonomous driving capabilities? Such trivial gimmicks must be suppressed. Such occurrences are absolutely intolerable. After the meeting concluded, Chuan Dongquan once again reached out to Tian Nanzhang. Tian Nanzhang, I have convened the presidents and chairpersons of domestic automotive enterprises, and we have reached a unanimous consensus. We have officially formed an anti-Faith Automotive alliance, aiming to reveal the true nature of Faith Automotive to all. Tian Nanzhang nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Mobilize all major media outlets and domestic automotive critics. The people of the Dragon Country are notoriously disunited. We must demonstrate the strength of our unity. As Chuan Dongquan processed the mess on his end, he remarked, I will return to the country in a few days. Upon hearing Tian Nanzhang mention the Dragon Country market, Chuan Dongquan couldn't help but inquire. Given that our country's joint venture brands are still robust in the Dragon Country market, Faith Automotive shouldn't stir up too much trouble, right? Tian Nanzhang chuckled confidently. Of course not. We have thoroughly penetrated the market over the years. Although the development of new energy vehicles in the Dragon Country is rapid and our sales have seen a decline, the overall impact will be minimal. Rest assured. However, concerning the sales of Nissan vehicles in the Dragon Country, Chuan Dongquan felt a pang of worry. Mr. President, given the current slump in Alpha's sales, should we consider implementing substantial discounts to recover sales? Absolutely not. Although Alpha sales are currently sluggish, I have already eliminated the price increase policy in most regions. Tian Nanzhang appeared resolute. Market reactions exhibit a certain lag, and aside from Alpha, our models like the Bandit and Highlander continue to dominate sales. Significant discounts would only undermine our own interests. The people of the Dragon Country value their pride and would never easily abandon a model like Alpha. Despite his bravado, the reality remained that Alpha's sales were indeed faltering. Many customers were reluctant to purchase without a price increase. With the launch of Qilin, not only was Alpha struggling, but even the sales of Tian Sena faced considerable impact. He needed to stabilize the market in the Dragon Country before addressing other concerns. Mr. Tian Nanzhang, I understand. I look forward to your swift return. After hanging up, Chuan Dongquan immediately made several calls, all directed to renowned automotive critics in the Dragon Country. Let's meet tomorrow morning to discuss the current surge in Qilin sales at Faith Automotive. I hope everyone can act promptly. Renowned automotive critic He Shui also received a call. Upon witnessing the overwhelming online coverage of Faith Automotive's Qilin, his interest was piqued. Furthermore, with Chuan Dongchuan's invitation for a meeting the next day, he understood the intention behind it. They merely wanted him and a few other critics to evaluate Qilin, serving as a means to resist the momentum of Faith Automotive. However, as a new automotive enterprise from the Dragon Country, why did it seem that Chuan Dongquan was overly anxious? He had just seen the data indicating that Qilin had sold over 2,000 units. Was it really warranted to be so concerned? He Shui held a respectable reputation within the Dragon Country, being one of the pioneers in automotive evaluation, and his channel had garnered a substantial following. Upon checking his notifications, he found over 99 messages requesting him to evaluate Qilin, and it astonished him that Faith Automotive's debut in the Dragon Country had generated such fervor. Intrigued, he promptly posted a response, "Rest assured, since everyone has requested that I evaluate Qilin, I will approach it with utmost seriousness." The following morning, He Shui arrived at the designated meeting place set by Chuan Dongquan. Upon entering, he noticed several prominent automotive critics were already present. Without further ado, Chuan Dongquan addressed them directly. "Yesterday, Qilin generated considerable buzz online, and I have gathered you all here to evaluate it. Of course, you all know how to conduct the evaluation, right?" After making his statement, Chuan Dongquan exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant. The assistant promptly placed several checks before He Shui and the others. "This is a small token of appreciation for your efforts. Please don't consider it meager. Take it. If the response is favorable, there will be further rewards." He Shui frowned slightly. As expected, the anticipated had arrived. In his hand was a check for 2 million units of local currency, less than 10,000 dragon coins. Though it was not a significant amount, the other critics, aside from He Shui, accepted it with smiles. "Thank you, President Chuan. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough evaluation." He Shui, however, could not bring himself to accept the check. "President, there is no need for such gestures. My evaluation style is well known. I will not accept this money." Chuan Dongquan regarded He Shui with a complex expression, fully aware of his esteemed position within the automotive critique community and his reputation for fairness. It was undeniable that he was the most influential figure present today, yet he was refusing the money? Did He Shui find the amount unsatisfactory? I assure you, it is merely a token of labor remuneration. Do not overthink it. Please accept it. Standing up, He Shui smiled and nodded at Chuan Dongquan before departing. Knowing Chuan Dongchuan's intent, he understood that accepting the money would compromise his hard-earned reputation. After leaving, He Shui made his way directly to Faith Automotive's Dongjin store. What was it about Qilin that warranted such effort from Chuan Dongquan? Today, he would witness it firsthand. Simultaneously, a piece of news spread across the online community in the Dragon Country. Faith Automotive will showcase Qilin at the Dongjin International Auto Show. Thank you to all readers. Wishing everyone great fortune and health in 2024. Additionally, the author requests a small free gift and urges for updates. Deeply grateful. Chapter 53, Despicable Means. Faith Automobile is assigned the worst position at the Dongjin Auto Show. The Dongjin Auto Show, the largest automotive exhibition in Asia, is held every 2 years and is classified as a top-tier A-level event. The automakers invited to participate in the Dongjin International Auto Show are among the most renowned in the world, representing the pinnacle of quality in the automotive industry. The technological advancements of various automobile manufacturers are a significant highlight of the Dongjin Auto Show, which is regarded as the barometer of the automotive landscape in Asia. At such a prestigious exhibition, major automotive companies from around the globe vie for attention, showcasing their flagship technologies in hopes of securing substantial orders. When news broke that Faith Automobile would participate in the Dongjin Auto Show, major newspapers in Little Japan began to report on this development. The Asahi Shimbun proclaimed, "How poorly made is Dragon Country manufacturing? In less than 2 months, the company has managed to sell at sky-high prices in Little Japan." The report was scathing, dismissing the opening ceremony of Faith Automobile's Dongjin branch as insignificant and even suggesting that the company had hired internet trolls. The article derided the Qilin model, belittling it as nothing more than a pile of electronic components, devoid of any technological merit. Even the spokesperson for Faith Automobile, Changan, and the first customers of the Qilin, Nan Yiwu, came under fire, with the benefits of the Qilin model barely acknowledged, if at all. The Daily News reported, "Crisis emerges. Should the people of Little Japan be wary of Faith Automobile's disruption in the market?" This article launched a comprehensive attack on Faith Automobile, tracing its origins from its inception over a month ago to Su Chen's audacious claim of toppling Dragon Country in 3 months. The fabrications presented in the media were egregious, maliciously interpreting Faith Automobile's innovative technologies as mere plagiarism and inferior imitation. The piece concluded with a citation from a disparaging comment by the CEO of Mad Tian, asserting that electric energy is inferior and electric vehicles are low-grade products, promising resistance against them. In a short time, discussions online regarding Faith Automobile's participation in the Dongjin International Auto Show proliferated like mushrooms after rain. Queries emerged about the substantial marketing expenditures Faith Automobile must have incurred to secure a spot at the exhibition so soon after its establishment. Many expressed skepticism about the Qilin model's qualifications for participation, with some calling for its disqualification, arguing that such shoddy Dragon Country manufacturing should be expelled entirely. One commenter countered, suggesting that the Qilin demonstrated sincerity and that Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving technology was already leading the globe. However, others retorted that mere autonomous driving capabilities did not elevate it beyond being just another unremarkable electric vehicle. Despite the uproar this news caused across the internet in Little Japan, an intriguing phenomenon emerged in the comments section. Nearly 80% of the posts were vehemently critical of Faith Automobile, declaring that it lacked the qualifications to participate in the auto show, given that it only had the Qilin model, which was of Dragon Country origin. Upon seeing these comments, Tan Ming approached Su Chen. "Mr. Su, I suspect these online sentiments have been orchestrated to undermine Faith Automobile. The media's narrative has shifted dramatically from yesterday. If necessary, I can investigate to uncover who is behind this." Su Chen had also noted these comments, but he remained unfazed. "We cannot control how others perceive us. We must focus on our own endeavors. However, there is undoubtedly a hidden agenda behind Faith Automobile's invitation to the Dongjin Auto Show." He rose and gazed out the window at the overcast Dongjin sky, sensing an impending rain. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Moreover, I noticed the comments and media reports you mentioned. As you said, there is certainly someone targeting us. I can make an educated guess about who it might be. Most likely local automotive companies such as Ben Tian, Feng Tian, Wusher Lin, Lin Mu, and Ni Sang from Little Japan." In disbelief, Tan Ming responded, "I understand the challenges of the Little Japan market, but do these companies intend to mock us? Though I have only recently joined Faith Automobile, I cannot allow them to sabotage our efforts." Tan Ming, previously employed by Feng Tian in Little Japan, was all too familiar with the local business ethics. They preach about an open international market welcoming global partners for investment and manufacturing. It's all nonsense. They only dare to act this way because of May Dai's presence. Now that Faith Automobile has only just arrived, they resort to underhanded tactics, starting with manipulating public opinion. I can only imagine what more nefarious strategies they will employ. Su Chen placed a reassuring hand on Tan Ming's shoulder. "As the storm brews, we cannot concern ourselves with their methods. We must respond in kind. This nation is characterized by a fear of power without virtue. If they wish to fight, we shall defeat them decisively. If my suspicions hold true, the companies attempting to block Faith Automobile will find no peace in Dragon Country. Our aim is to take them down. I intend not only to topple Feng Tian in 3 months, but also to pull those joint ventures from their comfort zones. Faith Automobile will not only become a leader in Dragon Country's automotive industry, but will also awaken these foreign and joint venture enterprises from their complacency." Tan Ming, observing Su Chen's resolute demeanor, felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Su Chen was a disruptor of the industry, a potential revolutionary. Perhaps it would not be long before those joint venture and foreign automotive companies in Dragon Country would indeed be roused by Faith Automobile. Had he unwittingly become a witness to history? Was the wheel of history beginning to turn? In the meantime, Su Chen instructed Tan Ming to contact several law firms and begin gathering information on the orchestrators behind the negative press. While focusing on their own path was essential, it did not mean remaining passive. At that moment, Ben Tian's president, Chuan Dongquan, looked at the reports and comments targeting Faith Automobile, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. So, Su Chen of Faith Automobile thinks entering Little Japan's automotive market will be easy? There is an ancient saying in Dragon Country: those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Let me serve you a little appetizer first. I wonder if it suits your taste. Beside Chuan, a silver-haired man nodded in agreement. Matsumoto Kiyoshi, the head of the Dongjin International Auto Show, added with a smirk, Mr. Chuan, we have assigned the worst exhibition space to Faith Automobile. That area is situated at the farthest end of the venue, completely devoid of foot traffic. Upon reviewing the layout of the Dongjin International Auto Show, Chuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Excellent. This spot is perfect for Faith Automobile. Oh, and let us place all Dragon Country automakers in this area and allow them to fend for themselves. Haha. Chapter 54. To all who come to support Faith Automobile, I, Su Chen, shall cover all expenses. Matsumoto Seiji smiled and reassured, rest assured, Mr. President. We will arrange everything splendidly. Isn't Faith Automobile quite popular? I am eager to see just how many will venture to the most secluded corner where Faith Automobile is placed. I suspect that, thanks to media coverage, Faith Automobile will not sell a single vehicle during the auto show. It won't be long before Faith Automobile completely withdraws from the land of the rising sun. Chuan Dongquan laughed heartily, slapping the table. Matsumoto, you have executed this plan splendidly. Upon our return, we shall commend your efforts to Madman Tian, and rest assured, you shall receive your due rewards. Matsumoto Seiji nodded earnestly. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. President. Soon, news regarding Faith Automobile's participation in the Dongjin Auto Show was disclosed online, even reaching back to the homeland. When numerous netizens from the Dragon Nation learned that Faith Automobile and other Dragon Nation manufacturers were relegated to the most inconspicuous corner of the Dongjin International Auto Show, they could no longer contain their outrage. What on earth is happening at this Dongjin Auto Show? Why is Faith Automobile placed at the very end of the exhibition? This is discrimination, unequivocally. The people of the land of the rising sun hold our Dragon Nation's automotive industry in contempt. Indeed, I observed the booth arrangements. And aside from Faith Automobile, even brands like BDA and Chongqing Weilai were grouped together. What a farce for an Asian auto show. This is the greatest insult to our Dragon Nation's automotive sector. I say we should not attend. Waking up to such disheartening news was utterly frustrating, particularly for such a remarkable vehicle as the Qilin. Everyone lamented the blatant unfairness of this exhibition arrangement. If a single Dragon Nation automotive enterprise were placed in the corner, it could be attributed to oversight or random selection. Yet, now all Dragon Nation manufacturers are crammed together. This is clearly intentional. The anger of Dragon Nation netizens quickly spread across the internet in the land of the rising sun. Before long, some Chinese residents in the land of the rising sun could no longer remain silent. Some began organizing a collective show of support for Faith Automobile on the day of the auto show. More accurately, they aimed to support Dragon Nation automotive enterprises. This is intolerable. The land of the rising sun is bullying us. Their intentions are far from benign. I propose that we, the Chinese community, unite to support Faith Automobile and our Dragon Nation manufacturing on the day after tomorrow at the Dongjin Auto Show. In an instant, enthusiasm surged among the Chinese community in the land of the rising sun. They flooded the posts with comments pledging to support Faith Automobile and other Dragon Nation automotive enterprises at the auto show. Over 20,000 people responded online. Keep in mind, there are only about 800,000 Chinese residents in the land of the rising sun, and the number of supporters continues to grow. This news swiftly reached Matsumoto Seiji, the organizer. What are these Dragon Nation Chinese up to? Do they intend to support Faith Automobile? Just being given a booth is generous enough. They owe their presence here to the new energy sector. If we're talking about fuel vehicles, these enterprises have no right to be here. His assistant expressed concern. Matsumoto, the online uproar is overwhelming. Should we adjust Faith Automobile's booth location? Matsumoto Seiji shook his head resolutely. What right do they have to occupy a prime booth? They do not deserve it. They are merely a hodgepodge of electric vehicles, utterly unqualified for the Dongjin Auto Show. The assistant suggested, shall we issue a statement to clarify? Matsumoto contemplated for a moment. We can issue a statement, claiming that the booth arrangements were entirely determined by a random system. After the assistant left, Matsumoto received a call from Jack, the representative for Telly's. Mr. Jack, your booth at the auto show has been arranged right in front of us, an excellent location. Jack replied contentedly, I just called to confirm. However, I heard that the booth for Dragon Nation's new energy vehicles is rather poor. Matsumoto quickly responded with a smile. You jest, Mr. Jack. There are only a few prime locations in the exhibition hall. We, the esteemed automotive enterprises, are not even in the running. After a brief chat, they hung up. How could Dragon Nation's electric vehicles even compare to Telly's? The difference is night and day. Once the announcement regarding booth arrangements for the Dongjin Auto Show was released, a storm brewed within the Chinese community. Listen, does this make any sense? Are they deceiving us? Random distribution? Then why is Telly's booth location so advantageous? This is utterly outrageous. Such underhanded tactics to suppress Dragon Nation's new energy vehicle enterprises are despicable, and we will not stand for it. All right, since the organizers are being so difficult, we shall all support Faith Automobile the day after tomorrow. Charge. Numerous domestic netizens and automotive reviewers were equally incensed. Many even chartered flights, preparing to head to the Dongjin Auto Show the day after tomorrow. What era are we in? Dragon Nation's automotive enterprises still face such unjust treatment? This is infuriating. Reports regarding Faith Automobile and Dragon Nation's new energy vehicle enterprises at the Dongjin Auto Show circulated widely on social media within the Dragon Nation. Almost everyone in the automotive community was aware of this situation. The matter began to gain traction. Locally, fellow compatriots rallied. Let us storm the Dongjin Auto Show. It was utterly infuriating. If they want to play, let it be in person. Such underhanded tactics are simply revolting. Our Qilin team has already chartered a flight, ready to take action and support Faith Automobile at the Dongjin Auto Show. The people of the land of the rising sun are too small-minded. Clearly, they fear the emergence of our Dragon Nation's new energy automotive power. After several hours of brewing discontent, the online uproar reached a fever pitch. Numerous Dragon Nation netizens and residents in the land of the rising sun reached a consensus. Over 30,000 individuals decided to personally attend the Dongjin Auto Show to support Faith Automobile and Dragon Nation Automotive Enterprises. Everyone eagerly awaited the Dongjin International Auto Show 2 days hence. Su Chen, upon learning of this through media reports, felt deeply moved as he witnessed the overwhelming support for Faith Automobile due to the booth arrangements. To express gratitude to those who would come to support, Su Chen promptly posted on his social media, I sincerely thank everyone for their support. The achievements of Faith Automobile today are inseparable from your backing. Therefore, I have decided that all expenses, including airfare and accommodation for those from the Dragon Nation attending the Dongjin Auto Show to support our automotive enterprises, will be entirely borne by me, Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen's post, both domestic and international online communities erupted in excitement. Chapter 55, Terrifyingly Ahead. Faith Automobile is at least a decade in front of us. All those who prepared to personally support Faith Automobile could sense Su Chen's unwavering determination. Mr. Su of Faith Automobile is truly commendable, exhibiting remarkable generosity. He has covered all accommodation and travel expenses. I must inquire, within the entirety of the automotive industry in Longhua, is there any other proprietor of such grand stature? This exemplifies true vision, unlike certain nations and their automotive enterprises, who resort to underhanded tactics when faced with competition. How utterly distasteful. This is the spirit of us, the people of Longhua. There is no need for further words. Simply support Faith Automobile. As a Chinese individual from the small days nation, I initially intended to purchase an Alpha, but now I have resolved to personally support the Qilin, championing the new forces of Longhua manufacturing. Mr. Su's magnanimity is astounding. He offers us financial support without seeking a return, reserving it instead for these joint venture enterprises. Even some netizens from the small days nation find Mr. Su's actions unprecedented. Not to mention the amount Su Chen is willing to invest. Indeed, even the global leader in electric vehicles, Tesla's Musk, cannot match Su Chen's generosity. All eyes are now focused on the upcoming Dongjin International Auto Show. Meanwhile, the organizers and the small days automotive companies, who are attempting to sabotage Faith Automobile, remain oblivious to the substantial repercussions their deceitful tactics will incur. As discussions surrounding Faith Automobile's participation in the Dongjin International Auto Show proliferate online, renowned automotive critic He Koshue is poised to test drive the Qilin at Faith Automobile's dealership. This marks his inaugural visit to Faith Automobile. Although he has previously encountered images and videos of the Qilin online, witnessing it in person for the first time left him utterly astounded. The Qilin's exterior design showcases a remarkable level of craftsmanship, such exquisite aesthetics. Could it truly belong to the same era as the MPVs currently sold in our country? To ensure the integrity of his evaluation, He Koshue opened a live stream on his social media. Instantly, a multitude of netizens from the small days nation flocked to his broadcast. What? He Koshue is about to test the Qilin? He Koshue is my favorite automotive critic. I hope he conducts a comprehensive assessment. Is he currently at Faith Automobile's Dongjin location? It appears rather crowded. Observing the fervent discussions in his live stream, He Koshue adjusted the camera to focus on the Qilin before him. He Koshue remarked, "Today, Faith Automobile's dealership is truly bustling with activity. So many people. It took me quite a while to finally gain entry. The influx of visitors eager to experience the Qilin was overwhelming, with the majority being individuals from the small days nation. Given the high level of interest, He Koshue decided to conduct spontaneous interviews. He approached a well-dressed young man in a suit and asked, 'What are your thoughts on the Qilin?' The young man, appearing to be a successful individual, smiled and replied, 'This vehicle is remarkable. It truly embodies a user-centric MPV.' He Koshue continued, 'Are you here to test drive it or merely to observe?' The young man, with a mysterious smile, produced his phone and confessed, 'To be honest, I have already placed an order for one, but I won't be able to pick it up for another week.' He Koshue nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him, proceeding to interview others. After a series of interviews, He Koshue was astounded. At least half of those he questioned had already ordered the Qilin, and all expressed even greater satisfaction following their test drives. He Koshue even inquired how the Qilin compared to the Alpha, receiving remarkably consistent responses. The Alpha could not even begin to compete with the Qilin. Even with a significant price difference, they would still choose the Qilin, highlighting the profound impact it had on them. In fact, one elderly gentleman not only ordered a Qilin but also expressed indignation, stating, "Our country's automotive industry is far too arrogant, completely myopic. We must venture out and observe. The world is not solely comprised of Fengtian and Benchen-type companies. In the electric vehicle sector, I estimate Longhua will soon surpass us." He Koshue stared at the elder, somewhat perplexed. After all, Faith Automobile had only just entered the small days nation, and vehicle deliveries had yet to commence. How could it have garnered such a substantial fan base? It seemed to starkly contrast the online narratives. Is the Qilin truly that remarkable? Surely, these individuals cannot all be actors. Netizens in the live stream began to discuss among themselves. "I'm a bit confused. Weren't the online reviews overwhelmingly negative? Why do so many people support Faith Automobile? I also sense it. But was what that elder said truly accurate? Are our country's automotive enterprises genuinely that far behind? Regarding this matter, I believe I am well qualified to answer. As a student in Longhua, I can attest that the automotive industry here is flourishing. While we are still grappling with engine technology, Longhua has already taken the lead. Thus, what often defeats an individual or enterprise is not technology, but rather arrogance." Soon, it was time for He Koshue's test drive. He secured his phone and, with the assistance of Faith Automobile's staff, slowly drove the vehicle out. After a brief static experience with the Qilin, when Hikoshua finally took to the road, he understood why others had praised the Qilin so highly. Throughout the journey, Hikoshua experienced Faith Automobile's cutting-edge technology, particularly the much-discussed fully autonomous driving feature, which left him utterly astonished. He owns a Tesla and often utilizes its L3 level driver assistance. But the Qilin's fully autonomous driving capabilities rendered the Tesla's features virtually obsolete. One might even call them inferior. The Qilin seamlessly managed all complex driving scenarios, even in areas with dense pedestrian traffic, executing overtakes, lane changes, and acceleration with complete ease, zero intervention required. After an hour of driving, Hikoshua returned the vehicle to the dealership. Upon exiting, he stood speechless for a considerable time. The impact of the Qilin was simply overwhelming. He finally comprehended that Faith Automobile had only just entered the small days nation, yet local companies like Fengtian and Bentian had already resorted to underhanded tactics against it. It turns out Faith Automobile truly possesses something exceptional, something that the likes of Fengtian and Bentian could not hope to surpass in the near future. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing Hikoshua's stunned silence, clamored for him to share his impressions of the Qilin. After a deep breath, Hikoshua finally spoke. It is terrifying. Faith Automobile's Qilin is at least a decade ahead of us. Chapter 56. The Manufacturing of the Dragon Nation. Truly number 1. Upon hearing the words of Hikoshua, the live stream erupted with fervor. Could it be true? Was it truly that terrifying? A decade ahead? When did our automobile industry fall so behind? Surely, this cannot be mere sensationalism. Hikoshua, you must not falter. This is a company from the Dragon Nation. Almost all the viewers in the live stream were incredulous about Hikoshua's recent assertions. Some even speculated that Hikoshua had been bribed by the Faith Automobile. Observing the diverse comments from the viewers, Hikoshua smiled and clarified. Throughout my time hosting car review shows, it is precisely because of your support that I have reached this point. I cannot guarantee anything else, but I can speak from my conscience. As for the concerns regarding being bribed by Faith Automobile, I would never stoop to such a thing. After making this statement, Hikoshua couldn't help but add, however, a certain car company CEO approached me today, offering me a check for $2 million, hoping I could provide an impartial review of the Qilin. Upon hearing this, the viewers began to speculate. Did Hikoshua truly mean what he said? Was such a thing genuinely happening? Were they frightened? The swift action was unexpected. Could it be our domestic automobile companies? Their response was remarkably quick. Was this considered a dubious tactic? I scarcely know whom to believe. The internet is rife with negative reports about Faith Automobile. Hikoshua chose not to elaborate further. He then proceeded to download the Faith Automobile app and placed an order for a Qilin live on air. If all goes well, I shall bring you a comprehensive review video of the Qilin in the coming days. Thank you for your continued support. The announcement of Hikoshua's order for the Qilin quickly surged to the trending list of domestic media in the small days nation. Chuan Dongquan, upon seeing this, was infuriated. This Hikoshua, was he intent on opposing us? Such a traitor, without our automobile company sustaining you, you would have perished long ago. What a despicable individual. Chuan Dongquan seethed with rage. Initially, he had high hopes for Hikoshua. Yet, not only did Hikoshua refuse his money, but he also placed an order for a Qilin. What was his intention? To advocate for the people of the Dragon Nation? What a detestable scoundrel. At that moment, Chuan Dongyuan's assistant entered. Mr. President, should we continue to undermine Faith Automobile in the media? Moreover, many online are planning to support Faith Automobile at the upcoming auto show in 2 days. Should we rein in our actions? If Faith Automobile discovers that I am orchestrating behind the scenes, it could adversely affect us. Chuan Dongquan furrowed his brow. Why fear now when this has only just begun? Until Mad Tian Nanzhong returns, maintain this intensity. If Faith Automobile cannot endure, they can return to their homeland. Furthermore, inform the auto show organizer, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, that entry for individuals from the Dragon Nation must be restricted. We must ensure that no brands from the Dragon Nation sell a single unit. The assistant, observing the furious Chuan Dongquan, dared not speak further, though an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. At Faith Automobile's Dongjin store, Su Chen noticed that the order data for the Qilin had exceeded 3,000 units. The pace of delivery needed to accelerate. Su Chen convened a video conference with the senior management. Mr. Wang, we must keep pace with the orders from the small days nation. After the auto show in 2 days, our orders will surely surge. Wang Yan, responsible for production, expressed disbelief at Su Chen's assertion. The unjust treatment of Faith Automobile in the small days nation was now widely known domestically. Su Chen claimed that orders for the Qilin would explode post-show. How could that be possible? Wang Yan voiced his concerns. Mr. Su, there is no issue with the supply of the Qilin. We can deliver 5,000 units within a week. However, the current public sentiment in the small days nation is quite unfavorable towards us. All the executives present echoed Wang Yan's worries, some even expressing concern for Su Chen's safety. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern. Simply ensure that our domestic production lines operate smoothly. Orders from the small days nation will commence production. Seeing Su Chen's unwavering confidence, the executives fell silent, uncertain whether his decision was as sound as before. After all, this was the small days nation. If they were not receptive, all would be in vain. At that moment, Su Chen turned to Lu Fei. What is the progress of the Jiaolong? Lu Fei was about to report, Mr. Su, Jiaolong is in the final stages of refinement. It is expected that by the time you return from the small days nation, the engineering vehicle will be ready for launch. Su Chen nodded. The current pace of Jiaolong's development was commendable. The Dongjin International Auto Show represented a crucial milestone for Faith Automobile's market entry into the small days nation. Following the show, he would return to the Dragon Nation. Jiaolong, as Faith Automobile's first robust off-road vehicle, aimed directly at the competition. He held high hopes for it. Given the continuous disturbances emerging from the small days nation, Su Chen deduced that they were orchestrated by the automobile companies of Mad Tian. Once Jiaolong launched, he would target Mad Tian with full force. Jiaolong aimed to surpass the sales of Mad Tian's Badao, Hanlanda, and even Sun Haijian. Thank you for your hard work. Allocate some funds for the finance department to reward everyone appropriately. Meanwhile, Faith Automobile began preparations for the auto show, including booth arrangements and other intricate details. Initially, from the layout of the auto show, Su Chen had not grasped how remote the location was. However, upon arriving, even Tan Ming began to doubt, Mr. Su, is there truly anyone here? This is exceedingly isolated. Not only was Tan Ming astonished by Faith Automobile's placement at the Dongjin Auto Show, but many domestic companies participating in the show were equally bewildered. The Longcheng representative remarked, this location is as distant as my grandmother's house, the furthest back. The BDA representative added, this is utterly outrageous. This position is undoubtedly arranged by the organizers. The Weilai representative lamented, had we known this, we would not have attended. This tactic to suppress our Dragon Nation automobile industry is downright despicable. Upon seeing Su Chen, everyone gathered around. Mr. Su, you have finally arrived. How should we respond? Su Chen regarded the crowd, filled with righteous indignation, and simply smiled serenely. If the people of the small days nation believe that location can dictate sales and promotional impact, they are gravely mistaken. The crowd was puzzled. Su Chen continued, have you forgotten about the multitude of supporters behind us from the Dragon Nation and the Chinese community? They, along with our motherland, are our greatest strength in attending this auto show. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, everyone felt invigorated. The day after tomorrow is nearly upon us. Let us ensure that the people of the small days nation witness the true prowess of our manufacturing. The Dragon Nation's manufacturing is indeed number one. Chapter 57. The auto show commences. The people of the Dragon Nation gather at the Dongjin Auto Show. Su Chen's words subtly ignited a sense of anticipation among the crowd. Even from distant lands, the support of so many resonated deeply. What if the location was less than ideal? What if the prospects for Dragon Nation manufacturing were bleak? They bore the weight of countless expectations from their compatriots. There was no room for hesitation. It was time to act. As the heads of various automotive companies gazed at Su Chen, they couldn't help but reflect on their own age and experience. Here was Su Chen, still youthful, having single-handedly founded Faith Motors, and now, in such a short span of time, he had brought the Qilin to the automotive exhibition in the small Sun nation. They found themselves in awe. Some executives pondered whether aligning themselves with Su Chen could lead to miraculous achievements in the automotive sector. If Dragon Nation cars could populate the globe, it would be an extraordinary triumph. Meanwhile, Su Chen was busy directing his team at Faith Motors to set up their exhibition booth. At that moment, several foreign automotive companies, also preparing their displays, took notice of the hustle and bustle surrounding the Dragon Nation booth. What were they up to? Was there really a need for such diligence in a less favorable location? Perhaps they had resigned themselves to mediocrity. Curiosity piqued. Many from the automotive sector gathered to witness the spectacle, eager to catch a glimpse of the Qilin. Among them were representatives from companies like Fengtian, Bentian, Qilin, Linmu, Mazda, and even Jack, the head of Trellis. Jack observed the busy workers with a smirk, bemused by their fervor. How commendable, he thought, but what purpose did it serve? He approached just as a Qilin made its entrance onto the Faith Motors stage. Tan Ming, recognizing Jack and his entourage, sensed their ill intentions. Mr. Su, that foreigner is Jack, the head of Trellis in the small Sun nation. The others are likely from different manufacturers, judging by their uniforms from Fengtian and Bentian. Surely, they wouldn't be here to cause trouble? Su Chen, catching sight of the gathering, responded, "Ignore them. Let's focus on our work." He had no desire to engage with them. Yet, Jack and his group were relentless. "Oh, you must be Su Chen of Faith Motors? What were you thinking, bringing just one model to the auto show?" Laughter erupted from several locals. "I've heard your Dragon Nation has sent numerous electric vehicles, but this high-profile exhibition hardly seems suited for you. Perhaps it's best to head home. Our CEO, Fengtian Najong, has declared that electric vehicles are a blight on the industry, never to surpass gasoline cars. Such technologically barren electric vehicles have no place here." Su Chen pointed at Jack, saying, "Next time you malign electric vehicles, remember to steer clear of your American father." The Dragon Nation representatives erupted in laughter at Su Chen's bold remark. The locals, incensed by Su Chen's words, turned to Jack to apologize. "Mr. Jack, please don't take offense. We were merely discussing the electric vehicles from our nation, not specifically targeting Trellis. Trellis is the most established electric vehicle brand in the world, far surpassing Dragon Nation manufacturing." Jack, unperturbed, stepped closer to Su Chen, gesturing toward the Qilin. "I can overlook your comments, but Trellis's sales in the Dragon Nation speak for themselves, with tens of thousands sold each month, figures that I'm sure none of you can match." With a flourish, he pointed towards the distant Trellis booth, wearing a triumphant expression. "See that? Trellis has the prime location here. Your booth simply cannot compete." Jack waved dismissively, his disdain evident. Su Chen regarded Jack, contemplating, "I haven't finished with Fengtian yet, and here you are, Trellis, making a scene? This is a dangerous game you're playing. Do you wish to feel the might of Faith Motors' iron fist? Trellis may be formidable, but I remain unconcerned." With a nonchalant remark, he turned away, dismissing them entirely. Jack had anticipated that Su Chen would be enraged and that he could exploit the situation to his advantage. Instead, his words seemed to dissipate like air against cotton, having no impact at all. The other Dragon Nation representatives maintained an equally indifferent demeanor. They were merely here to make up the numbers, he thought, clenching his fists in frustration. "Very well, we'll see who triumphs tomorrow." With that, he turned and walked away, followed by the other heads of foreign automotive companies, casting scornful glances at the industrious Dragon Nation booth. Why was there such unfounded confidence among the Dragon Nation representatives? Their obstinacy would soon be put to the test, and they would learn the truth. Indeed, how could they dare to compare themselves to Trellis? Time swiftly passed, and soon the Dongjin Auto Show commenced. From early morning, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Thousands of Dragon Nation citizens had flown in, alongside Chinese nationals from the small Sun nation, eagerly awaiting the event's opening. "Wow, it's bustling today. Look at all the Dragon Nation folks, and many Chinese nationals too. Everyone is remarkable," exclaimed one attendee, feeling a surge of emotion. Many waved the red flags of the Dragon Nation, and several donned red attire, creating a vibrant sea of crimson. Numerous locals were taken aback. "What is going on? Why are there so many Dragon Nation citizens here? Are they all here to support Faith Motors? Surely not. Some dismissed the gathering as a mere rabble. In the crowd stood renowned automotive critic Changan, who had also donned a red sweatshirt adorned with the Dragon Nation flag. Gazing upon the vast expanse of red, he felt a swell of pride. The unity of the Dragon Nation people is truly remarkable. Initially skeptical of the online chatter about support for Faith Motors, he now witnessed the reality. Perhaps as many as 20,000 had come. Without hesitation, Changan took out his phone and initiated a live stream, titling it, Dongjin International Auto Show, A Sea of Red. As the stream began, viewers quickly tuned in. Isn't that Changan? Where has he been? Wait, what event is happening today? A marathon? What marathon? Can't you read the title? It says Dongjin International Auto Show. Wow, Dajin is indeed traveling abroad. Is he at the Dongjin Auto Show supporting our Dragon Nation manufacturing? As Changan raised his phone high to showcase the throngs of Dragon Nation citizens surrounding him, viewers were struck by the sight of the red tide. The chat exploded with exclamations of astonishment. Wow! Chapter 58. The shocking scene at the Crazy Tian Man. What a surprise! How did everyone end up at the Faith automobile booth? The viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. Are these all people from the Dragon Country? So many of them? How united they are. I thought it was just a joke, but they really all showed up. Now I want to go too. Rich brother, please take me along. Haha. Our Dragon Country folks are indeed united. This doesn't resemble the Dongjin Auto Show at all. It feels like a domestic auto exhibition. Perhaps they didn't expect that the people from the Dragon Country truly flocked to the Dongjin Auto Show. It goes without saying that everyone is there to support Faith Automobile and Dragon Country manufacturing. Just watching it on the screen stirs one's blood. Soon, the sea of red outside the exhibition caught the attention of the organizers. Matsumoto Seiji stood by the window, dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? His assistant rushed over. It seems these people have come to support Faith Automobile, and many are waving the Dragon Country flag. Matsumoto Seiji exclaimed angrily, they really came. This is outrageous. A perfectly good auto show has turned into something resembling an event in the Dragon Country. Yesterday, Chuan Dongquan called him, instructing him to prevent some Dragon Country people from entering. Now what should he do? They all bought tickets. Can he really stop them? Besides, the purpose of hosting an international auto show is to attract customers. He certainly couldn't just expel these people, could he? Reluctantly, Matsumoto Seiji said, keep an eye on these individuals. The quality of Dragon Country people is quite poor. Any littering or spitting should be reported immediately. He felt he had no choice but to tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Country in this manner. If he went too far, he would have a hard time explaining himself. At the Faith Automobile booth, Su Chen was ready. All 5 Qilin vehicles were in place, shining brightly at the exhibition. At that moment, Tan Ming rushed over. Mr. Su, look, Tan Ming held his phone, displaying Changan's live stream. Su Chen took the phone and saw the live chat filled with people. A glance revealed many individuals in red attire, all standing outside, patiently waiting for the exhibition to commence. Su Chen was astonished. He never expected so many people would actually come. Everyone must be in high spirits. We must warmly welcome our guests from afar. He added, also, the finance department should prepare to cover all expenses. Tan Ming hadn't felt this excited in a long while, even more so than during the opening of the Faith Automobile Dongjin store a few days prior. As the time arrived, the Dongjin International Auto Show opened its doors. Changan moved with the crowd, slowly entering. He had to admit, the scale of the Dongjin Auto Show was indeed vast. Almost every renowned automobile manufacturer from around the world was in attendance. Hey, remember to remind our fellow Dragon Country people not to litter. Exactly. When we're out, we must be mindful of our country's image. And for heaven's sake, don't spit everywhere. Last time I traveled, I was fined 2,000 little Japanese yen. It was utterly outrageous. Can you believe it? Spitting in public and acting as if it's justified? What an embarrassment. Once Changan entered the exhibition, he noticed everyone was rushing toward one direction, the area where Dragon Country automobile manufacturers were gathered. He knew these people were all there for Faith Automobile. Among the crowd, many were Chinese from the Dragon Country, all searching for the Faith Automobile booth. Where's the Faith Automobile booth? We've been walking for ages and haven't found it yet. I checked the map. It seems to be at the very back. Let us hurry over and get Mr. Su to welcome the guests. Their goal was clear. They wanted to reach the Faith Automobile booth. They passed by the booths of Mercedes, BMW, and Land Rover without even stopping. The staff at these manufacturers were left in shock as they watched the throngs of people stream past their exhibits. Welcome to the BMW booth. We have ice cream for everyone. The all-new 5 Series and 7 Series are launching. Welcome to Mercedes. We are tellies, they shouted for quite some time before realizing that everyone was heading to the same place. The little Japanese netizens were equally bewildered. Are there more booths further back? Aren't we here to see Mercedes and BMW? Well, it seems like all the Dragon Country manufacturing is at the back. Wait, are all these people really going to see the Dragon Country cars? Changan squeezed through the crowd, moving deeper into the exhibition. After nearly 5 minutes of walking, he finally spotted the Faith Automobile booth. This is too remote. The organizers are clearly up to something, Changan muttered, as those around him expressed their discontent, feeling that the Dragon Country companies were positioned too far back. Seeing the crowd approaching, Su Chen quickly instructed Tan Ming to welcome them. Tan Ming stood on a chair, shouting, "Welcome everyone from afar." In an instant, the area for Dragon Country automobile companies became the most vibrant spot in the entire exhibition. Many Chinese from the Dragon Country rushed over to the Faith Automobile booth without uttering a word. Those who couldn't squeeze and headed towards BYD and NIO. Those unable to enter formed a line behind. Numerous Chinese from the Dragon Country, seeing the Qilin for the first time, gathered around the vehicle, enamored. Is this the Qilin? It looks stunning. Indeed, it's far more beautiful than in the videos. Its quality rivals that of BMW, Benz, and Audi. I booked a test drive for the Qilin, but they scheduled me for next week. Forget the test drive, I'll just buy it. I've never seen such a beautiful car. Isn't it better than the Alpha? I own a travel company in the little Japanese country. I plan to replace all of the company's Alphas with Qilins. As people entered the Faith Automobile booth, many immediately declared their intent to place orders. They had only seen the Qilin in videos before, but seeing it in person left them utterly captivated. Changan, holding his phone confidently, began to introduce the Qilin to those around him. You can buy the Qilin with your eyes closed. It's not only beautiful, but also packed with cutting-edge technology. Most importantly, its safety features are top-notch. The last time I picked up my car, I was sandwiched between 2 large trucks, and I came out unscathed. The doors opened without a hitch, and even the battery was fine. Changan passionately shared his experience driving the Qilin. The viewers in the live stream humorously remarked that he must have received publicity funds from Faith Automobile. When Changan spotted Su Chen, he hurried over. "Mr. Su, it's great to see you again." Su Chen was surprised to see Changan at the Dongjin Auto Show. "Mr. Chen, please come in." The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Mr. Su has a knack for welcoming guests, haha. Wishing Mr. Su a day filled with abundant orders. Outshining other auto manufacturers, Su Chen seemed overwhelmed, likely not expecting such a large turnout. While the area led by Faith Automobile was bustling with activity, other manufacturers, though busy, appeared significantly less crowded in comparison. Chuan Dongquan stood at the Benton booth, watching the wildly popular Faith Automobile area with dissatisfaction. Wherever there are people from the Dragon Country, it's like a chaotic market, he muttered under his breath. At that moment, Chuan Dongquan received a call from Crazy Tianman. The auto show has already started, right? Is there no one at the Faith Automobile booth? Chuan Dongquan struggled to find the right words. What do you mean no one? It's practically a Dragon Country festival over there. What is going on? Show me a video. Feng Tian's male companion, upon noticing that Chuan Dongquan remained silent, sent over a video. When he beheld the throngs of people gathered around the Faith Automobile, he was utterly taken aback. What? What on earth? Why has everyone flocked there? Chapter 59. The Qilin is poised to ignite. Feng Tian Nanzhong directed Chuan Dongquan to adjust the camera lens. To his astonishment, everywhere the lens turned, a sea of red greeted him. Feng Tian Nanzhong mused in irritation. Could it be that all these individuals clad in crimson are from the Dragon Nation? And what about those of Chinese descent? His frustration mounted as he demanded, "Explain this situation to me." Chuan Dongquan stammered, I am uncertain. Ever since the car show opened its doors today, a multitude of individuals dressed in red have arrived. Some even sport Dragon Nation flags on their faces. Feng Tian Nanzhong paused momentarily, calculating that the throng of Dragon Nation attendees was immense. There must be no fewer than 8,000 present. How on earth did this happen? Moreover, the positioning of the Dragon Nation automobile enterprises is the least favorable in the entire exhibition. It is inconceivable that they could attract such a crowd. We must devise every possible strategy to ensure that Faith Automobile and the Dragon Nation automotive enterprises do not become the focal point of today's event. With that, Feng Tian Nanzhong, brimming with indignation, terminated the call. This is intolerable. What is wrong with Chuan Dongquan? If the media were to report on this situation, it would be tantamount to providing free advertising for Faith Automobile. Chuan Dongquan, equally distressed, pondered his options. Can we not disperse these people? Alas, at this juncture, we can only proceed cautiously. As Faith Automobile found itself besieged, other manufacturers stood dumbfounded. This is a battalion in red. The intentions of these attendees were crystal clear. They surged towards the Dragon Nation automotive section, with Faith Automobile drawing the largest crowd. This was no mere car show. It resembled a bustling market. It became evident that these individuals were there to disrupt. However, despite the chaos, there remained a glimmer of hope that the Dragon Nation visitors might also take an interest in their exhibits. After all, the purchasing power of those from the Dragon Nation is unparalleled globally. Not only do they invest in luxury vehicles, but they also indulge in various high-end products without hesitation. A representative from BMW hurriedly approached, brandishing brochures. Greetings. Do come and take a look at our BMW vehicles. A young man adorned with a red Dragon Nation flag retorted dismissively, BMW? Not interested. Unfazed, a representative from Mercedes-Benz attempted to lure the crowd, only to be met with resistance. Mercedes? Your booth is far too distant. We shall not go. The Mercedes representative grumbled. Isn't it your booth's remote location that is the issue? Audi faced a similar fate, receiving the cold shoulder. Smaller Japanese enterprises fared even worse. They attempted to distribute flyers to attract Dragon Nation attendees, but were met with disdain and indifference, their efforts rebuffed. Are these individuals merely here to witness Faith Automobile? Do they even recognize what constitutes a quality vehicle? The Dragon Nation's automotive enterprises are merely assemblers, devoid of any technological prowess. Despite their disparaging remarks, a sense of bitterness lingered within them. Many media representatives from Japan quickly discerned the disparity. While the car show was bustling with attendees, none could compare to the throng surrounding the Dragon Nation exhibits. The vibrant sea of red proved irresistibly captivating, prompting journalists to rush toward the Dragon Nation booth, where they found themselves unable to squeeze in. Consequently, they positioned themselves outside to capture footage and conduct interviews. A female journalist, Shoutsong Izi, exclaimed into her camera, "Today marks the inaugural day of the Dongjin Car Show, and as you can see, the most popular booth belongs to the Dragon Nation Automotive Enterprises. Among them, Faith Automobile, which recently garnered immense attention in our country, is absolutely teeming with visitors. I could scarcely manage to enter." As the footage aired, viewers of Shoutsong Izi's program were taken aback. Did not the media previously cast aspersions on Faith Automobile? How is it that there are so many attendees today? Observing the attire of the crowd, it became evident that they were predominantly from the Dragon Nation. Astonished, the audience pondered the allure of Faith Automobile that could attract such a crowd. Curiosity piqued. Many Japanese netizens resolved to investigate the fervor surrounding Faith Automobile. Concurrently, various news outlets reported on the overwhelming popularity of that booth. Attendees from the audience were equally intrigued by the distant booth that had drawn the largest crowd. After examining BMW and Mercedes, they could no longer suppress their curiosity and made their way toward Faith Automobile. Amidst the throng, someone exclaimed, "No wonder. It is indeed Faith Automobile, which has been trending recently. I too wish to experience the Qilin." The attendees finally discovered the Faith Automobile booth, eagerly rallying their friends to try the Qilin. At that moment, Su Chen was engaged in conversation with Changan at the booth when he noticed a significant influx of Japanese attendees approaching. Once they managed to squeeze in, they gathered around the Qilin vehicle, inspecting it closely. Many among them owned MPVs, and some had even seen reports on the Qilin just days prior. Despite the media's critical portrayal of Faith Automobile and the Qilin, upon experiencing the vehicle firsthand, they were left astonished. The Qilin is remarkably different from the media's depiction. One exclaimed, "Indeed, the on-site experience is utterly delightful, nothing like what the media suggested. I finally comprehend the considerable gap between our automotive enterprises and those of the Dragon Nation. In terms of design, interior quality, and high-tech features, we are significantly lagging behind. The 1,200-kilometer range and fully autonomous driving capabilities have truly impressed me. I must place an order for one to relish the experience." After their reflections and realizations, these Japanese attendees rushed over to Tanming. "Excuse me, is this vehicle available for a test drive?" "What? The waitlist extends to 2 weeks? Very well. I shall reserve one now, and I hope for a swift delivery." Tanming was busily attending to the flurry of interest, even before the car show had officially commenced. Numerous attendees of Dragon Nation descent had already placed orders for 700 or 800 vehicles. Now, it seemed that many from the Japanese contingent were also eager to order. The Qilin, it appeared, was destined to become a sensation. Chapter 60. The East Jin Auto Show is a resounding success. Su Chen hosts a celebration feast. Not only did the Faith Automobile booth attract a plethora of visitors, but even the associated Dragon Nation car manufacturers were bustling with activity. Brands like Bidia, Lixiang, Weilai, and Changcheng were all surrounded by throngs of people. Viewers in Changan's live stream were inundated with enthusiastic comments. "Haha, this is the strength of us Dragon Nation people. Let the little Sun country take a good look. Didn't they provide us with the most inadequate booth?" The organizers of the East Jin Auto Show must be regretting their decision. They initially aimed to suppress us, but discovered it was utterly ineffective. "It made me want to join the fray. Brothers, let us make a spectacular statement at the East Jin Auto Show." Su Chen anticipated this outcome, yet the level of excitement at the venue exceeded his expectations. It was astonishing. Not only were Dragon Nation citizens present, but even attendees from the Little Sun country began flocking toward this side. The event organizer, Matsumoto Kyo, was left dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. "Oh no, how has the East Jin Auto Show become the home ground for Dragon Nation manufacturing?" To make matters worse, many foreign automotive RD personnel had also arrived, all congregating around Faith Automobile, curiously examining the Qilin model. Many assumed that the Dragon Nation attendees were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, but in reality, they were serious buyers. Faith Automobile's staff were stretched thin, busy recording new orders. The back-end order data for the Qilin surged past 10,000 units. The term booming hardly sufficed to describe the situation. A significant number of potential buyers who had initially considered the Alpha turned their attention to the Qilin, with approximately 70% opting to place orders. News from the East Jin Auto Show reached domestic media, which began to compete for coverage. East Jin Auto Show, Dragon Nation manufacturing may become the biggest winner. Faith Automobile leads Dragon Nation manufacturing, teaching foreigners a lesson. New automotive rising star. Faith Automobile Qilin dominates Little Sun country. Securing massive orders on day one. In a sense, today's East Jin Auto Show had transformed into a showcase for Dragon Nation manufacturing. In stark contrast, brands like BMW, Audi, and even local car manufacturers from the Little Sun country appeared overshadowed. At this moment, President Madian Nanzo of the Madian Group was also observing the East Jin Auto Show's coverage by Dragon Nation media. He was equally taken aback by the meteoric rise of Faith Automobile. Sales of the Alpha in the Dragon Nation had plummeted to near zero, with recent sales figures dwindling to single digits. Many dealerships had even begun to offer significant discounts. Yet, despite these efforts, Dragon Nation customers remained unimpressed. Meanwhile, back in his homeland, the new generation of the Alpha had just been launched, intended for a grand reveal at the auto show. However, the enthusiasm surrounding the new Alpha paled in comparison to that of the Qilin. Even numerous individuals from the Little Sun country had turned to support the Qilin with substantial orders. He couldn't comprehend why this was happening. The Qilin was merely an electric vehicle devoid of any technical sophistication. How could it achieve such success? Was the domestic MPV market also going to be disrupted by Faith Automobile, the proverbial troublemaker? It was utterly maddening. Book me a ticket back home. I need to return immediately. Hasn't Chuan Dongquan established the anti-faith alliance? Why is it having no effect at all? The Qilin sales continued to soar. It was worth noting that the price of the Qilin in the Little Sun country was nearly 850,000 local currency. Aside from tariffs, the rest was purely markup. Were the citizens of the Little Sun country really foolish enough to purchase a Dragon Nation-made Qilin at such a steep price? Give me a ticket right now. I must return. Madian Nanzo bellowed at his assistant. Only his return might stabilize the situation there. Chuan Dongquan is utterly useless. Didn't he recruit numerous automotive reviewers? Where are they now? The two-day auto show proceeded with fervor. Su Chen tirelessly promoted Faith Automobile. Addressing the attendees clad in red, he proclaimed, "Everyone, as previously stated, I shall reimburse all your expenses. Please leave your information, and we will settle this later." Su Chen's voice grew hoarse, yet they all shared a singular sentiment. "No need, Mr. Su. Since we've come all the way from the Dragon Nation to support, we are not short on funds. We cannot let you bear the costs. Indeed, supporting domestic products was our duty. How could we allow Mr. Su to incur expenses? Not only the Dragon Nation attendees, but also the expatriates from the Little Sun country expressed their refusal for reimbursement. Su Chen was deeply moved. Who said Dragon Nation citizens lacked unity? Look at how united everyone was. The overwhelming support for Faith Automobile and Dragon Nation manufacturing was palpable, resulting in a plethora of orders. As they exited, they even took the initiative to clean up the litter. Such unprecedented solidarity. 2 days swiftly passed, and Faith Automobile garnered nearly 20,000 orders at the East Jin Auto Show. Even other domestic car manufacturers reaped considerable rewards, all setting new records for auto show orders. After the show concluded, Su Chen reserved the finest hotel in East Jin for a celebratory feast. This moment belonged to all of us at Faith Automobile. Thank you. Su Chen raised his glass in a toast to the employees of Faith Automobile present. Tan Ming felt tears welling up. Previously, when working at Madian, it had been stifling. Now, although he was part of the market department for Faith Automobile in the Little Sun country, this feeling was unprecedented. Forget about a base salary of 10,000. If he could continue working alongside Su Chen, he would gladly accept less. He felt utterly fulfilled. With tears in his eyes, Tan Ming stood up and raised his glass. "Mr. Su, I will follow Faith Automobile for life. Brothers, let us toast to the continued success of Faith Automobile and the swift conquest of the Little Sun country market." Everyone lifted their glasses and drank heartily. After finishing his drink, Su Chen set down his glass and addressed the finance director in East Jin, Director Zhang, after the celebration. Each employee of Faith Automobile will receive a bonus of 500,000. Tan, your contributions to the opening of the East Jin store and the auto show have been invaluable. I will personally reward you with an additional $1,000,000. For Su Chen, making money had become secondary. His ultimate goal in establishing Faith Automobile was to see its vehicles traverse the globe, becoming the highest valued automotive enterprise worldwide. For those who stood by him unwaveringly, financial concerns were utterly insignificant. The employees present erupted in excitement upon hearing about the bonuses. Long live Mr. Su. Long live Faith Automobile. Long live Dragon Nation Manufacturing. Their cheers resounded like a roaring tidal wave, engulfing Su Chen in the throng. On the morning of the following day, the East Jin Affairs Department of Faith Automobile issued an announcement. Effective immediately, Faith Automobile has commenced the delivery process for the Qilin. We aim for owners who place substantial orders to collect their vehicles within 20 days. As of now, the order data for the Qilin continued to rise, surpassing 15,000 units. This figure not only set a record for Dragon Nation automotive enterprises abroad, but also left local car manufacturers from the Little Sun country in the dust. At this moment, Madian Nanzo sat in his East Jin office, facing executives from domestic car manufacturers such as Buntian, Mazda, Linmu, and Qilin. With a loud slap, Madian Nanzo slammed his palm against the table. We cannot passively witness the faith in automobiles snatch away our share of the market. Is the release of the Qilin not imminent? Employ every possible strategy to diminish the sales of the Qilin. Chapter 61. Negative reports flood in. Impact on Qilin's reputation. Seated in the room were members of the Anti-Faith Alliance. Though seething with inner rage, they sat with their heads lowered, silent. Chuan Dongquan, unable to contain his fury, slammed the table and exclaimed, "Over the course of 2 days at the auto show, we have contributed entirely to Faith Motors. The pre-order numbers for Qilin are skyrocketing, nearing 20,000. Moreover, even many of our own citizens have placed orders for Qilin. This is a disgrace for our domestic automotive industry." A wave of indignation surged through the gathering. When it comes to car manufacturing, our nation has a heritage that surpasses that of Dragon Country. Their achievements in fuel engines and transmissions over the years are unimpressive. Yet, why has the situation turned so dire with the advent of electric vehicles? Feng Tian Nanzhong added. Currently, Alpha's sales in Dragon Country have plummeted to historic lows, with many target customers opting for Qilin. We need a solution. I demand a plan. Chuan Dongquan sighed. In just a few days, Qilin will commence deliveries. We must strategize immediately. We cannot allow Qilin's sales to rise any further. This is not just a blow to them. It is a blow to our automotive industry's dignity. Feng Tian Nanzhong remarked. Why are the media suddenly covering Qilin? The shift in narrative is exceedingly detrimental to us. Chuan Dongquan instructed, quickly contact those automotive reviewers. We must unearth Qilin's flaws. He continued, we can only approach it from this angle. Our citizens have a low acceptance of electric vehicles, and Qilin being a fully electric model will likely face regret once the initial excitement fades. Everyone present understood that Qilin's current popularity stemmed from a series of recent missteps. Even the Dongjin Auto Show inadvertently promoted Qilin, resulting in an epic instance of reverse marketing. They had not anticipated the profound unity among the citizens of Dragon Country, who rallied around Faith Motors without hesitation. Subsequently, it was essential to arrange a plethora of negative information regarding Qilin. After the meeting, Chuan Dongquan recontacted the previously engaged automotive reviewers, insisting that they collectively diminish Qilin's data. Soon, Faith Motors began delivering Qilin vehicles to our nation. Many reviewers employed by Chuan Dongquan took delivery and commenced evaluations. Within 2 days, the internet was inundated with various Qilin test videos, many of which were biased. In numerous comparisons between Qilin and Alpha or other MPVs, most reviewers chose to disregard Qilin's advanced technologies, even making unfounded disparaging remarks. They belittled Qilin to the point of insignificance, claiming that, strictly speaking, Qilin was not a true vehicle, but merely an assemblage of electronic components. With such a large screen, driver distraction is inevitable. Qilin boasts a range of 1,200 kilometers. Yet, given current battery technology, it may struggle to achieve even half that distance in winter. Moreover, the fully autonomous driving feature is merely a gimmick that eliminates the joy of driving altogether. If one does not need to drive, one might as well take a taxi. Especially since Qilin's price is exorbitant, one could purchase 2 fully equipped Alphas for that sum. It lacks brand competitiveness. It is merely a nascent automotive enterprise, and it should promptly exit our market. In no time, the marketplace was saturated with various opinions disparaging Qilin, and there were calls to boycott both Qilin and Dragon-made products. Many fair comments were swiftly deleted from websites, revealing a clear agenda. Members of the Anti-Faith Alliance observed the flood of Qilin test videos online, nodding in satisfaction. This was the effect they desired. They aimed to ensure Qilin fell out of place in the market. As a result, Qilin's reputation plummeted, with some individuals wavering in their support, while others directly sought to return their vehicles to Qilin. Many captured footage of citizens returning their vehicles to Faith Motors. Faith Motors has faltered, hasn't it? Electronic refuse should roll out of our market. They questioned the misplaced confidence that supported our domestic automotive industry. The internet was awash with negative news about Faith Motors. Tan Ming grew anxious. Mr. Su, we must take action. If this continues, the reputation we have painstakingly built will be ruined. Su Chen remained unconcerned. Isn't this situation rather typical? Where there are admirers, there will be detractors. If we cannot withstand such a minor storm, we should reconsider our venture into the automotive industry. Tan Ming, observing Su Chen's composed demeanor, sighed in resignation. No one anticipated that Qilin would see a rapid decline in online reputation shortly after its initial surge. He Shui successfully took delivery of a Qilin. In light of the numerous negative comments surrounding Qilin online, He Shui remained unfazed. After receiving the vehicle, Chuan Dongquan even called him, hoping He Shui would provide an impartial review. However, He Shui paid little heed to Chuan Dongquan. As a car reviewer, maintaining professional integrity was paramount. Thus, He Shui began his thorough evaluation of Qilin. 2 days later, his review video was uploaded online. He Shui had put in significant effort. To assess Qilin's battery life, he drove from Dongjin to Changchi, a distance of 1,400 kilometers. On the journey, He Shui started with a fully charged Qilin and only recharged once near Changchi. In total, he covered an impressive 1,268 kilometers, 68 kilometers more than advertised. On the return trip, He Shui activated the fully autonomous driving feature, allowing Qilin to navigate almost autonomously, requiring little intervention from him. This was akin to achieving an aviation level of automation. At the video's conclusion, He Shui stated with fairness, "This review of Qilin is the most delightful surprise I have encountered in my automotive reviewing career. In every aspect, Qilin stands as the most perfect MPV in the world. Particularly in terms of range and autonomous driving, it is truly remarkable. I believe anyone in need of an MPV should take note of Qilin. Furthermore, I am aware of the recent negative news surrounding Qilin." Chapter 62, The Violent Test of the Qilin by Brother Fu. Many automotive reviewers, in my view, seem to speak indiscriminately, unjustly devaluing the Qilin without understanding the reasons behind it. Furthermore, I wish to express that during the Dongjin Auto Show, I had the opportunity to experience all the vehicles manufactured in Longhua. Brands such as Weilai, Lixiang, Dapeng, and BDA brought me immense delight. In stark contrast, the technology of traditional car manufacturers appears woefully antiquated. From exterior design to interior craftsmanship and extending to various high-tech features, they are comprehensively lagging behind. Therefore, I would like to convey a message to all domestic car manufacturers. Cease your complacency and confront the existing gap between us and Longhua's manufacturing prowess, so that we may forge ahead. The release of He Shui's video immediately stirred a significant uproar within our community. Particularly, those unaware of the truth came to sudden realizations upon viewing the footage. I finally grasped that the previous automotive reviewers had displayed excessive subjectivity, lacking professionalism. It seems anyone can claim the title of car reviewer these days, and the disparagement of the Qilin has reached absurd levels. Is this truly the demeanor of our society? Should word of this spread, it would surely invite ridicule. As the inaugural owner of a Qilin, I can assert with conviction that I wholeheartedly support the viewpoints presented in He Shui's evaluation video, and I resonate deeply with them. Those who remain skeptical or dismissive of Longhua's manufacturing should genuinely experience the Qilin. Driving it is an unparalleled pleasure. The preceding commenter was correct. I previously owned an Alpha, but since acquiring the Qilin, I have sold the Alpha. This sensation is one that only a Qilin owner can fully appreciate. Due to He Shui's substantial following and reputation for fairness, his video review of the Qilin carries significant authority. Not only did He Shui's video improve the online reputation of the Qilin, but just a day later, another review surfaced from our community, even more intense. This time, it was conducted by Brother Fu, who directly compared several mainstream MPV models available in the market. In terms of aesthetics alone, the Qilin vastly outshone its competitors. In comparison, models like the Alpha seemed to belong to a bygone era. Subsequently, Brother Fu conducted various rigorous tests, including a head-on collision test between the Qilin and the Alpha at a speed of 80 km/h. The results were astonishing. The Alpha's entire A-pillar fractured, and the engine's position was severely displaced, encroaching into the driver's cabin, nearly crushing the steering wheel into the seat. The front doors deformed and locked shut, rendering them inoperable. It is hard to fathom if such a test were to occur in a real accident, whether the driver of the Alpha would survive. The camera then shifted focus to the Qilin. Compared to the mangled Alpha, the Qilin fared remarkably well. Although the front end of the Qilin was severely damaged, the A-pillar remained entirely intact, exhibiting no signs of bending. All airbags deployed, and the steering wheel retained its position. Concerns regarding the battery igniting were unfounded, as there were no indications of fire. All 4 doors could be opened safely, with even the concealed door handles automatically popping out. The impact of this scene was profound. Upon witnessing the collision's aftermath, Brother Fu stood in disbelief, cradling his head, mouth agape in astonishment. It took him a full minute to regain his composure, before exclaiming in shock, "My goodness, what kind of material has Qilin utilized? To withstand such a high-speed collision without damage to the A-pillar is remarkable. If this were a real accident, we all know which vehicle's occupants would be safe." It was truly unbelievable, a feat beyond comprehension. From this day forth, I shall be a devoted fan of automotive faith. Afterward, Brother Fu promptly took out his phone, opened the Automotive Faith app, and placed an order for a Qilin. Compared to the static and dynamic tests conducted by reviewers, Brother Fu's straightforward yet forceful testing left a lasting impression. No one can guarantee that driving will be without its mishaps, but when danger truly strikes, the superior vehicle becomes evident. Brother Fu's video quickly garnered widespread attention online. The Qilin's popularity surged once more, igniting discussions among all. This was a genuine collision test result, and the Qilin's safety was undeniably impressive. I had already heard of the Qilin's remarkable safety. Renowned automotive reviewer Changan had been sandwiched between 2 fully loaded trucks during his vehicle pickup, yet emerged unscathed. Now I understand why the Qilin commands such a high price. It is truly exceptional. I must persuade my father to order one. Not only did this video circulate on our domestic internet, but it swiftly made its way to YouTube. Viewers there were equally astonished by the Qilin's real-world collision performance at such speeds. Which automotive company produces this vehicle? I hope it is introduced to our country soon. They exclaimed. I heard it is from a new manufacturer in Longhua. Its safety features are astounding. I want to buy one. You can always trust Longhua Manufacturing. The quality is beyond reproach. Indeed, Longhua Manufacturing is impressive. The last time someone attempted to rob my store with a gun, they couldn't even shatter the glass, which I later discovered was made in Longhua. Thanks to the publicity from Hikoshue and Brother Fu's videos, the Qilin has taken the entire community by storm. Many intrigued individuals flocked to the Dongjin store of automotive faith. Even the notorious Sanko group took notice of the Qilin. Their leader, Rin Si, upon viewing the review videos, exclaimed disbelief and immediately summoned his subordinates to order several Qilins for himself, intending for it to be his exclusive vehicle. For someone like him, who navigates the complexities of society, the safety and comfort of a vehicle are paramount. Previously, he drove an Alpha, but now he intends to switch entirely to the Qilin. Within a few days, media outlets captured Rin Si's Qilin in action. Consequently, the news of Rin Si's vehicle switch to the Qilin rapidly trended on the domestic media's hot search list. Chapter 63. The Dragon is Coming. It is truly astonishing that Shinji, the leader of the Sanzi group, has opted to replace his vehicle with the Qilin. Is it conceivable? Could it be that the esteemed Faith Automobile has enlisted Shinji as its spokesperson? Such an endorsement seems implausible. Can Faith Automobile wield such influence? This is utterly impossible. If it were anyone else, one might speculate they had accepted a public relations fee from Faith Automobile. However, this is a heavyweight, the head of the Sanzi group. Do individuals of such stature lack financial resources? Would they stoop to endorse Faith Automobile for monetary gain? Absolutely not. Thus, there exists only one plausible explanation. The Qilin has completely captivated Shinji. Not only has he exchanged all his Alpha vehicles for Qilins, but his subordinates have also followed suit, replacing their Alphas and various other MPVs with the Qilin. Consequently, the reputation of the Qilin has been thoroughly established. A vehicle that earns the endorsement of the leaders of the Sanzi group cannot be subpar, can it? The most vociferous critics online have now turned their ire toward Kawaguchi Yuki and Shinji, among others from the Sanzi group. Kawaguchi Yuki has become a national disgrace, profiting from domestic markets while simultaneously supporting Dragon Nation manufacturing. Such individuals ought to be expelled. How can they face us? It is pitiable that one vehicle has transformed them into traitors. We resolutely oppose this. On the internet, citizens of Little Sun Nation are mounting a vigorous counterattack. Meanwhile, Faith Automobile's East Jean dealership is bustling with activity. Numerous individuals are arriving to test drive the Qilin, and many are making purchases. The number of orders for the Qilin continues to surge. The transformation in public perception and the widespread approval, particularly regarding the Qilin's safety features, have genuinely swayed those who were previously hesitant. The Qilin's orders are on the verge of surpassing 25,000. The Anti-Faith Alliance can no longer remain passive. The surge in Qilin sales signifies that Faith Automobile is gradually infiltrating their market. This situation has even impacted the sales of Alphas in Little Sun Nation, which have declined by several percentage points. The Alpha sales at the Crazy Tian East Jean dealership have come to a complete standstill. Recently returned from abroad, the manic Tian Nanzhang is bewildered. Despite their extensive efforts to undermine Faith Automobile behind the scenes, they have inadvertently assisted their competitors. How infuriating! Moreover, the online sentiment surrounding the Qilin has shifted dramatically. Their paid promotional videos have lost traction, utterly unable to suppress the wave of positive reviews for the Qilin. These wretched citizens of Little Sun Nation are utterly disunited. This is a disgrace for our country. Chuan Dongquan slammed the table in anger. Tian Nanzhang, observing the surging popularity of Faith Automobile online, was at a loss. Could it be that their strategy to vigorously develop gasoline vehicles was misguided? In just a few days since Faith Automobile's entry into Little Sun Nation, the Qilin, a pure electric model, has achieved sales of 25,000, nearly doubling the price of the Alpha, yet its sales continue to rise. At this rate, it won't be long before Faith Automobile captures an even greater market share. Chuan Dongquan approached Tian Nanzhang. What shall we do now? Even individuals like Shinji have begun to support the Qilin. The situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. Tian Nanzhang fell silent. It was not that he did not wish to speak, but rather that he could not conceive of a more effective strategy against Faith Automobile at this moment. Faith Automobile is still in the phase of building its reputation. For now, they can only rely on the passage of time. Tian Nanzhang pondered that the Qilin is, after all, a new vehicle, having only recently launched. Perhaps with some time in the market, there may be a reversal. Chuan Dongquan sighed and remarked, "Have we erred in our commitment to continue developing gasoline engines?" As the president of Tian, he oversees multiple hybrid models. However, he has consistently aligned with Tian Nanzhang's perspective, believing that electric vehicle technology is too rudimentary and that gasoline engines reign supreme in this era. Yet, Faith Automobile's entry into Little Sun Nation has delivered a solid blow to their stance. He felt a flicker of doubt. Surely, electric vehicles are not so difficult to produce? What challenges could there possibly be? Dragon Nation manufacturing is merely synonymous with shoddy craftsmanship. Just look at Deping, Wei Lai. And even Faith Automobile, none possess core technology. They are all cobbled together from disparate parts. The three essential components of a vehicle are always the chassis, engine, and transmission. Yet what do they offer? Refrigerators, sofas, and large televisions. Does merely incorporating these electronic components into a vehicle elevate its status? It is the most futile expenditure. Regardless of their endeavors, Tian will never capitulate to electric vehicles and will never invest substantial resources into such a futile pursuit. Tian Nanzhang's resolve was unwavering as he took out his phone and posted a statement. Tian will invest heavily in gasoline engines and hydrogen energy, resolutely avoiding significant investments in electric technology. The comments section quickly filled with various responses. Tian Company upholds its ideals, hopeful for the emergence of new technologies. They look forward to the widespread adoption of hydrogen vehicles, saluting Tian. Indeed, electric vehicles lack technical merit. Tian Company is commendable. However, many held opposing views. Tian Company remains stagnant, Just observe how the East Gene Auto Show has been entirely overshadowed by Dragon Nation manufacturing. It is utterly incomprehensible. Fantion should reconsider its approach. In this day and age, why cling to the development of gasoline engines? Is pursuing electric vehicles not a viable option? I recently began driving the newly purchased Qilin, and the enhancement in driving quality is remarkable. I have completely become an electric vehicle enthusiast. From the Donko Auto Show, it is evident that neither Fantion nor Bention, nor even the BBA and other automakers, possess the capability to compete with Dragon Nation manufacturing in the field of new energy vehicles. Frankly, they are far too behind. At this moment, Su Chen is preparing to return home. After spending several days in Little Sun Nation, Faith Automobile's inaugural launch can be deemed a success. The Qilin's reception has exceeded expectations, and the volume of orders is accelerating. This return home serves two purposes. First, to expand several production lines and ensure the year-round supply of Qilins for both domestic and Little Sun Nation markets. Second, and more crucially, to oversee the rollout of Faith Automobile's second vehicle, the Dragon, which has now been fully produced. Mr. Tan, I entrust the market in Little Sun Nation to you. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Chen instructed Tan Ming before boarding his flight back to Dragon Nation. Upon returning, Su Chen made his way to the workshop of Faith Automobile. There, a Qilin, draped in a curtain, awaited its unveiling. Su Chen took out his phone, capturing a stunning photograph of the Dragon, and promptly shared it online. Faith Automobile and Oppo's second model, the Dragon, is set to make a grand debut. Chapter 64. Su Chen was profoundly shaken. This was the complete form of the Dragon. In fact, when Su Chen visited the land of little days, the Dragon had previously released some relevant updates during the night. Su Chen had also indicated that the Dragon would soon make its grand debut. After he shared this update, the entire online community erupted in excitement. The Dragon is truly coming? Let me see what it looks like. It was rumored to be a rugged off-road vehicle. Yet the entire vehicle remained shrouded in a curtain, rendering it impossible to discern its appearance. Mr. Su, please, no more theatrics. Just satisfy our curiosity and let us see what the Dragon is all about. Indeed, Su, if you continue like this, you will have no friends left. What's going on? Did I miss something? Just a few days ago, I acquired a Qilin, and now Faith Motors is launching a new vehicle? I am truly in awe of Faith Motors. Their speed in developing new cars is faster than a hen laying eggs. However, the online community began to focus on Faith Motors' new model. The buzz was even greater than when the Qilin was released. Renowned auto reviewer Changan had just returned from the land of little days. Upon arriving at his studio, he was immediately notified of Su Chen's update. Although the Dragon was still concealed by a curtain, Changan could already perceive the distinctiveness of the vehicle. It was sizable. While it did not reach the dimensions of a full-size SUV, he was eagerly anticipating this rugged off-road vehicle. Soon, someone reached out to Changan, a fellow colleague in the automotive circle. Brother Chen, could you contact Su Chen from Faith Motors? After the new car is unveiled, can we have the opportunity to evaluate it first? Changan felt somewhat helpless. I know Su Chen from Faith Motors, but he may not be inclined to oblige. The voice on the other end sounded anxious. You absolutely have a way, right? Now that Su Chen has made this announcement, the entire automotive circle is buzzing, and everyone wants to be the first to evaluate the Dragon. You must understand that Faith Motors is the key player in this industry. Whoever can seize the opportunity to assess the Dragon first will undoubtedly gain immense popularity. Changan understood the implications of what was being said. Not only him, but even he was filled with anticipation for this new vehicle from Faith Motors, the Dragon. All right, I will have a word with Mr. Su. Meanwhile, all employees from the research and development department at Faith Motors had gathered. Chen Fei took the lead, applauding fervently for the Dragon. Mr. Su, how does it feel? Chen Fei could hardly contain his excitement. He and the entire RD team had worked tirelessly for this moment. What was it all for? It was for the moment the Dragon rolled off the production line. When the first engineering vehicle of the Dragon was unveiled, Chen Fei felt even more exhilarated than during the release of the Qilin. This rugged off-road vehicle was undoubtedly a groundbreaking creation, not only in its parameters and dimensions, but also in the cutting-edge technology it was equipped with. The vehicle could continue driving straight even after a tire blowout at high speeds. If it were to fall into water, it would automatically activate its buoyancy feature and could even maneuver like a boat to steer itself back onto solid ground. It could make a 360-degree turn in tight spaces. And even wireless charging technology was integrated into this vehicle. He was eager to envision the commotion the Dragon would cause upon its market release. Comparatively, vehicles like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and the Ford Bronco seemed antiquated and trivial next to the Dragon's advanced technologies. Moreover, Su Chen had already stated that the purpose of the Dragon was to crush the sales of the Ford Bronco. Now, witnessing the actual vehicle, it was evident that not even the Ford Explorer could withstand the competition. From any perspective, the Dragon was undoubtedly the most perfect rugged off-road vehicle currently available on the market. If one were to nitpick, some might argue that the Dragon is an all-electric model. However, with its colossal 140 kilowatt-hour battery pack and the backing of kinetic energy recovery technology, its range had directly surpassed 1,600 kilometers. Such an extensive range had sent shockwaves throughout the automotive community. Looking across the domestic and even global landscape, it was difficult to find any other manufacturer of electric vehicles that could achieve such a staggering range. Su Chen gazed at Chen Fei, his heart brimming with excitement. As a man, his childhood dream had always been to possess a grand toy of his own, a rugged off-road vehicle. He never imagined that his dream would truly come to fruition, and he would be able to mass-produce it, bringing joy to all enthusiasts of rugged off-road vehicles in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the primary aim of developing the Dragon was to suppress the arrogance of Ford's sales. The Qilin had already sent Ford's Alpha sales back to its origins. Now, with the Dragon about to be launched, the sales of the Bronco and Explorer were poised to plummet. Su Chen pointed at the curtain draped over the Dragon. "All right, let us unveil it. Let the Dragon make its grand appearance." Chen Fei acknowledged and hurried to the vehicle, pulling down the curtain with a forceful tug. The fabric that had concealed the Dragon suddenly fell away, revealing it in all its majestic glory for the first time before Su Chen. As Su Chen beheld the Dragon, he felt his breath catch in his throat. Although he had seen its appearance in images before, the impact of witnessing it in person was incomparable. It was utterly breathtaking, akin to a magnificent beast, wild and imposing. The lines of the Dragon's body were sculpted like they had been carved with a knife, exuding a rugged and powerful aura that immediately conveyed its formidable off-road capabilities. The vehicle's color was a profound black, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, radiating a mysterious and commanding presence. The front featured a colossal air intake resembling the maw of a ferocious predator, fierce and imposing. The headlights on either side resembled the piercing eyes of a beast, sharp and deep-set, exuding an air of invincibility. The muscular contours on the engine hood emphasized its robust power performance. The side profile showcased towering tires and wide wheel arches, underscoring its exceptional off-road abilities. The simplicity and strength of the window frames and door lines conveyed a rugged and dominant style. The roof rack further added a touch of wildness. At the rear, the substantial bumper and dual exhaust outlets accentuated its off-road capabilities and commanding demeanor. The design of the taillights mirrored the sharpness and depth of the front headlights, creating a cohesive aesthetic across the vehicle. In summary, the exterior design of the Dragon, a rugged off-road vehicle, was replete with wildness and grandeur, instantly revealing its powerful off-road performance and indomitable style. Truly like a dragon, wherever it goes, it commands attention and reverence. It was certain that merely unveiling its exterior would incite a widespread sensation in the market. After all, compared to traditional car manufacturers, the Dragon's appearance was nothing short of revolutionary. Chapter 65. The early revelation of the Jiaolong. A sensation is created. Not only was Su Chen taken aback by the imposing appearance of the Jiaolong, but even the employees of Faith Automobile, witnessing the Jiaolong for the first time, were left in utter astonishment. Many of them had spent years in the industry, encountering all manner of vehicles. When it came to rugged off-road cars, models like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the Toyota Land Cruiser, the Nissan Patrol, and the Jeep Wrangler were all well regarded in the market, each boasting diverse and splendid aesthetics. Yet, they had never laid eyes on an off-road vehicle with an exterior as commanding as that of the Jiaolong. Its mere presence instilled a sense of awe and trepidation. Numerous employees whispered among themselves, "Goodness, I had heard President Liu mention that the design of the Jiaolong would revolutionize the industry. But I never imagined it to be true. This exterior is incredibly robust after all these years in the field. I have never seen such a design in an off-road vehicle. Our faith automobile is poised for greatness. A single Qilin has already left the Alpha floundering. And now that the Jiaolong is set to launch, it seems the Land Cruiser and Patrol may struggle to sell." At that moment, Lu Fei approached Su Chen. "President Su, the prototype of the Jiaolong is ready for the road, and the production models are already in the pipeline. Additionally, the company has acquired two soon-to-be bankrupt automotive firms, so our production lines should be able to keep pace." Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded slowly. "Well done. You have all worked hard during this period." Lu Fei chuckled. "What is hard about it? It's President Su who has had it tough in the Little Day country. I hear those folks from Fengtian have been quite critical of us." Su Chen replied, "What does their criticism matter? The Qilin has already made significant inroads in the Little Day market. I expect our sales this month will place us in the top 5, which is quite commendable." Lu Fei was astonished. He had not anticipated the Qilin would be so well received in the Little Day market, especially considering its price was nearly double that in the Dragon country. Achieving such results was a testament to the Qilin's exceptional product strength. With the addition of various high-tech features, capturing the Little Day market was merely a matter of time. Looking at the Jiaolong prototypes before him, Su Chen declared, "Let us take these vehicles out tomorrow. Since we are presenting a rugged off-road car, we must emphasize its off-road capabilities. Additionally, let us expedite the crash tests and release the results. I want everyone to know that the Jiaolong is an indomitable beast of an off-road vehicle." Without delay, Su Chen took the wheel of a Jiaolong and drove it out of the workshop. Behind the wheel, he felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. The visibility from the Jiaolong was incredibly expansive. Sitting in the driver's seat felt akin to being in a heavy-duty truck. The smaller cars in the factory area appeared delicate and diminutive in comparison to the Jiaolong. The driving experience was, without a doubt, exceptional. As a businessman from Shanjin province, Su Chen had driven various off-road vehicles, but compared to the Jiaolong, the likes of the Land Cruiser and Patrol seemed insignificant. The dimensions of the Jiaolong were impressive, its 200 horsepower at the wheels utterly obliterating the competition. Despite its 3-ton weight, it could accelerate from 0 to 100 in an astonishing 3.5 seconds, with a maximum torque of 1380 Nm. Such specifications represented the pinnacle of rugged off-road vehicles available today. With these features alone, who could rival it? When paired with additional cutting-edge technologies, it would be a surefire triumph. The formal launch of the Jiaolong would herald the demise of models like the Land Cruiser. Su Chen drove the Jiaolong straight home. Upon arriving at the underground garage, he activated the automatic parking feature, and the Jiaolong smoothly positioned itself within the parking space. Having been exceedingly busy lately, Su Chen did not linger and returned home directly. Unbeknownst to him, the Jiaolong parked in the underground garage would soon become a social media sensation. As Su Chen arrived home, his neighbor Wang Wuqing returned in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class after a day of off-roading. Wang, an off-road enthusiast, noticed the unusual car parked next to his space. "Is that a new car? I've never seen it before. An import, perhaps?" As he parked, he scrutinized the Jiaolong, intrigued. As a fervent follower of off-road vehicles, Wang kept abreast of new releases from various manufacturers, including Faith Automobile. He had even commented on a prior post by Su Chen, eagerly urging the company to expedite the launch of the Jiaolong. Now, seeing the unfamiliar vehicle parked in the usual spot, his curiosity was piqued. After securing his car, he hurriedly exited to examine the Jiaolong. Upon approaching the Jiaolong, he was momentarily speechless, swallowing hard. What brand is this? It's utterly magnificent. The size, the front fascia, the taillights, those imposing tires. This vehicle is truly born for off-roading. The Jiaolong was cloaked in camouflage, making it difficult for Wang to discern its specific model. He attempted to identify it using an automotive app, but to no avail. Frustrated, He snapped several photos from different angles and shared them in his off-road enthusiast group. Hey guys, can you identify this camouflaged vehicle? It looks incredibly fierce. He also included a picture of his own Mercedes-Benz G-Class for comparison. Next to this Jiaolong, my G-Class seems like a mere child. The group quickly ignited with lively discussion. Wow, this vehicle looks so powerful. Even though it's camouflaged, it still exudes dominance. Could it be a modified car? What modified car uses such camo? It's clearly a new model from a manufacturer. The conversation surged, though no one could pinpoint the exact model. Half an hour later, someone posted a photograph of the Jiaolong that Su Chen had previously shared, covered with a tarp. Wait a minute. Could this vehicle possibly be the Jiaolong from Faith Automobile? This remark galvanized the group. Oh man, you've just reminded me. It truly could be the Jiaolong. Now that you mention it, I genuinely believe this vehicle is the Jiaolong. I checked all the recent new car releases, and aside from Faith Automobile, no other company has one. Wang stood in front of the Jiaolong, astonished. Could it be that I have truly encountered the Jiaolong? Chapter 66. Driving the Dragon to the Suburbs. A showdown with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Wang Buoqing was filled with excitement. He had been following the Dragon for quite some time, ever since Su Chen made an announcement that captured his attention. Little did he expect to encounter it here today. Someone in the group reminded Wang Buoqing to check if the vehicle was fully electric. The Dragon, a product of Faith Automotive, indeed boasted a purely electric design. Eagerly, Wang Buoqing crawled beneath the car, only to discover a robust armor plate protecting the undercarriage. Upon inspecting the rear, he noted the absence of an exhaust pipe. He snapped pictures of both features and shared them in the group. Indeed, this vehicle was the Dragon. The protective undercarriage was likely designed to shield the substantial battery, and the lack of exhaust confirmed its electric nature. Where are you now? I'm coming over. Many members in the group clamored to visit Wang Buoqing's home, eager to witness the vehicle in person. Left with no choice, he shared his location. Within half an hour, friends from the group began to arrive one after another. Upon their first glimpse of the Dragon, they were utterly astonished. Wow, this thing looks enormous. It's incredibly fierce. Its off-road capabilities must be extraordinary. If this is truly the Dragon, I have to support it. Despite its camouflage, the vehicle's bold design language was unmistakable, aligning perfectly with their expectations for a rugged off-roader. Who is the designer at Faith Automotive? They are exceptionally talented. This design rivals the Mercedes G-Class. What a mere sibling the G-Class is. Step aside. As they engaged in fervent discussions, they pulled out their phones to capture the Dragon from various angles, promptly sharing the images in their off-road groups and on social media. The internet spread the news rapidly. By the time Su Chen returned home and fell into a deep sleep, photos of the Dragon parked in the underground garage had already circulated through numerous off-road communities. Even online, enthusiasts began to fervently debate the vehicle's merits. Which group member leaked this? Where's this car? Incredible. This exterior design is at least 20 years ahead of current rugged off-road vehicles. Faith Automotive is truly remarkable. They have created an exceptional off-roader. My only concern is that the Dragon is fully electric. What happens if it runs out of battery while off-roading? Your worry is somewhat valid, but how far do you plan to take it? The Qilin's electric range is already at 1,200 kilometers. That's more than sufficient, right? Suddenly, the internet buzzed with various discussions surrounding the Dragon, all expressing anticipation for its imminent release. On Su Chen's social media, numerous bystanders tagged him, urging, "Su boss, wake up and take a look. The Dragon is on fire. How can you sleep at this hour? Hurry up and unveil the Qilin." It seemed that Su Chen was taken aback. The Dragon had garnered significant attention even before its official release. Not only did Wang Buoqing's friends come over, but many local off-road enthusiasts also arrived to catch a glimpse. The Dragon had effectively captivated the entire internet before its unveiling. On social media, discussions about the Dragon began trending. Suspected second model off Faith Automotive. Dragon unveiled before release. The Dragon has taken the internet by storm. Dragon sets sail. Who dares to challenge? The comments section teemed with opinions on the Dragon's striking appearance. The design is truly phenomenal. I believe it surpasses the tank in dominance. Isn't that a redundant statement? The tank can't even compare to the Dragon. I can hardly wait to see the dragon in its true form. Su boss, please grant my wish. Many in our group are already expressing their intent to purchase the dragon. I estimate it will be priced around 700,000 to 800,000 yuan with its stunning design and advanced technology. Are you joking? It will be at least 1 million. 1 million? You must be out of your mind. Would you buy a domestic vehicle for that price? Do you look down on domestic products? Then go buy the Sea Raider. I won't stop you. The Qilin from Faith Automotive has been selling like hotcakes. Even the critics are impressed. While the online debates raged on, Su Chen remained in slumber. The following morning, he received a phone call from Lu Fei. Su boss, did you drive the dragon back to the garage yesterday? Su Chen nodded. Yes. Why? Lu Fei spoke rapidly, brimming with excitement. It's gone viral. The dragon you parked in the underground garage has been shared online, and now the entire off-road community is buzzing about it. What? Su Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After ending the call, he quickly opened his social media, only to find a flurry of comments demanding he wake up and release the dragon. Su Chen felt overwhelmed. He had done nothing, yet the dragon had been prematurely exposed. Now, the entire online off-road community was ablaze with discussions about it. The dragon's popularity even eclipsed that of the Qilin. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen got out of bed and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the parking area, he was met with a crowd surrounding the dragon, all snapping photos. Suddenly, someone spotted Su Chen. Wow, it's Su Chen, the CEO of Faith Automotive. Confirmation surged through the crowd. This vehicle was indeed the dragon. Su boss, you are my idol. Can I take a picture with you? Wang Buoqing rushed over, brimming with enthusiasm. The crowd encircled Su Chen, eager for a photo opportunity. Why am I the center of attention? Su Chen mused, bewildered. Wang Buoqing, still buzzing with excitement, exclaimed, Su boss, the dragon is magnificent. I love its appearance. Today, our group is heading out for some off-roading. Why don't you join us? It would be a perfect chance to showcase the dragon's capabilities. Su Chen pondered for a moment before smiling and replying, All right, I have some free time today. Let us go. Wang Buoqing, elated at Su Chen's agreement, declared, Let us go. I know the perfect spot in the suburbs, an ideal location for testing off-road performance. He gestured toward his own Mercedes G-Class. I'll drive my car. Let us race over there. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, urging Su Chen to pit the dragon against the Mercedes G-Class in a head-to-head competition. Wang Buoqing even announced the impending showdown in his off-road group, igniting a flurry of activity. Let us go. I just picked up a Sea Raider yesterday and was hoping for a worthy opponent. The Sea Raider is impressive. My bandit wants a piece of the action too. My Emperor Cadillac is itching to join. We'll meet in the suburbs. Hold on. Do you think your Cadillac can handle that incline? Without delay, Su Chen started the dragon, following Wang Buoqing's lead in his Mercedes G-Class toward the suburbs. Who is truly superior? The competition would reveal all. Chapter 67. The Emergence of the Dragon. Doubts and support abound. Throughout the journey, Wang Buoqing drove his imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class at the forefront, with Su Chen's dragon following closely behind. However, it was the dragon that captivated the attention of passers-by. What kind of vehicle is this? I've never seen it before. One exclaimed. It appears to be camouflaged. Perhaps it's a new model from a car manufacturer? Speculated another. With its exterior design, it must be an imported car. Could it be a Mercedes? As they traveled, the dragon undoubtedly garnered significant attention. After half an hour, Wang Buoqing led Su Chen and more than a dozen other vehicles directly to the outskirts of the city. The moment Su Chen arrived in the dragon, he was immediately surrounded. It was no surprise, as the dragon's appearance was exceptionally imposing. This was the first time everyone had encountered such a magnificent vehicle, and the crowd continued to swell. Many onlookers, upon realizing the dragon had arrived, began to rally their friends. Come to Wudao Slope. The dragon from Faith Motors has arrived. Are you kidding? Is this the same camouflage dragon that was leaked online last night? Look at the photos. It seems like Su Chen, the CEO of Faith Motors, is driving it. Wait for me. I want to meet Boss Su in person. At Wudao Slope, Su Chen found himself in a sea of admirers. Over 50 off-road vehicles from various brands surrounded him. Suzuki Jimny, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Ford Bronco, and Jeep Wrangler, to name a few. It was a gathering of the most popular off-road vehicles on the market. However, upon the Dragon's arrival, all the vehicle owners seemed to have agreed to halt their enthusiastic off-roading to congregate around the Dragon. "Is this the Dragon? It's massive and looks impressive," one remarked. "Indeed, it appears larger than the Nissan Patrol, and it must be quite expensive." Wudao Slope is renowned as the ultimate test for off-road vehicle performance, regardless of the brand. Not just any vehicle can conquer its inclines. What is this? A purely electric vehicle attempting to compete here against gasoline cars? Has Su Chen lost his sense of reality? Some voices praised the Dragon's exterior, while others expressed skepticism, believing that an electric off-road vehicle was merely a gimmick. Seeing the crowd's enthusiasm, Wang Buqing wasted no time and began a live broadcast on his channel, titled, "The Dragon of Faith Motors' First Battle. Can it continue the Qilin myth?" Due to Wang Buqing's reputation in the off-road community, many viewers quickly tuned in. "The Dragon? Where is it? Oh wow, I see it. This is Wudao Slope, right? I remember their SA slope that's incredibly difficult to climb. Yes, I recall that during the last live stream, even the Brabus G-Class couldn't ascend. Today, I feel the Dragon will falter. It has chosen the wrong venue." As Su Chen sat in the driver's seat, listening to the surrounding discussions, he activated the Dragon's pivot turn feature. The crowd, initially bewildered, stared in astonishment as the Dragon began to move. After a brief moment of confusion, they realized the Dragon is executing a pivot turn? Remarkable. This technology is truly impressive. This was a production model, and witnessing such technology in a mass-produced vehicle was unprecedented. Faith Motors was indeed extraordinary. Wang Buqing, taken aback by Su Chen's demonstration, stood frozen with his phone in hand. The live stream's audience erupted with excitement, inundated with expressions of astonishment and admiration. The pivot turn feature not only showcased style, but also significantly enhanced the driving experience and convenience. Imagine showcasing the Dragon's pivot turn to the village elders during the new year. It would be more impressive than distributing cash. The onlookers were witnessing a 360-degree pivot turn for the first time, erupting in cheers. Today, we are truly enlightened. This massive vehicle can pivot like a tank. Is this the black technology of the Dragon? It has become a reality. Goodness, how much more black technology does Faith Motors possess? Is this all? I saw on Su Chen's social media that the Dragon is equipped with a buoyancy feature for water landings and can even drive normally after a tire blowout at high speed. What? Has the black technology of Faith Motors evolved to this extent? Mr. Su, please announce it already. Take my money. Just give me the car. After completing the pivot turn, Su Chen looked at Wang Buqing and asked, "What do you think? Shall we have a go?" Wang Buqing quickly shook his head. "What can I compare? My Mercedes pales in comparison to the Dragon." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Wang Buqing then informed Su Chen, as the name suggests, Wudao Slope consists of 5 inclines of varying difficulties. From the first to the 5th, the challenge increases progressively. After explaining, he gestured to the surrounding vehicles. Despite the number of cars here, it's already impressive for any to conquer the 4th incline. I must admit, my vehicle can only manage half of the 5th incline. At that moment, someone from the crowd chimed in, "No vehicle has successfully ascended the 5th incline. All have had to retreat halfway. A vehicle as large as the Dragon surely cannot make it up. That's absolutely impossible. Let us wait and see." Su Chen leaned out to observe the 5 inclines of varying difficulty. As his gaze fell upon the steepest incline, he couldn't help but smirk. That's true. The slope appears quite steep from here. I wonder if the Dragon has the capability to ascend. Wang Buqing approached Su Chen with his phone. "Mr. Su, the crowd is eager. Shall we begin?" The off-road vehicle owners had long been impatiently awaiting the Dragon's performance, clamoring for Su Chen to take the wheel. Su Chen nodded without hesitation. Wang Buqing pointed to the first incline not far away, suggesting, "Let us start with the easiest one and proceed step by step." With that, Wang Buqing climbed into his Mercedes and drove towards the first incline. The atmosphere became lively as the gathering swelled, and many spectators pulled out their phones to capture the moment. As the Dragon made its debut at Wudao Slope, it instantly captured the attention of all present. Initially, The crowd praised its avant-garde design. However, upon learning that the Dragon was an electric vehicle, some voices turned critical, mocking its presence. What is an electric vehicle doing here? Gasoline-powered off-roaders reign supreme. Has Faith Motors overreached? At the very least, they should have designed a hybrid. This venue is ill-suited for an electric vehicle. It seems Faith Motors is merely seeking to profit. Just wait. I bet the Dragon 1T even make it past the third incline. As the crowd continued to discuss, they watched the Dragon with keen interest. Chapter 68. Only 4 vehicles remain, with the Jiaolong as the sole domestic model. The first incline posed a manageable challenge. However, the Benz and Shuanhai ships took their time navigating it. The previous day's light rain had rendered the slope somewhat slippery. As the Ba Dao and Shuanhai vehicles ascended, all eyes turned to the Jiaolong driven by Su Chen. The Jiaolong was ready to set sail. What speed it would display today? It was said to possess a staggering 1,200 horsepower. Surely, that would suffice. Yet, the Jiaolong's weight was considerable, nearly 3 tons. Was this a jest? When it was Su Chen's turn, he maneuvered the Jiaolong with ease, effortlessly conquering the first incline. Many had expected the Jiaolong to at least struggle with traction, yet Su Chen navigated it flawlessly. Although the challenge was not particularly daunting, the crowd erupted in excitement. The stability of the Jiaolong was astonishing. Its chassis and suspension were unparalleled, reminiscent of a terrestrial tank. It was remarkably simple. Wang Buqing, witnessing the Jiaolong's smooth ascent, could not help but exclaim in front of the livestream camera. The Jiaolong is incredibly stable. Just moments ago, my G-Class struggled on the same slope, and I doubt it could tackle the third one. Not only was Wang Buqing eager to see the Jiaolong's performance, but the livestream viewers also urged for the next incline to commence. The crowd soon moved to the second incline, with Wang Buqing leading the way in his Benz G-Class. He floored the accelerator, charging toward the second slope, the engine roaring like a wild beast. Fortunately, despite a slight increase in difficulty, Wang Buqing's vehicle managed to ascend. Following suit, the Ba Dao and Shuanhai vehicles also made their attempts, though many struggled with traction, with several domestic vehicles sliding back down. The disparity between domestic and imported cars became glaringly apparent. Is this not stating the obvious? The price of imported vehicles speaks volumes. That Benz G-Class costs over $3 million. The priciest domestic model present was the Tank 500, starting at $350,000 for a 3.0-liter engine. Quite the difference indeed. Next up was the Jiaolong, which Su Chen confidently drove to the second incline. Amidst cheers from the crowd, he navigated the Jiaolong with remarkable steadiness, even more so than on the first incline, showing no signs of slipping. The excitement in the arena surged as they all gathered at the third incline. In contrast to the previous two, the difficulty of the third incline was markedly heightened. The rain from the night before had left the slope in disarray. Just as everyone anticipated Wang Buqing's Benz to take the lead, Su Chen boldly drove the Jiaolong forward. Was the Jiaolong making a statement? The challenge of this incline was significantly greater than the first two. Was the Jiaolong ready to showcase its prowess? Go, Jiaolong. I support you. The crowd cheered, and Su Chen once again powered through. The 3-ton vehicle showcased no signs of slipping, leaving Su Chen pleasantly surprised. He had expected the Jiaolong to face some difficulty on this incline, yet it navigated it with ease, much to the astonishment of those watching. As the Ba Dao vehicles at the bottom of the slope could no longer contain themselves, they revved their engines, attempting to charge up. The first Ba Dao, flooring it, made its attempt but failed to ascend. The driver struggled to maneuver, but to no avail. The Ba Dao awkwardly remained stuck halfway up the slope, unable to go forward or backward, a truly embarrassing predicament. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The Ba Dao can't make it up the third incline? Not only that, but it seems it can't even come back down. What a shame. They mocked. The Ba Dao, once hailed as formidable, now seemed inferior, likening it to the Tank 300. After several futile attempts, the Ba Dao's driver had no choice but to retreat, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's a bit slippery, he murmured. This Ba Dao had cost him over $600,000, including a substantial markup for the top-tier 4-wheel drive model, yet it could not ascend. With so many eyes upon him, he felt utterly humiliated. with the crowd still chuckling. The Ba Dao rolled aside. Following this, Wang Buqing managed to scrape his Benz G-Class up the incline. The Xuanhai, Tank 500, and other models succeeded one after the other. Amidst the mockery of the Ba Dao, a domestic Wuling Hongguang decided to give it a go. Revving its engine, the Wuling driver showed no mercy, flooring it. All eyes turned, waiting for the spectacle. Surprisingly, the Wuling, despite a few attempts, ascended without incident. The pressure now rested entirely upon the Ba Dao. What a disgrace. Even the Wuling can outperform it, they jeered. The Wuling is incredible. The so-called four-wheel drive of the Ba Dao pales in comparison to the rear-wheel drive of this mere Wuling. Soon, the fourth incline commenced, proving to be even more challenging. Half an hour later, only Su Chen in the Jiaolong, Wang Buqing in the Benz G-Class, Mudang's patrol, and a crazy field Xuanhai remained. All other vehicles, including the tank, faltered on the fourth slope. Wang Buqing's live stream reached unprecedented popularity. Did you not see the previous inclines? Now we're at the fifth. You claim to be impressive. Huh, get lost. The Jiaolong had successfully navigated all inclines, leaving only 4 vehicles, imported models surrounding the Jiaolong. The fifth incline proved to be the most formidable, and many speculated whether the Jiaolong could conquer it. Recalling that last year many vehicles had overturned on this very slope, they wondered if the Jiaolong could withstand such a challenge. Approaching the fifth incline, Su Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at its steepness. Truly, it was the devilish slope of the 5 inclines. The rain had rendered it slippery and treacherous, with numerous deep pits testing the limits of off-road vehicles. The crowd gathered closely, and drones filled the sky, capturing every moment from above. Among the remaining 4 vehicles, only the Jiaolong was domestic, while the rest were imported. Were they planning to encircle the Jiaolong? Well, if that was the case, let them come. With unwavering confidence, Su Chen prepared to drive the Jiaolong and tackle the fifth incline. Chapter 69. The imported vehicles meet their doom. None are capable. Around the mighty Jiaolong, several vehicles stood poised, ready for action. The driver of the Nissan Patrol was a middle-aged man, exuding confidence at this moment. I've ascended this incline several times. I must admit, the prowess of imported vehicles is indeed formidable, he proclaimed, taking a moment to extol the virtues of his own vehicle. Laughter erupted from those around him. You need to actually make it up first. Boasting is premature. Wasn't that previous vehicle a formidable beast? It couldn't even conquer the incline. Indeed, anyone can talk big. Let's see some action. Let the Jiaolong take the lead. It would be wise for the imports to hold back a bit. The crowd clamored for Su Chen's Jiaolong to take the initiative. Su Chen, feeling indifferent, recognized that whether he went first or last, he would have to ascend eventually. However, the middle-aged driver of the patrol disagreed vehemently. Clear the way, I shall go first. Without further ado, he hopped into his vehicle and started the engine. The onlookers parted, their gaze fixated on the patrol. After all, it was a 6-cylinder vehicle with a respectable 4.0-liter displacement, though its power barely exceeded 300 horsepower. With a roar, the driver pressed the accelerator, then released it as he charged towards the fifth incline. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the patrol barely made it halfway before coming to a halt. The driver, unwilling to concede defeat, adjusted the steering and pressed the accelerator again. However, the slippery slope worked against him, causing the patrol to slide backwards, retreating to the base of the incline. Laughter erupted. Looks like the patrol is in trouble. How can it retreat with less than 300 horsepower? It's time to back down. The spectators continued to jeer. The middle-aged man was undeterred. Is it really that slippery? I refuse to believe it. He attempted again, but after 3 failed attempts, the last one almost resulted in a rollover. Reluctantly, he admitted defeat, stepping out of the vehicle, shaking his head. If it weren't for the rain, I would have surely succeeded. The crowd recognized his excuse for what it was, mere bravado. Next, Wang Buqing could no longer contain himself. Now it's my turn. He was at the helm of a Mercedes-Benz G500 featuring a 4.0-liter V8 engine with a maximum power of 421 horsepower. He felt quite confident about tackling the incline. Viewers in the live stream anticipated Wang Buqing's turn, believing that the Mercedes, being a true off-road vehicle, would surely prevail. I have a relative who owns one. It cost over 2.5 million after price increases. It won't fail to ascend. Confidence surged among the virtual audience as Wang Baiqing took off with the G500. The crowd erupted in cheers, for this was the most expensive vehicle on site. Surely it would succeed. However, as they watched in anticipation, the vehicle became ensnared at the same spot that had thwarted the patrol. All four tires spun frantically, the car swaying side to side like a snail. Yet it showed no signs of climbing. Wang Baiqing grew anxious. Is it really stuck here? A vehicle worth over 2 million, and it's caught here? How embarrassing. He pressed the accelerator with fervor, but to no avail. Ultimately, he had to ease off the accelerator and slowly back down. Laughter erupted again. Even a large displacement naturally aspirated vehicle can't make it? It's not surprising, right? The G is only suited for city driving. The slope is too slippery. Even a deity couldn't manage it. With 4 vehicles attempted, only the Feng Tian Sun Hai Jian remained, alongside Su Chen's Jiaolong. Let us see how the Sun Hai Jian performs next. Everyone is eager to see how you fare. The new Sun Hai Jian was indeed impressive. Impressive? With just over 300 horsepower, if it makes it up, I'll call you father. Su Chen mused, intrigued by the imposing Sun Hai Jian beside him. The driver of the Sun Hai Jian patted the hood, declaring, I'll go. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Sun Hai Jian rolled onto the scene. With the echoes of encouragement, the vehicle began to lose itself in the moment. The previous driver of the patrol had retreated in shame, and he now bore the hopes of all imported vehicles. Should he fail, all would be lost. The eyes of the crowd converged on the Sun Hai Jian, a vehicle worth over 1 million, boasting a commanding presence. Even if it failed, it should at least outperform the previous 2 vehicles. However, disappointment soon followed. The Sun Hai Jian had barely reached the spot where the patrol and Mercedes had faltered before it too began to slide. After several attempts, it ultimately had to retreat in defeat. The crowd gathered around, their disappointment palpable. What a grand name for a vehicle that fails at such a simple task. It should be called a sea vessel instead. It certainly can't handle land. For over 1 million, I'd rather buy 20 of the lesser vehicles. I refuse to believe not a single one can ascend. The driver of the Sun Hai Jian forced a smile, exchanging glances with the patrol's driver. Little brother, don't let the price fool you. It's of no use if it can't ascend. Wang Baiqing, puzzled, remarked, could it be? Now only the Jiaolong remains. With all the joint venture vehicles eliminated, could the Jiaolong possibly succeed? Viewers in the live stream began to chatter. What is this G and Sun Hai Jian nonsense? One would think they were toys. Let the Jiaolong ascend. I can hardly wait. Surely it can make it. Not necessarily. Electric vehicles can be unpredictable, and they might just dig themselves into a hole. It all depends on the calibration of the vehicle. If the Jiaolong ascends, I'll order one on the spot. Excitement surged as all eyes turned to the Jiaolong. What does it mean to be the hope of an entire village? The Jiaolong. In that moment, everyone parted to grant the Jiaolong passage. The drivers of the Sun Hai Jian and patrol huddled together. I'll bet a pack of cigarettes that the Jiaolong one team make it up. I'll add a bottle of Matai. The 2 men nodded in agreement, their gaze fixed on the Jiaolong. Meanwhile, Su Chen maneuvered the Jiaolong to the base of the 5th incline, engaging the differential lock and snow mode. If the Jiaolong could conquer this slope, it would save a considerable amount in advertising expenses. Jiaolong, activate, Su Chen murmured, as he steered the Jiaolong towards the ascent. Chapter 70. The Jiaolong becomes the hope of the entire village. Wang Baiqing rushed to the forefront, phone in hand, eager to capture the moment the Jiaolong ascended the slope. It was the only vehicle left on the field, drawing a crowd of spectators. A veritable sea of people waving flags. There's no doubt about the Jiaolong. We trust domestic vehicles, one remarked. Perhaps not entirely. After all, the Jiaolong is an electric vehicle, another countered. And what of it? If it has strength, that's all that matters. Came a spirited reply. Indeed, if only the Jiaolong had a chain drive, I'd support domestic brands too. Someone else chimed in. Look at those imported cars, all stuck and costing millions combined. How could you doubt the Jiaolong's capabilities? Skepticism lingered as many doubted whether the Jiaolong could conquer the steep 5th slope. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Chen maneuvered the Jiaolong to the very spot where 3 other vehicles had previously become ensnared. It featured a slight rise followed by 2 deep pits, a trap from which escape was arduous. Soon, Su Chen noticed the wheels of the Jiaolong beginning to slip. Fortunately, the vehicle had activated its snow escape mode. The wheel speed was moderate, and the onboard system was adjusting the driving speed and posture based on real-time road conditions. The crowd observed as the Jiaolong's wheels began to spin. "I told you, it's just a car. How can it possibly ascend? Even a V8 engine wouldn't suffice. What makes the Jiaolong different? Who says V8 engines are superior to electric vehicles? Are you still clinging to outdated beliefs?" Wang Baiqing felt a pang of anxiety for the Jiaolong. He hoped fervently it would succeed, yet an indescribable unease lingered. If the Jiaolong managed to ascend, it would render their million-dollar off-road vehicles obsolete. At that moment, Su Chen, calm and collected, focused intently ahead. Without hesitation, he activated the Jiaolong's autopilot feature. The vehicle's system had scanned the terrain and was now taking control, plotting the optimal path for ascent. As a melodious female voice from the vehicle chimed in, Su Chen relinquished the steering wheel, placing his complete trust in the Jiaolong's autonomous driving capabilities. The Jiaolong, true to its reputation, seamlessly took over the driving task. This moment of Su Chen releasing the steering wheel was captured by the onlookers wielding their phones. What is Su Boss doing? Is he relinquishing control? Isn't this reckless driving? His hands are completely off the wheel. What are you waiting for? Move aside. If the Jiaolong loses control, we could all be in danger. Panic surged through the crowd as they began to retreat. Such a steep incline, with the driver abandoning the wheel. It was a reckless gamble. Wang Baiqing, too, was taken aback by Su Chen's actions. Initially, he was bewildered, but soon realization dawned upon him. This was the Jiaolong's fully autonomous driving feature. The concept of autonomous driving had recently garnered much attention online. Wang Baiqing understood that achieving this in urban settings was one thing, but on an unnamed slope? How could it be programmed? Was it possible that the Jiaolong's technology had evolved to autonomously assess road conditions and assist the driver in navigating safely? In disbelief, Wang Baiqing stood frozen. If the Jiaolong's autonomous driving had truly reached such heights, it was nothing short of astonishing. This implied that even without a thorough understanding of the vehicle's mechanics, the Jiaolong could chart a course and successfully navigate obstacles. The technology seemed almost surreal. Several drones hovered nearby, capturing the scene of Su Chen with his hands off the wheel. When he noticed the drones, he rolled down the window to wave, much to the incredulity of the onlookers. Goodness, Su Chen has truly lost it. He.s. waving while risking it all. Yet, as people began to notice, the Jiaolong was not sliding backward. In fact, it was steadily climbing upward. Look, the Jiaolong isn't sliding down. What is going on? How can it still be moving up? Could it be that Su Chen had not given up after all? The initial fears of those who had anticipated the vehicle's descent were quickly replaced by astonishment as they gathered closer. The eyes of the off-road enthusiast widened in disbelief as they witnessed the Jiaolong gradually ascend. Su Chen sat behind the wheel, marveling at the advanced technology at his disposal. This innovation was remarkable. Even in such challenging conditions, the vehicle was managing to ascend autonomously, analyzing the terrain and determining the best path. Everyone present took out their phones, snapping photos of the Jiaolong in action. They had seen off-road vehicles before, even rugged ones, but none had managed to conquer the 5th slope as the Jiaolong had. Indeed, the Jiaolong did not disappoint, successfully ascending the 5th slope despite initial slippage. With its powerful powertrain and autonomous functionality, it emerged as the sole vehicle to conquer the incline among the final 4. And it was a domestic electric vehicle to boot. The crowd erupted in excitement, celebrating the Jiaolong's triumph over the steep incline. This is incredible. The Jiaolong really made it. I've admired this vehicle since childhood. It's so satisfying to see it succeed. Who doubted electric cars now? Long live domestic vehicles. I predict that in a few years, electric cars will dominate the world market. How soon until the Jiaolong is released? I must have one. As long as it's under $1 million. Enthusiasts surrounded the Jiaolong, enamored and eager to learn more. Mr. Su, when will the Jiaolong be available? I must get my hands on one. Su Chen smiled. Soon, just a few days more. Meanwhile, Wang Baiqing's live stream footage was quickly edited and shared online, catapulting the Jiaolong back into the spotlight of automotive discussions. Having successfully ascended the most challenging slope, the Jiaolong garnered attention within the off-road community. I declare myself a devoted fan of the Jiaolong. I own a Qilin, but now I want a Jiaolong too. It looks so impressive. As the crowd celebrated Su Chen's achievement, a sudden shout pierced the air. Help! 2 children have fallen into the river. Su Chen turned to see 2 small heads bobbing in the water, struggling to stay afloat. Without a moment's hesitation, he steered the Jiaolong towards the riverbank. The crowd was perplexed. Has Su Chen lost his mind? The riverbank is nothing but mud. What if he gets stuck and requires a tow? Wouldn't that just create more trouble? Only Wang Baiqing discerned Su Chen's intentions. Su Chen is planning to deploy the dragon to rescue someone. Chapter 71. Clear the way. Let the dragon descend to save lives. Wang Baiqing suddenly recalled that previously, Su Chen had shared on social media the various cutting-edge technologies incorporated into the Jiaolong. For instance, the tank maneuver demonstrated when they first arrived at Wadaipo. However, the most crucial feature was its automatic buoyancy function after entering the water. The Jiaolong could float like a vessel, traversing the water with ease. Upon Wang Baiqing's revelation, the viewers in the live stream began to react fervently. I remember, the Jiaolong indeed has a buoyancy feature. Is this the pinnacle of off-road vehicles? No other vehicle in the entire automotive industry possesses such a capability. Could it be that Su Chen truly intends to drive a 3-ton vehicle into the water? Good heavens, could it be true? Looking at Su Chen's demeanor, he appeared entirely resolved to proceed with this audacious plan. Wang Baiqing, filled with urgency, could no longer hesitate. If the Jiaolong could indeed enter the water, he would be witnessing history, the sole vehicle capable of floating in water, and an off-road vehicle at that. Missing this opportunity would be a grave regret. The crowd gathered, all hastening towards the riverbank. The Jiaolong surged ahead, swiftly reaching the river's edge. On the riverbank, a middle-aged couple cried out in desperation. Children, wait for me. Daddy is coming to save you. Wang Donglai declared, preparing to plunge into the water. In the river, 2 small heads bobbed up and down, drifting farther from the shore. The recent rains had caused the river to swell. Wang Donglai's anxiety escalated. His children were in peril. Though he could not swim, he could not bear to watch them being swept away. His wife, Zhang Shufang, grasped his arm in alarm. What are you doing? You can't swim. What can I do? I cannot stand idly by while my children are swept away. Wang Donglai's voice trembled with despair. Soon, a crowd amassed on the riverbank, including those who had come from Wadaipo. Seeing the throng, Zhang Shufang rushed over, kneeling before the onlookers. Please, help save my son and daughter. I beg you. I will bow to you. With that, she began to prostrate herself before the crowd, hoping for a compassionate soul to rescue her children. Wang Donglai, in tears, pleaded, Please, I implore you. He produced a bank card from his pocket. This card holds 100,000 yuan. Please, if anyone can swim, save my children. They are so young. The surrounding crowd expressed their frustration. What is wrong with this situation? Why would anyone bring children to such a dangerous place in this weather? Exactly. How could parents be so thoughtless? This river claimed the lives of 3 children last summer at the same spot. Right, I remember. This river appears calm on the surface, yet treacherous currents lurk beneath. Not only children, but even adults would struggle. Alas, those 2 children may not withstand the current. As the crowd lamented the river's dangers, none stepped forward to help. Wang Baiqing, witnessing the unfolding situation, felt a surge of urgency. The viewers in the live stream were equally frantic. Every second counts. Those children are in jeopardy. How can they be so heartless? Everyone is just standing around taking pictures instead of helping. Stop with the idle chatter. The water is deep. If you jump in, you risk being swept away yourself. Indeed, the best course of action is to call for help and let the rescue team handle it. Ordinary individuals attempting to swim in these conditions face grave danger. This is a disaster. Those children won't survive if rescue arrives too late. Everyone present shared the same anxiety. Yet no one dared to act. After all, every life is precious, and in such perilous circumstances, The risk of unforeseen accidents loomed large. However, several individuals began dialing emergency numbers, calling for help. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang were on the verge of exhaustion from their sobs. With each passing moment, the children's survival grew increasingly uncertain. Suddenly, Wang Buqing noticed a massive silhouette approaching. Su Chen, maneuvering the Jiaolong, appeared on the scene. He honked the horn and leaned out of the window. "Clear the way. I'm going to save the children." The onlookers were baffled. Was he not complicating matters further? How could he possibly save anyone by driving into the river? This was the riverbank. His vehicle would only obstruct rescue efforts. What if he got stuck and needed rescuing himself? Even the drivers of the nearby vehicles, who had previously hesitated, were now filled with righteous indignation. They yelled at Su Chen, "Get out of here. Can't you see lives are at stake? This is madness. You may have the horsepower to ascend that slope. But what does that have to do with saving lives? Especially in the water." In an instant, the crowd turned their ire towards Su Chen. Wang Buqing could no longer bear to watch. "Did you not hear? Clear the way. Su Chen is going to rescue them. Why are you obstructing him?" Some among the crowd protested, but he's driving a vehicle. Can he really act recklessly like this? Wang Buqing, witnessing the seconds slip away, urged, "Every moment counts. The chances of survival diminish with each passing second. The Jiaolong can float." Without hesitation, he moved to guide the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers paused. Did he just say the Jiaolong could float? That must be a joke. Such a heavy vehicle would surely sink upon entering the water. Yet, Wang Buqing's expression suggested he was not jesting. Although they were uncertain of Su Chen's intentions, the crowd reluctantly parted to clear a path for the Jiaolong. In that moment of urgency, Su Chen wasted no time, pressing the accelerator and driving the Jiaolong furiously toward the river. Is this driver out of his mind? This is a stunt for attention. What a reckless display. To think someone would go to such lengths for views while the parents are in despair, what a disgrace. The crowd found Su Chen's actions incomprehensible. A vehicle weighing over 3 tons was about to be driven into the water? It was sheer folly. The children were at least 50 meters from the riverbank. Even navigating a boat would require caution to avoid getting stuck in the mud. Yet, Su Chen was determined to drive into the depths. Just as the crowd continued to criticize him, someone shouted, "Look! The vehicle is actually floating. Good heavens! And it's still moving forward." Chapter 72. Astonishment. The true dragon emerges from the sea. Upon uttering a single exclamation, the gaze of the crowd converged upon the mighty dragon, helmed by Su Chen. Indeed, the dragon was not ensnared by the murky sediment. Instead, it floated effortlessly upon the water's surface. The 4 tires began to spin wildly, while the vehicle's body became enveloped in the thick silt. This showcased the formidable power of the dragon. At that moment, several drones soared into the air, capturing the image of Su Chen's dragon gliding through the river, resembling a ship navigating steadily forward. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Was their sight deceiving them? A vehicle capable of traversing water? Incredible. I have never witnessed such a marvel in my life. I just checked. And although the dragon has yet to be officially released, it appears to be equipped with buoyancy capabilities. Remarkable. This means those 2 children are truly saved. The crowd finally grasped the meaning of Su Chen's earlier request for them to step aside. It turned out that the dragon was indeed outfitted with flotation functionality. How astonishing. As Su Chen piloted the dragon, he watched the 2 children being swept further away by the current, anxiety creeping into his heart. However, being an emergency flotation feature, the vehicle's speed could not compare to that on land. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Almost there. Su Chen continually reassured himself as the vehicle approached the vicinity of the children. At that moment, the 2 youngsters were struggling against the water. The little girl was clearly exhausted, having swallowed several mouthfuls of water. The little boy, possessing slightly more stamina and seemingly having learned some swimming techniques, clung to his sister's arm, desperately attempting to pull her to safety. Yet, being so young, his strength was inadequate, and in the water, he found it difficult to gain traction. Each tug caused him to sink momentarily. As Su Chen drew nearer to the children, he cautiously reduced speed, wary of the swirling mud and currents that might ensnare them. Almost there. He urged himself to remain steady. 8 meters, 5 meters. 2 meters. Finally, Su Chen arrived alongside the two children. Fear not, little ones. Uncle is here to rescue you. Lowering the window, he noted that the water level was merely 10 centimeters from the edge. He reached out, pulling the two children toward him. The little boy, upon seeing Su Chen, was filled with astonishment. There is someone coming to save us. Uncle, please, save me first. My sister. He coughed up water and pushed his sister forward. Without hesitation, Su Chen swiftly pulled the girl into the vehicle and placed her in the passenger seat. Turning back, he seized the boy and brought him to the edge of the window. The boy grasped the window, expelling river water and gasping for air, his face pale with fear. With both hands, Su Chen hoisted the boy into the vehicle, hastily shutting all 4 windows to prevent water from flooding inside. Coughing violently, both children struggled to clear their lungs of the water they had ingested. Su Chen understood the dangers of water inhalation and calculated that the ambulance would soon arrive. He quickly steered the vehicle back to the location they had come from. The entire rescue operation was captured by the drones hovering above. The crowd on the shore sighed in relief as they witnessed the children being saved. Suddenly, applause erupted. What a nail-biting moment. Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. Is this what it means to see the dragon emerge from the sea? I can hardly contain my tears. I cannot imagine the guilt their parents would feel if something had happened to those children. The dragon is truly extraordinary. I propose that every rescue team should be equipped with a dragon. It is invaluable in critical moments. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang, upon seeing their children rescued in the footage relayed by the drones, collapsed to the ground, weeping in relief. They are safe. They are safe. The surrounding crowd rushed to console the distraught couple. In the distance, the sounds of sirens echoed as ambulances and police vehicles approached. Soon, the Blue Sky rescue team clad in blue uniforms arrived. Clear the way. Let the boats through. Captain Qin Ming of the rescue team began to direct the crowd. Glancing over, he noticed the dragon making its way toward the riverbank, evidently puzzled. How did a vehicle end up in the water? Before he could finish, someone explained. That vehicle was sent to rescue the two children who fell in. However, Qin Ming interrupted, exasperated. This is absurd. Does he think his vehicle is a boat? Now it's stuck, and we'll have to waste resources to retrieve it. As he spoke, Qin Ming moved closer to Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang. Observing the distressed couple, with empathy, he reassured them, rest assured, we are from the Blue Sky rescue team. No matter what, we will bring your children back safely. However, he trailed off, contemplating the dire situation. The children had been submerged for too long. Time is of the essence. We must ensure their safe retrieval. He commanded his team. Turning to a colleague, he added, call for a tow truck. We'll need it to recover that vehicle. The colleague, unable to contain his disdain, remarked on the driver's apparent recklessness. The onlookers, overhearing Qin Ming's comments, approached to clarify. What are you talking about? That vehicle went in to save those children. They have already been rescued and are safe inside. Qin Ming shook his head slowly. This is not the time for jokes. Do you realize how deep that water is? At least 10 meters. Tell me, what vehicle can float in such depths? The crowd responded in unison, the dragon. Qin Ming, bewildered, replied, what? The dragon? Are you all jesting? Just then, his colleague tapped him on the shoulder. Boss, look. That vehicle is approaching the riverbank turning. Qin Ming's eyes widened as he witnessed the dragon steadily making its way to shore. The tires had finally touched the bottom, and its powerful engine roared to life once more. The dragon ascended the bank with grace, resembling a beast emerging from the depths. The mud and water cascaded off its sleek frame, while two fierce headlights illuminated the path ahead. Astonished, even the typically composed Qin Ming could not help but exclaim, "What this vehicle is astonishing." Chapter 73. What? This car is actually domestically made? At that moment, the members of the Blue Sky rescue team were utterly astonished. They shared the same thoughts as Qin Ming. Initially, they believed the vehicle in the river might be stuck and in need of their rescue efforts. Instead, this very vehicle had ventured into the water to save lives. Remarkably, it had even emerged with individuals aboard. One of the colleagues from the Blue Sky rescue team approached, eyes wide in disbelief, and exclaimed, Captain Qin, what kind of vehicle is this? It can drive in water. Qin Ming shook his head, equally incredulous. I have no idea. It doesn't resemble the Sea Patrol cruiser or anything of the sort. The body is camouflaged. Could it possibly be a new model from some company? After a moment's thought, the colleague nodded. It must be an imported vehicle. It can even operate in water. This functionality is simply extraordinary. Moreover, considering its imposing appearance, it must cost at least over $1 million, right? Qin Ming replied, it could well exceed $1 million. Such features can be life-saving in critical moments. Let us not dawdle. Let us go ascertain the situation. With that, Qin Ming hurriedly led several subordinates toward the remarkable vehicle. At that juncture, police officers and paramedics also disembarked. Upon hearing the surrounding discussions, they too stood in astonishment. Had the rescue team arrived too late? How could they claim the individuals had already been rescued? Moreover, they were stating that it was this vehicle that had gone in to save them. Could it possibly be true? What sort of vehicle could operate in water? Though skeptical, the crowd moved closer to check on the condition of the two children. Meanwhile, Wang Buoqing was not idle. He dashed towards the vehicle with his phone in hand. As an experienced off-road enthusiast, his excitement was palpable. Just moments ago, he had witnessed history. A vehicle could indeed traverse water like a boat. Had it not been for Su Chen piloting the dragon, those two children might have faced dire consequences. In Wang Buoqing's live stream, the excitement was electric. Is this the dragon? Incredible. I have truly witnessed history. A 3-ton vehicle floating on water and saving lives. Can you believe it? Our belief in domestic vehicles is vindicated. With such capabilities, who would dare to compare with the dragon? It is nothing short of a savior. As long as it doesn't exceed $1.5 million, I will certainly purchase one. Indeed, who would dare claim imported vehicles reign supreme anymore? Isn't it better than spending over $1 million on a clunky 2.0T Benz G-Class? Our pride lies in the dragon, a testament to our faith in domestic automobiles. The crowd cheered and rushed towards the dragon. At that moment, Su Chen was driving the dragon while checking on the two children in the passenger seat. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. The children had merely inhaled some water but appeared to be out of immediate danger. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. Su Chen swiftly opened the passenger door. Doctors, please check on the children. The doctors wasted no time. A few of them gently laid the children on a makeshift stretcher, preparing to transport them back to the vehicle. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang rushed over. Upon seeing their children unharmed, they finally exhaled in relief. Honey, the children are safe. Zhang Shufang could no longer contain her tears. Gazing at the kids, Wang Donglai kissed the cheeks of both children. Yang, Bei, you nearly gave your parents a heart attack. We should have kept a closer eye on you. The little boy, Yang, pointed to Su Chen standing by the car. It was this uncle who saved me and my sister. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang wiped their tears and immediately knelt before Su Chen, overwhelmed with gratitude. Our lifesaver, thank you so much. Kind soul, we are eternally grateful. Without you, our children would have. Their voices trembled with emotion as they bowed repeatedly before Su Chen. Su Chen hurried over to assist Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang to their feet. As long as the children are safe, that is what matters. Please go check on them. Wang Donglai, looking at Su Chen, produced a bank card. You have not only saved my children's lives, but also our family. I truly cannot repay you adequately. Young man, this card contains 100,000 yuan. Please accept it. Su Chen refused. No, I cannot accept this money. Please take it back. How could he accept money from the parents? The dragon's water-floating feature was intended for emergencies, meant to save lives. Being able to preserve a family with the dragon was its highest calling. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang insisted on giving Su Chen the money, but he remained steadfast in his refusal. Finally, in exasperation, Wang Donglai said, Lifesaver, once my son and daughter are well, I will personally bring them to visit you. I will have them recognize you as their godfather. Su Chen smiled. Let us discuss that later. Go check on the children now. Wang Donglai felt even more grateful towards Su Chen, who had downplayed the magnitude of saving his children. Once Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang departed, the crowd gathered around again, singing praises for Su Chen's heroic act. Young man, you truly are remarkable. Saving a life is worth more than a pagoda of 7 levels. Saving 2 lives is akin to a 14-level pagoda. Truly, you are a paragon of youth. and I suggest this must be widely publicized. Su Chen repeatedly waved his hands. He could not swim. He had merely operated the dragon. Otherwise, truth be told, he would not have dared to venture into such a situation. At that moment, Qin Ming approached and suddenly recognized Su Chen's identity. Aren't you Su Chen, the owner of Faith Automobile? Several colleagues also realized. Wait, it's the CEO of Faith Automobile. I can't believe we encountered him here. He looks so young, barely in his 20s. Such promise. I wonder if Mr. Su is married? Su Chen nodded in response to Qin Ming's gaze, which then shifted to the dragon. Mr. Su, the vehicle you are driving is simply extraordinary. What brand is it? Is it an imported vehicle? Qin Ming was captivated by the dragon, inspecting it from every angle. Several colleagues joined him, lamenting how beneficial it would be if their rescue team could also be equipped with a dragon. After all, in emergencies like today's, they could save even more lives. Su Chen chuckled and walked over to the dragon. This is not an imported vehicle. This is a true dragon of our homeland. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Qin Ming stared in disbelief. What? You mean this car is domestically made? Qin Ming couldn't fathom it, circling the vehicle a few more times. This is actually a domestically made car? Since when have domestic cars become so impressive? It can even enter water to rescue people? And it appears to be an electric vehicle too. How can it go in water without fear of fire? This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 74. Anticipation grows as the Jiaolong goes viral. Su Chen continued. This is the second vehicle from Faith Automobile, the Jiaolong. Qin Ming swallowed hard, patting the hood of the Jiaolong. Incredible. If our Blue Sky rescue team could be equipped with such a vehicle, it would be fantastic. The spark in Qin Ming's eyes was unmistakable. If we could deploy a Jiaolong, we could save an additional life in critical situations. Whatever the cost, it would be worth it. Mr. Su, when will this vehicle be available for purchase? What will its price be? Qin Ming was already quite intrigued. If the Jiaolong's price were reasonable, he was willing to persuade the leadership of the rescue team to procure one. Su Chen replied, the Jiaolong will be launched in a few days. The specific price will be announced at the press conference. The onlookers began to converse among themselves. With its ability to turn like a tank and navigate water, the Jiaolong's price is likely to be high. This technology represents the pinnacle of domestic vehicles. I estimate it will sell for at least $1 million. $1 million? For a vehicle that can save lives in critical moments. It should be priced around $1.5 million. I concur. It can climb steep hills and traverse water. It cannot be cheap. Look at those imported cars. All priced over $1 million, and they're not as capable. If the Jiaolong sells for over $1 million, I wouldn't find it unreasonable. Seeing that there was little left to discuss, Su Chen prepared to drive back to the company. As he maneuvered the Jiaolong away, Wang Boqing couldn't help but reflect. If the Jiaolong hits the market, no matter the price, I will certainly support its purchase. Having witnessed the Jiaolong's prowess, his own clunky bend seemed like a relic of the past, truly outdated. Just as Su Chen returned to the company, Lu Fei and others rushed into his office. Mr. Su, the Jiaolong is simply astonishing. It can even rescue people from the water. Su Chen was puzzled. Where did you hear that? He hadn't mentioned the incident at Wudao Slope to anyone. Lu Fei excitedly handed his phone to Su Chen. Look, it's gone viral online. Everyone is discussing the Jiaolong. Lu Fei scrolled through the news on his phone. See, here is a video of the Jiaolong at Wudao Slope. This one shows it rescuing someone from the water. Everyone online is buzzing about it. Many have even gone to our Faith Automobile's official account asking when the Jiaolong will be released. Su Chen was astonished as he took the phone. Indeed, the Jiaolong had taken the internet by storm. Particularly within the off-road vehicle community, discussions about the Jiaolong were rampant. Just a few days ago, the trending topics included, how powerful is the Jiaolong's off-road capability? Before its release, the Jiaolong becomes a sensation, the strongest off-road vehicle in domestic production. Mr. Su personally drives the Jiaolong, showcasing its water navigation feature. The comment section was flooded with tags for Su Chen. Mr. Su, please release the Jiaolong soon. If you don't, my money will go stale. The project funds just came in. I'm determined to buy a Jiaolong. I had ordered the Shanghai ship, but I think I'll cancel that and save for the Jiaolong instead. Mr. Su, don't price it too absurdly. Anything below $3 million and I'm in. The guy upstairs has lost it. 3 million for a domestic vehicle? What is wrong with you? I earn Longwa currency. Is it a problem to buy domestic cars? The comments continued to debate when the Jiaolong would be available. Such a formidable vehicle deserved support. Su Chen noted that public sentiment towards domestic cars had improved significantly after this incident. After all, the Jiaolong was packed with impressive features and specifications. Truly a benchmark in the realm of rugged off-road vehicles. On the automotive forums, the hottest discussions revolved around the Jiaolong. Wang Buoqing, well known in his circle, posted, "What is it like to witness a miracle? The Jiaolong, my dream vehicle." He shared various photos and videos he had captured at Wudao Slope and recounted his experiences in detail. In closing, Wang Buoqing mused, "I once thought that rugged off-road vehicles could only be manufactured by foreign companies like Benz, Audi, and Toyota, which is why I chose the Benz G-Class without hesitation. I never held any expectations for domestic automakers, but after returning from Wudao Slope today, my perspective has shifted dramatically. It's hard to contain my excitement. If you had seen the Jiaolong conquer the steepest slopes or rescue someone from the water, you would share my sentiments. Lastly, I want to express that not all imported vehicles are superior. We, too, have exceptional products in Longwa manufacturing. What I most eagerly await now is the release date of the Jiaolong. Regardless of the price, I will assuredly purchase one." The comment section quickly filled to 999. "I've watched all your videos. Your assessment of the Jiaolong is quite fair. Longwa manufacturing is truly rising. What a treasure Faith automobile is. I just bought a Qilin, and now they're tempting me to buy the Jiaolong. I'm going to complain to Su Chen. Why does every vehicle he unveils resonate so deeply? I'll make sure to do my homework tonight and convince my wife to buy one for me. I remember you, when the Qilin was released. You had your girlfriend buy it for your 80th birthday. I just want to know, does your girlfriend have a spare partner available? I'm seriously interested." However, many were also inundating Wang Buoqing with questions, primarily asking how the Jiaolong compares to other common off-road vehicles like the Bideo and Xuanhai ship. Wang Buoqing succinctly summarized, "The reason I assert that the Jiaolong is the strongest rugged off-road vehicle currently on the market is that all others pale in comparison." With this, the crowd comprehended the sentiment. Everyone was eager to know when the Jiaolong would be available. Yet, many speculated that the price would undoubtedly be steep. Given its extraordinary specifications, surely over $1 million. At that moment, in a certain Fengtian dealership, Zhou Kai sat idly scrolling through short videos on his phone. When he stumbled upon various Jiaolong videos, he was utterly astonished. This vehicle, it's simply terrifying. It can even navigate water? This isn't just an off-road vehicle. It's a true land and sea cruiser. Just then, a saleswoman approached him, holding a price quote, her face radiant with a smile. "Mr. Zhou, if you have any questions about what I've just explained, please let me know. Currently, there are no available Bideo 4000s in the entire Shanha province. You only need to add 50,000, and the on-the-road price will be around 800,000. The saleswoman continued her pitch, but soon noticed that Zhou Kai was not paying attention. "Mr. Zhou, are you listening?" Zhou Kai finally snapped back to reality and asked, "What is the landing price for the Bideo?" The saleswoman replied, "After all the calculations, it would be around 800,000, and I can guarantee delivery within 3 months. Zhou Kai thought for a moment. 3 months for delivery with an additional charge? Forget it. I'll look at other vehicles. The saleswoman looked on, perplexed. "Mr. Zhou, there are almost no options available for cars at this price point. I wonder what other vehicles you intend to explore." Zhou Kai smiled. The rugged off-road vehicle, Jiaolong, is about to be unveiled by Faith Motors. Chapter 75, The Disgruntled Client and the Rising Dragon. The saleswoman Wang Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Kai's words. "Faith Automobile, Dragon," she murmured to herself, finally recalling the brand. A hint of resignation crossed her face as she replied, "Mr. Zhou, are you referring to the recently popular Faith Automobile? It's a domestic brand, so I'm surprised you'd be interested. If I recall correctly, Faith primarily produces pure electric models, which, given your preferences, may not meet your expectations." Wang Xiaoya felt somewhat bewildered. When Zhou Kai had approached her to place an order, he had clearly articulated his requirements. Due to his frequent visits to construction sites, he had specified a preference for gasoline vehicles with substantial displacement and power. Hence, She had recommended the Badao model. After a series of test drives and negotiations, Zhou Kai was expected to finalize his order today. Why then was he suddenly diverting his attention to the domestic Faith automobile? Several of her clients who owned Alphas had already been swayed by Faith's Qilin model. Now, with the emergence of the Dragon, it seemed as though the market was being disrupted. This meant a significant loss in her commission. Zhou Kai smiled and said, "No, I believe the Dragon now perfectly aligns with my needs. What if it's electric?" As he spoke, he stood up, realizing the situation was turning unfavorable. Wang Xiaoya hurriedly followed suit. "Mr. Zhou, I urge you to reconsider. If you place your order today, I can secure additional discounts and ensure you receive your vehicle promptly." This was the best offer she could extend. Zhou Kai glanced at Wang Xiaoya, his brows furrowing. "Are you implying I should heed your advice on which vehicle to purchase?" Wang Xiaoya paused briefly before responding. "Mr. Zhou, you've misconstrued my intentions. I merely wanted to highlight that the Badao is a popular model with substantial current discounts. I hope you won't miss out on this opportunity. All right, enough." Zhou Kai interrupted with evident displeasure. He turned and exited the dealership. Wang Xiaoya watched him leave, stamping her foot in frustration. "How ungrateful. I've already made considerable concessions. What more does he want?" Faith Automobile, a manufacturer of electric vehicles, hardly possesses the capability to produce rugged off-roaders. If he wishes to walk away, so be it. I have plenty of other clients. Rolling her eyes at Zhou Kai's retreating figure, she sat down and began making phone calls. With the end of the month approaching, she still had several Badao allocations unsold. Since Zhou Kai had opted out, those precious slots could surely be offered to others. "Hello, General Manager Zhang, it's Xiaoya. Didn't you mention coming to place a deposit the other day?" "Yes, the Badao what? You've changed your mind? That slot is quite valuable, Mr. Li. Wasn't there a shortage of Badao allocations recently? I finally managed to secure one for you, the Dragon. You're seriously considering Faith Automobile S Dragon?" "Hello, Boss Wang. I've reserved a new Badao for you." "Yes, you can pick it up by mid-next month." "What? You're not going through with it? Didn't we have an agreement?" Wang Xiaoya made several calls, but each response echoed a similar refrain. "Not interested. Let us hold off for now, or cancel the order." Panic began to set in. What was happening? She had at least 5 or 6 pre-ordered Badaos. Even with some cancellations, she should have secured 3 or 4 sales. Yet, after her calls, none were confirmed. Unable to swallow her frustration, she marched directly to the office of Lu Weikai, the dealership owner. Upon entering, she found several colleagues voicing their grievances to him. "Manager Lu, none of my Badaos are selling. What is going on?" "Mine too. I had several clients ready to place deposits, but now they've inexplicably backed out in R&T rescheduling. It's not just Badao clients. Even several of my Sun Haijin clients are saying they'll wait to see what Faith Automobile S Dragon is like." What kind of nonsense is Faith Automobile? It's only been established for a short time. They've barely sold a few vehicles by riding the coattails of our Alpha S popularity. Now they dare encroach on our Badao market? After listening to the complaints, Wang Xiaoye realized that the influence of Faith Automobile was not limited to her clients. Her colleagues were also experiencing order cancellations. Lu Weikai was visibly perturbed. "Are you serious? The Dragon hasn't even been released yet, and there's no pricing information available. How can a pure electric model compete with our gasoline vehicles? If you can't sell cars, perhaps you should reflect on your own efforts rather than shifting the blame onto the customers." After dismissing his colleagues, Lu Weikai's phone rang. "Manager Lu, many clients here have canceled their Badao and Sun Haijin orders. I just contacted other dealerships, and they're experiencing similar issues. What is the situation on your end?" Boom. Lu Weikai's mind exploded. "What did you say? You're facing the same issue?" "Yes, we've had over 20 cancellations today." When questioned, customers are expressing a desire to wait for Faith Automobile S Dragon. Sweat began to bead on Lu Weikai's forehead. "I think I've had some cancellations too. Let me investigate further." After hanging up, Lu Weikai urgently gathered his staff for a meeting. "What is going on? Why are our customers canceling Badao and Sun Haijin orders? Is it truly because of Faith Automobile's unreleased Dragon?" Lu Weikai slammed his hand on the table. "I refuse to believe this. Faith Automobile, a manufacturer of electric vehicles, has already taken a chunk of our Alpha sales. And now they dare to encroach upon our territory in the off-road market. This is sheer folly. Fuming, Lu Weikai was interrupted by an employee who held up a phone. Manager Lu, there are numerous videos and images of the dragon circulating online. Should we take a look? Taking a moment to compose himself, Lu Weikai watched in disbelief as the employee played a video showcasing the dragon saving someone from drowning at Wudao Slope. Everyone in the room was left speechless. Lu Weikai gaped at the screen, astonished. What? This dragon is absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 76. 3 days later, the Jiaolong will officially launch. The sales elites present, including Wang Xiaoya, were left in a state of disbelief. Could this be true? When did domestic vehicles acquire such prowess? It must be a fabrication, surely. The vehicle is still disguised. Perhaps it is a new model from Benchi. I cannot fathom that Shenyang Automobile possesses such remarkable capabilities. How could a nascent company command such advanced technology? Even web novels do not venture into such absurdity. Moreover, even if such a high-tech vehicle existed, it would not directly compete with our Badao and Sun Haijian, which are priced at least over $1 million. Lu Weikai was equally astonished. When did domestic off-road vehicles become this formidable? Not only could it perform a swift U-turn, but it could also ascend inclines that even the Badao and Sun Haijian could not conquer. It could even traverse water. What astonishing features these are. Once he calmed down, he struggled to comprehend how, even if the Jiaolong were indeed a new model from Shenyang Automobile, the clientele for an electric vehicle could overlap with that of gasoline cars. The customer bases are entirely distinct. Those who canceled their orders seem to be stirring trouble or merely creating a commotion. In the realm of off-road vehicles, the supremacy of Badao and Sun Haijian remains unshaken. There is no need for alarm. The Jiaolong is simply riding a wave of hype. Once the fervor subsides, customers will return. The recent sales policies for Badao and Sun Haijian remain unchanged. Customers may withdraw, but they must be informed that losing their spot means they will have to pay more if they wish to reorder. After stating this, Lu Weikai waved off several salespeople. Yet, the indelible image of the Jiaolong's commanding presence lingered in his mind. Unable to resist, he opened Douyin again. After several viewings, Lu Weikai found himself increasingly intrigued by the Jiaolong. Indeed, the vehicle exuded an impressive aura, and its features were extraordinary, yet the price remained a mystery. He swiped, accidentally opening the Shenyang Automobile app on his phone. Upon checking the reservation interface, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Pre-orders had not yet been enabled. Lu Weikai could not help but ponder that if the price of the Jiaolong was reasonable, he might secretly place an order himself. Just then, his phone rang. Dear Mr. Lu, this is Xiao Sun, the delivery specialist from Shenyang Automobile. Your reserved Qilin has arrived at the dealership. When might you come to pick it up? Lu Weikai quickly covered the phone, his demeanor betraying his unease. I will come tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Unbeknownst to many, Lu Weikai had already reserved a Qilin. However, as the owner of the Fengtian 4S store, he could not be too overt about it. Otherwise, it would create a negative impression if the information got out. After hanging up, Lu Weikai stood and muttered to himself, although I am the owner of Fengtian 4S, my heart is genuinely devoted to the Dragon Kingdom. Supporting domestic manufacturing is without fault, is it not? Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. If the Jiaolong were to launch successfully, it could undoubtedly impact the sales of Badao and Sun Haijian. Damn it, if worse comes to worst, I'll stop selling Fengtian and switch to Shenyang Automobile. Lu Weikai slammed the table, his voice echoing with frustration. Meanwhile, at Fengtian's headquarters, the newly appointed president, Wang Haoyu, was scrutinizing the latest sales report for the Alpha. The figures were dismal. The report revealed that the national sales of the Alpha had plummeted to single digits over the past week, meaning fewer than 100 units sold. It had reached a historical low. How could I explain this to Fengtian's shareholders? Wang Haoyu felt a throbbing headache. When he took over the Alpha, he had boasted to the board that he would restore sales to at least half of its previous levels within a month. Now, it seemed that the target was less achievable than tiling a wall with bricks. Fortunately, the Fengtian 4S stores were still selling models like the Hamlin, Badao, and Sun Haijian reasonably well. Coupled with Feng Tian's brand effect, the market share for Class A and B vehicles was still relatively stable, preventing a complete disaster. However, the Alpha's market share had been significantly encroached upon by Shenyang Automobile's Qilin. Customers were not foolish. They understood that spending less could yield greater returns. Not only customers, but he himself contemplated ordering a Qilin for personal use. It must be said that Su Chen, the owner of Shenyang Automobile, is truly a genius. Without engaging in any marketing, he has made the Qilin a household name while simultaneously driving the Alpha S sales to the ground. Shenyang Automobile is indeed impressive. Just as Wang Haoyu was at his wit's end, his assistant knocked and entered. President Wang, I have something important to report. Wang Haoyu, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. Can't you see I'm busy? Come back later. The assistant hesitated, stammering, President Wang, this is a very significant matter. We've received numerous reports from 4S stores indicating varying degrees of customer cancellations across regions. The models with the most cancellations are Badao and Sunhaijian. Rough estimates suggest nearly 1,000 units have been canceled. Wang Haoyu initially had no intention of listening. But upon hearing of cancellations for Badao and Sunhaijian, he could no longer contain himself. What did you say? Customers are canceling orders for Badao and Sunhaijian? Is the source reliable? The assistant replied, these reports are from the heads of various 4S stores. And this trend is ongoing. Impossible. Wang Haoyu bellowed. The sales of Badao and Sunhaijian have been steadily increasing, and we haven't received any complaints. How could there be cancellations? The assistant held out his phone, placing it before Wang Haoyu. This may be related to the new vehicle from Shenyang Automobile. And what does Shenyang Automobile's new model have to do with us? Wang Haoyu was skeptical until he glanced at the various videos featuring the Jiaolong. The videos showcased the Jiaolong effortlessly traversing mountains and rivers, seemingly invincible. Wang Haoyu struggled to articulate his thoughts, realizing that customers who had canceled their Badao orders might have turned to reserve the Jiaolong instead. The assistant nodded slowly. According to reports from the 4S store owners, approximately 70 to 80% of customers made their decisions after the Jiaolong's launch event. Wang Haoyu slumped in his chair, realizing that this meant Badao and Sunhaijian were no longer the first choices for these customers, all due to the Jiaolong from Shenyang Automobile. A sense of despair washed over him as he reflected on his journey from vice president to president, fearing that his position might soon be jeopardized. The Alpha sales showed no signs of improvement, and now even the sales of Badao and Sunhaijian were affected. The Jiaolong had not even launched yet, and it was an electric vehicle. Its pricing remained speculative. All right, I understand. You may leave, he instructed, dismissing his assistant. Wang Haoyu silently lit a cigarette, pondering, Shenyang Automobile. Could you grant me a lifeline? As Wang Haoyu hoped fervently that Su Chen would refrain from making any bold moves, Su Chen announced 2 updates. Shenyang Automobile is about to unveil wireless charging technology. Furthermore, in 3 days, our second vehicle, the Jiaolong, will be grandly launched. In just a few succinct statements, Su Chen had dropped a bombshell. The entire automotive community has erupted due to Su Chen's 2 recent posts. Chapter 77. Even before its launch, sales of the Dominator begin to decline. The wireless charging technology, yet another marvel belonging to the Faith Automobile brand, allows vehicles to charge simply by being parked in their designated spots. Much like mobile phones, this feature is nothing short of revolutionary. The comments section resembles a festive celebration, filled with astonishment. Is Faith Automobile venturing into the realm of smartphones? How could they possibly integrate wireless charging into their vehicles? What is this? When did Faith Automobile announce plans to manufacture phones? They are solely focused on automobiles. Wireless charging for cars. This seems like extraterrestrial technology. Truly, Faith Automobile is impressive. Introducing yet another groundbreaking innovation. Everyone is in awe of Faith Automobile's unveiling of wireless charging technology for electric vehicles, placing them far ahead of the competition. Many netizens and onlookers have expressed their uncertainty regarding its practical applications yet acknowledge its impressive nature. Regarding Su Chen's second announcement, the entire automotive community was set ablaze. The interest surrounding the Dragon has reached fever pitch in recent days, with an array of cutting-edge technologies being showcased to the public. The Five Paths Hill has successfully conquered $3 million imported vehicles on the most challenging hill climb. A 360-degree tank turn astounded the audience. Finally, the amphibious feature was activated, saving 2 children from drowning. From any perspective, the Dragon has established itself as the pinnacle of rugged off-road vehicles in the current market. Is the launch imminent? I can hardly contain my anticipation. I am eager to witness the unmasked Dragon in all its glory. It's simply magnificent. Please do not price it excessively. I would be willing to support one under $1.5 million. I have already canceled my order for the Dominator and am now merely looking forward to the Dragon's release in 3 days. In the off-road vehicle community, due to the impending launch of the Dragon, many prospective buyers of the Dominator and Sea Patrol have chosen to wait. Among them are numerous would-be owners of the Dominator and Sea Patrol. Even the owners of the clumsy G-Class have postponed their plans to acquire new vehicles, all awaiting the Dragon's debut. Wang Haoyu perused the comments on Su Chen's posts and various off-road vehicle forums. When he noticed that many individuals who initially intended to purchase the Dominator and Sea Patrol had opted to wait for the Dragon's launch, he was taken aback. No wonder numerous dealerships reported cancellations for the Dominator and Sea Patrol. Wang Haoyu felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. This situation must be reported to Feng Tian Nanzhong. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone to call Feng Tian Nanzhong. At that moment, Feng Tian Nanzhong was also feeling overwhelmed. Faith Automobile, having introduced the Qilin to the market of the Little Sun Country, had already garnered nearly 30,000 orders in such a short span. What does this signify? It is important to note that each Qilin is priced at over twice the cost of vehicles in Dragon Country, excluding tariffs and related fees. Faith Automobile earns more than 200,000 Dragon coins in markup for every Qilin sold. This alone amounts to approximately 6 billion, all filling the coffers of Faith Automobile. Moreover, the response to the Qilin in the Little Sun Country market has been overwhelmingly positive. Numerous travel agencies catering to visitors from Dragon Country have entirely switched to the Qilin model. Indeed, many travelers from Dragon Country have stated they would not choose a tour company that does not offer the Qilin. Consequently, many local travel agencies in the Little Sun Country have been compelled to sell their Alphas, replacing them with Qilins solely to appease tourists from Dragon Country. Even organizations like the Three Mouths Group have uniformly transitioned to the Qilin. Feng Tian Nanzhong was genuinely perplexed. The Alpha in Dragon Country is now barely alive, with weekly sales plummeting to double digits. The situation is dire. Meanwhile, the sales of the Alpha in the Little Sun Country have also halved. Other automotive companies' MPV models have similarly been affected by the presence of the Qilin from Faith Automobile. Feng Tian Nanzhong simply could not fathom how such a technically devoid electric vehicle like the Qilin could gradually consume the market. Damn Faith Automobile. Feng Tian Nanzhong rapped his fingers on the table, just as he received Wang Haoyu's call. What is it? Speak quickly. Feng Tian Nanzhong barked, his irritation palpable. Wang Haoyu, sensing Feng Tian Nanzhong's agitation, began, Mr. President, Faith Automobile is about to release its second vehicle, the Dragon. With only 3 days until its launch, a significant number of prospective buyers for the Dominator and Sea Patrol have chosen to cancel and await the Dragon's arrival. Wang Haoyu had barely finished when Feng Tian Nanzhong erupted in fury. What? Are you saying that a car yet to be released by Faith Automobile has already impacted the sales of our Dominator models? Wang Haoyu had no choice but to speak candidly. That is correct, Mr. President. After a brief pause, he continued, Mr. President, you might want to view the Dragon's video online. I suspect it is once again targeting us. Impossible. How could such a small company as Faith Automobile dare to continually oppose us? Feng Tian Nanzhong found it hard to believe that such a modest entity would challenge Feng Tian again. After ending the call, he opened the video regarding the Dragon online. Upon watching, Feng Tian Nanzhong was taken aback. The Dragon depicted in the video was exceptionally formidable. As a robust off-road vehicle, the Dragon seemed to fulfill all its promises. Truly capable of traversing mountains and rivers, it appeared incredibly versatile. However, Feng Tian Nanzhong quickly regained his composure. He speculated that the technologies showcased were undoubtedly immature, designed merely for superficial appeal. Besides attracting the affluent individuals from Dragon Country who enjoy ostentation, these features likely lack practical applications. Furthermore, if the Dragon's price exceeded 1 million as rumored online, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. How could a vehicle devoid of technological substance dare to command a price above 1 million? Such a notion is an ultimate affront to traditional fuel vehicle manufacturers. Thus, Feng Tian Nanzhong summoned the company's vice president, Watanabe Yu. When is the new generation of the Dominator and Sea Patrol expected to launch in Dragon Country? Watanabe Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately 3 months until they are available in Dragon Country. Accelerate the process. Within a month. Ensure the new Dominator and Sea Patrol are present in those damn Dragon Country dealerships. Watanabe Yu, puzzled, asked, why the urgency? Isn't it customary for new models to be introduced in Dragon Country last? Feng Tian Nanzhong, offering no further explanation, snapped. Just do as instructed and refrain from asking too many questions. Watanabe Yu exited the office, unable to comprehend Feng Tian Nanzhong's motivations. Shortly after, Feng Tian Nanzhong posted an announcement on his social media platform in Dragon Country. The all-new Feng Tian Dominator and Sea Patrol are set to relaunch, so stay tuned. He included images of the new Dominator and Sea Patrol below. The comments section erupted with excitement from netizens in Dragon Country. Chapter 78. The true form of the Jiaolong unveiled. Astonishing all. Ah, is that not the infamous Feng Tian Nanzhong? It's only been a few days, and it appears to have deteriorated so drastically? A brand new Badao, is it? A fresh Hyson ship, perhaps? Well, I choose the Jiaolong. If one cannot even ascend the 5 paths, what is the point in changing models? It's a struggle just to get on the bed. I stand firmly with the Jiaolong. How could the Badao possibly compete with the Jiaolong? It would barely suffice as a pacer. They should hurry and wash up for the night. The comments section is remarkably unanimous, all subtly criticizing Feng Tian while supporting the Jiaolong. Feng Tian Nanzhong is growing restless. The emergence of the new vehicle from Faith Automobile is indeed infuriating. It hasn't even hit the market yet, and the buzz is already overwhelming. In fact, many prospective customers from Badao and Hysun Ship have flocked to the Jiaolong instead. Having just poached the Alpha's sales, they are now encroaching upon the markets of Badao and Hysun Ship. Why does Faith Automobile seem intent on targeting Feng Tian? Has Feng Tian offended them? Is such hostility warranted? Not only is Feng Tian Nanzhong astonished by the rapid release of Faith Automobile's new vehicle, but domestic car manufacturers are equally astonished. Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of BDA, furrowed his brow upon viewing the Jiaolong video, realizing the situation is more complex than it seems. This Jiaolong bears a striking resemblance to BDA's yet-to-be-announced Yangwang V8. Wang Fuchuan couldn't help but grumble. Upon hearing Wang's remarks, Sun Shangqing, the head of the RD department, also frowned. Wang, I too noticed the similarities. Our Yangwang V8 also features water landing and tank turn capabilities. Wang Fuchuan was momentarily taken aback. This could spell trouble if Faith Automobile launches the Jiaolong. Wouldn't it conflict with our Yangwang brand? Wang felt a sense of despair. Yangwang is BDA's high-end brand and is still in the development phase. Especially with the Yangwang V8, all technologies are self-developed. If it is released now, only to be overshadowed by Faith Automobile's Jiaolong? Let us observe the situation for now. There was little else Wang could do. Wei Junjian, the CEO of Changcheng Automobile, was also puzzled. Discussions surrounding the Jiaolong had flooded the internet in recent days. After watching various videos of the Jiaolong, Wei Junjian scratched his head. One must admit, the Jiaolong appears formidable based on the footage. It likely won't adversely affect Chongqing's tank series. Wei Jun speculated that the introductory price of the Jiaolong would undoubtedly not dip below 1 million. It seems Faith Automobile aims for a high-end route, hastily unveiling their second vehicle. However, it appears many who initially pre-ordered the Feng Tian Badao and Hysun Ship have since cancelled, awaiting the Jiaolong's launch. Could it be that Faith Automobile intends to undermine the sales of Feng Tian's Badao and Hysun Ship? Wei Jun pondered this possibility. feeling increasingly convinced of its likelihood. After all, CEO Su Chen founded Faith Automobile precisely because of the exorbitant price hikes on Fengtian S Alpha, leading him to develop the Qilin, which subsequently reduced Alpha's sales figures and even garnered impressive orders in Japan. Su Chen possesses a remarkable ability for product positioning. It seems the most affected will be Fengtian. Soon enough, time flew by, and the moment for the Jiaolong's launch arrived. Even before 6 p.m., the venue was already packed to capacity. Numerous individuals from the automotive industry and critics had arrived early, alongside many enthusiasts of rugged off-road vehicles. One could say the atmosphere of the Jiaolong launch was akin to a festive celebration within the automotive community. The excitement surrounding the Jiaolong rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the previous Qilin launch. Upon arrival, attendees beheld the Jiaolong, concealed beneath a drape. 3 vehicles stood in total, exuding an air of dominance. Though the curtain had yet to be drawn, the majestic aura of the Jiaolong was palpable. Goodness, is this the Jiaolong? It appears much larger than in the videos. My word, the dimensions are extraordinary. I suddenly feel my Benz G-Class lacks appeal. I yearn to test drive the Jiaolong at this very moment. I've already canceled my order for the Hyson ship, having come specifically for the Jiaolong launch. As long as it does not exceed 1,500,000, I am certain to make a purchase. I hope they open pre-orders for the Jiaolong tonight. Otherwise, I fear delivery will be postponed by a month or 2. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gaze fixated on the concealed Jiaolong on stage. Apart from the attendees present, many automotive critics were also present, all eager to experience the Jiaolong firsthand. With such substantial hype surrounding the vehicle, producing a timely review video would yield significant benefits. At this moment, Su Chen stood backstage, observing the audience with a surge of emotion. Mr. Su, with the launch of the Jiaolong, it appears Fengtian and its competitors will indeed face challenges. Even before its unveiling, numerous owners of Badao and Hysun ship have canceled orders, explicitly expressing their intent to wait for the Jiaolong, remarked Lu Fei, head of the R&D department, with a smile. Headaches are to be expected. After all, they've been stagnant, merely reaping profits through price hikes. Su Chen replied with a subtle smile. The Jiaolong exists to deliver a genuine all-electric off-road vehicle, and its development aims to seize the existing market share held by Fengtian's Badao and Hysun ship. If they are not troubled, who will be? All right, let us prepare to commence. Su Chen interrupted Lu Fei's thoughts. Soon, the launch event formally began. Su Chen stepped onto the stage and greeted the audience. Welcome everyone to the launch of our second vehicle, the Jiaolong. With that, the music erupted, accompanied by the occasional sound of dragon roars. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Finally, it's about to begin. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Mr. Su, please proceed. My funds are ready. The true hope of domestic electric car brands is here. I've been driving the Qilin recently, and I must say, it is incredibly comfortable, whether driving or riding. Subsequently, the staff approached and began to slowly unveil the Jiaolong. As the drapes fell away, the audience erupted in exclamations. The previously masked Jiaolong, now free of its disguise, shone brilliantly under the lights. As an off-road vehicle, the Jiaolong's design is both elegant and imposing, achieving a perfect balance between power and grace. The audience eagerly raised their phones, capturing the moment. My goodness, this is enormous. It dwarfs the Tank 500. The design is striking and extraordinarily refined. It doesn't appear rugged at all. Those muscular lines are simply captivating. I feel as though I could abandon my Range Rover. Simultaneously, the live stream of the Faith Automobile launch event attracted over 5 million viewers. When the audience beheld the unmasked Jiaolong, the comments flooded in. The design of the Jiaolong is so avant-garde and bold. Compared to it, the square boxes in the market seem like relics of the past. Is this the design ethos of Faith Automobile? It's truly stunning. I hope it isn't priced too high. A higher price would be better. I hope it's over $1 million, ideally like the Qilin, so that it can be sold abroad, allowing foreigners to experience imported vehicles. Haha, with the Jiaolong around. What need do we have for Badao and Hysun ship? Chapter 79. The price of the dragon is about to be revealed. In an instant, The fervor surrounding the Dragon launch event ignited the internet. The atmosphere on-site was electrifying. As the curtains were fully drawn back, the 3 Dragon vehicles were unveiled before the crowd. In comparison to the videos, the actual vehicles exuded a more profound sense of awe. Particularly, their imposing stature delivered a striking visual impact. Ladies and gentlemen, behold our second model from Faith Automobile, the Dragon. Su Chen stood on stage, gesturing towards the Dragon beside him as he elaborated. The Dragon is classified as a large, rugged off-road vehicle, measuring an impressive 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 9 meters in height, with a wheelbase extending to 2 meters, among the foremost in its category. Moreover, the Dragon is not merely large. It boasts exceptional performance capabilities. Equipped with a state-of-the-art 3-electric system, it generates a staggering maximum horsepower of 200, effortlessly navigating diverse and challenging terrains. Its range surpasses that of the previously released Qilin by a remarkable 400 kilometers, achieving an astonishing 600 kilometers of pure electric range. Additionally, the Dragon is fitted with 3 locking differentials: front axle differential lock, central differential lock, and rear axle differential lock. It also features a tank turn capability, allowing it to pivot in place like a tank. Many of you may have already witnessed various videos of the Dragon online, showcasing its remarkable technological innovations that are far from ordinary. As Su Chen spoke with increasing confidence, even the Dragon on stage seemed to yearn to leap forward. After a tire blowout while cruising at high speed, the Dragon can continue to operate normally, completely devoid of the loss of control associated with traditional vehicles, even in the event of a rollover. Having concluded his introduction, a video began to display the Dragon enduring a tire blowout at high speed. The footage revealed a Dragon racing at 120 kilometers per hour, experiencing a blowout on its right front tire. Gasps of astonishment permeated the audience. Was this a genuine blowout? Faith Automobile certainly took a risk, allowing a real driver to operate the vehicle. Was this overconfidence? If it flipped at such speeds, the driver would surely not survive. As the crowd held its breath, the anticipated scene of chaos did not materialize. The vehicle maintained a steady forward motion, exhibiting no signs of instability whatsoever. The audience was left in a state of disbelief. This is astonishing. The stability of the Dragon is simply remarkable. I can hardly tell if there was a blowout at all. Incredible. Who conducted the research behind the Dragon? I hope every automaker adopts this technology. It could prove life-saving in critical moments. Could it be a ruse? How is it that the Dragon appears unaffected? Many spectators began to question whether the blowout was real. How could such a heavy vehicle sustain a blowout at 120 kilometers per hour without incident? That seems implausible. Soon, the high-speed Dragon came to a halt. The cameraman zoomed in, revealing the right front tire, now deflated and sporting a significant gash. In this scenario, the Dragon had barely tilted forward. Everyone was taken aback. The Dragon truly experienced a blowout. At a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, with a front tire blown, it managed to come to a steady stop. This technology is simply unbelievable. In the live stream, an avalanche of comments flooded the screen. Mr. Su, please, no more talk. I want to buy one. Hurry and announce the price. I can't wait any longer. With the engineering funds just deposited, I am ready to seize the first release. Amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers, Su Chen continued his presentation. Furthermore, the Dragon is equipped with an active suspension system that adjusts the vehicle's height according to varying road conditions, ensuring the most comfortable driving experience, whether off-road or in urban settings. Of course, the Dragon boasts numerous other features, such as a panoramic sunroof, an industry-leading intelligent voice interaction system, and a fully automated driving system. It can be said that the Dragon is not merely an off-road vehicle. It is a multifaceted marvel, blending technology, comfort, and luxury into one. At this point, Su Chen instructed the staff to bring forth a wireless charger that had already been prepared. Next, he aimed to highlight Faith Automobile's independently developed wireless charging technology. Upon hearing about the wireless charging technology, many tech enthusiasts in attendance perked up. Su Chen began his explanation. Faith Automobile intends to utilize electromagnetic resonance technology to address wireless charging. As he spoke, he opened the panel for the wireless charger. Suddenly, all three dragons on stage powered on simultaneously. The large screen displayed that each dragon had a battery level of 20%. Now, I will demonstrate the wireless charging speed. The screen displayed a timeline alongside the dragon's charging panel, reflecting the percentage much like a mobile phone. Just as Su Chen was speaking, the dragon's battery level climbed from 20% to 25%. Is this wireless charging technology really a reality? I thought Mr. Su was boasting. Wireless charging is indeed convenient. Just imagine returning home, parking the car, and having nothing else to worry about. Am I the only one who noticed the charging speed? It appears to be quicker than charging a mobile phone. In the live stream, comments of astonishment and excitement flooded in. There are many new energy vehicle companies in Dragon Country, but few, like Faith Automobile, are genuinely engaged in research and development. One must acknowledge that the array of cutting-edge technology displayed at the Dragon launch event represents the pinnacle of the industry. Following Su Chen and Oppo's presentation, a chorus of cheers erupted from the audience of automotive reviewers and consumers. Goodness, these specifications are absolutely top tier. This is practically a mobile mansion, far superior to the Range Rover and the Bentayga. The price of the Dragon is unlikely to be low, I suspect. I had initially thought I might purchase it for $1.5 million, having witnessed this remarkable technology, as long as it does not exceed $2 million. I will undoubtedly buy one. Listening to Su Chen's presentation, many attendees grew increasingly intrigued by the Dragon, with some even beginning to speculate on its price. Given the vehicle's top-tier specifications and performance, ladies and gentlemen, I know you are all eager to know the price. Su Chen smiled slightly before slowly beginning to speak. Next comes the moment you have all been eagerly anticipating, the pricing segment. The audience erupted in excitement, brandishing their phones in preparation to capture the moment. A beam of light shot down from above, illuminating the first Dragon on display. This time, there are two configurations available for the Dragon. First, we have the base model of the Dragon, which, while lacking features such as tank turn capability, high-speed blowout stability, and emergency flotation, still includes all other configurations as standard. As soon as Su Chen uttered these words, the venue fell silent. Chapter 80. The Dragon unleashes a new era, breaking through 10,000 orders at the launch event. Given that it is a base model, one might expect the price to be relatively modest. To be candid, the specifications of the base model are quite sufficient. Considering the wireless charging feature alone, the price should be above 800,000. I implore you, Mr. Su, please disclose the price. It must be under 1 million for us to commit to a purchase. Many believe that even without the so-called cutting-edge technologies, the base model of the Dragon is genuinely adequate. With such an exquisite design, impressive battery life, and rapid charging capabilities, what more could one desire? Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Chen announced, the final price of the base model Dragon is 599, 800 yuan. A colossal figure of 599, 800 flashed on the large screen behind him, capturing everyone's attention. Those present who heard this price immediately rose to their feet. 599, 800? Is this price genuine? Even without those additional features, this price is astonishing. I initially anticipated it would be 800,000, but now it's only 600,000. I'm in. Mr. Su certainly understands pricing. This figure seems directly aligned with that of the Land Cruiser. The Land Cruiser must be feeling anxious. The Dragon is poised to replace it as the new king of construction vehicles. Thankfully, I've already canceled my order for the Land Cruiser. Isn't it tempting to purchase the Dragon at this price? Indeed it is. The Land Cruiser may very well be the first victim of this pricing strategy. Listening to the buzzing discussions around him, Su Chen continued his presentation. Next up is the top-tier Dragon, equipped with all the proprietary technologies I previously introduced. The final price will be. Su Chen paused deliberately, smiling as he approached the top-tier Dragon. The audience shouted, Mr. Su, please reveal the price quickly. Indeed. We are anxiously awaiting your announcement. Please don't let it exceed 1 million. The market for this vehicle is vast. Then Su Chen spoke again. The final price of the top-tier Dragon is 799, 800 yuan. Boom. The final price of 799, 800 yuan was displayed prominently on the large screen behind him. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Everyone stood up, applauding fervently. Most attendees at this launch event were die-hard fans of Faith Motors. When speculating on the price online, the majority had anticipated the top-tier Dragon would exceed 1 million. Numerous automotive reviewers had compared the Dragon S specifications with those of other rugged off-road vehicles, concluding that the final price would remain above 1 million. Some even speculated that the top-tier Dragon's price would not dip below 1.5 million due to its advanced technologies. To be frank, 799. 800 yuan is not exorbitant. What can one acquire in the traditional rugged off-road vehicle market at this price? The Land Cruiser 4700 is merely an entry-level model. The configuration of the Patrol is significantly higher than this price. The starting price of the Nissan Patrol with a 5.6-liter engine is nearly 800,000, and that is before taxes. Moreover, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class has a price tag that is only the down payment for the 2.0T version, not even half the cost. This does not even account for optional extras and markup. In contrast, the Dragon boasts superior specifications and unparalleled interior features. For the same price, the disparity in configurations is staggering. What can these vehicles compare with the Dragon? Imagine, for 799, 800 yuan, you acquire not just a rugged off-road vehicle but also one capable of traversing water. The tank's ability to turn around, maintaining stability even after a high-speed blowout. Aren't these features nightmares for competitors in the same category? Those who spend 80,000 on those so-called rugged off-road vehicles are often starting prices. Why not take a leap and secure the top-tier Dragon? In comparison, this deal is truly exceptional. My goodness, I had estimated this vehicle would cost over 1 million, yet it is priced at only 800,000? Mr. Su has truly expanded his horizons. It is evident that Faith Motors is genuinely committed to automotive excellence. What are we waiting for? Let us place our orders immediately. With these two configurations, the Land Cruiser and Patrol are indeed facing tough competition. In my opinion, it isn't just the Land Cruiser and Patrol. Even the Lexus 570 is in dire straits. At this moment, Qin Ming, watching the live stream at home, slammed his palm on the table and stood up. This price demands that we acquire 2 vehicles for the Blue Sky Rescue Team. He promptly called his supervisor, Su Chen. Mr. Su, have you seen the launch event for the Faith Motors Dragon? Su Chen was about to call Qin Ming himself. Yes, indeed. This vehicle is impressive. What is your take? Old Qin, Mr. Su, I believe our rescue team requires such a vehicle. Oh, what do you mean? Consider this. Our rescue team frequently ventures into remote areas, even uninhabited zones for rescue missions. Many locations have poor road conditions, making them inaccessible to our current vehicles, which often cannot accommodate our heavy equipment. However, the Dragon is different. It can carry our gear and traverse water. This would enable us to reach the rescue sites more swiftly and provide assistance to those in need. Su Chen fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He too felt that their current vehicles could no longer meet the rescue team's demands, especially during a landslide disaster last year. The team was delayed because their vehicles couldn't access the disaster zone, ultimately resulting in the unfortunate fate of several trapped individuals. This has been a lingering concern for Su Chen. Now, hearing Qin Ming's insights, he recognized that the Dragon indeed represents a viable option. All right, old Qin. I'll leave this matter in your capable hands. Please contact Faith Motors promptly to order 2 top-tier Dragons. Rest assured, Mr. Su, I will ensure this is handled flawlessly. After hanging up, Qin Ming immediately opened the Faith Motors app, eagerly monitoring the initiation of the Dragon's orders. Meanwhile, at the launch event, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Mr. Su, when will the orders officially commence? Su Chen smiled. The orders for the Dragon are about to commence. With that, the technical team in the background opened the ordering channel. The large screen at the venue began displaying real-time data on Dragon orders. 5,896, 7,610, 9,888. The order numbers continued to rise, and it was evident that they were about to surpass 10,000. Moreover, the order data for the top-tier Dragon significantly outstripped that of the base model. Su Chen was astonished. It's important to note that this is a vehicle priced nearly at 800,000. Such enthusiasm. Many present had previously placed orders for the Land Cruiser and Patrol, but were now frantically placing orders for the Dragon. Please, don't rush. Let me place my order first. I lagged behind, and my order is already in the 9,000. What kind of pathetic network is this? I can't seem to get through. Huh. I've managed to place my order. Wait, I'm already over 10,000 in the queue? This is going to take ages. As the real-time order data for the Dragon surpassed 10,000, the launch event caught the attention of the Ministry of National Defense. Leader Liu Jiangwo, watching the live stream, turned to a colleague beside him and remarked, "The Faith Motors Dragon is quite intriguing. I wonder if there are plans to launch a military version of the Dragon?" Chapter 81. The press conference achieves resounding success as Liu Jiangwo's words fell. The individual beside him fell into a brief silence. This person, Li Wei, was a technical advisor from the Military Industry Department and a distinguished expert in the field of military engineering in Longhua. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, clearly captivated by the performance and design of the Jiaolong. "Minister Liu, the technical specifications and performance of the Jiaolong are indeed exceptional," Li Wei remarked, nodding with a serious and earnest tone. "Its off-road capability, power performance, and level of intelligence have reached international first-class standards. If a military version could be launched, it could potentially evolve into a new generation of off-road vehicles for our army." Liu Jiangwo inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting through the window into the distance. Indeed, the development of military technology in Longhua has always been a top priority for our nation, he began slowly. What we require is not merely to catch up, but to surpass. The Jiaolong from Shenyang Automobile provides us with an opportunity for transcendence. He turned to Li Wei, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Advisorly, please contact Shenyang Automobile immediately to inquire about their willingness to produce a military version. Simultaneously, we must organize a team of experts to conduct a comprehensive technical evaluation of the Jiaolong. If all proceeds smoothly, I hope we can swiftly reach an agreement with Shenyang Automobile to launch our very own military version of the Jiaolong." However, Li Wei quickly shook his head with a hint of regret. "Minister Liu, while the specifications of the Jiaolong are impressive, its sole drawback is that it is a purely electric vehicle. The procurement of military vehicles must be convenient. If the Jiaolong were to run out of power during a mission, the consequences could be dire." Liu Jiangwo understood this point clearly. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I perceive that Shenyang Automobile is a technologically advanced company. Perhaps they possess other technologies beyond just electric systems. In any case, let's initiate contact and, if the opportunity arises, we can visit Shenyang Automobile for an assessment." Li Wei nodded in agreement. "Understood, Minister Liu. I will reach out to Shenyang Automobile once the press conference concludes." Meanwhile, the lively atmosphere of the press conference persisted. People were nearly pushing each other aside to secure their orders for the Jiaolong. The data on the large screen continued to soar rapidly. Within an hour, the number of orders had surged to 22,000. Employees of Shenyang Automobile were jubilant, leaping in excitement. Analysis from the backend indicated that 80% of customers had opted for the top-tier version, with less than 20% choosing the base model. This meant that, even before the press conference had concluded, Shenyang Automobile had already secured nearly 13 billion in revenue. It was truly remarkable. At that moment, Su Chen stood on stage, overwhelmed with emotion. He had anticipated the Jiaolong's popularity, but never to this extent. A domestically produced vehicle priced at nearly 800,000, with almost 20,000 orders placed in a single press conference. This was undoubtedly a miracle in the history of domestic automotive manufacturing. It also signified that, under the leadership of Shenyang Automobile, domestic automakers could indeed penetrate the high-end market, previously dominated by a series of joint venture and imported brands such as BBA. Soon, the number of orders for the Jiaolong surpassed 20,000. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? 20,000 already? What is going on? I can't even place an order. And it's already beyond 20,000. Great. I'm just spending money for misery here. Orders beyond 20,000 will have to wait until who knows when. Indeed, by tomorrow morning, the numbers might exceed 30,000. I wonder how the people of Longhua are so affluent. At that moment, Su Chen approached the microphone. Thank you all for your support and affection. To reciprocate your backing for Shenyang Automobile, we have prepared 1,000 units for immediate delivery. He continued. For those who did not secure a unit from this batch, please remain patient. Our production lines are operating at full capacity. We assure that customers who originally ordered the Qilin will receive their vehicles in the shortest possible time, and the Jiaolong will be delivered within 2 weeks. Upon hearing his words, the audience erupted in applause. Mr. Su is incredibly generous. To prepare 1,000 Jiaolong units for today's press conference is indeed a bold move. Shenyang Automobile is truly impressive. It seems I can arrange to pick up my vehicle as soon as tomorrow. I can hardly wait to drive the Jiaolong. I'll sell my Baidao as soon as I get home. Forget the Baidao. My Shuanhai ship is nothing compared to it. Everything must go. Before long, the press conference drew to a close. Su Chen was satisfied with the event. However, he wondered if the competitors, particularly those like Fengtian, were feeling the pressure. After the press conference, Su Chen allocated an additional hour for a showcase of the vehicles. Many attendees who had not yet experienced the Jiaolong rushed to the stage. As the massive Jiaolong made its first close appearance, the crowd was left in awe. My goodness, I thought the Jiaolong was just average when sitting in the back. But now it seems colossal. Indeed, the Jiaolong's size is perfect for off-roading. It is undeniably the king of off-road vehicles. I truly hope to drive the Jiaolong soon. I can hardly contain my excitement. After experiencing the Jiaolong up close, the attendees' satisfaction with the vehicle increased even further. It must be said that the Jiaolong, as a pure electric rugged off-road vehicle, stands as one of the finest in its class in terms of both appearance and performance. As night fell, the press conference concluded, and the displayed order numbers for the Jiaolong had surpassed 30,000, with the digits still climbing. Su Chen gathered all the employees of Shenyang Automobile. Raising a glass of champagne, he smiled at everyone, saying, Dear colleagues, the resounding success of today's Jiaolong press conference is inseparable from your efforts. Thank you all. Lu Fei and the other employees returned the gesture, cheering, Congratulations, Mr. Su, on launching yet another blockbuster product for Shenyang Automobile. We believe the Jiaolong will swiftly dominate the luxury car market, particularly in the rugged off-road segment. Let us follow Mr. Su towards new triumphs. As Lu Fei led the toast, downing his champagne, Su Chen's phone rang. Although the number was unfamiliar, he answered nonetheless. Hello, is this Su Chen, the president of Shenyang Automobile? Came the voice of Li Wei on the other end. Su Chen, unsure of the caller's identity, replied, This is Su Chen. May I ask who is calling? With a smile, Li Wei introduced himself. I am Li Wei, a technical advisor from the Military Industry Department of Longhua. Chapter 82, Mr. Su, are you interested in a collaboration? Su Chen was taken aback. What? A technical consultant from the Military Industry Department? Calling him? What is going on? Is this a scam call? Without a second thought, Su Chen hung up the phone. Lu Fei inquired, Mr. Su, whose call was it? Su Chen scratched his head and replied, They claim to be a technical consultant from the Military Industry Department. Lu Fei chuckled. It's definitely a scam call. After saying this, Lu Fei added, These scammers really have some nerve, even daring to impersonate someone from the Military Industry Department. Su Chen dismissed the matter and raised his glass again. Meanwhile, Li Wei, who had been hung up on, clearly did not understand the situation. Did I not explain clearly? Li Wei redialed Su Chen's number. Is this never-ending? Keep calling me, and I'll report you for impersonating someone from the Military Industry Department. Seeing the same number calling again, Su Chen was about to hang up once more when Li Wei hurriedly said, I'm not a scammer. I am truly from the Military Industry Department. You can verify it online. After a few moments of explanation, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that the person on the other end was not joking. It seemed he was indeed from the Military Industry Department. After confirming Li Wei's identity several times, Su Chen asked, consultantly, Is there something you need to discuss? At this moment, Lu Fei and the others gathered around. They understood that the caller was none other than a consultant from the Military Industry Department, a significant figure indeed. They were curious as to why the Military Industry Department would suddenly reach out to Su Chen. Li Wei continued, During the launch conference for the Jiaolong by Shenyang Auto, our leaders from the Military Industry Department watched the entire event. They felt that the Jiaolong is very suitable as a procurement target, so we wanted to ask if Mr. Su has any thoughts on collaborating with the military industry department. As Su Chen listened to Li Wei's voice, a storm of emotion surged within him. The military industry department was actually interested in the Jiaolong from Xinjiang Auto and was even considering it as a procurement target. This was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for him. He steadied his mind, striving to keep his voice calm. Consultantly, is what you say true? The military industry department is genuinely considering procuring the Jiaolong? On the other end of the line, Li Wei chuckled. Mr. Su, how could I possibly joke about such matters? Our leaders are very satisfied with the performance and design of the Jiaolong, believing it to be highly suitable as a military vehicle. Su Chen's heart raced. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Xinjiang Auto could collaborate with the military industry department, it would not only signify a substantial order, but also a profound recognition of the Xinjiang Auto brand and its technological prowess. This was the military industry department, not just any organization. If the military industry department truly intended to procure the Jiaolong, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune for Xinjiang Auto. Just imagine, Xinjiang Auto, military-grade quality. This would surpass any advertisement in impact, wouldn't it? At that moment, Li Wei voiced a concern. Mr. Su, I've reviewed the designs of the Jiaolong, and they mostly comply with regulations. However, there is one issue. The Jiaolong is a pure electric vehicle. Could you consider developing a few gasoline or diesel versions? Since it will be used as military vehicles, pure electric might pose some inconvenience. Su Chen understood Li Wei and the military industry department's perspective. For military vehicles, pure electric indeed could be somewhat impractical. If soldiers were out on a mission and encountered a power shortage, it would be a significant issue. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled a groundbreaking hybrid technology he had seen tucked away in the system. Since Xinjiang Auto had initially decided to produce purely electric vehicles, he had not redeemed that technology until now. While conversing with Li Wei, Su Chen opened the system panel. Sure enough, he found a technology labeled Super Hybrid. With this system, the Jiaolong could operate on both fuel and electricity. It boasted an electric range of 350 kilometers and, under the hybrid technology's enhancement, a combined range of up to 2,000 kilometers. Su Chen had initially thought this technology would be of little use, but now it seemed it could indeed come in handy. If he redeemed this super hybrid technology, he believed that not only could the current sales of the Jiaolong reach new heights, but it could also facilitate collaboration with the military industry department, a double victory. Thus, Su Chen spoke into the phone, consultantly. We at Xinjiang Auto possess self-developed super hybrid technology, and we can fully meet your requirement. Li Wei on the other end paused for a moment. Xinjiang Auto truly has hybrid technology? That is quite impressive. All right. I will arrange a time to visit Xinjiang Auto with the leaders from the military industry department. If convenient, you could produce a few hybrid versions of the Jiaolong in advance. Su Chen readily agreed. No problem, rest assured. After hanging up, a smile he could not contain spread across Su Chen's face. Lu Fei approached him, asking, Mr. Su, what was the call from the military industry department about? Su Chen smiled and held up the phone, saying, just now, Consultant Li Wei from the military industry department called me. Taking a deep breath, he continued. They are very interested in our Jiaolong and are even considering it for military procurement. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fei and the others were left speechless, overwhelmed with shock. The military industry department procuring Xinjiang Auto's Jiaolong? This was indeed monumental news. Mr. Su, is this true? Lu Fei stammered, still unable to believe his ears. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Indeed, it's true. Consultant Li Wei specifically mentioned the Jiaolong's design and performance, stating that it is very suitable as a military vehicle. Everyone gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and enthusiasm. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for Xinjiang Auto. What should we do next? Lu Fei asked, appearing somewhat at a loss. Su Chen took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions before stating, first, we need to expedite the development of a hybrid version of the Jiaolong that meets the military industry department's requirements. We must act swiftly to implement the necessary technical improvements. Lu Fei and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency and importance of the task ahead. Furthermore, We must also prepare to welcome the leaders from the military industry department for their inspection. Su Chen continued. We need to demonstrate our professionalism and technical strength, instilling confidence in them. The group responded in unison, fully aware that this was a crucial moment to showcase Shenyang Auto's capabilities and image. After the conference concluded, Su Chen organized the work before driving home. The following morning, a wave of vehicle returns swept across major Fengtian 4S stores nationwide. Many customers who had initially reserved the Badao and Sunhai Jian expressed their desire to return their orders. Chapter 83. The situation with Fengtian's car returns is growing more severe. The newly appointed president of Fengtian, Wang Haoyu, sat in his office when his assistant knocked and entered, a look of alarm on his face. President Wang, here are the sales reports from various dealerships this morning. The sales of the Badao and Xuanhai ships have significantly plummeted. Wang Haoyu had been troubled by this issue for several days. Just days prior, there had been incidents of customers canceling orders, which he initially dismissed as minor occurrences. He believed it could not possibly be due to the release of the Jiaolong model from Shenyang Motors, as this purely electric vehicle did not compete with the clientele of the Badao and Xuanhai ships. How could such a widespread cancellation happen? It was inconceivable. Wang Haoyu hastily grabbed the sales report and glanced through it before slumping back in his chair. 80% of customers have canceled? He muttered to himself. This is utterly devastating. The report indicated that the sales of Fengtian's Badao and Xuanhai ships across the nation had dropped by approximately 80%, with some regions reporting sales reaching rock bottom. There were even days when not a single Badao was sold. This was overwhelming. After a moment, Wang Haoyu commanded, "We need to organize an online meeting with the owners of the dealerships." The assistant nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. Soon, the conference room was filled with mid-level managers from Fengtian's headquarters, and the video conference began. Wang Haoyu rapped his fingers on the table, visibly displeased, and threw the sales report onto the desk. "Everyone, explain how we have so many customer cancellations at our Fengtian dealerships. Is it truly because the Jiaolong from Shenyang Motors has taken our market share?" The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Everyone understood that Fengtian was facing an unprecedented crisis. The significant drop in sales was undoubtedly a massive blow to the entire company. Wang Haoyu took a deep breath, scanning the faces before him for potential solutions. "We must act swiftly," he stated solemnly. "I require each department to conduct a thorough analysis of this issue and uncover the true reasons behind the sales decline." The sales manager immediately responded, "President Wang, we have initiated an investigation. From the current feedback, many customers have mentioned the Jiaolong model from Shenyang Motors." The Jiaolong again. This is never-ending. Wang Haoyu slammed his palm on the table. The Jiaolong is a purely electric off-road vehicle. How can it possibly compete with our Badao and Xuanhai ships? The attendees lowered their heads, unable to answer his question. The owners of the remote dealerships spoke up. "President Wang, the situation is dire. We have seen almost no new orders, and many customers have called back to express that they will no longer consider the Badao or Xuanhai ships. Here, about 90% of customers who canceled their orders have directly chosen the Jiaolong from Shenyang Motors. The current incentives are no longer appealing to customers. Even if we can provide immediate delivery, customers remain indifferent. The impact of the Jiaolong is indeed enormous. Moreover, there are rumors that the Jiaolong may soon launch a hybrid version, potentially lowering the price even further, leaving our Badao and Xuanhai ships with little competitive edge." The dealers were distressed. The new Badao was set to launch in a month, and existing vehicles were ready for delivery. Even the markup had decreased by at least 50%, meaning the current sales policies for the Badao and Xuanhai ships were the most favorable seen in years. Yet, customers remained unresponsive. The returns continued. Upon hearing the descriptions from the dealership owners, Wang Haoyu sighed helplessly. The Badao and Xuanhai ships were now facing an unprecedented crisis, reminiscent of the decline in Alpha sales following the release of the Qilin by Shenyang Motors. It was challenging, exceedingly so, just days after his promotion to president. He found himself in this predicament due to Shenyang Motors. If this continued, his position would be at risk. After a brief pause, Wang Haoyu declared, "Regardless of how many customers still wish to cancel, we must immediately boost our sales. Each dealership must have 10 units of the Badeo and Shuanhai ships, and all must be sold by next week. If they do not sell, the headquarters will consider revoking your agency qualifications. The owners were taken aback. Boost sales? Is it truly that simple? Wang Haoyu's approach seemed to imply they should purchase the vehicles themselves to absorb the losses. Did he think they were made of money? Each vehicle costs hundreds of thousands. Where would they find that kind of capital? Their inventory still contained numerous canceled Badeo and Shuanhai ships, which was overwhelming. The owners began to voice their grievances. President Wang, are you not just adding fuel to the fire? Where are we supposed to find that much money? It's madness. You expect us to come up with millions just from your words. Another added, have you even conducted a market survey? Do you understand how those who canceled their orders are thinking? Wang Haoyu's expression darkened. Silence. If sales are poor, find a solution. Do not argue with me. By next week, if the sales of your Badeo and Shuanhai ships remain unsatisfactory, you will all report to headquarters. With that, he instructed his assistant to close the online meeting. The owners were left in disbelief. Was Wang Haoyu genuinely expecting them to absorb the losses? This was outrageous. Several dealership owners contacted each other privately. Under these circumstances, our businesses are unsustainable. It's as if we are being forced to dig our own graves. That scoundrel Wang Haoyu expects us to spend millions simply because he said so? Is he out of his mind? I am considering abandoning my dealership. Perhaps I can collaborate with Xinjiang Motors instead? Their order volume is substantial. If we represent them, we need not worry about sales. What a brilliant idea. With such demand for the Jiaolong, we should approach Mr. Su in Shanjin province and see if he is willing to release the agency rights. Soon, news of the drastic decline in sales of Fengtian's Badeo and Shuanhai ships reached Shaorizi country. Early in the morning, Fengtian's stock price plummeted by 5%. It seemed there was a risk of further decline. On forums in Shaorizi country, rumors began to circulate that Fengtian in Long country was experiencing an unprecedented setback. I heard that Fengtian is facing widespread cancellations in Long country. I've heard the same. It seems the Badeo and Shuanhai ships are facing even fiercer cancellations than the previous decline of the Alpha. The earlier downturn in Alpha sales was attributed to the release of the Qilin by Xinjiang Motors, which had seized at least 50% of the high-end MPV market in our own country. Forum users were abuzz with speculation. Could the recent cancellations at Fengtian in Long country be related to Xinjiang Motors again? Had they launched another new vehicle? Chapter 84. Has the mighty warrior truly arrived? Not long after, enthusiastic netizens uploaded videos related to the faith in the automotive marvel, the Jiaolong. When they witnessed the astonishing feats displayed in the videos, they were utterly mesmerized. My goodness, is the vehicle in the footage genuinely a new model from the Faith automotive line? Its prowess is simply unparalleled. Just its exterior design could easily overshadow our domestic automotive manufacturers. It exudes an undeniable aura of dominance. The cutting-edge technology integrated into the Jiaolong is, without a doubt, more advanced than that of the Qilin. I earnestly hope it can be introduced to our market soon. This vehicle's top-tier version retails for 800,000 in the Dragon country, and should it reach our shores, it would likely command at least 1,600,000 Dragon coins. I finally comprehend why customers from the Dragon country have turned away from the Fengtian Badao and Sunhai Jian at the same price point. The Jiaolong undeniably offers more value, making it a far more compelling purchase. With Fengtian stock prices plummeting at opening, I can only hope that the leadership becomes acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and the Faith automotive line. A series of cancellations from numerous models has begun to emerge. If this trend continues, Fengtian may face serious difficulties. Indeed, if Faith Automotive ventures into the compact and a B-segment markets, Fengtian's troubles will only compound. Many netizens have begun to express their concerns regarding Fengtian's sales in the Dragon country. The last time Faith Automotive unveiled the Qilin, sales of Fengtian's Alpha saw a significant decline, and to this day, there have been no signs of recovery. Now that the Jiaolong has just been launched, cancellations for the Badao and Sunhai Jian are occurring on a large scale. This trend is quite alarming. At this moment, Fengtian's leader sat in his office, staring at the sales reports filtering in from the Dragon country, feeling utterly defeated. Darn that Faith Automotive. Why must they always be at odds with me? The leader of Feng Tian was baffled. Why does Su Chen persist in exploiting Feng Tian's vulnerabilities? Among those who canceled their orders, 80% opted for the Jiaolong. Does this not mirror the situation following the Qilin's launch? Are we to witness a repeat? Moreover, the pricing of the Jiaolong is shrouded in ambiguity. The base model directly competes with the Badao, while the top-tier version targets the Sunhai. It is evident that Su Chen has thoroughly analyzed the market, exhibiting remarkable precision in selecting his target clientele. It is entirely possible that the introduction of the Jiaolong was strategically aimed at seizing the markets of the Badao and Sunhai. How infuriating! In a fit of anger, the leader of Feng Tian placed a call to Wang Haoyu. Explain to me why this situation has arisen once more. Wang Haoyu found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a response. After a brief moment of silence, he finally spoke. Mr. President, I suspect that Faith Automotive has employed some unscrupulous tactics, such as offering incentives to customers who cancel their Badao orders in favor of the Jiaolong. The leader of Feng Tian nodded thoughtfully. That is a possibility. Begin an immediate investigation and leverage the media to create a buzz. Understood? The sales of the Alpha are beyond redemption. If the Badao and Sunhai continue to falter, prepare for your resignation. After expressing his fury, he abruptly hung up the phone. In a desperate bid to retain his position, Wang Haoyu began to reach out to a team of online influencers. Regardless of the method, stabilizing sales was imperative. Meanwhile, on the Faith Automotive side, Su Chen had arranged for Lu Fei to develop a hybrid version of the Jiaolong, which had successfully rolled off the production line. This hybrid model allows for both gasoline and electric operation. It optimizes the vehicle's performance while ensuring extended range, and has been equipped with ballistic protection to maximize the safety of its occupants during field missions. Moreover, the hybrid Jiaolong is designated for procurement by the military, with a specially prepared military green color scheme. When the military green Jiaolong made its debut, it left onlookers in awe. Su Chen approached, patting the vehicle's hood, and remarked with a smile, I anticipate that representatives from the military will arrive for an inspection tomorrow. You must make us proud. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. It was military advisor Li Wei on the line. Mr. Su, our leadership has arranged a visit to Faith Automotive for tomorrow. Su Chen nodded eagerly. Advisor Li, rest assured. I have already made the necessary arrangements and will be there to receive you. After finalizing the details, Su Chen added, by the way, the hybrid Jiaolong has successfully completed its initial production run of 10 units. If you come, you may bring your drivers to experience the vehicle firsthand. Li Wei expressed his delight. The hybrid version is ready so soon? Excellent. Tomorrow, I will ensure that our local military district sends over several warriors for a comparison. Su Chen's interest peaked at the thought. The current military off-road vehicles predominantly consist of the Dongfeng Warrior and the BSE Brave, along with others like the Shenyang Falcon and BJ-80. The Warrior and Brave are the most widely utilized models. Li Wei mentioned that they might be calling upon the Warriors for a comparison. This would provide an excellent opportunity to observe the distinctions between the military version of the Jiaolong and the Warrior. Fantastic. I have complete confidence in the Jiaolong. It will not disappoint our military procurement department. After hanging up, Su Chen turned to give instructions. Please ensure that the testing area for the Jiaolong at the industrial park is properly prepared. We are set to engage in a showdown with the current military version of the Warrior tomorrow. The employees at Faith Automotive were filled with anticipation for the impending duel between the Jiaolong and the Warrior. Later that evening, a clandestine photo of the military green Jiaolong was shared by a netizen on the forum titled, Jiaolong likely launching military version. Within 5 minutes of posting, it became the hottest topic on the forum, attracting off-road enthusiasts in droves. Is this for real? Will the Jiaolong be releasing a military version? The paint scheme suggests as much. Moreover, I noticed that the Jiaolong has been fitted with 2 robust exhaust pipes. Could this indicate the hybrid version is on the way? If the Jiaolong is indeed planning to unveil a military version, then my recent purchase of the Jiaolong becomes even more worthwhile, given its military-grade quality. Everyone, hold your excitement. A military version of the Jiaolong cannot be established overnight. It is possible that Faith Automotive has merely introduced a hybrid version. Just a moment. I just checked the military forum, and it looks like tomorrow, the high-ranking official Liu Jiangwo will be visiting Faith Automotive for an inspection. This signals that the vehicle is indeed the military version of the Jiaolong. Wow, the mystery has been solved so swiftly. I wonder if the Jiaolong can truly compete with the warriors currently procured by the military. Everyone began to eagerly anticipate the military version of the Jiaolong. If it were to be launched, it would undoubtedly receive affirmation from the military, far surpassing any advertisement in impact. The following day arrived. Early in the morning, Su Chen prepared to drive to the airport to pick up Liu Jiangwo and Li Wei. Upon exiting the gates of the Faith Automotive campus, Su Chen spotted 6 Dongfeng warriors parked outside. The vehicles were lined up in a row, exuding an impressive presence. Su Chen scratched his head and muttered, "Wow, they really brought the warriors." Chapter 85. The Faith Automobile truly possesses strength. Previously, Su Chen had encountered images of the military version of the Dongfeng warrior online, but he had never witnessed it in person until now. This marked his inaugural encounter, and he was genuinely taken aback by its imposing presence. Lu Fei and others beside Su Chen also inhaled sharply upon seeing the warrior. The vehicle exuded a formidable aura, reminiscent of the American Hummer. Its size was indeed impressive, emanating a fierce bravado. However, our Faith Automobile's dragon is not to be underestimated. Anticipation swelled for the forthcoming battle between the dragon and the warrior. At that moment, a camouflage-clad man descended from the leading warrior. He was none other than Duan Guohua, the head of the local military district. Upon spotting Su Chen, Duan Guohua approached him. "You must be Su Chen," he stated. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan Guohua from the local military district." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Su Chen. "I've heard that your Faith Automobile's dragon has caught the attention of the Ministry of Military Industry. Today, I brought the soldiers here in the warrior to determine who reigns supreme." Duan Guohua, embodying the straightforwardness of a soldier, wasted no time in articulating the day's purpose. Su Chen shook his hand with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Leader Duan. The dragon is still a rising star compared to the warrior, and there is much we can learn." Duan Guohua chuckled, remarking, "You, Mr. Su, are both youthful and accomplished, yet remarkably humble. Such qualities are indeed rare." After a brief glance at the time, he added, "The leaders from the Ministry of Military Industry have already arrived at the airport. I dispatched someone to fetch them, and they should be here shortly." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Chen scratched his head. "I had intended to go pick them up myself. I truly appreciate your assistance, Leader Duan." Duan Guohua patted Su Chen on the shoulder. "Minister Lu's flight arrived ahead of schedule. This is no fault of yours. Let us wait together." Thus, Su Chen and Duan Guohua stood at the entrance, engaging in casual conversation. "Mr. Su, I've recently come across a considerable amount of information regarding your Faith Automobile's dragon online. To be frank, it leaves a strong impression," Duan Guohua stated. "However, the only downside is that the dragon is a pure electric vehicle." Su Chen promptly interjected, "Rest assured, Leader, the hybrid version of the dragon has already been launched." Duan Guohua gazed at Su Chen in surprise. "Oh, so soon?" He had not anticipated Su Chen's remarkable execution, having already introduced a hybrid version of the dragon. This development hinted that the Ministry of Military Industry might indeed procure a batch of dragons. Compared to pure electric models, hybrids are undeniably more convenient. It appeared that Su Chen was indeed a person of significant ambition. As they conversed, a vehicle approached from a distance. "That must be Minister Liu and his entourage," Duan Guohua remarked, hastily moving to greet them. The vehicle halted, and Liu Jiangwo opened the rear door. "Minister Liu, greetings. I hope the journey was not too arduous," Duan Guohua said as he approached Liu Jiangwo. After disembarking, Liu Jiangwo nodded in acknowledgement to Duan Guohua, his gaze falling upon the 6 parked Dongfeng warriors. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes as he surveyed the military vehicles, each symbolizing the pinnacle of Huaxia's military industry, reliable companions for soldiers on the battlefield. "Duan Guohua, these warriors are your meticulous selections, I presume?" Liu Jiangwo inquired. Duan Guohua nodded proudly. "Indeed, Minister Lu. These are the finest warriors from our military district. All present here today. Lu Jiangwo smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, his attention shifted to a group nearby. He recognized Su Chen and his companions. This must be Su Chen. Lu Jiangwo furrowed his brow, appearing uncertain. Duan Guohua noticed Lu Jiangwo's gaze, turning to see Su Chen and the others. Ah, yes. Minister Lu, this is Su Chen, the general manager of Faith Automobile, he introduced. Lu Jiangwo approached, extending his hand to shake Su Chen's. Comrade Su Chen, greetings. I am Lu Jiangwo from the Ministry of Military Industry. It is a pleasure to meet you here. Su Chen quickly reciprocated the gesture. The aura of a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Military Industry was palpable, exuding an undeniable gravitas that filled the air. Minister Lu, it is also a pleasure to encounter you, Su Chen responded. Lu Jiangwo smiled, waving his hand. Let us proceed inside to tour Faith Automobile. As a leader in the Ministry of Military Industry, he was keenly interested in the production line of Faith Automobile, especially since the company had swiftly produced two highly popular models shortly after its establishment. The automotive technology at their disposal must be among the world's finest. When it comes to procuring military equipment, collaborating with the strongest companies is paramount. Su Chen nodded, leading Lu Jiangwo and the ministry leaders toward the Faith Automobile Industrial Park. Soon, numerous individuals aware of the ministry's inspection began capturing photographs and sharing them on forums, igniting a flurry of excitement. Wait. The Ministry of Military Industry is truly visiting Faith Automobile? It seems they are considering procuring the Dragon. After all, such an exceptional product is precisely what the military requires. One commenter noted, I saw several warriors parked outside. Are they planning a showdown between the Dragon and the warrior? The possibility intrigued many, and requests for closer photographs flooded in. Discussions erupted regarding which vehicle would emerge victorious. Although the Dragon was formidable, it had only recently launched, leaving its market viability uncertain. In contrast, the warrior had been in service for over a decade, continually evolving, and its true capabilities were formidable. Yet, some netizens expressed confidence in the Dragon, highlighting its impressive specifications. With a staggering 1,200 horsepower, the warrior might struggle. If we factor in the tank turning and emergency flotation technologies, the Dragon could easily surpass the warrior. Meanwhile, Su Chen guided Lu Jiangwo and the others through the Faith Automobile Industrial Park. Standing before the expansive production line, Lu Jiangwo marveled, modernization truly has its merits. Everything is produced on an assembly line, reducing costs while maintaining product quality. Over the years, I have visited numerous automotive enterprises, yet I have never encountered one as large and modernized as Faith Automobile. Lu Jiangwo held Faith Automobile in high regard. Turning to Su Chen, he said, Young Su, let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Take us to see the Dragon. Lu Jiangwo was eager to witness the Dragon, having attended its launch event and anticipating the cutting-edge technologies it boasted. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Certainly, Minister Lu, the hybrid version of the Dragon is ready for your inspection. With that, Su Chen led Lu Jiangwo and Duan Guohua toward the area where the Dragon awaited. Chapter 86. The military version of the Dragon, shocking Lu Jiangwo. At this moment, 10 military green dragons stood majestically in the testing ground. Their sheer presence was formidable, evoking awe and admiration. This is the Dragon? It was Lu Jiangwo's first encounter with the actual Dragon before him, leaving him utterly astonished. While he had envisioned the Dragon's impressive size based on online specifications, witnessing it in reality rendered him momentarily speechless. Standing alongside him, Advisor Li Wei and local military district leader Duan Guohua were equally taken aback. Their mouths agape as they gazed at the Dragon. Its appearance was indeed awe-inspiring, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura, resembling a mighty dragon in its true form. Listening to their exclamations, Su Chen approached to provide an introduction. Esteemed leaders, this is the hybrid version of the Dragon recently launched by our Faith Automotive. The hybrid Dragon is powered by a self-developed 2.0T hybrid engine, boasting a maximum power output of 1,200 horsepower, identical to the pure electric model. It offers an electric range of up to 350 kilometers and an astounding total range of 2,000 kilometers. Moreover, The military version of the Dragon features capabilities such as emergency water buoyancy and tank-like turning, similar to the top-tier pure electric variant. Additionally, its specialized steel construction ensures bulletproof protection. As Su Chen casually detailed the Dragon's specifications, Lu Jiangwo and the others were left in stunned silence. Xiao Su, are you saying that the military version of the Dragon is also bulletproof? Su Chen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. This ensures that our troops can maximize their safety during special situations while on duty at the border. Lu Jiangwo blinked, his gaze returning to the Dragon's formidable body. This vehicle is extraordinary. Not only can it execute tank-like maneuvers, but it can also float in emergencies. As an off-road vehicle, it is equipped to handle various terrains. Furthermore, the Dragon can continue to operate normally even after a high-speed tire blowout. Imagine if soldiers on duty encounter an urgent situation, such as a tire blowout, falling into water, or facing unavoidable gunfire. The Dragon truly guarantees the utmost safety for its occupants. Isn't this precisely what our border soldiers need for their missions? The Dragon is indeed a treasure trove of capabilities, with no aspect wasted. Duan Guohua stood alongside several soldiers who had just brought over the warriors. After hearing Su Chen's introduction, they too were left speechless. This Dragon is remarkably powerful, almost absurdly so. It transcends the definition of an off-road vehicle. It is akin to a land tank. I am eagerly anticipating our troops being equipped with the Dragon. At this moment, Su Chen instructed Lu Fei, "Go ahead and open the Dragon's doors," allowing the leaders to step inside and experience it firsthand. Lu Fei, accompanied by several staff members, swiftly opened the Dragon's doors and ignited the engine. With a thunderous roar, all 10 Dragons sprang to life simultaneously. Their engines emitting a deafening sound akin to a dragon's roar, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. The soldiers who had earlier observed the Dragon igniting were now eagerly rubbing their hands together, all eager to experience it. Duan Guohua turned to the soldiers with a smile. "Can you not contain your excitement?" The soldiers exchanged sheepish grins. "All right, go ahead and take a seat." As soon as the words were spoken, they dashed toward the Dragon. Upon entering, their mouths gaped wider than before. Is this truly the military version? The interior is astonishingly luxurious. Indeed, one might even liken the interior to that of a Rolls-Royce among military vehicles. It is so comfortable that I envision soldiers clamoring to be the drivers if the Dragon is ever introduced into our ranks. Lu Jiangwo also approached and sat inside to experience the Dragon. Su Chen elaborated, "While the military version of the Dragon has undergone minor modifications, our design still prioritizes passenger comfort. Furthermore, it is equipped with interfaces for connecting to our military satellites, retaining various practical physical buttons." Su Chen was acutely aware that any vehicle attracting the attention of the military must not be mere embellishment. Essentials were preserved while superfluous features were discarded. Most importantly, he had retained the Dragon's practicality and spaciousness, ensuring it remained the ideal companion for both duty and combat. Seated in the co-pilot's position, Lu Jiangwo's eyes gleamed with admiration for the Dragon. He recognized the care Faith Automotive had taken in designing the military version. There were no unnecessary frills. Every feature was functional. For soldiers enduring the hardships of duty, having a Dragon at their side would significantly bolster their morale. "Well done, Dragon. I am thoroughly impressed." Lu Jiangwo then declared, "Next, let's have the Dragon and the warrior compete." While static experiences are valuable, the true test lies in dynamic performance. Duan Guohua immediately addressed the soldiers, "All right. Focus now and bring over our warrior." Reluctant to leave their Dragon experience, the soldiers exchanged glances. Su Chen pointed towards the nearby testing area. "Minister Lu, let's proceed over there. The site is already prepared." Lu Jiangwo nodded and followed Su Chen to the designated area. Shortly, 6 warriors were in position, and Su Chen had also arranged for company drivers to bring over 6 Dragons. For testing off-road vehicle performance, the simplest yet most challenging task is navigating steep terrains. The group arrived at the first slope, which had an incline of nearly 70 degrees, an extreme challenge for off-road vehicles. "Let's observe the warrior's performance first," Lu Jiangwo said, focusing on the first warrior vehicle. This warrior was also a pride of the military department, previously showcased hauling heavy artillery through snow-covered terrain, a truly breathtaking sight. The soldier driving the warrior stepped out, confidence radiating from him as he saluted the crowd. "I assure you, I will complete the mission." With that, the soldier pressed the accelerator to the floor. Roaring to life, the warrior charged up the slope like a fierce mountain tiger. Chapter 87. The valor of the warrior falters. The dragon prevails with unrelenting might. The warrior is indeed impressive. The slope appears to be at least 70 degrees, does it not? Truly formidable. Observing its speed, it seems it will ascend swiftly. It is no wonder that it is a pride of the Department of Military Industry. It is undeniably powerful. As the warrior ascended the incline, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. However, this admiration quickly morphed into concern as onlookers noticed the warrior's speed diminishing. By the time it reached the midpoint of the slope, the vehicle began to sway side to side, struggling to maintain its momentum. The spectators were taken aback. What is happening? Why has the warrior slowed down? It should have been able to conquer this incline with ease, given its reputation as the primary off-road vehicle. While its horsepower may not match that of the dragon, this was merely the first test of the day. Why, then, was it encountering such difficulties? As the crowd pondered this perplexity, the soldier operating the warrior displayed a look of anxiety. He pressed the accelerator in vain, attempting to regain speed, but to no avail. Ultimately, with nearly half the distance to the summit remaining, the warrior came to a halt. The engine's roar grew increasingly louder, echoing as if the warrior were voicing its frustration. How could this happen? The driver wore a look of disbelief. He had exerted every ounce of power, yet the warrior's performance was disappointing. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jiangwo furrowed his brow. This should not be the case. The off-road capabilities of the warrior are commendable. "Minister Lu, it appears the warrior is suffering from a lack of power," someone speculated nearby. Lu Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this slope is rather steep for a military off-road vehicle. It is understandable for the warrior to struggle here." Despite this reasoning, a sense of disappointment lingered within Lu Jiangwo, as the warrior represented the pride of the Department of Military Industry. If it could not ascend this slope, it would be somewhat unacceptable. "Xiao Su, do you believe the dragon can make it?" Lu Jiangwo turned his gaze towards Su Chen. With a faint smile, Su Chen replied, "Rest assured, Minister Lu, the dragon will undoubtedly ascend. Not only this slope, but even steeper ones will pose no challenge." Lu Jiangwo responded with a smile. "Oh, you are quite confident, I see." Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Of course, I crafted the dragon myself, and I have immense faith in its capabilities. Minister Lu, shall I attempt it now?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiangwo nodded. "Very well, let us see." He eagerly anticipated the performance of the dragon. Li Wei shouted at the warrior, which was precariously positioned on the slope. The warrior's driver, with a face full of reluctance, cautiously reversed the vehicle. Upon descending, the driver expressed his disappointment. "Minister Lu, I cannot fathom why the warrior performed this way today." Lu Jiangwo placed a reassuring hand on the soldier's shoulder. "It is all right. Not making it is a normal occurrence. Let us observe the dragon's performance." The driver retreated to the crowd, his gaze fixated on the approaching dragon. Soon, the driver of the dragon, representing Faith Automobiles, arrived at the base of the slope. Su Chen waved confidently, a smile gracing his face. Unlike the warrior, the dragon did not roar up the incline. Instead, after fully pressing the accelerator, its speed remained moderate. Observing this, many were momentarily taken aback. Why is the dragon moving so slowly? This pace is considerably less than that of the warrior. Can the dragon truly ascend? Not only were they puzzled, but even Lu Jiangwo wore a look of uncertainty. "Xiao Su, what is happening?" Su Chen smiled gently and assured him, "Minister Lu, patience. The outcome will soon reveal itself." Su Chen held unwavering confidence in the dragon, and the initial speed was a deliberate choice on his part. When it comes to off-road vehicles, speed is one factor, but robust performance is paramount. With 200 horsepower at its disposal, there was no cause for concern. Lu Jiangwo nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon. Although its speed was not rapid, it remained extraordinarily stable, akin to a snail ascending a tree, slow yet assured with every step. With a rumble, The engine's roar intensified as the dragon drew nearer to the crest of the slope, surpassing the point where the warrior had faltered. Finally, with a firm press of the accelerator, the vehicle confidently reached the summit. When the dragon arrived at the peak, an odd silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes were filled with astonishment at the dragon's feat. How is this possible? How did the dragon achieve this? It was simply beyond belief. Not only were the spectators amazed, but Lu Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Su, what? What just happened? Su Chen then explained with a smile, Minister Lu, this is the adaptive off-road mode equipped in the dragon. In this mode, the dragon automatically adjusts the engine's output power and the gearbox's gear ratios according to the current terrain, thus optimizing its off-road performance. Coupled with the vehicle's comprehensive scanning function for autonomous driving, the dragon can adeptly navigate various complex road conditions. Therefore, this slope posed no challenge for it. Lu Jiangwo was utterly astonished to learn of this feature. He had never anticipated that the dragon possessed such capabilities. Observing its performance, it was clear that this feature was highly practical. Should soldiers encounter such inclines during field missions, the dragon would undoubtedly become their most reliable ally. Excellent! Excellent! Lu Jiangwo could not help but exclaim twice. His gaze towards Su Chen brimmed with admiration. Xiao Su, Faith Automobiles has truly given me a tremendous surprise this time. Now, are there any other competitive challenges for the dragon and the warrior? I wish to witness the full extent of the dragon's prowess. The roar of the engine resonated once more in the ears of the crowd. The dragon's driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, initiating a new start. However, unlike before, the dragon's speed was markedly faster this time. What could this mean? Is the dragon preparing to ascend the slope again? This seems impossible. The dragon has already conquered it. Witnessing this spectacle, many were momentarily stunned, including Lu Jiangwo, who looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Chapter 88. The military version of the dragon, final price set at 1.5 million. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, Minister Lu, do not be anxious. You will soon find out. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo ceased to speak further, his gaze fixed intently on the dragon. The dragon accelerated swiftly, resembling a high-performance sports car, until it transformed into a mere blur. A cloud of thick dust swirled behind it, and the dragon astonishingly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. What just happened? Where did the dragon go? Many were taken aback, and they began to search for its figure. Unfortunately, after a prolonged search, they could not locate the dragon. Little Su, where has the dragon gone? Lu Jiangwo inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity towards Su Chen. Su Chen merely smiled and gestured towards the other side of the slope. Minister Lu, look over there. Lu Jiangwo turned promptly to see the dragon quietly stationed on the opposite side of the slope. How is this possible? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jiangwo was utterly astounded. He could hardly believe his eyes. The distance from their position to the other side of the slope was at least 200 meters. Yet the dragon had traversed it in mere seconds. Such speed surpassed that of a sports car. Is this dragon truly a rugged off-road vehicle? Many sports cars could scarcely achieve such acceleration. Minister Lu, the dragon accelerates from 0 to 100 in just over 3 seconds. This speed should meet the requirements of our Ministry of Defense, correct? Su Chen asked, feigning innocence as he gazed at Lu Jiangwo. The soldiers accompanying Lu Jiangwo, who had come over with the warriors, were agape with astonishment. What? 3-second club? This acceleration is phenomenal. It's incredibly appealing. These two aspects alone fully comply with our Ministry of Defense's procurement requirements. If memory serves, the warriors achieve 0 to 100 in about 12 seconds, which is utterly insufficient compared to the dragon. Lu Jiangwo remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. It cannot compare. The difference between the warriors and the dragon is indeed vast. Thus, little Su, I will return and convene a meeting to discuss the possibility of arranging a formal test for the dragon. This time, I will invite all the technicians from the Ministry of Defense to analyze the dragon. If it truly holds merit, I will immediately initiate the procurement process. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Su Chen's face. He understood that he had effectively alleviated Lu Jiangwo's concerns. Furthermore, he was confident that, if given the opportunity, the dragon would demonstrate its capabilities. Minister Lu's intention to arrange a formal test indicated that the warriors had at least passed Lu Jiangwo's scrutiny. Su Chen then inquired, Minister Lu, if the dragon successfully passes the test and meets the final procurement requirements, how many units does the Ministry of Defense anticipate needing? Regarding this matter, Consultant Li Wei approached Su Chen and made a rough calculation. Based on the previous triad system, one platoon requires one dragon vehicle, while a battalion, including its headquarters, would need approximately 30 vehicles. Currently, the restructured brigade system employs a 14-vehicle setup, with 4 vehicles per squad and 2 for the company. Thus, a purely mechanized battalion, including its headquarters, would necessitate at least 50 dragons. This estimation is for a purely mechanized battalion. If it pertains to a light combined arms brigade's firepower battalion, additional reconnaissance vehicles, ammunition transport vehicles, and command vehicles would be required. Consequently, an enhanced battalion could feasibly require 60 to 80 dragons. At this juncture, Li Wei paused briefly before continuing. From this perspective, 6,000 vehicles could equip at least 80 to 100 combined arms battalions, significantly enhancing the operational capabilities of domestic light combined arms units in high-altitude mountainous regions and southern waterlogged areas. Therefore, the final procurement quantity will undoubtedly exceed 6,000 units, potentially approaching 10,000. Upon hearing this figure, both Su Chen and Lu Jiangwo were taken aback. 10,000. Although this number may not seem substantial for the recent orders of Faith Automotive, it pertains to the procurement by the Ministry of Defense. If the Dragon truly secures an order for 10,000 units from the Ministry of Defense, it would mark a monumental leap for both the military industry of Longhua and Faith Automotive. Furthermore, it signifies that the Dragon is poised to become the mainstream off-road vehicle for the Longhua military. This would undoubtedly represent a significant victory for Longhua's military industry. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo inquired, by the way, engrossed in observing the Dragon's performance, I neglected to ask about the final price of the military version of the Dragon. Lu Jiangwo had conducted some research prior to his arrival. The top-tier version of the Dragon was priced at 799,800, while the standard version was 200,000 less. Now, the military version of the Dragon utilized specially crafted steel from Faith Automotive, capable of ballistic protection. Given this configuration, the price of the Dragon would likely not be low. Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied, the hybrid version of the Dragon does indeed incur higher production costs compared to the pure electric model, primarily due to the self-developed special steel and ballistic materials. Thus, the final price for the military version of the Dragon is set at 1,500,000. Su Chen was aware that the procurement price for the warriors currently exceeded double that of the civilian version. The third-generation warriors were quoted at a staggering 2.7 million. When Su Chen announced the price, Lu Jiangwo's brow furrowed slightly. However, Su Chen remained unconcerned, knowing well that the procurement price for the warriors was comparable. The soldiers behind Lu Jiangwo displayed expressions of astonishment. Isn't this price equivalent to the procurement cost of the warriors we currently operate? To be honest, it's quite reasonable. This is just the base model. It is indeed not expensive. If additional equipment is installed per the Ministry of Defense's requirements, the final price will likely be even higher. Purchasing it at 1 million is genuinely a bargain. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jiangwo could not help but pat Su Chen on the shoulder, saying, Little Su, the price of the Dragon is indeed reasonable. I believe the likelihood of procurement by the Ministry of Defense is quite high. As Lu Jiangwo spoke, he turned to Li Wei beside him. Consultant Li, upon returning, immediately compile a report detailing today's testing results for review and discussion. Li Wei nodded in agreement without hesitation. Subsequently, Lu Jiangwo directed his gaze back to Su Chen and said, Little Su, we shall take our leave for now. Once the formal testing schedule is arranged, I will reach out to you. Su Chen nodded in response, saying, Understood, Minister Lu, I appreciate your efforts. With that, Lu Jiangwo and the soldiers departed in the warriors. As the soldiers drove past the Dragon, expressions of envy adorned their faces, clearly indicating their admiration for the Dragon. As 6 warriors exited the premises of Faith Automotive, videos and images capturing the competition between various warriors and the Dragon at the testing ground were taken from afar and circulated online. In an instant, the internet was abuzz. What a stunning quality. It would have been a shame not to capture a UFO, but even so, one can still witness the dragon overwhelming the warriors. Chapter 89. A strong demand for the military industry to procure the dragon. What a shocking revelation. Is this the strength of our domestically produced vehicles? Even military vehicles can be outperformed. Long live Faith Motors. Long live the dragon. There is a fervent call for the military industry to procure the dragon, as the warrior has become outdated and is due for a replacement. Support domestic products. Support the dragon. Before long, a video showcasing the confrontation between the dragon and the warrior surged in popularity online. Military enthusiasts were ecstatic upon witnessing this. They never anticipated that the long-awaited upgrade of military vehicles would materialize so swiftly. Indeed, while the warrior is commendable, the dragon's acceleration and off-road capabilities are simply unparalleled. It is exhilarating to see our own military vehicles, which are no less impressive than foreign counterparts. One can only wonder if they can surpass the Hummer. Absolutely. The military industry must procure the dragon. It would be a disservice to such an exceptional off-road vehicle otherwise. The online community expressed unanimous praise for the Dragon and Warrior Showdown. It must be said that the military version of the Dragon left many in awe. Although the footage was somewhat unclear, it was evident that the Dragon decisively outperformed the Warrior. Simultaneously, within the Dragon country's military industry, Liu Jiangwo and his colleagues promptly reported the testing results. Li Wei worked late into the night to compile a detailed report on the day's testing. The following morning, Liu Jiangwo entered the conference room with the report. Numerous key leaders of the Dragon country's military industry were present. Upon entering, Liu Jiangwo waved at Li Wei, who then displayed the report on the computer and began elucidating the findings from their on-site inspection of the Dragon at Faith Motors. Upon viewing the various comparative videos of the Dragon and the Warrior, the leaders could not help but furrow their brows. After a brief moment, several leaders turned to Liu Jiangwo and inquired, "Lao Liu, does the Dragon truly possess such remarkable performance? It appears the Warrior is no match for it." They were astonished that the Warrior couldn't even conquer the first slope, and there was no comparison in acceleration. It was a one-sided domination. Liu Jiangwo nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, the Dragon's performance is exceptionally impressive, particularly in off-road capabilities, where it surpasses the Warrior. Furthermore, the comfort level of the Dragon is remarkable, entirely unlike a military vehicle. Additionally, its load-bearing capacity is substantial, meeting various needs of the troops." The leaders nodded in agreement and remarked, "If that is the case, let the Dragon participate in the next phase of testing. Moreover, with a price of 1.5 million, it's not exorbitant. If it passes our military industry's tests, we will arrange for procurement immediately." Liu Jiangwo consented and turned to Li Wei, instructing, "Consultantly, please arrange for a few dragons to be brought in. If they pass the final tests, we shall proceed with the procurement process." Li Wei readily agreed and began making arrangements. News of the Dragon's participation in the next phase of testing quickly spread. Once this information reached the internet, it sparked another uproar. Fantastic! The Dragon is finally set to undergo the next phase of testing. Yes, this is the hope for our domestically produced military vehicles. Support the Dragon. Let's procure it swiftly. At Faith Motors, the delivery of the Dragon had commenced. Many customers who had ordered the Dragon received their vehicles promptly. Faith Motors truly possesses formidable capabilities. Their production efficiency is astonishing. I placed my order just the other day, and now I've received it, though I was among the first in line. The orders for the Dragon had already surpassed 30,000 units, and the latest order notifications indicated that deliveries would commence within 2 weeks. Moreover, I heard that Faith Motors has been rapidly expanding its production lines, so capacity shouldn't be an issue. I had previously ordered the Barbarian from Fengtian, only to be informed that I would need to pay an additional 80,000 and wait 3 months for delivery. In a fit of anger, I chose to buy the Dragon instead. Honestly, the Dragon is truly impressive. I took my date for a ride in my Dragon, and with a swift turn, I left her utterly mesmerized, leading to a memorable evening together. Online, various automotive forums and off-road vehicle communities have been buzzing with discussions about the Dragon. The topic's popularity shows no signs of waning, even surpassing the fervor surrounding the Qilin's launch. Of course, where there are jubilations, there are also grievances. As Faith Motors enjoyed soaring sales of the Dragon, Fengtian found itself in dire straits. Over a few days, many began to realize that sales of the Barbarian and the Sea Patrol had plummeted. Some dealerships reported single-digit sales figures, infuriating Fengtian's president, Wang Haoyu. Why on earth is Faith Motors thriving while we are suffering? This is a deliberate attempt to undermine my business. Wang Haoyu fumed in his office. He had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in days. The sales of the Barbarian and Sea Patrol continued to decline, threatening to reach rock bottom. The Alpha sales had reached such a low that headquarters began contemplating its withdrawal from the Dragon country market. It's not profitable. Why keep it around if it incurs losses? Just as Wang Haoyu was venting his frustrations, a blonde-haired individual entered his office. President Wang, my team of online influencers has been secured, and various videos have been prepared. We can launch a counterattack against Faith Motors immediately. As soon as the blonde finished speaking, Wang Haoyu slammed his hand on the desk, rising to his feet. Excellent. Begin the counterattack at once. I will ensure Faith Motors faces ruin. This public relations campaign cost over 5 million, encompassing various smear videos and images against Faith Motors, along with efforts to manipulate online reviews. Wang Haoyu was determined. Unless he dragged Faith Motors down with him, he could not maintain his presidency. After the blonde departed, Wang Haoyu received a call from Fengtian's male executive. As soon as the call connected, he heard the executive's furious voice. President Wang, have you devised a plan? Wang Haoyu quickly responded, Yes, I have a plan ready. We can implement it immediately. The executive replied, Good, I await your promising news. But do not forget the previous failures in public relations by Tan Ming. With that cold reminder, the executive hung up the phone. Wang Haoyu felt a jolt of anxiety. He recalled the previous attempts by former President Tan Ming, which had ended in disastrous public relations failures. Using controversial celebrities as spokespeople and relying on questionable reviews had all backfired. Ultimately, Tan Ming was dismissed in disgrace from Fengtian. Realizing this, Wang Haoyu found himself momentarily stunned. Could I possibly end up with a similar fate? Chapter 90. The Return of Crazy Tian's Public Relations, Rumors Surrounding Faith Automobile. After Huang Mao departed from Crazy Tian, he immediately began to mobilize his online army to disseminate various defamatory videos targeting Faith Automobile, particularly aimed at the Jiaolong model, employing every conceivable tactic. Soon, a covertly recorded video surfaced online, swiftly propelled by Huang Mao's minions to the trending topics. Faith Automobile actually induces customers to abandon their original car purchase plans and switch to Jiaolong. In this video, Huang Mao orchestrated interviews from a clandestine perspective, questioning customers who had come to Crazy Tian to cancel their orders. Naturally, these customers were also arranged by Huang Mao. Sir, may I ask why you are canceling your vehicle order? I now wish to purchase the newly released Jiaolong by Faith Automobile. Faith Automobile, Jiaolong. Do they have any promotional offers? A person discreetly leaned in, stating, if we present the cancellation receipt for the Badao, we can enjoy a discount of 20,000. From another angle, the questioning was even more egregious. The inquiries remained the same, probing customers about their reasons for canceling their orders with Crazy Tian. This time, one customer replied, Actually, I was hired by Faith Automobile. They paid me to order a Sun Hai Jian, and then I came to cancel it. If anyone asks, just say the Jiaolong is far superior to the Sun Hai Jian. After several such interviews, the video's message became abundantly clear. Numerous customers who opted to cancel their orders for the Sun Hai Jian and Badao were swayed by the inducements of Jiaolong's staff. Some even claimed that by canceling their orders for Badao or Sun Hai Jian, they could avail themselves of certain discounts. Worse still, some asserted they were in league with Faith Automobile. Unsurprisingly, this video ignited a firestorm of public opinion within the automotive community. Many oblivious onlookers, upon viewing the video, erupted in outrage in the comments section. Faith Automobile's actions are simply bewildering. Isn't this unfair competition? Indeed, No wonder Faith Automobile's sales are soaring. They're practically poaching customers from Crazy Tian. How despicable. I thought Faith Automobile was a reputable brand, but it appears they are no different. I work for Crazy Tian, and this situation is practically confirmed. Half of my customers are canceling orders under such circumstances. Faith Automobile has gone too far. In contrast, numerous supporters of Faith Automobile also emerged, defending the brand against this unwarranted defamation. Seriously, is Crazy Tian buying comments? Clearly fabricated. Indeed, if these comments aren't staged, I'll eat my hat. I'm one who canceled my Ba Dao to order the Jiaolong, and here's my payment record to prove they offered me a discount. One can only say Crazy Tian has truly lost their way. If they can't compete, then they simply can't. Charging an exorbitant price of 70 to 80,000 for a mediocre car, do they really think they are above everyone else? Huang Mao had invested heavily in manipulating public sentiment. Initially, some of these responses could still be seen, but before long, they were all deleted. The comments section became a cesspool, with over half of the remarks condemning Faith Automobile. After a time, another video surged to the top of the trending topics. Titled, "Come see the real materials of Jiaolong. Anyone who buys this car will regret it." Upon its release, this video caused a considerable uproar online. In it, a self-proclaimed automotive expert conducted a so-called in-depth analysis of Jiaolong's internal structure and materials. Armed with various tools, he pointed out the disassembled parts of the Jiaolong, his tone dripping with disdain for Faith Automobile. Behold, this is the undercarriage of the Jiaolong, constructed with extremely cheap materials. How can such a chassis possibly support a high-performance automobile? He struck the undercarriage forcefully, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Now, observe here. The wiring layout of the Jiaolong is chaotic. This is utterly irresponsible towards consumer safety. He gestured angrily at the convoluted wiring of the Jiaolong. Next, the automotive expert picked up a wrench and approached a suspended Jiaolong. Now, let me demonstrate the rigidity of the Jiaolong's frame. As he spoke, he began to violently twist the Jiaolong's frame with the wrench. Strangely, a gap quickly appeared in the frame. Judging by this scene, the over 3-ton weight of the Jiaolong seemed inadequately supported by such a flimsy frame, giving the impression that it would fracture upon encountering even a minor obstacle. Every detail and every shot in this video seemed to convey the message that the Jiaolong was a car unworthy of purchase. At the conclusion of the video, the automotive expert, hand over heart, asserted, "I am a man of conscience. If I do not speak out, I feel I would lack integrity. With such materials in a car priced at 800,000, would anyone dare to buy it? I certainly wouldn't. Here, I wish to caution all prospective buyers of the Jiaolong. There are far too many alternatives available in the same category, and one must be discerning." Huang Mao leveraged his resources to extensively circulate this video, even bribing several well-known automotive bloggers and media outlets to share and comment on it. Before long, this video ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics, capturing the attention and discussion of countless netizens. My goodness, so the materials of the Jiaolong are this subpar? I can't believe I was so eager before. What a fool I was. Thank goodness I didn't buy it. I would have regretted it immensely. Faith Automobile is truly damaging its own reputation. How could such a car possibly sell well? This frame bends with just a slight twist. If it hits a deep pothole, won't it just snap? However, amid the uproar, Faith Automobile's official response was conspicuously absent. This delay began to sow doubt among even some of its staunch supporters. What is going on with Faith Automobile? Why aren't they stepping forward to clarify? Could they be feeling guilty? Is the Jiaolong truly as deficient as the video claims? At that moment, renowned automotive critic Changan could no longer remain silent. This is outrageous. This is blatant slander against the Jiaolong. Changan was a well-known figure in the automotive community. After experiencing the Qilin, he had become an ardent supporter of Faith Automobile. Moreover, his Jiaolong had recently been returned, and he was thoroughly enjoying it. Why is there suddenly so much negativity surrounding the Jiaolong online? I can't bear it any longer. Even if Faith Automobile hasn't yet clarified, I must personally defend my Jiaolong. Thus, Changan placed a call to his assistant. Bring over the company's Sunhai Jian and Ba Dao. I need to personally test and see which is sturdier, the Jiaolong, the Sunhai Jian, or the Badao. Chapter 91. Gathering Evidence, Preparing to Strike Back. In recent days, Chen Dajin has been fervently advocating for the Jiaolong, a vehicle manufactured by Faith Motors. He firmly believes he holds significant authority regarding the disparaging remarks circulating online about the Jiaolong. After ending a phone call, he promptly took to his social media to share an update. I have observed a surge of negative commentary directed at the Jiaolong and Faith Motors online. As a proud owner of both the Jiaolong and the Qilin, I feel it is essential to present the truth. In 1 hour, I will commence a live stream to thoroughly evaluate the Jiaolong alongside 2 robust off-road vehicles from a certain manufacturer. I warmly invite everyone to tune in. Upon the release of this announcement, the entire automotive community turned its attention to Chen Dajin. It was evident that he intended to take matters into his own hands, leaving many curious about the nature of his evaluation. As a devoted supporter of Faith Motors, there were hopes that he would provide an impartial assessment. The online criticism had become overwhelming, with numerous comments seemingly originating from fake accounts, likely orchestrated by paid commentators. It was clear that these actions were the work of a specific automotive company, rumored to be a certain Crazy Tian. This brought to mind previous controversies involving disreputable celebrity endorsements and the notorious Bao Ge. One could only admire the audacity of Crazy Tian. As news of Chen Dajin's impending live evaluation of the Jiaolong spread, viewers flocked to his stream, and within moments, the audience count soared past 1 million, with just half an hour remaining until the broadcast commenced. Meanwhile, at Faith Motors, Su Chen also took note of the disparaging information regarding the Jiaolong circulating online. Particularly, 2 videos had sparked intense discussions among the upper management. It was evident that there were hidden forces at play, and the responses from certain individuals were utterly reprehensible. Without question, Crazy Tian was behind these attacks. How despicable! While Faith Motors conducts its business transparently, they resort to such underhanded tactics. Su Chen remained silent, fully aware that Crazy Tian was indeed the mastermind behind this smear campaign. The malicious commentary had already inflicted damage on Faith Motors, and it was imperative to quell this negativity. At that moment, Li Ruoxue, the head of the legal department, stood up and, noticing Su Chen's grave demeanor, softly spoke, "Mr. Su, I have uncovered some leads regarding these defamatory remarks and have gathered relevant information. I can compile it this afternoon and submit it directly to the police for action." Su Chen nodded, his brow furrowed. Indeed, their tactics remain as vile as ever. We must take measures to respond. Gather all evidence. We must ensure this individual faces justice. Li Ruoxue agreed with Su Chen's viewpoint, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, this matter will be handled effectively." She continued, "Moreover, Mr. Chen Dajin has posted on his social media, announcing that in 1 hour he will be live streaming an evaluation of the Jiaolong and 2 off-road vehicles from Crazy Tian. This is promising news for us. His influence is substantial, and if he delivers an unbiased review of the Jiaolong, it will greatly aid in dispelling these unfounded claims." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Su Chen's face. Chen Dajin is indeed a commendable individual. I trust he will provide a fair assessment of the Jiaolong. After finalizing their plans, they each set off to prepare for Crazy Tian's forthcoming maneuvers, fully aware that this commercial battle was merely beginning. At last, the time for the live stream arrived, and Chen Dajin began his broadcast punctually. The viewer count skyrocketed, soon exceeding 10 million. Positioned in the streaming studio, he had the Jiaolong and Crazy Tian's 2 rugged off-road vehicles displayed before him. "Greetings, everyone. I am Chen Dajin. Today, I will present a comprehensive evaluation of these 3 vehicles. My aim is to provide you with a fair and authentic assessment based on my first-hand experience." Without further ado, he launched into the evaluation, focusing primarily on the widely circulated second video, which depicted a wrench test on the Jiaolong's chassis. Facing the camera, Chen Dajin played the video for the audience. "Friends, I have watched this video repeatedly, and one might wonder why the Jiaolong's chassis appears so fragile, breaking with a mere tug of a wrench." The comments flooded in. Indeed, the individual in the video exerted no significant force. Could it be that the materials used in the Jiaolong's chassis are genuinely inferior? I sense there is more to this. The Jiaolong is about to undergo procurement testing by the military. Would they purchase it if the materials were subpar? The viewers remained composed, analyzing the situation from various angles. Chen Dajin smiled faintly, acknowledging their insights. You are correct. This video is indeed suspicious. Please observe the timestamp at 13:14. He paused the video and pointed to a specific frame. Look here. When the individual pulls on the Jiaolong's chassis with the wrench, the fracture surface is remarkably even. What does this indicate? It suggests that the chassis had been pre-cut before being subjected to the wrench. This revelation sent shockwaves through the live stream. Now I understand. No wonder the Jiaolong's chassis seemed so fragile. It was all orchestrated. First, they cut it and then used a wrench. Who could possibly conceive such a scheme? Faith Motors should immediately file a lawsuit against this individual. The viewers were incensed. They could hardly believe that someone would resort to such underhanded tactics against the Jiaolong. These methods were utterly unfathomable. Following this, Chen Dajin instructed the machinery to hoist the Jiaolong, along with the Ba Dao and Sun Hai Jian, into the air. He then retrieved a wrench. Since we are comparing, I shall attempt the same method as that individual. Next, I will use the wrench to test the chassis of these three vehicles and see which one boasts superior materials. With that, Chen Dajin approached the Ba Dao, signaling for the camera to capture its chassis. The results showed it to be completely intact. All right, everyone, pay close attention. He gripped the wrench, placing it against the chassis, and with all his might, he twisted. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed as the Ba Dao's chassis began to warp before the audience's eyes. Chapter 92. The outcome is clear. Immediate investigation required into the hidden manipulator. Isn't the Ba Dao supposed to be robust? Why does it seem so fragile? Indeed, it appears somewhat weak, a mere twist, and it bends. Is this truly the Ba Dao I once knew? Everyone began to express their astonishment as Chen Dajin exerted just a slight force. To their disbelief, the main beam of the Ba Dao twisted and deformed. Chen Dajin set down the wrench and approached the Sun Hai ship. Next, he aimed to test the Sun Hai ship in the same manner, curious to see if this flagship of the Ba Dao would fare any better. The audience in the live stream bantered, confident that the Sun Hai ship, given its price point, would not suffer the same fate as the Ba Dao. However, their hopes were soon dashed. With the same force and technique, Chen Dajin found that the beam of the Sun Hai ship too showed signs of twisting, even more severely than that of the Ba Dao. At this point, the viewers could no longer remain composed. How could the Sun Hai ship be so subpar? Indeed, it is far too weak. My heart aches for those who spent hundreds of thousands on the Sun Hai ship. Their investment seems utterly wasted. Dajin, please, test the Jiaolong next. I can hardly wait. Seeing this, the viewers clamored for Chen Dajin to assess the Jiaolong armed with the wrench. He approached the undercarriage of the Jiaolong. As the frame of the Jiaolong appeared on the live stream, many sharp-eyed viewers noted its beams were evidently more robust than those of the Ba Dao and Sun Hai ship. Moreover, the Jiaolong's beams appeared exceptionally sturdy. How could they possibly snap with a mere pull of a wrench? Experience reveals truth from its appearance. I believe the Jiaolong has already outclassed both the Ba Dao and the Sun Hai ship. Standing beside the Jiaolong, Chen Dajin, with a sense of anticipation, regarded the wrench in his hand. He recognized that this vehicle differed markedly from the previous two models. Its beams appeared significantly more substantial. Taking a deep breath, he crouched down to begin testing the Jiaolong's beam in the same manner. However, unlike the prior models, the Jiaolong's beam did not yield easily to his strength. Chen Dajin increased his force, yet the beam remained steadfast, showing no signs of deformation. He exerted himself once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. To ensure the validity of his results, Chen Dajin called upon two assistants to join him in pulling the wrench. Nevertheless, regardless of their combined strength, the Jiaolong's beam remained utterly immovable, completely contradicting the previous disparaging videos that claimed it would snap with a single pull. This scene astonished the viewers in the live stream. How could this be? The Jiaolong's beam was so resilient? 3 people pulling together did not even budge it? Finally, someone stood up to do what was just. It turns out the Jiaolong is indeed the true champion. Chen Dajin rose. gazing with satisfaction at the Jiaolong before him. The results of the test were evident to all. I need not elaborate further to avoid giving ammunition to those with ulterior motives. He waved the wrench and continued. However, I must emphasize that testing the strength of an off-road vehicle S-beam cannot solely rely on such a simplistic method as using a wrench. His words resonated within the live stream, garnering widespread agreement. He understood well that evaluating an off-road vehicle's performance must not be based on impulsive reactions or superficial observations. Qin continued, for a core component like the beam, we require scientific and rigorous testing methods. A simple wrench test can only serve as a preliminary reference, not a conclusive judgment. The viewers nodded in unison, recognizing Qin as a principled and discerning automotive critic, whose every test was meticulously considered and prepared. What shall we do next for a more scientific assessment? Inquired a curious viewer. Qin smiled slightly, responding, first, we need to conduct a more detailed examination of the Jiaolong S-beam, including aspects such as its material, thickness, and welding techniques. Next, we will employ professional testing equipment to perform pressure tests, bending tests, and more to comprehensively evaluate its strength and resilience. He paused, then added, of course, these tests will require time and equipment support. But rest assured, I will make arrangements promptly and present more detailed and thorough testing results in future broadcasts. Nevertheless, for the viewers, the preliminary wrench test already provided significant insight. The superiority and inferiority were clearly delineated. The strength of the Jiaolong S-beam surpasses that of both the Badao and the Sunhai ship. Qin then declared, since we are testing today, let us see it through. Next, I will conduct a collision test between the Jiaolong and these two vehicles. The content of the test was straightforward, to crash the three vehicles into each other and determine which possesses the higher structural integrity. A collision test? How exhilarating. Dajin is truly going for it. I can't wait. Haha, now the Badao and Sunhai ship will be exposed for what they are. The viewers eagerly anticipated the collision test, eager to witness the outcome of the Jiaolong against the other two models. Qin, glancing at the barrage of comments, smiled knowingly. He recognized that such a test would not only satisfy the viewers' curiosity, but also allow them to visually appreciate the Jiaolong's superiority in structural strength. Soon, Qin arranged the testing site and equipment. He positioned the Jiaolong, Badao, and Sunhai ships side by side, adjusting the angles and speeds for the impending collisions. Dear viewers, we shall now commence the first collision test, with the Jiaolong directly colliding with the Badao. Qin voice resonated in the live stream, inciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. At his command, the Jiaolong slowly accelerated toward the Badao. Bang! With a resounding crash, the two vehicles collided violently. The viewers gasped, riveted to the screen. The Jiaolong's frame showed almost no deformation, while the Badao's front end crumpled inward, a pitiful sight that was hard to behold. How could this be? The strength of the Jiaolong's body is astonishing. The Badao stands no chance against it. The viewers erupted in admiration, astonished by the Jiaolong's performance. Qin, pleased with the outcome, did not stop there. He proceeded with the collision test between the Jiaolong and Sunhai ship. This time, he opted for a rear-end collision, allowing the Sunhai ship to strike the Jiaolong. Following another thunderous crash, the two vehicles rebounded from the immense impact. As they landed heavily, the viewers finally took stock of the situation. While the Jiaolong's rear was not entirely unscathed, suffering only minor damage with its rear bumper dislodged, the Sunhai ship's front end was utterly unrecognizable, resembling a vehicle that had been struck by a rocket. It was a scene of utter devastation. What materials does the Jiaolong utilize? It has endured collisions with both the Badao and the Sunhai ship and emerged relatively unscathed. This Jiaolong is remarkably durable. I wonder who would dare to criticize it now. With such quality materials, who could possibly find fault? There must be an immediate investigation into the masterminds behind this event. Chapter 93. The Shift in Public Opinion, Wang Haoyu's Own Peril. Upon witnessing the results of the collision tests, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. Those who had previously followed the tide of online trolls began to awaken to the reality of the situation. It became evident that the disparaging claims against the domestic vehicle, the Jiaolong, were the machinations of malicious individuals lurking in the shadows. The more they looked, the more infuriated they became. Who could possibly harbor such animosity towards our homegrown automobiles? It needed no explanation. If the puppeteer behind this was not a certain someone, then I would eat my words. The audacity of it all was appalling. I had once been a supporter of Fengtian and even owned 2 of their cars. But now I felt compelled to sell them all in favor of supporting Jiaolong. In the live stream, numerous viewers began to vocally denounce Fengtian, deeming their actions utterly disgraceful. Meanwhile, Changan successfully vindicated the Jiaolong through this testing, leaving those who sought to tarnish its reputation speechless. At the conclusion of the live stream, Changan addressed the audience. Today's tests have come to an end. I extend my gratitude for your viewership and support. This assessment clearly demonstrates the Jiaolong's superior body strength. However, this does not imply that other models are inferior. Each individual has unique preferences and requirements regarding vehicles. I urge everyone to approach the performance and characteristics of various models with a rational mindset, lest you be misled by unfounded claims. As Changan concluded the broadcast, footage from the live stream circulated widely online. All disparaging remarks about the Jiaolong's materials appeared feeble and baseless in light of such authentic evaluations. Concurrently, various Jiaolong owners began to share their own testimonial videos. I chose the Jiaolong over Badao, and I was unaware of any discounts for purchasing a Jiaolong. Videos flooded the internet, with one owner stating, "I just booked a Sunhai Jian last week and canceled my order when the Jiaolong was released. I never received any offers from the company. There is something amiss here." What ulterior motives lay behind these videos? The integrity of Jiaolong was evident to all, and it became increasingly clear who was orchestrating the smear campaign. Hashtags began trending on social media, reaching the pinnacle of popularity. Who is behind the smear against Jiaolong? Baseless accusations against Jiaolong? Support Jiaolong to sue. The truth is shocking. Stand strong, Jiaolong. At that moment, Huang Mao, in charge of managing public relations for Fengtian's president Wang Haoyu, sat in his office, fantasizing about the profits he could reap from this endeavor. Haha, this money is too easy to make. Just post a few videos, and hundreds of thousands will be mine. Unbeknownst to him, the gravity of the situation was escalating. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Wang Haoyu. "Mr. Wang, I have nearly wrapped up the tasks here." Before Huang Mao could finish, Wang Haoyu's furious voice erupted from the other end. "What the hell have you done? Are you aware of what is transpiring online?" Huang Mao was momentarily taken aback. "What happened? My team has been doing quite well, hasn't he it? I've pushed all the posts to the forefront and even paid for trending topics." Hearing Huang Mao mention trending topics only fueled Wang Haoyu's rage further. "You dare to mention trending topics? Open your eyes and see what is trending now." Upon checking, Huang Mao was horrified to see that the trending topics he had paid for had been completely subverted. Instead of negative hashtags like Jiaolong cuts corners and Jiaolong deceives consumers, the trending topics were now in support of Jiaolong. Who is behind the smear against Jiaolong? Baseless accusations against Jiaolong. Support Jiaolong to sue. The truth is shocking. Stand strong, Jiaolong. What is happening? Huang Mao stared blankly at the trending topics, utterly bewildered. "You ask me what is happening? I should be asking you." The entire internet is aware that there are individuals deliberately tarnishing Jiaolong's reputation, and all evidence points towards us at Fengtian. "Tell me, how do you plan to address this?" Wang Haoyu's voice was filled with fury. Huang Mao, now panicking, replied, "Mr. Wang, this is impossible. We've been meticulous in our operations, and those videos from car owners were all shot from carefully chosen angles. How could this situation arise? How should I know?" Wang Haoyu was equally confounded. Initially, he had intended to use this incident to suppress Jiaolong, given their surging momentum. Who could have predicted it would spiral to this extent? "Hold on, I'll restart everything and swap out all the trending topics for ours." Huang Mao was in a frenzy, feeling like a rat trapped on a hot stove. However, as he attempted to access his service area, he discovered that all his accounts had been blacklisted by the authorities. His commenting privileges had been revoked, and even his IP address had been banned. Is this a targeted attack against me? Huang Mao cursed in frustration. If anything goes wrong, and you dare to sell me out, you won't escape unscathed. With that, Wang Haoyu hung up, leaving Huang Mao in a state of panic. Having led a team of trolls for years, he had never encountered such a crisis. The mass banning of accounts signaled his exposure. It was over. His subordinates began flooding him with frantic calls. Boss, this is bad. My IP address has been banned too. What should we do? Boss, I think we're in serious trouble. I'm out of here. Take care. It seems Jiaolong is serious this time. Feeling abandoned by the world, Huang Mao was at his wit's end. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, startling him. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Zhang Dai. We are from the property management, here to check the water meter. Irritated, Huang Mao snapped. The water meter is outside. Go check it yourself. Before he could finish, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a dozen police officers surged into the room, surveying the multitude of computers and phones. Along with the tangled web of wires, the officers nodded in agreement. We must have found the right person. Are you Zhang Dai? The lead officer inquired. Yes. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Huang Mao replied, attempting to destroy evidence in a panic. At this point, every little bit he could erase mattered. Before he could act, several officers swiftly apprehended him. After a cursory glance at various records online, the leading officer declared, take Zhang Dai away. It appears that the recent exposure of various scandals surrounding the Faith automobile is likely his doing. The blonde-haired individual attempted to protest. I didn't do anything. I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea? The officer retorted. Then we shall discuss this back at the precinct. Take him away. With that, several officers unceremoniously escorted the blonde-haired man away. Chapter 94. The mastermind behind the smear campaign against Faith Motors has been found. At this moment, the headquarters of Feng Tian was shrouded in despair. Wang Haoyu sat in his office, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. He realized that this incident was undoubtedly a tremendous blow to Feng Tian, and the repercussions were far from over. This public relations crisis was, in fact, more dire than the previous one involving Tan Ming. That yellow-haired brat boasted that after years in the smear campaign business, he would encounter no mistakes. Yet, it was astonishing how quickly the videos tarnishing the reputation of the Jiaolong were disseminated and then turned against them. Now, many were suspecting that Feng Tian was the true instigator behind this incident. What to do? What should we do? Bang! A loud noise shattered the tension as a tall figure barged in. It was the recently returned Feng Tian male Zhang. Mr. President, what? What brings you here? Wang Haoyu stammered. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Tian male Zhang strode over and slapped Wang Haoyu on the head. Baka, what? Am I not allowed to come? Should I sit idly by while you ruin Feng Tian company? Feng Tian male Zhang himself was also under immense pressure. The sales of Alpha in the land of the rising sun had plummeted significantly due to the emergence of Qilin. The so-called anti-faith alliance was utterly ineffective. The more they attacked, the higher the sales of Faith Motors soared. It was truly perplexing. Although he was aware that the recent release of the second model, Jiaolong, had indeed impacted the sales of Feng Tian's two rugged off-road vehicles, he never anticipated that Wang Haoyu would mismanage the crisis to this extent. The online backlash against Feng Tian was overwhelming. All of this was Wang Haoyu's fault. He had left a trace behind. This was a matter of life and death for Feng Tian in Dragon Country. It required his personal intervention. Wang Haoyu covered his face, staring incredulously at Feng Tian male Zhang. Mr. President, I was following your instructions. I am currently devising a way to salvage the situation. However, Feng Tian male Zhang interrupted, furious. Salvage? What other means are left to salvage? Your actions have completely infuriated the netizens of Dragon Country. Their impression of the Feng Tian brand has plummeted to an all-time low. Wang Haoyu bowed his head, too intimidated to speak further. He knew he had caused a monumental disaster, and the consequences were even graver than he had anticipated. Feng Tian male Zhang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that the priority was to find a solution to the problem. Immediately contact those online mercenaries and order them to cease all attacks on Faith Motors. Simultaneously, we must swiftly release a statement declaring that Feng Tian has no connection to this incident. Moreover, if any issues arise in the future, they will be solely your personal actions. Do you understand? Feng Tian Mail Zhang stated solemnly. At this point, we cannot afford to admit anything. We can only proceed down this path. Once we acknowledge it, it would spell disaster for Feng Tian. Wang Haoyu nodded in understanding. He realized that this was the only course of action left for him. Moreover, from Feng Tian Mail Lang's tone, it seemed he was willing to sacrifice himself. Wang Haoyu picked up the phone and called Huang Mao again. As the call connected, he hurriedly said, "You must immediately cease all attacks on Faith Motors. Delete the comments. And you have half an hour to comply, understood?" On the other end of the line, upon hearing Wang Haoyu's voice, there was a moment of silence. Sensing something was amiss, Wang Haoyu anxiously urged, "Speak up. Have you gone mute? Wasn't it you who directed Zhang Dai to carry out the online smear campaign against Faith Motors?" Upon hearing this, Wang Haoyu hastily hung up the phone. Oh no. Had Huang Mao been apprehended? Was that a police officer on the line? This is it. It's truly over. Wang Haoyu's mind spiraled into chaos as he realized the irreparable nature of the situation. He sat in his office, weakly resting his chin on his hands, staring vacantly out the window. Feng Tian Mail Zhang observed his demeanor, and his fury intensified as he pieced together the situation. It was evident that Wang Haoyu's contact had encountered trouble. He approached Wang Haoyu, seized his collar, and roared, "You worthless fool. Now look, everything is ruined." Overwhelmed by Feng Tian Mail Zhang's imposing presence, Wang Haoyu dared not resist and could only lower his head in acknowledgement of his fault. "Mr. President, I was wrong. I truly did not anticipate that things would escalate to this point. I merely wanted to contribute to the company." Feng Tian Mail Zhang released his grip. Inhaling deeply to calm his emotions, he recognized that the foremost task was to devise a strategy to resolve the problem rather than indulge in anger. He sat down at his desk and began contemplating countermeasures. Wang Haoyu stood to the side, cautiously observing Feng Tian Mail Zhang's expression. He understood that this incident had irrevocably shattered Feng Tian Mail Zhang's trust in him. There was a real possibility that he might face imprisonment. This matter had already completely spiraled out of control online. Various pieces of evidence pointed to Feng Tian Motors as the true orchestrator behind the incident. Numerous individuals had taken to the internet, demanding that Feng Tian provide a fair and reasonable explanation. Soon after, Feng Tian officially released a statement. In the announcement, Feng Tian unequivocally distanced itself from the public relations crisis, condemning the actions of hiring mercenaries to tarnish Faith Motors' reputation. The statement concluded by offering legal assistance to Faith Motors, should it be required. It was evident that the entire statement was an attempt to deflect responsibility, and it even included a veiled insult towards Faith Motors. However, the netizens of Dragon Country were not easily swayed. How utterly shameless. Feng Tian is practically wearing the words "no shame" on its face. It's disgusting. Who would dare to buy Feng Tian after this? I'll return my car. I vow never to drive a Feng Tian again. Amidst the indignant uproar from netizens observing the spectacle, Su Chen updated his status. Fresh from filing a report at the police station, he announced that the mastermind behind the smear campaign against Jiaolong had been found. Su Chen, with a vengeful heart, promptly released a video. The footage, recorded with police approval, showcased the mercenary leader, Huang Mao, tearfully recounting how he had been instructed by Wang Haoyu to malign Faith Motors. Various transfer records and conversations were also laid bare. Once Su Chen's update went live, it ignited a firestorm of public opinion online. Well, this settles it. Feng Tian orchestrated this whole mess. Come forth and apologize. We demand to see the craftsmanship spirit of the land of the rising sun. Chapter 95. No amount of public relations will help. Hurry and return the cars. Who would dare drive a Feng Tian vehicle again? Netizens flooded Su Chen's posts with comments expressing their discontent and anger towards Feng Tian Company. Various topics and trending searches dominated the online space, with comments solely denouncing Feng Tian. Feng Tian's male executive sat in his office, his face a stormy shade as he gazed at the video on his computer screen. His hands were clenched into fists, nails digging into his flesh, a clear indication of his struggle to contain his emotions. This Su Chen had actually managed to locate the leader of the hired trolls. He gritted his teeth in fury. He had anticipated Su Chen's decisiveness in turning the yellow-haired individual over to the authorities. Consequently, it had become exceedingly difficult for Feng Tian to shirk responsibility. In Su Chen's video, the yellow-haired individual had divulged everything, and all transaction records between him and Wang Haoyu had been exposed. It was evident that the situation had reached a point of no return. Wang Haoyu stood by, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He understood the gravity of the disaster he had caused. He was not only at risk of losing his job, but also faced potential legal repercussions. The automotive actions unfolded with alarming swiftness, as they had directly traced the yellow-haired man. "Mr. President, what should we do now?" he inquired cautiously. Feng Tian's male executive remained silent, lost in contemplation. He recognized that finding a solution swiftly was paramount. Otherwise, Feng Tian's market in Longwo would collapse entirely. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and then cast a venomous glance at Wang Haoyu. "You scoundrel! Why couldn't you leave a way out? Now that we are in such a passive position, what do you expect me to do?" His eyes seemed to blaze with fury, and he barely restrained the urge to slap Wang Haoyu across the face. After a moment of furious outburst, the executive began to issue orders. Immediately contact the public relations team and have them devise a strategy to salvage the company's image. Wang Haoyu nodded and hastened to reach out to the PR team. However, the unfolding events had spiraled beyond their control. Su Chen's posts were rapidly shared and commented upon, stirring a significant uproar online. An increasing number of netizens began to denounce Feng Tian Company, demanding a reasonable explanation and an apology. The so-called public relations firms were utterly unwilling to take on Feng Tian's case. In an instant, the entire company found itself in a precarious predicament. Additionally, calls from dealers across the country poured in. "Mr. Wang, what on earth is happening with Feng Tian?" Numerous customers are now seeking to return their vehicles. The list of models being returned was no longer limited to the Badao and Sun Haijian. Even bestsellers like the Mei Kai Rei were facing return requests. What is the headquarters doing? With such a significant issue, there are no remedial measures in place? Hurry and find a solution. At this rate, our 4S shop will go bankrupt. Furthermore, many of Feng Tian's partners were calling in, demanding to terminate their contracts with the company. The stock price of Feng Tian began to plummet, erasing billions from its market value in a mere half-day. At this juncture, the executive found himself at a loss. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Haoyu. "You are the one who caused this mess. You will bear the brunt of it." Wang Haoyu knew well that he was to blame for this calamity, yet hearing the executive's intent to sacrifice him was shocking. "Mr. President, even if I take the blame, how does that help resolve this situation?" He understood that sacrificing Wang Haoyu would not fully resolve the current crisis. However, filled with rage and helplessness, the executive aimed to shift the blame onto Wang Haoyu to alleviate some of his own emotional burden. "Go find the media, hold a press conference, and take full responsibility. Claim that this was all your personal doing, unrelated to the company," he said coldly. Wang Haoyu's face turned pale instantly. He realized that if he followed the executive's orders, his career would be irrevocably destroyed. Yet, faced with the executive's overwhelming authority, he had no choice but to acquiesce silently. "Yes, Mr. President," he replied, his voice trembling. The executive nodded slightly in satisfaction. He knew that while this course of action would not fully restore the company's image, it might alleviate some of the pressure. Moreover, he required someone to shoulder the blame for this incident to quell public outrage. Wang Haoyu was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. However, the executive failed to foresee that this approach would only further tarnish the company's image. The public was not gullible. They could easily perceive this as Feng Tian's attempt to evade accountability. Furthermore, as one of the company's executives, Wang Haoyu's actions were undoubtedly tied to the company's culture and management. Thus, even if Wang Haoyu accepted all responsibility, the public would not forgive Feng Tian. Instead, their disdain for the company would only deepen. As expected, when Wang Haoyu held the press conference following the executive's instructions, even his attempt to shoulder all the blame was met with skepticism from the netizens and those following the story. Wang Haoyu is a scapegoat. Who doesn't know that Feng Tian is behind this? It was a disastrous public relations effort. First baby and leopard brother. Now Wang Haoyu stepping up to take the fall. Fengtian truly has mastered various tactics. They treat consumers as fools, and us Longwu consumers have taken them far too seriously. I wonder who would buy their cars in the future. That's right. I already canceled my newly purchased car yesterday. From now on, I will only buy domestic vehicles. And what about Fengtian? Are they going to keep playing dead? They should come out and apologize. Wang Haoyu felt utterly despondent. Despite his explanations, the public remained resolute in their disapproval. Additionally, past grievances against Fengtian, including overcharging for vehicles, random fees at 4S shops, poor service from sales personnel, and excessive financial service fees, resurfaced online. Various trending topics soared without the need for promotion. Fengtian's past misdeeds, price gouging, who gave them the audacity, two major PR crises. Fengtian. Explain yourself. Su Chen founded Faith Motors out of anger over price gouging on Alpha. Sitting in his office, the executive watched the situation escalate online, engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. Chapter 96. The 4S stores are abandoning us. Fengtian is in grave danger. Fengtian has been operating in the Dragon Kingdom market for many years, but he has never found himself in such a passive position as he is today. The severity of the current situation has surpassed his control. Even he is at a loss for what to do. Just as Fengtian was preparing to take further action, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression immediately turned serious. The call was from the president of the Dragon Kingdom Automobile Industry Association. Fengtian understood that this incident had garnered the attention of the entire industry. He took a deep breath and answered the call. Mr. Feng, hello, came the calm voice of the president on the other end. We are aware of the recent events concerning your company. Fengtian's heart sank. He realized the situation had escalated dramatically. The fact that the president of the Dragon Kingdom Automobile Association was personally contacting him underscored the seriousness of the matter. Mr. President, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused, he said cautiously. Our company is doing everything possible to address this situation and hopes to provide a satisfactory response soon. However, the president did not acknowledge his words, but continued, Mr. Feng, I believe you are aware that our association has stringent requirements for the norms and fair competition within the automobile industry. Your company's actions have severely violated these standards. Therefore, we have decided to investigate your company and take appropriate measures. Upon hearing this, Fengtian felt a wave of panic wash over him. He knew that if the Dragon Kingdom Automobile Association truly investigated their company, the consequences would be dire. It would not only affect their standing in the Dragon Kingdom market, but could also tarnish their reputation globally. Mr. President, please allow me to explain, he hurriedly interjected. This situation is entirely a misunderstanding. Our company has not engaged in any misconduct. This was solely the actions of Wang Haoyu. We will actively cooperate with the association's investigation and provide a reasonable explanation as swiftly as possible. The president, however, let out a cold laugh. Do you think I would believe your explanation? He replied, your company's actions have provoked widespread dissatisfaction and protests from consumers. Furthermore, attempting to shift the blame onto one individual, such behavior is not only disrespectful to consumers, but also to our association. Fengtian's face turned pale. He realized that the situation was beyond redemption. He could only silently endure the president's reprimands and accusations. I hope you take this incident seriously, the president concluded. If your company cannot provide a satisfactory response and resolution, we will have no choice but to take further measures. With that, the president hung up. Fengtian sat in his office, filled with despair and helplessness. He understood that this incident had inflicted significant losses and negative repercussions on their company. With the Dragon Kingdom Automobile Association now involved, matters would only worsen. Soon, the association released an announcement online. Thorough investigation, restore the truth. Fengtian Motors. This effectively sealed their fate. The authorities were now officially involved. Finally, it's about time the Automobile Association took action against such companies that thrive on exploiting the people of the Dragon Kingdom. One comment read, these car manufacturers are utterly despicable, lacking any ethical standards. Just the thought of price gouging is repulsive. Indeed, just the other day, I went to purchase a Lexus, had already decided on the model. But when it came time to pay, they informed me of an additional service fee of 100,000. I was so disgusted that I canceled my order and bought a Jiaolong instead. I hope they investigate all joint venture enterprises. The issues are far too significant. Faced with the overwhelming tide of online commentary, Feng Tian took a deep breath and summoned his secretary. Immediately arrange a press conference. I must personally address this situation, he ordered. Before long, Feng Tian appeared at the press conference, where a substantial number of reporters had gathered. As soon as they saw him, they began firing questions. Mr. Feng Tian, was this incident orchestrated by you? Why smear Shenyang Motors without any evidence? What are your next steps in handling this matter? I understand that many vehicle owners at Feng Tian's 4S stores are returning their cars. How will you respond? Is Wang Haoyu's conduct truly just a personal matter? The reporters' inquiries were incisive, each question piercing Feng Tian's heart like a dagger. He was drenched in sweat and had no choice but to respond. The recent events were indeed due to our company's inadequate oversight, which allowed Wang Haoyu to exploit the situation. As the president, I cannot escape responsibility. I sincerely apologize to Shenyang Motors and other consumers harmed by Wang Haoyu's extreme actions. At this point, Feng Tian stood and bowed deeply. Since it was a live broadcast, the sight of his bow elicited laughter online. I told you, the little days will bow. What good is a bow? Why doesn't this car company just withdraw from the Dragon Kingdom? Right. Anyone who buys a car from this company again, I will mock them for 2.5 years. Throughout the press conference, Feng Tian kept repeating, I'm truly sorry, while his demeanor appeared earnest. It was evident he was at a loss. After the press conference concluded, Feng Tian was drenched in sweat. At that moment, several executives approached him to report, Mr. President, here are the data reported from various regions. Due to the recent events, not only have sales of Alpha Badeo and Sun Haijian plummeted, but it is estimated that the overall sales of all Feng Tian models have decreased by 20% within just a few days, and the trend is worsening. Additionally, the sales of Lexus under Feng Tian's brand have also experienced an irreversible decline, particularly for certain models subject to price hikes, which are now virtually unsellable, with some models recording single-digit sales figures. Mr. President, what should we do next? The executives looked to him for guidance, but Feng Tian was at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, starting tomorrow, all Feng Tian models that previously had price increases will revert to the same sales strategy as other vehicles, with no additional charges. Furthermore, we will implement the most significant discount policies across all models, including but not limited to direct price reductions, offering consumers the greatest benefits. Feng Tian was determined. To win back this segment of consumers, a price reduction strategy was imperative. Just as he was overwhelmed with anxiety, a group of individuals stormed in, visibly angry, brandishing documents and shouting. Feng Tian furrowed his brow and inquired of his secretary, what are these people doing? The secretary hurriedly learned the situation and returned, panicked. Mr. President, it's bad. These are the owners of the 4S stores from various regions. They are here to terminate their cooperation agreements with Feng Tian. Chapter 97. Just after terminating the contract with Feng Tian, they approached Faith Automobile for collaboration. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Feng Tian's male executive was momentarily taken aback. What? These individuals are all dealers, coming to terminate their contracts? Feng Tian's male executive was on the verge of losing his temper. With the company engulfed in such a significant crisis, he was at a loss as to how to manage the situation. And now, dealers were demanding to dissolve their contracts. What could he possibly do? He had intended to delay matters a bit, hoping to address other issues first. However, a dozen or so individuals soon arrived at his office. Isn't President Feng here? Our request is simple. We do not intend to renew our contracts. Please revoke our agency rights, they asserted. Indeed, our inventory has become excessively burdensome, and we can no longer manage it. If this continues, we will inevitably be dragged down. Moreover, there are numerous customers returning vehicles, and with old models failing to sell and new ones attracting no interest, our inventory situation has become dire. We hope the headquarters can offer us a lifeline. These individuals surrounded Feng Tian's male executive, vociferously demanding the termination of their cooperation agreements. With sincere yet firm words, he implored, "Ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge the dire state of the company and understand your concerns and dissatisfaction. However, dissolving the contracts is not the most effective solution. We need to confront this difficulty together and find a way forward." Unfortunately, his words did not resonate with the dealers. They shook their heads, expressing their inability to trust Feng Tian's company any longer and their unwillingness to bear the ensuing losses. "President Feng, we understand this may be challenging for you as well. But we, as small dealers, cannot shoulder such risks. We cannot continue waiting. We must act swiftly to mitigate our losses. Indeed, we have given Feng Tian ample opportunities. Yet the results? Sales have consistently declined, and the new models lack any appeal. How can we have confidence in continuing this partnership? Furthermore, all models from Feng Tian are experiencing dwindling sales. This month, our store sales have plummeted by more than half compared to last month. What shall we do?" The dealer's words were saturated with disappointment and dissatisfaction, leaving Feng Tian's male executive feeling utterly powerless. He silently cursed Su Chen several times. Why must Faith Automobile treat him this way? It should be noted that Feng Tian has over 204 stores in Longhua. Once this precedent is set, will more dealers follow suit? Observing that these individuals were unwilling to leave without resolution, Feng Tian's male executive instructed his secretary, "Please escort them to the legal department. If their claims are valid, let's proceed with terminating their cooperation." To prevent further escalation of the situation, he had no choice but to act thus. However, after issuing his orders, he addressed the dealers once more. "I can acquiesce to your requests, but I hope you refrain from spreading the word. If everyone becomes aware, it would severely damage Feng Tian's brand reputation." The individuals nodded in agreement, assuring him not to worry. Once outside Feng Tian's office, the dealers collectively pulled out their phones and began posting updates. Finally liberated, haha. No more selling Feng Tian's vehicles, which are labor-intensive and unprofitable. The 4S store is closing. Anyone in need of after-sales service, please come to our store. Additionally, we have a batch of inventory vehicles available. Feel free to come and choose. Feng Tian's male executive was taken aback. He never anticipated that these dealers would turn against him so swiftly. After finalizing their procedures and exiting the headquarters, they appeared visibly relieved. "Haha, this is splendid. Finally free. Yes, we no longer have to sell Feng Tian. It feels like a weight has been lifted. What shall we do now? Shall we approach Faith Automobile? Indeed, let us all try our luck with Faith Automobile. Who knows, we might secure the agency rights." After a brief discussion, they all boarded vehicles and headed toward Faith Automobile. Soon, news of the termination of contracts by multiple 4S stores with Feng Tian spread across the internet and within the industry, creating a ripple effect. Wait, has someone already taken action? That was quick. What are we waiting for? Let us pack up and head to Feng Tian's headquarters now. Hurry, we must go. I can't bear to sell Feng Tian any longer. My own 4S store feels unmanageable. Even though it's Feng Tian's issue, we are significantly affected. Meanwhile, within Faith Automobile, Su Chen was convening all management personnel for a meeting. "I trust everyone has observed the recent events. Feng Tian's smear campaign has not only failed to impact us, but has, in fact, boosted the reputation of Qilin and Jiaolong. This indicates what? It demonstrates that the public's perception is astute. This market is survival of the fittest. Feng Tian has effectively sealed its own fate, and since that is the case, let us lend a helping hand." Several high-ranking executives looked puzzled by Su Chen's remarks. "Mr. Su, what do you propose as our next step?" Su Chen pondered before responding. "Our next step is to open up agency qualifications for Faith Automobile." The executives exchanged glances, surprised. "Mr. Su, hasn't Faith Automobile always operated directly? Isn't it premature to open up agency qualifications now? I recall a Feng Tian 4S store owner inquiring previously, but we declined." Su Chen understood their concerns. Currently, the sales model of Faith Automobile differed significantly from that of 4S stores. The latter operated more like franchise establishments, which allowed for weaker control over service and product quality. However, the direct sales model also had its drawbacks. Primarily, the limited coverage of experienced stores meant a smaller customer base. Most of Faith Automobile's direct stores were located within shopping malls, meaning only mall visitors could interact closely with the brand. If the direct sales model were expanded to include more locations, more individuals would have the chance to experience Faith Automobile firsthand. Moreover, a comprehensive range of services, including after-sales support, could be guaranteed. On the other hand, the direct sales model required higher investment costs and concentrated risks. Transitioning to a store model could reduce the financial outlay from the headquarters while dispersing risks among dealers. The headquarters would only need to ensure proper oversight of after-sales and service across various stores. After careful consideration, Su Chen concluded that opening agency qualifications now was conducive to Faith Automobile's development. Furthermore, following the establishment of a solid reputation, Faith Automobile had become a household name. Additionally, given the magnitude of the public relations crisis at Fengtian, many 4S stores might be contemplating severing ties with Fengtian in favor of aligning with Faith Automobile. As Su Chen elucidated his thoughts in the office, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Su, a group of individuals claiming to have just terminated their cooperation with Fengtian's 4S stores have arrived. They wish to inquire about obtaining agency rights with us at Faith Automobile. Su Chen smiled. How fortuitous. It seems our timing is impeccable. Chapter 98. Faith Automobile is set to produce supercars. Soon, a dozen well-dressed businessmen entered, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and tension. Mr. Su, greetings. We are here to seek a partnership with Faith Automobile. One representative spoke on behalf of the group. Su Chen offered a faint smile, gesturing for them to take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand the purpose of your visit. However, acquiring the dealership rights for Faith Automobile is not a simple task. Su Chen replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Mr. Su, we comprehend the challenge. We were previously distributors for Fengtian Automobile, but due to recent negative press surrounding the brand, our business has suffered significantly. Thus, we wish to transition and join the Faith Automobile family, one individual stated earnestly. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging their plight. Faith Automobile has always upheld principles of high quality and superior service. We require not merely dealers, but partners. Therefore, I hope you understand that representing Faith Automobile is not solely for profit. It is about jointly safeguarding the reputation and image of this brand. His words plunged everyone present into deep contemplation. They recognized that Faith Automobile's rapid ascent was not merely attributed to product quality, but also to its esteemed reputation and image. To successfully pivot, they must abandon their previous profit-driven mindset and genuinely treat Faith Automobile as their own enterprise. Practices such as price gouging would be utterly unacceptable moving forward. Mr. Su, we understand. We are willing to grow alongside Faith Automobile and uphold the brand's reputation and image, one person declared, with others quickly voicing their agreement. Seeing their resolve, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very well, since you have this determination, I shall provide you with an opportunity. He instructed someone from the legal department to present a document to them. This is the dealership contract for Faith Automobile. You may take it back for careful consideration. And if all is satisfactory, you may proceed to sign. The group accepted the contract, their faces illuminating with excitement. They understood that this was a pivotal step in their transformation, a new beginning for their careers. What a farce Fengtian was. They merely sought to exploit. They deceived both us and the customers. They had now clearly discerned that Faith Automobile, as a new automotive enterprise, significantly differed from Fengtian. By aligning themselves with Faith Automobile, they not only anticipated profits, but also relief from the daily struggles of dealing with dissatisfied clients. Mr. Su, an elderly businessman, rose, his expression filled with emotion. We are at a loss for how to express our gratitude. Several others echoed, indeed, Mr. Su, this is a critical juncture for us. And your promptness is truly unexpected. Rest assured, upon our return, we will promptly dismantle all Fengtian signage and renovate our establishments to reflect the distinctive style of Faith Automobile. We will not bring shame upon ourselves. Yes, we will follow Faith Automobile unwaveringly. If you direct us east, we shall not stray west. Everyone expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Su Chen for granting them the opportunity to join Faith Automobile. As the most sought-after brand in the market, they could hardly believe their luck in securing dealership rights. To be a dealer, service must be paramount. Upon your return, you must recruit new staff and instill a robust service ethos. We cannot continue with Fengtian's previous approach. Furthermore, both of Faith Automobile's models are currently selling exceptionally well. Should I learn that any of you engage in price gouging, I will not be lenient. The room fell silent, as all present recognized the seriousness of Su Chen's words. Mr. Su, rest assured, we will not engage in such practices. We understand that the brand image of Faith Automobile is our collective asset, and we shall cherish it. The group collectively affirmed their commitment to adhere strictly to Faith Automobile's guidelines and uphold its image. Su Chen nodded, pleased with their attitudes. I trust you. As long as you dedicate yourselves earnestly, Faith Automobile will surely reward you. His words ignited a wave of excitement among all present. They realized this marked a new beginning, filled with challenges and opportunities. As long as they steadfastly followed Faith Automobile's lead, their future paths would surely broaden. After the meeting concluded, everyone exited the conference room, their faces beaming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Within a few days, all major outlets of Faith Automobile underwent a comprehensive renovation and upgrade. The former Fengtian dealership owners returned to strip away all Fengtian branding, replacing it with the unique and striking logo of Faith Automobile. The interior displays were revitalized, radiating modernity and technological sophistication. Moreover, the attitude of the staff underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer haughty and dismissive, they became warm and attentive, consistently prioritizing the needs and sentiments of their customers. Meanwhile, Fengtian was in disarray. Aside from the owners who had terminated their agreements, dozens of other Fengtian dealerships began to follow suit, demanding to dissolve their contracts. We can no longer cooperate. Fengtian stock had plummeted for consecutive days, with its market value shrinking by nearly 100 billion. Simultaneously, sales across all models in Fengtian dealerships continued to decline, dropping nearly 30% compared to the same period last year. This trend was only intensifying. If this trajectory persisted, Fengtian's overall sales could fall by more than half. For a company that had been in the Dragon Country market for many years, this was a significant blow. Last year, Fengtian's sales in the Dragon Country reached around 1.8 million units, accounting for approximately 16% of global sales. The Dragon Country market was undeniably substantial, with sales diminishing so drastically in less than 2 months. All of Fengtian's executives began to worry. Fengtian's male leader was in a state of distress, hastily returning to strategize with the shareholders. At this moment, Su Chen had finished the meeting and delegated tasks within the company. After enjoying dinner, he prepared to drive home. As he drove, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The past few days had been a relentless whirlwind, but the outcomes were favorable. Both models of Faith Automobile had found their footing, achieving record sales in the entire Dragon Country automotive industry. The final tests for the military department's Jiaolong were also expected to be completed soon, and new product plans should be forthcoming. Just then, a post online caught Su Chen's attention. The global Supercar Conference is imminent, yet no automotive enterprise from the Dragon Country qualifies to attend. Curious. Su Chen clicked to read further. The comments section was filled with an array of responses. The Dragon Country can't even manufacture engines or gearboxes. How can it produce supercars? What a dream. Despicable. How can our great nation, the Dragon Country, not produce even a single sports car? Though the comments originated from Dragon Country netizens, most were aware that, with the current technology, it was indeed a formidable challenge to create a supercar worthy of the racetrack. After reading, a spark ignited in Su Chen's eyes. Domestic enterprises are incapable of producing sports cars, are they? Very well. I, Su Chen, shall be the pioneer in this venture. The next vehicle that embodies our automotive faith will be none other than a supercar. Chapter 99, Chitu, the new supercar project of Faith Automotive. Soon after, Su Chen checked the date of the Supercar Conference, which was just over half a month away. Theoretically, with the support of the system, half a month was ample time for a prototype to roll off the assembly line. Thus, Su Chen promptly accessed the system, searching for design blueprints and related information on supercars. Before long, His gaze settled upon a supercar named Qitu. Astonishing. Is this the Qitu supercar bestowed upon me by the system? Despite having encountered the Qilin and Jiaolong models, Su Chen was still awestruck by Qitu's design. Its aesthetic exuded a distinctly futuristic vibe, simple yet extravagantly exquisite. Its beauty was simply breathtaking, defying description through mere words or text. In comparison to traditional supercars, Qitu had already surpassed them immensely in terms of design alone, embodying an existence that radiated brilliance. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen chose to redeem it. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully redeeming the Qitu supercar. You have been rewarded with the complete production line and design blueprints for Qitu. As he beheld the successful redemption of Qitu, Su Chen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He could almost envision Qitu dazzling at the global Supercar Conference in half a month's time. That moment, without a doubt, would belong to Faith Automotive's Qitu. Su Chen remained exhilarated throughout the night, unable to sleep. The following morning, he posted an image of Qitu partially obscured, tagging the official account of the Supercar Conference. Who says Long will lax its own supercar? In half a month, Faith Automotive's Qitu will make a swift debut. As usual, Su Chen's post went viral. Within moments, the comments skyrocketed to over 10,000. Netizens flocked to express their opinions. Wow, is Faith Automotive releasing a new product? Could it be happening so soon? I remember the Jiaolong was just launched not long ago. What a treasure of a car company Faith Automotive is, already unveiling another vehicle. The name Qitu is fantastic, infused with elements of our Longwa. This car must be magnificent. Su, can you stop teasing us and reveal the full image of Qitu? What you've shown is simply insufficient. Almost all netizens clamored for Su Chen to unveil the complete image of Qitu. Naturally, Su Chen would not acquiesce. The suspense must be preserved until the very end. Subsequently, he brought the materials to the company. Upon presenting the research and development plan for Qitu and the necessary documents to Lu Fei of the R&D department, Lu Fei was left utterly astonished. Su, are you saying we will directly produce this supercar named Qitu? Su Chen nodded. The comments online were infuriating, suggesting that our Longwa automotive industry could not produce supercars. I established Faith Automotive to shatter such misconceptions. All the information is here. We must ensure that this supercar is completed within half a month. I want our Longwa-made supercar to shine and prove our true capabilities to the world. Lu Fei, inspired by Su Chen's words, responded eagerly, rest assured. I will lead my team to accomplish this task. After seeing the materials regarding Qitu, Lu Fei was equally astonished. Qitu was truly otherworldly. It hardly resembled a supercar of this century, appearing more akin to extraterrestrial technology. Its streamlined exterior was almost exaggerated to the point of distortion. Compared to traditional supercars, Qitu's flamboyance seemed otherworldly. In terms of design, Qitu leaned closer to perfection than even the Qilin and Jiaolong. Particularly impressive was its range. A fully electric supercar capable of achieving a staggering 1,500 kilometers. As for acceleration, Qitu theoretically boasted a time in the 2-second range. The actual lap times would likely be even more impressive. Coupled with extensive use of carbon fiber materials, the vehicle's strength was ensured while minimizing its weight. What else could this be but a product of a new era? All present, research personnel and senior management alike, who were aware of Qitu's existence, eagerly anticipated the day of its birth. Just then, Su Chen received a call from Li Wei, a consultant at the Longwa Military Industrial Department. Li Wei's voice was filled with excitement. Su, the final tests for Jiaolong have passed, marking it the best product in the history of military vehicle procurement data. After extensive confirmation and discussions among the leadership, it has been decided that the first batch will procure 15,000 units of Jiaolong. Su Chen was taken aback. What? 15,000 units? Previously, Li Wei had estimated the final procurement to be around 10,000 units. An unexpected increase of 5,000 units was astonishing. It must be said that the procurement power of our Longwa Military Industrial Department is truly formidable. Li, rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Su Chen vowed. The company is currently exploring ways to expand production capacity. It won't be long before our Jiaolong is fully operational within the military. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I will draft the contract promptly, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration. After hanging up, Lu Fei approached with curiosity. Su, what has you so elated? Su Chen calmed his excitement and replied, our military version of Jiaolong has passed its final tests. Consultant Li from the Military Industrial Department just informed me that they intend to procure 15,000 Jiaolong units. 15,000 units? Lu Fei and his colleagues were dumbfounded. The procurement price for a military version of Jiaolong was 1.5 million each, totaling over 200 billion. Moreover, they knew that the Military Industrial Department was renowned for its substantial budget. With such a windfall, Faith Automotive could significantly expand its production capacity. Bolstered by the endorsement from the military, this was immensely beneficial for the development of Faith Automotive. Soon after, the official website of the Military Industrial Department published the procurement list, where astute netizens quickly spotted Faith Automotive's name. Faith Automotive has indeed passed the Military Industrial Department's procurement tests. Is the Jiaolong set to equip the military? Faith Automotive is incredible. I increasingly admire Su. He not only founded Faith Automotive, but has also triumphed over joint ventures and now even secured a deal with the Military Industrial Department. I feel that the Jiaolong in my possession is absolutely remarkable. It becomes increasingly appealing. The quality of Faith Automotive is purely military grade. I will wholeheartedly support them from now on. While Su Chen was leading Faith Automotive in the development of new products, a wave of disappointment washed over the man from the small nation of Ri. Chapter 100. The Automobile Association will impose maximum penalties on Fengtian. Upon returning to the country, Mr. Fengtian summoned an emergency board meeting. In recent months, Fengtian has found itself in an unprecedented predicament in Longhua. Coupled with several failed public relations endeavors, Fengtian's sales in Longhua have plummeted by nearly half. During the meeting, several board members demanded an explanation from Mr. Fengtian. Mr. President, what is the situation with Fengtian's sales in Longhua? What are your plans for recovery? A bald man struck the table as he spoke. After a moment's hesitation, Mr. Fengtian replied, it is well known that we have encountered an exceedingly harsh commercial battle in Longhua. Currently, our overall sales have significantly declined, and as the president, I bear my share of the responsibility. The bald man continued, Fengtian's stock price is still in decline, having dropped by 20%. If we do not intervene soon, it will adversely affect our global market. Mr. Fengtian nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware of this and am actively seeking solutions. If necessary, we may have to alter our existing sales model and implement price reductions. The bald man looked up at Mr. Fengtian. Price reductions? By how much? Not only have sales declined, but the number of 4S dealerships has also shrunk by over 100. Furthermore, I have heard that many of the dealerships that previously sold Fengtian have now transitioned to become dealers for Shenyang Motors. I wonder if Fengtian's recent crisis is related to Shenyang Motors? Mr. Fengtian felt overwhelmed. Indeed, part of the issue stems from Shenyang Motors, but it is not the sole factor. Fengtian's failures in the Longhua market are due to missteps in our operational strategy, compounded by external influences. He inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. He was reluctant to admit that Fengtian's predicament was tied to Shenyang Motors. Fengtian has been established for nearly a century, while Shenyang Motors is merely 2 months old and still finding its footing. It is rather embarrassing to admit that we are lost due to Shenyang Motors. However, we cannot abandon the Longhua market. After all, Longhua is one of the largest automotive markets globally, and we must make our mark here. The bald man appeared dissatisfied with Mr. Fengtian's response. His brow furrowed as he said, Mr. President, we require concrete solutions, not empty promises. Mr. Fengtian nodded and began to elaborate on his plan. First, we need to adjust our sales strategy, launching products that better align with consumer demands in Longhua. Second, we must enhance our promotional efforts to elevate Fengtian's brand recognition in this market. Lastly, we will consider collaborating with capable dealers to reconstruct our sales channels. Upon hearing this, the bald man's expression softened slightly, yet he remained concerned. These measures sound promising, but their implementation will require time and resources. Our stock price continues to fall, and shareholder confidence is wavering. Mr. Fengtian understood the bald man's apprehension. He took a deep breath and said, I recognize that the situation is dire, but I firmly believe that if we unite our efforts, we can weather this storm. I will do everything within my power to mobilize all resources to salvage Fengtian's standing in the Longhua market. After the meeting concluded, Mr. Fengtian returned to Longhua. To counteract the declining sales, he instituted a policy of price reductions across the entire range of vehicles. News of the price cuts at various Fengtian 4S dealerships spread rapidly online. Fengtian was offering steep discounts on everything from A-class vehicles to luxurious models. Even the previously sought-after Alpha and Ba Dao Sunhai Jian were no longer sold at a premium. Discounts reached as high as 50,000 yuan. Each 4S dealership notified its staff to commence the promotional price reductions, leading to a flurry of phone calls. Hello, this is Xiao Li from Fengtian. Weren't you interested in our MyCare? Now, all models are discounted by 30,000, plus additional in-store promotions. Oh, you're not considering it? Hello, Mr. Zhang. Alpha is no longer at a premium. We have plenty in stock, and there's a 50,000 discount. What? You've already purchased Qilin? Hello, Mr. Li. The Sunhai Jian we discussed has arrived, and the discount is unparalleled. What? You've already ordered another vehicle? Soon, the sales staff grew disheartened. They had believed that as a long-established automaker, Fengtian would attract customers even amid a public relations crisis. They thought that with price reductions, customers would flock to them. However, after countless calls, only a handful expressed genuine interest. Furthermore, the foot traffic at Fengtian 4S dealerships had dropped by at least 80%. Previously, customers would queue outside the showroom at opening time, but now, even with such significant discounts, hardly any inquiries were made. The employees at all Fengtian 4S dealerships lamented their plight. After enduring a few days of hardship, many employees began to contemplate resigning. Consequently, not only was Fengtian's headquarters overwhelmed, but the remaining 1,000 or so 4S dealerships were also in distress. Soon, news of Fengtian's discount strategies and actions spread across the internet. Netizens reacted with glee. Fengtian is reaping what it sowed, isn't it? What good is a price cut if we refuse to buy? These greedy individuals deserve this. Wasn't it all about raising prices and poor service? Now they regret it, don't they? The people of Longhua are truly united this time. If they say they won't buy Fengtian, they won't. I bet in a few months, Fengtian will exit the Longhua market. Mr. Su from Shenyang Motors stated he would topple Fengtian in 3 months, and it seems he is indeed achieving that. Fengtian is in trouble. Regardless, I support domestic brands. Even if I can't afford Shenyang Motors for now, I can choose to support domestic manufacturers like BDA and Chongqing. It's not like we have to drive joint venture imported cars. That's right, our domestic vehicles have certainly risen. Support domestic cars. Many netizens expressed that even if Fengtian further reduced prices, they would not purchase. Fengtian's recent maneuvers were perplexing and had tarnished its public image. The confrontation between Fengtian and Shenyang Motors appeared to be a complete defeat for Fengtian. Just as netizens were deriding Fengtian, the Longhua Automobile Association released a statement. Fengtian Motors is implicated in unfair competition, with various evidence collected, and the Longhua Automobile Association will soon impose maximum penalties on Fengtian Motors. Chapter 101. What? Is the red hair going offline? Upon the announcement, the automotive community was immediately taken aback. Netizens flooded the comments section with their reactions. Indeed, the righteous force has intervened. Companies like Fengtian deserve to be penalized adequately. Are they still so arrogant? Now they must be feeling the heat. A maximum penalty, how delightful. Let them be punished until they are terrified. Price gouging and deceiving consumers must be settled one by one. From now on, let us support domestic brands when purchasing cars. Isn't it admirable to have faith in our own automobiles? Why should we funnel our money into these unscrupulous car manufacturers? All the netizens rallied behind the Automotive Association's decision. It was truly satisfying. As soon as the announcement was made, Fengtian's global stock prices plummeted rapidly. The entire market was engulfed in anxiety. A plethora of damaging information about Fengtian surfaced. The 4S dealerships were left dumbfounded. They had already offered the highest discounts on all models, yet the number of buyers had decreased by 70 to 80%. Even owners who had pre-ordered other models were lining up to return their cars, reminiscent of the mass returns when the Jiaolong was first released. "We're not driving these anymore." Fengtian's recent actions had genuinely disappointed them. The repercussions were not limited to Fengtian. Various joint venture brands, especially those from Japan, experienced a decline in sales to varying degrees. The netizens were not buying their excuses. Soon, an explosive piece of news emerged. Sanling Automobile withdraws from the Dragon Country market. What? Sanling is exiting the Dragon Country? The news appears to confirm this. It said they are insolvent. What a deserved fate. The market in the Dragon Country is evolving rapidly, with numerous new energy vehicle companies emerging. Firms that refuse to adapt should have exited long ago. Indeed, as one of the largest automotive markets in the world, the pace of innovation in the Dragon Country is relentless. If you don't evolve, who will you replace? Well said. So, when will Fengtian and Bintian withdraw from the Dragon Country market? The comments from netizens surged like a tide, filled with anticipation and concern for the fate of Fengtian and Bintian within the Dragon Country market. After all, the previous instances of price gouging and consumer deception had left many customers disheartened. The atmosphere at the headquarters of Fengtian was grim. Following the Automotive Association and Oppo's announcement of penalties, Fengtian's stock price behaved like a roller coaster, plummeting uncontrollably. Shareholders felt the sting of evaporating market value. The market's reaction was beyond their expectations, plummeting sales, a loss of consumer confidence, and a tarnished brand image. At this moment, Fengtian's executives convened an urgent meeting to devise a strategy. They understood that if this continued, they might find themselves with no foothold in the Dragon Country market, potentially facing a fate as dismal as Sanling's. Unwilling to accept such a fate, they knew they had to take action to restore consumer confidence. "We must act to regain the trust of our customers," the male executive insisted anxiously. However, the current situation seemed nearly irreparable. Their brand image had suffered severe damage. The COO of Fengtian shook his head helplessly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. They realized that any decision made at this moment could significantly impact the company's future. After a brief silence, the male executive sighed. "Do we really have to start investing in new energy vehicles?" He had previously stated in various forums that electric vehicle technology was outdated and unrecognized by the world. Thus, even in dire straits, Fengtian would never heavily invest in new energy development. At most, they would deepen their research in hybrid technology. Yet, just 2 months later, Fengtian found itself in this precarious position due to the relentless advance of Faith Automobile. Public relations efforts had become futile. Fengtian was losing its long-standing advantages as a joint venture in the Dragon Country. The executives, who would have typically disagreed with the notion of developing new energy vehicles, found themselves speechless. Predicting the market's next move had become increasingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, the male executive finally looked up and addressed the R&D department. "Starting today, Fengtian will allocate substantial funds to support the research and development of new energy vehicles. Everyone, I implore you." He stood, bowing deeply to the members of the technical team. The head of the R&D department scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. This male executive was truly infuriating. He had suggested numerous times that Fengtian invest in new energy vehicle development, yet the executive remained a staunch supporter of traditional fuel vehicles, refusing to listen. Now, with the new energy sector in the Dragon Country having advanced significantly, it was evident that Fengtian was falling behind by at least a decade. Entering the new energy race now would render their vehicles mere second-rate products. Even high-end brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Audi were struggling to gain acceptance among consumers in the Dragon Country. How could Fengtian hope to compete? After the meeting concluded, the male executive returned to his office. His face ashen, his eyes vacant. After a while, he pulled out his phone and confidently posted an update on social media. Fengtian would vigorously develop new energy vehicles, with a technological breakthrough expected within 2 months. Thank you for your support. Let us meet again soon. This post quickly sparked a frenzy on social media within the Dragon Country. Netizens, who had previously harbored skepticism towards Fontian, began to discuss the implications of this announcement. Was Fontian finally acknowledging the inevitable shift in the market and changing its strategy? A technological breakthrough in 2 months? Could they truly deliver? Or were they merely making grand promises? Even if they succeeded in development, who would dare to purchase their vehicles after previous instances of price gouging and consumer deception? Observing their previous attitude juxtaposed with their current stance was indeed ironic. Had we known it would come to this, would we have acted differently? The comments from netizens were rife with skepticism and distrust. Fontian's past transgressions had severely undermined its brand image, and regaining consumer confidence in a short time would prove to be a formidable challenge. As Fontian's joint venture companies scrambled to salvage their market position, Su Chen remained wholly focused in the workshop of Faith Automobile. Day after day, he worked alongside the engineers, laboring tirelessly. Everyone was putting in extra hours, seemingly driven by madness. Lu Fei led the entire technical team, following Su Chen's direction, meticulously tackling each stage of the project. Exhausted, they would sleep on the office floor. Hungry, they would eat hastily in the office. Everyone was united in their efforts for one singular purpose: the new supercar from Faith Automobile, the red hair. Fortunately, their hard work was about to pay off as the first engineering prototype of the red hair was set to roll off the assembly line. After over 10 days of relentless work, Su Chen was currently napping on the floor of his office. Suddenly, Lu Fei burst in. Su, wake up." Su Chen jolted awake, instinctively springing to his feet. "Is something wrong?" Lu Fei, barely containing his excitement, approached Su Chen with tears of joy in his eyes. "No, Su. Everything is fine. It's just, our red hair is about to be unveiled." "What? The red hair is going offline?" Su Chen quickly slipped on his shoes and rushed outside, muttering to himself, "Nothing has gone wrong yet. This is going to be monumental." Chapter 102. Is this Chitu? A sports car from the future? The workshop was brightly lit, with workers clad in uniform attire busily engaged in their tasks with a sense of urgency and order. The air was thick with the distinctive aroma of the automotive production line, a scent unique to the world of car manufacturing. Su Chen and Lu Fei hurried into the workshop, their eyes immediately drawn to the brand-new Cheetah supercar, which stood silently at the end of the production line, undergoing its final procedure. It was almost ready to roll out. Su Chen rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. What was this inexplicable excitement? He exclaimed with enthusiasm. The Chitu had transitioned from project initiation to prototype completion in a mere 14 days. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. The system was formidable, but equally remarkable were the researchers and workers dedicated to the development of Faith Automotive. In this high-pressure environment, they had managed to create the first supercar, Chitu, in just half a month. At that moment, Su Chen noticed a massive countdown clock hanging above the Chitu. It was the final and most crucial moment. Only 1 minute remained. In the workshop, everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on the countdown. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its conclusion. Lu Fei excitedly grasped Su Chen's hand. "President Su, look. The final procedure for the Chitu has been completed." As a worker closed the car door with a flourish, the new generation supercar, Chitu, officially rolled off the production line. In that instant, Su Chen could hardly contain his exhilaration. "Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful," he exclaimed, breaking into applause. The entire workshop erupted into thunderous applause. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of release. The culmination of their relentless efforts was to witness this very moment. Suddenly, a brilliant spotlight illuminated from above, extinguishing all other lights to focus solely on the Chitu. Its striking red paint glimmered with an indescribable brilliance. The red was dazzling, regal, and utterly unbelievable. The Chitu's design was both audacious and composed. Particularly, the front showcased a low-profile stance infused with an overwhelming force poised to surge forward. The side contours could hardly be encapsulated by the term elegant. They were simply perfection. At the rear, a massive spoiler initially appeared exaggerated. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize how harmoniously it complemented the overall design. The shockwaves produced by the previous Jiaolong's launch paled in comparison to the impact of the Qitu. This was a truly futuristic concept car. If it were to grace major auto shows, the Qitu would undoubtedly be hailed as a concept vehicle. Turning to the interior, the Qitu featured two ergonomically designed racing seats crafted from the finest leather available. The dashboard boasted a minimalist design, devoid of any overwhelming embellishments. Everything was simple, maximizing the sense of prestige and luxury associated with the Qitu. At this moment, the Qitu seemed to become the center of the universe. Its crimson body radiated an alluring sheen under the lights, resembling a poised beast ready to leap into action. Even Su Chen, captivated by the Qitu's beauty, found himself speechless. Having previously perused the design blueprints, Su Chen believed that once actualized, this vehicle would undoubtedly deliver a dimensional blow to all other sports cars on the market. Ignoring all parameters, in terms of sheer aesthetics, how many cars in the realm of supercars could rival the Qitu? Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and even Bugatti Veyrons paled in comparison to it. It was as if no matter how stunning a production car might be, it could never compete with a concept car. And the Qitu was precisely that, a production vehicle adorned with a sci-fi exterior and concept-like allure. Was this not a dimensional blow? Su Chen nodded vigorously, filled with satisfaction for the Qitu. At that moment, the workers gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and pride. They understood that this Qitu was not merely a car. It was the embodiment of their dedication and the fruits of countless days and nights of labor. Su Chen and Lu Fei stood amidst the crowd, their eyes locked onto the Qitu, as if etching every detail into their memories. The glimmer of excitement and anticipation shone in Su Chen's eyes. He knew this supercar would ignite a frenzy in the marketplace. "President Su, we did it!" Lu Fei exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Su Chen nodded, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. In just 2 days, the world's premier supercar event would commence. He eagerly anticipated the spectacle that would ensue when the Qitu graced the stage. Lu Fei approached Su Chen, offering to open the car door for him. "President Su, the car is fully calibrated. Let us take it for a spin." Su Chen nodded and settled into the driver's seat. The moment he sat down, he was enveloped by a sense of luxury. As he touched the steering wheel, he marveled. What an exceptional vehicle. He then pressed the ignition button. "Dear esteemed Qitu owner, may you enjoy your drive." A melodious female voice resonated within the cockpit. Upon pressing the ignition, the Qitu, which was a fully electric sports car, awakened from its slumber. Even when started, it was eerily silent, like a ghost. There was not a sound. It was quiet, too quiet. Su Chen gently pressed the accelerator, and the Qitu surged forward. He smoothly navigated the vehicle onto Faith Automotive's internal testing track, with all the workers following suit. "President Su, this car's theoretical 0 to 60 acceleration can exceed 2 seconds. Take it easy," Lu Fei cautioned from a distance. Su Chen reflected on the 2-second acceleration. Upon launch, the occupants would experience a gravitational force of 1 g. Without acclimatization to such speed, one might feel a strong sense of vertigo. With a grin, Su Chen disregarded the warning and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Whoosh! Before Lu Fei could react, he witnessed the Qitu dart away. This is absurdly fast. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Lu Fei stood astonished, overwhelmed by an indescribable thrill. He realized he had just witnessed the birth of a miracle. On the testing track, the Qitu zipped by like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind only a blur and astonished workers. Su Chen reveled in the extreme speed the Qitu offered. As if transported to a futuristic realm, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, and the Qitu gracefully weaved through the curves, each acceleration filling him with boundless delight. Absolutely fantastic. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He eagerly anticipated the commotion that would ensue 2 days hence, when this magnificent Qitu took center stage at the Supercar event. Chapter 103. What kind of car is this? I've never seen one like it before. Su Chen had been driving this vehicle around the test track for a solid half hour before reluctantly bringing it to a halt. Overall, the performance of the Qitu was truly exceptional. Despite being a supercar, the driving experience was simply remarkable. It was also incredibly easy to handle. Although its acceleration was in the 2-second range, it remained remarkably controllable. Lu Fei rushed over as soon as Su Chen parked the car. "Mr. Su, how does it feel?" Su Chen nodded excitedly. "To be honest, this is my first time driving a supercar, and I never expected it to be this easy." Lu Fei smiled and said, "The Qitu is equipped with a more powerful vehicle chip and radar system. Even the fully autonomous driving feature is significantly enhanced compared to previous models. It can actively analyze the surrounding environment and intervene with autonomous driving when necessary, all accomplished seamlessly, so the driver remains unaware. Therefore, regardless of whether you are a professional racer or not, once on the track, you will undoubtedly rival any seasoned racer." As the head of the R&D department, Lu Fei interacted with technology daily. The technology employed in this iteration of the Qitu was a complete upgrade. Additionally, with the unique, fully autonomous driving capabilities from Faith Motors, the Qitu could fully take over the track. Supported by powerful computing capabilities, it could achieve complete autonomous driving even on the racetrack. It was genuinely astonishing. Su Chen nodded in agreement. With the support from the system, how could it not be exceptional? If I take it to the upcoming Supercar Convention, it will undoubtedly be the center of attention. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled that this Supercar Convention was to be held at the Nürburgring in Germany, renowned for its unrestricted speed limits. He envisioned taking the Qitu to set a record and see just how fast it could go. He then called over a senior executive from Faith Motors named Zhou Kai. "Mr. Zhou, please expedite the customs clearance for the Qitu and the relevant personnel. We will set off for the Supercar Convention shortly." Zhou Kai nodded in response. "Mr. Su, I have already initiated the necessary procedures. We must ensure that Faith Motors shines throughout Germany." Zhou Kai's eyes gleamed with determination and anticipation, understanding the significance of this convention for Faith Motors. He quickly added, "Rest assured, our team has made thorough preparations, including vehicle clearance, transportation arrangements, and local cooperation, all progressing smoothly. Furthermore, our technical team will accompany us to ensure the Qitu performs flawlessly during the event." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, deeply appreciating Zhou Kai's efficiency and attention to detail. "Excellent. Mr. Zhou, we must present our best state and strongest capabilities to showcase the power of Dragon Country's manufacturing. Moreover, we must seize this opportunity for more people to understand and experience the allure of the Qitu supercar. By the way," Su Chen paused briefly before continuing, "remember to inform the Public Relations Department to coordinate with us on our promotional strategy at the convention. We must not only showcase the product's hard power, but also convey the brand philosophy and spirit of technological innovation that Faith Motors embodies." As Su Chen gazed at the Qitu, the weight on his shoulders finally lifted. Over the past half-month, he had been tirelessly working, living at the factory alongside all the R&D personnel. Today, he could finally enjoy a well-deserved moment of rest. He then drove the freshly minted Qitu out of Faith Motors. Behind the wheel, Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under the night sky, the Qitu glided silently, like a specter in the darkness. Passers-by halted in their tracks upon spotting the futuristic supercar. "Wow, what kind of sports car is that? I've never seen anything like it before. I haven't seen it either. Is it a Porsche?" "No, it's not a Porsche. The design language is entirely unique. The body, the curves, it's absolutely stunning. I wonder which car manufacturer has released a new model. Quick, take a picture. I wonder which wealthy heir this car belongs to." Everyone marveled at the sudden appearance of the Qitu, their attention entirely captivated. They pulled out their phones to take pictures and shared them across their social media platforms. Su Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, felt a twinge of bashfulness from the numerous gazes directed at him. The arrival of the Qitu was even more exhilarating than that of a dragon. This was the pinnacle of domestic automotive manufacturing, a feat not every carmaker could achieve. This was precisely the effect Su Chen had hoped for. With the journey to Germany fast approaching, it was essential for the Qitu to make a public debut. Just then, a mother and daughter appeared in front of the Qitu. The woman clutched a child in her arms, desperately attempting to flag down a vehicle at the intersection. "Please, someone help us get to the hospital, my child." The woman was in tears, repeatedly trying to stop passing cars. But all that came by continued on without stopping. Su Chen furrowed his brow, Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the child must be ill. He glanced at the clock. It was the tail end of rush hour. Although traffic was easing, it would be nearly impossible to catch a ride at this time. The nearest hospital was at least 5 kilometers away, and if no one stopped, the child's condition might worsen. Without further ado, Su Chen parked the Chitu beside the woman. "Get in quickly," he urged, opening the door. The woman wiped her tears and stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the luxurious car before her. It was evident that Su Chen's vehicle was worth several million. Holding her child, she hesitated for a moment. Noticing her uncertainty, Su Chen quickly reassured her. "Hurry, get in." Finally, the woman reacted and hurriedly placed her child inside the car. Su Chen closed the door and began mentally mapping out the route. The nearest hospital was at least 5 kilometers away. Given the current route, speed, and traffic, it would take no less than 20 minutes. But the child in her arms could not wait that long. Feeling anxious, Su Chen activated the Chitu's voice command. "Chitu, plot the fastest route to the hospital." "Understood, master." In less than half a second, the vehicle's onboard computer had calculated the route. "Master, please hold on tight. The new route has been planned, and I can ensure your safe arrival at the hospital within 5 minutes." As soon as the words were spoken, the Chita's fully autonomous driving system took over. With a swift motion, the Chita shot forward like an arrow. Chapter 104. Impossible to catch up, absolutely impossible. Inside the vehicle, Su Chen felt the car accelerate abruptly, pressing him firmly into the seat. The sensation was akin to being propelled by a rocket. The woman beside him wore a look of astonishment. She was about to express her gratitude when the car took off unexpectedly. Remarkably, the vehicle autonomously charted its course. As the car sped along, the woman turned to glance at Su Chen, and her heart nearly stopped. To her shock, he had relinquished both hands from the steering wheel. The car was completely on autopilot. "Young man, driving like this," she began, but Su Chen sensed her unease and reassured her. "Fear not. My car is equipped with the world's safest and most efficient autonomous driving technology. It operates with far greater proficiency than any human driver. I assure you, we will reach the hospital within 5 minutes." Although the woman could not fully comprehend his words, she nodded in acceptance. In her predicament, she had no choice but to place her trust in him. She had brought her daughter out for a day of shopping, only for her daughter's condition to suddenly deteriorate, leaving her unconscious and barely breathing. In a state of urgency, she had already been flagging down cars for 5 minutes. After calling for an ambulance, she was informed that help would arrive in 15 minutes. However, given her daughter's critical state, that time frame was far too long. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. Just as despair began to overwhelm her, Su Chen and his remarkable vehicle came to a halt. She was momentarily dazed by the luxurious car, unsure whether to board, yet overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Chen. All she could think of was reaching the hospital as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, onlookers who had been photographing and filming the red sports car rushed closer, eager to capture more images after Su Chen had stopped. However, as soon as the woman and her child entered the car, Su Chen accelerated and sped away. The spectators stood in awe, unable to keep pace with the astonishing speed of the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, the red car vanished from sight. What acceleration is this? It's simply incredible. My goodness, I was taken aback. Before I could even register what happened, the car had disappeared from view. Truly a supercar. Many had already posted the photos and videos of the red car to Supercar forums, seeking insights from fellow enthusiasts. Spotted a supercar on the road. Anyone knowledgeable care to identify it? Various images of the elusive vehicle flooded the threads. Despite the night, the illuminated surroundings still showcased the car's striking silhouette. Car aficionados, upon seeing the pictures, were astounded. "I can't believe it. I stared for ages and still couldn't figure out what car this is. Is it a new model? I don't know. I've searched online and found nothing. The design is so exquisite, it resembles a futuristic war machine. Stop dawdling. Hurry and track down where that car went. We need more pictures." In response to the flurry of comments, the original poster replied, "I'd like to know too, but the car has already vanished." "Oh, I remember. It picked up a woman in distress with a child in her arms, likely heading to the hospital. Are you seriously still posting here? Rush to the nearest hospital." Share more images of this sports car. We crave a glimpse. Realizing the urgency, the poster hopped onto an electric scooter and sped towards the nearest hospital. At that moment, Su Chen had already traversed half the distance, with the red car, aptly named Chitu, gliding effortlessly through the bustling traffic, thanks to its high-precision radar scanning. It maneuvered flawlessly, as if traversing an empty road. Drivers taken aback by the sudden appearance of Chitu exclaimed, "What the hell? It's the dead of night, and someone else racing? Are they out of their minds?" The speed at which Chitu navigated through the crowd left many stunned, while others eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the fleeting spectacle. What kind of car is that? I've never seen anything like it before. It may be reckless, but it's undeniably beautiful. The design is simply breathtaking. I wish I could chase after it for a closer look. Several drivers attempted to pursue the red car, only to discover they could not keep up. Chitu's trajectory was flawless, deftly avoiding all vehicles and obstacles as it sped ahead. Despite the complete autonomy of the vehicle, Su Chen felt a flicker of tension. Even though he had relinquished control to the self-driving feature, he remained vigilant, clenching his fists in apprehension of any potential missteps. The woman in the passenger seat mirrored his anxiety, her gaze fixated on the road ahead. As Su Chen drove fervently towards the hospital, a parked police car caught sight of them. With a whoosh, the patrol officer, already on duty, was startled by the red blur zipping past. "What was that?" he exclaimed, sitting upright and rubbing his eyes. Upon realizing the red car was speeding ahead, he was taken aback. "Is someone racing?" he gasped, hastily activating the radio. "Captain, we have a situation. There's a racing vehicle on Binny Road." The captain's voice crackled through the radio. "Officer Wong, I just received a report of a red sports car weaving through traffic. You must pursue it immediately. Bring it to a halt. With a start." Officer Wong ignited the engine and activated the sirens, the piercing wail echoing through the night. He presumed that, with so many vehicles on the road, even a racing car wouldn't be able to escape. After all, he was known for his exceptional driving skills within the department. He expected to catch up swiftly. However, disappointment washed over him as he watched Su Chen's Chitu deftly maneuver through the traffic, creating an ever-widening gap between them. No matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, he found himself falling further behind. "Captain, the car is too fast. I can't keep up," Officer Wong relayed through the radio, panic creeping into his voice. Suddenly, the red car that had been in sight vanished entirely. "Huh," he mumbled, bewildered. "This is too fast. What's happening now?" The captain's voice inquired, urgency lacing his tone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Officer Wong replied, I can't catch up. The sports car has disappeared." Chapter 105, 5 minutes from Riverside Road? Unbelievable. Xiaolong's voice brimmed with incredulity and resignation. He had never witnessed such swift and bizarre driving skills. It seemed as if that red sports car was not traversing the realm of reality, but rather darting through some unknown high-speed dimension. Just moments ago, it had been within his line of sight, and with a fleeting distraction, it had vanished before him. "Vanished? Are you certain?" The captain's voice crackled through the intercom, laced with curiosity and seriousness. Xiaolong inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the barren road ahead, and replied resolutely, "I am certain, Captain. That car truly disappeared, as if it had evaporated into thin air." After a brief pause, the captain responded, "It is absolutely impossible for it to vanish without a trace. Although there are fewer cars than during peak hours, it must still be nearby. I have contacted the team to utilize the SkyEye system to locate the vehicle. You must continue driving and searching. We cannot let such reckless behavior during peak hours go unpunished." The captain's tone grew increasingly irate, unable to tolerate such dangerous driving, knowing that if anything went awry, the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. Xiaolong acknowledged with a nod and pressed onward. Meanwhile, Su Chen was piloting his steed, the Red Rabbit, and was nearing the hospital. The rabbit darted through the traffic like a crimson bolt of lightning, arriving at the hospital entrance in less than 5 minutes. In the passenger seat, a woman cradled her child, monitoring the child's condition. Just as she was about to inquire how much longer they would take, she glanced up and realized they had already arrived at the hospital. Is this it?" The woman looked at Su Chen, astonished. Su Chen nodded and rolled down the window. The security guard inside the booth was grumbling into his phone. Street racing at this hour? Some people clearly have no regard for their lives. What kind of spoiled brat drives such a fine car at such speeds? The guard had evidently seen the video of Su Chen's Red Rabbit racing through traffic. As he continued to grumble, he looked up and was taken aback to see the striking red sports car parked at the entrance. Wait a minute, isn't that the same car I just saw? The guard suddenly recalled, grabbing his phone to report it. Excuse me, sir, I have a patient in the car. Could you please lift the barrier? Su Chen called out. The guard regarded Su Chen with annoyance. Just a young kid, huh? You think you can drive like that and get away with it? While speaking, the guard dialed the police. Hello, officer. That car racing on the road just arrived at the hospital. Yes, I'm sure. It's the same one. Before he could finish, Su Chen maneuvered the rabbit beneath the barrier. Ah, wait, hello. Su Chen had intended to ask the guard to lift the barrier, but the guard was too preoccupied with his call. After a moment and Oppo's consideration, Su Chen decided to drive under it. After all, the rabbit was a sports car, with a height of merely 89 centimeters, making it effortless to slip through. The guard watched, bewildered, as Su Chen sped away. It just went under? Yes. You all need to come quickly. This car is completely lawless. It just drove right in. After relaying his message, the guard hung up and chased after Su Chen's direction. Upon reaching the emergency room, Su Chen parked and rushed to assist the woman and her child out of the vehicle. Nurse, we have a child in need of urgent care. Su Chen dashed into the ER, summoning several nurses on duty. The woman followed closely behind, pleading, please, save my child. The nurses quickly pushed a gurney forward, placing the child onto it and whisking him into the emergency room. The woman stood outside, tears streaming down her face as she silently prayed for her child's well-being. Upon noticing Su Chen, she instinctively dropped to her knees. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't dare think. Her voice broke as she bowed in gratitude. Su Chen approached, helping her to her feet and offering words of comfort. To be truthful, throughout the journey, he had hardly driven the rabbit. It had operated autonomously. Had it not performed so exceptionally, the outcome could have been dire. Moments later, a doctor emerged from the emergency room. The woman rushed over, anxious to hear about her child's condition. The doctor let out a long sigh of relief, saying, "The child's condition is now stable. Thankfully, you arrived in time. If you had been even a minute later, it could have ended tragically." The doctor refrained from finishing, leaving the implication unspoken. The woman's tense demeanor relaxed, her gaze shifting back to Su Chen. I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, my child might not have survived. The doctor then casually inquired, where did you come from? Su Chen replied, we left Riverside Road at the intersection of Sanfeng 5 minutes ago. Oh, that place. The doctor, momentarily stunned, fixed his gaze on Su Chen. Did you say Riverside Road at Sanfeng? 5 minutes ago? Did you arrive by helicopter? Su Chen's words left the doctor dumbfounded. The straight-line distance from Riverside Road to the hospital was over 5 kilometers, and even the fastest car would require at least 20 minutes during peak traffic. Yet Su Chen claimed they had departed from there just 5 minutes prior and had already arrived. Surely you must have taken a plane, or perhaps a rocket. The doctor mused, astonished. It was indeed rush hour, and although the traffic was lighter than usual, it was still implausible to traverse that distance in merely 5 minutes. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I drove here. The doctor interrupted. Young man, are you joking? It takes 5 minutes just to clear Riverside Road. Do you truly expect me to believe you drove here in that time? Su Chen shrugged, offering no further explanation. Under normal conditions, it would indeed take 20 minutes to cover that distance. However, the rabbit was not an ordinary vehicle. 5 minutes might not even be its limit. If the roads had been less congested, the journey could have been even swifter. At that moment, Su Chen remembered his car was still parked outside. He stepped out of the emergency room to find several police cars stationed at the entrance, with officers observing his red rabbit intently. Chapter 106. Is this the true form of the Chitu? A glimmer of domestic brilliance. Indeed, it is this very vehicle. I reviewed the surveillance footage. There can be no mistake. Hiss. I just checked the maximum speed of this car, and it nearly reached 120 miles per hour on the main road. Such audacity. One wrong move in this situation could lead to catastrophic consequences. We must take this back for a thorough inquiry. This involves charges of reckless driving. However, I must admit, this car is truly stunning. It resembles a concept vehicle. Several officers were commenting on the car. After all, they are men, and few do not harbor an affection for automobiles. Moreover, the Chitu's design is simply extraordinary, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. As they were engaged in discussion, they turned their attention to Su Chen, who had just emerged. Su Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the officer's scrutinizing gazes were somewhat unfriendly. "Comrade, is this car yours?" one officer inquired, pointing at the Qitu. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is mine." "Very well, please accompany us for a moment," the officer asserted, stepping forward to apprehend Su Chen. Su Chen's brow knitted tighter, and he retorted coldly, "What is the meaning of this? I have committed no offense. On what grounds do you detain me?" Speeding at 120 kilometers per hour on the main road constitutes reckless driving, whether or not it is a crime. "We will ascertain that upon your return with us," the officer insisted, advancing once more to seize Su Chen. To his astonishment, the Chita had indeed reached such speeds on Binhai Road, so fast. That thoroughfare has a speed limit of 60. The Qitu is truly remarkable. As the officer lunged to apprehend him, Su Chen deftly sidestepped and explained, "The circumstances were extraordinary. I had a critically ill child in my vehicle. If I hadn't driven so quickly, the child's life would have been in jeopardy." As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him. The officers exchanged glances, taken aback by his words. Just then, an elderly security guard rushed over. "Officer, it was him. He was the one speeding," the guard insisted, pointing at Su Chen. Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at the guard, but chose to remain silent. The officers, now realizing the situation, advanced again to apprehend Su Chen. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, and a woman carrying a child emerged. Upon seeing Su Chen surrounded by officers, she hurried over. "Officers, what are you doing? He is my child's savior. You cannot arrest him," she exclaimed, lifting the child high. "It was he who drove to save my child. Without him, my child—" Her voice faltered, tears streaming down her face. The officers were left speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. "Comrade, please clarify what transpired," one officer urged the woman. The woman hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred. With each word, the officers became increasingly astonished. "Officer, truly, he saved my child. He is a good person," she continued to defend Su Chen. The doctor from the emergency room interjected, "I can vouch for this young man. It was he who brought them here. Had it been just a minute or two later, the child's life would have been at stake." The officers, now more understanding, softened their gazes towards Su Chen. "Comrade, we were mistaken. Since you acted heroically, we will take our leave. Although you were indeed brave, reckless driving remains perilous. I hope you will exercise caution in the future," one officer remarked, gently tapping Su Chen's arm, then gazing curiously at the Qitu. "By the way, what kind of car is this? I've never seen anything like it." Su Chen smiled and replied, "This is our new car from Faith Motors, named Qitu." The officer paused, suddenly exclaiming with excitement, "I knew I recognized you. You must be Su Chen, the president of Faith Motors. What a delightful coincidence." The officer transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, eager to obtain Su Chen and Oppo's autograph and take photographs with him. Once the signatures and photos were completed, the officer even took a seat inside the Qitu, experiencing it from every angle. Had it not been for his colleagues calling him, he would have been reluctant to exit. This is incredible. This car has completely transformed my perception of supercars. It is nothing short of a work of art." As he concluded, the officer couldn't help but express, "If only our traffic division could be equipped with such a vehicle, we would apprehend criminals effortlessly." After the police departed, Su Chen started his car and left the hospital. However, shortly after exiting, Su Chen's vehicle was once again surrounded. The individual who had posted previously arrived on an electric bike. "Wow, I've finally caught you again," he exclaimed, parking haphazardly and rushing towards Su Chen's car. By this time, a crowd of over a dozen had gathered, all expressing their astonishment. "This car looks amazing. Its design is so avant-garde. What brand is this? I've never seen it before. It must be from some supercar manufacturer. No domestic designer could create something this impressive." The crowd surrounded the vehicle, marveling at its beauty. With phone cameras flashing incessantly, the individual snapped photos, uploading them to his earlier post, which instantly surged in popularity, making it the hottest topic on the forum. Can you hold your camera steady? Go check the front to see what brand it is. Someone urged. Hey, doesn't the driver look somewhat familiar? Doesn't he resemble Su, the president of Faith Motors? A netizen recognized Su Chen, the driver of the Chidu. The poster also recognized him, pushing through the crowd to reach Su Chen. Mr. Su, I can't believe it. You truly are the president of Faith Motors, he exclaimed, excitement evident as he swallowed hard, gazing up at Su Chen. Su Chen was taken aback by the admiration his driving of the Chidu had garnered. Upon hearing the individual address him, he broke into a radiant smile. Mr. Su, is this car, by any chance, the new model from Faith Motors? The individual speculated. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, this car is the Chidu, set to participate in the upcoming International Supercar Conference. It is a newly launched supercar from Faith Motors. As Su Chen's words resonated, the crowd was left in stunned silence. No way. Faith Motors has truly released a new car? Unbelievable. 3 new models in less than 3 months? This is astounding. This supercar looks exceptionally luxurious, rivaling even the top-tier supercar brands. Is this the strength of Faith Motors? Once this car is revealed, what will happen to those other supercars? The poster excitedly created a new thread. The truth revealed. The red supercar spotted earlier is Faith Motors Chidu, set to attend the Supercar Conference. When numerous netizens encountered this post, they were utterly flabbergasted. What? Is this the true form of the Chidu that Mr. Su unveiled? It's simply extraordinary. Chapter 107. The Red Rabbit soars to the Supercar Gala. Anticipation fills the air. It truly is the Red Rabbit. This vehicle is undeniably stunning. The Supercar Gala is about to commence, and I am eager to witness this car shine abroad. Personally, I find it more aesthetically pleasing than any supercar currently available on the market. However, I am curious about its final price. Surely it will exceed 3 million. With such an exterior, it is bound to attract admirers, not just women. Even I, a man, find myself exhilarated. Faith Automotive has achieved what domestic manufacturers could not. On Su Chen's end, after allowing the crowd to capture photographs, he gradually started the car and prepared to head home. Shortly thereafter, a video of the Red Rabbit racing down the street was uploaded online. An enthusiastic netizen even posted this video on YouTube. Remarkably, before its official release, the Red Rabbit had already achieved significant popularity on the platform. Many supercar enthusiasts were taken aback upon seeing the Red Rabbit. Which country does it hail from? I need to know more about it. It appears to be from Dragon Country, but what is the story behind this car? Could it be a concept vehicle? It undoubtedly seems to be a concept, given its extravagant design, which could never be seen in a production model. Even as a concept, its design is impressively avant-garde and audacious, and I find myself intrigued. Can anyone identify the manufacturer behind this car? It appears more imposing than a Lamborghini. Do you all recall the new automotive enterprise from Dragon Country called Faith Automotive? I translated a post from a Dragon Country forum, and it indeed appears to be Faith Automotive's creation. I am aware that this company, having been established for just over 2 months, has already unveiled 2 heavyweight models. The supercar named Red Rabbit is slated to participate in the Supercar Gala in the country. Is the source of this news credible? I am booking a flight to the country immediately. My anticipation for this car is immense. Numerous foreign netizens were equally astonished by the Red Rabbit, expressing their desire to travel to the country to catch a glimpse of it. The following day, Faith Automotive had completed all necessary paperwork. The Red Rabbit was ready for transport to the country. Subsequently, Su Chen and his team carefully packaged the Red Rabbit before embarking on their journey to Germany. The Supercar Gala was set to take place at the renowned Nürburgring circuit in the country. As is widely known, the Nürburgring is one of the most prestigious and challenging tracks globally, located in the Rhineland-Palatinate region. The Nürburgring circuit is famous for its 832-kilometer length, over 150 turns, significant elevation changes, and extreme testing of vehicle performance and driving skills. Since its completion in 1927, the Nürburgring has served as a crucial testing ground for many manufacturers' high-performance vehicles, earning it the moniker the Ring of Truth. Consequently, numerous automakers prioritized this venue to test and announce their production models' lap times as performance benchmarks. Thus, the Supercar Gala drew considerable attention from leading manufacturers, all of whom brought their flagship vehicles. At this moment, Su Chen sat aboard the airplane, gazing out the window, overwhelmed with emotion. It has only been a little over 2 months since he founded Faith Automotive. In this brief span, Faith Automotive has evolved from nothing to possessing 2 blockbuster models, with total orders exceeding 150,000 units, not including the sales figures from the Qilin in Little Japan. If this momentum continues, Faith Automotive's annual delivery numbers may reach unprecedented heights. For a newly established company, this achievement is nothing short of extraordinary. Now, he brings the Red Rabbit to the Supercar Gala, an inconceivable prospect in the past. Not only is Su Chen filled with anticipation, but the entire team accompanying him to the country eagerly awaits the moment of the Red Rabbit's debut. While Su Chen hurriedly made his way to the country, the Nürburgring circuit had already begun to buzz with excitement. Numerous supercar enthusiasts from around the globe had gathered, and although the gala had yet to begin, the track was already filled with an array of exquisite vehicles: Ferrari SF90, Lamborghini Veneno, Bugatti Veyron, Porsche 911, Pagani, Nissan GTR, and many more, all worth millions, some even tens of millions. The mere presence of these cars on the track captured everyone's attention. At that moment, a person of Dragon Country descent was live-streaming from the circuit. Dear viewers, as you can see, this is the famous Nürburgring. This supercar gala is teeming with stars. Nearly every supercar manufacturer is present. Qilin flipped the camera to focus on the several supercars ahead. Instantly, a flood of viewers poured into the live stream. Upon seeing those luxurious supercars, they began to chatter excitedly. Wow, the Lamborghini Veneno. That's my favorite. I prefer the Pagani. Its design is simply delightful. If we're talking about top tier, it has to be the Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti should take a back seat when it comes to Nürburgring lap times. Porsche is the one to beat. Host, show us the Porsche 918. I heard Tesla brought the Roadster as well, currently the fastest production car. While viewers debated in the live chat, Qilin scanned the array of cars. What is the host looking for? Is there no car he likes among so many? Or perhaps the models are not attractive enough? Qilin remarked, I am searching for Faith Automotive. I saw Boss Su's updates. And the Red Rabbit is supposed to be here. The viewers quickly caught on. Right. Our Dragon Country's Faith Automotive is also attending the Supercar Gala. Let's see if the Red Rabbit has arrived. Although the Red Rabbit is undoubtedly beautiful, it must be said that supercars epitomize automotive engineering excellence. By all accounts, Faith Automotive should not even qualify to be present here. I concur with this viewer's sentiment. The Red Rabbit might not measure up. A stunning exterior alone does not grant it a place among these elite vehicles. I fear it may be all show and no substance. I lack confidence in the Red Rabbit, and Faith Automotive may not possess the requisite prowess. Many viewers began to express their concerns for Su Chen's Faith Automotive. However, the supporters of Faith Automotive were equally passionate. These pessimists are truly misguided. Faith Automotive's international debut is a source of pride for us in Dragon Country. Keyboard warriors are just idly speculating. Indeed, even if the Red Rabbit cannot outperform these prestigious supercars, simply participating in the gala is a significant victory. What do they know? I analyzed the Red Rabbit's rescue video, and it stands toe-to-toe with these supercars. Let us await the official lap times. Chapter 108. Looking down on Dragon Country manufacturing? Let the loser apologize. Qilin personally supports Faith Motors. Let us engage in a rational discussion. For the emergence of such an automobile company in our Dragon Country is indeed a boon for consumers like us. Additionally, the fact that Faith Motors has swiftly produced the Chitu, a supercar, is a testament to their technological prowess. Thus, let us maintain a positive mindset and eagerly await the unveiling of the Chitu. The viewers in the live stream began to calm down. At this moment, Qilin remarked, perhaps the Chitu is on its way. Let us await its arrival. In the afternoon, Su Chen and the Faith Motors team finally arrived at the airport. With the Supercar Conference scheduled for the following day, Su Chen opted to transport the Cheetah by air, albeit at a steep cost of approximately £10,000. Upon landing, Su Chen swiftly made his way to the Nürburgring racetrack. After coordinating with the freight service, the Cheetah had also arrived. The freight company would directly arrange for a trailer to transport it, ensuring greater safety. Upon reaching the hotel, Su Chen and his team began the check-in process. At that moment, Qilin, who was live streaming, spotted Su Chen. "Oh my, speak of the devil. Is that not Mr. Su from Faith Motors?" Qilin hurried over. "Mr. Su, hello." After introducing himself, he extended his hand to Su Chen. Qilin greatly admired Su Chen, who, at a similar age, had already become the head of a successful domestic automobile manufacturer, while he felt he couldn't compare. The viewers in the live stream began to buzz with excitement upon realizing Su Chen's presence. "Mr. Su is really here? Why haven't we seen the Cheetah yet? Is Mr. Su too low profile? There haven't been any updates on social media. Perhaps he is saving a grand reveal for tomorrow." Qilin couldn't help but inquire, "Mr. Su, why haven't we seen the Cheetah yet?" Su Chen smiled and replied, "The Cheetah has just landed. It should arrive shortly." As they chatted amiably, a group of individuals entered, speaking in a casual manner. One of them, brandishing a key emblazoned with the Mutant logo, arrogantly declared, "Our GTR will undoubtedly set a new lap record this time. So rest assured." The others around him chimed in with flattery. "Indeed, Tanaka-san, our newly updated GTR will surely dominate the leaderboard tomorrow." Tanaka-kin glanced at Su Chen and the others, sizing them up before asking, "Hey, are you folks from Han Country? Here to attend the Supercar Conference?" He spoke with an air of superiority, as if they owed him something. Qilin replied with a smile, "We are from Dragon Country." Before he could finish, Tanaka-kin sneered, "Oh, so you're from Dragon Country? Just here to be spectators?" Haha. Qilin furrowed his brow and pulled Su Chen closer, stating, "This is Mr. Su Chen, the president of Faith Motors, and we are here to participate in the Supercar Conference." Tanaka-kin tilted his head and said, "What? You claim to be from Faith Motors in Dragon Country? I had no idea." The surrounding individuals erupted in mockery. "So, you're from Dragon Country? You only make low-end cars. This venue isn't suitable for you. Better stick to producing electric vehicles." "Faith Motors? Oh, I recall. The Qilin model that has gained popularity in your country recently," Tanaka-kin remarked, momentarily taken aback. He then confronted Su Chen, irritation evident on his face. "Hey, you punk, are you the one selling that garbage car, the Qilin, in our country? What right does such industrial refuse have to be present in our market?" Initially, Su Chen had no intention of engaging with Tanaka-kin, but he found the latter's demeanor reminiscent of a rabid dog, always eager to bite. Moreover, it appeared Tanaka-kin was displeased with the Qilin's success in his country. But why should that concern him? With a raised eyebrow, Su Chen calmly responded, "Mr. Tanaka, I wish to reiterate that the Qilin is not industrial refuse. It is an electric vehicle boasting advanced technology, exceptional performance, and a stellar reputation. Its success in your country can be attributed to its quality and competitiveness, rather than any other factors." Tanaka-kin was incensed by Su Chen's words, his eyes widening as he spoke with barely contained anger. "You dare to speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? I am the chief racer for Mutant Company, and our GTR is a globally renowned supercar, poised to set a new lap record at Nürburgring tomorrow." Unfazed, Su Chen chuckled and replied, "Oh, so you are the chief racer for Mutant Company? My apologies. However, setting lap records is not merely a matter of boasting. It requires real action. Faith Motors has also brought our supercar, the Cheetah, which will be tested on the Nürburgring tomorrow. We shall see." Upon hearing this, Tanaka-kin's expression darkened further. He scoffed, "Huh? A supercar from Dragon Country? I've never heard of it." He then turned to his companions and mocked. "What can Dragon Country possibly produce? Surely not anything of substance." Laughter erupted among the group. "Haha, Tanaka-san, Dragon Country folks are known for their empty boasts. They claim to make supercars? What a joke. An electric supercar? I'm dying of laughter. They lack any technical merit. Let them challenge us if they dare." The viewers in Qilin's live stream were incensed by the derisive comments from the individuals from Mutant Country. Are these people for real? How can they be so arrogant? What is so special about the GTR? Why don't they just fly to the moon? What is so impressive about the new GTR? In my opinion, the cheetah holds its ground. Mr. Su, you must respond. We cannot allow Mutant to be so brazen. The Faith Motors team was equally incensed. Encountering such arrogance right after arriving abroad was indeed unfortunate. Just as they were about to counter, Su Chen interjected with a smile. Since you hold Faith Motors and the Chitu in such low regard, why not settle this on the racetrack tomorrow? Absolutely. Tanaka Qin readily agreed. However, we must have a wager. Su Chen smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, certainly, we can establish a wager. If the cheetah wins, you must publicly acknowledge the cheetah's prowess on social media and apologize to Faith Motors. Tanaka Qin's brow furrowed at this stipulation, sensing it was somewhat excessive. Yet, unwilling to back down, he retorted with a smirk, fine, if you lose. Faith Motors must publicly admit that Mutant's GTR is the world's strongest supercar and apologize to Mutant Company. Clearly confident in his driving skills and vehicle, he added. If I lose, the brand new GTR parked outside will belong to you. Su Chen nodded, affirming, agreed, then it is settled. I shall claim your vehicle. Chapter 109, this is a work of art. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Where did Tian Zhongjian derive his confidence? If he lost, he was ready to hand over his car. One must admit, that GTR must be worth 1 or 2 million, and it's the latest model. Quite impressive. He felt very confident about the Chitu. Obtaining the GTR would be a trivial pursuit. Upon hearing Su Chen's immediate agreement, Tian Zhongjian turned to his companions from the land of the rising sun and jested, haha, tomorrow promises to be a spectacle. Watch how I triumph over the so-called Faith Automobile and vent some frustration for our automotive industry. The mere thought of Faith Automobile's success in his homeland infuriated him. Dragon Country manufacturing? What is so remarkable about that? Moreover, when it comes to car production, the land of the rising sun has been at it since our forefathers' time. He couldn't fathom why Su Chen was audacious enough to challenge his GTR. Was this a joke? A call for punishment? Once on the racetrack tomorrow, he would undoubtedly crush Faith Automobile. His compatriots laughed heartily, believing in Tian Zhongjian's skill as a professional racer, confident he could easily vanquish Faith Automobile. Chitu? I'd rather call it a mouse. Go, Tian Zhongjian. Let our GTR shine at the Nürburgring. Wang Qilin, overhearing the banter from the land of the rising sun, wore a rather displeased expression. What nonsense was this? It was as though they were already certain of victory, especially Tian Zhongjian, who seemed to be ill. Thus, Wang Qilin addressed the viewers in the live stream. Everyone, look at how the folks from the land of the rising sun have become so brazen, completely dismissing our Dragon Country manufacturing. Viewers in the live stream eagerly commented with anticipation. Though uncertain of Chitu's performance on the track, support flooded in. Of course, I must support it. Who could resist such a bold move by Boss Su? We must win tomorrow. Go, Chitu. Show the land of the rising sun the prowess of Dragon Country's automotive industry. Tomorrow's race is sure to be spectacular. I can hardly wait. Such people must be subdued. What nonsense is this GTR? Chitu will take it on. Yet, one must not underestimate Tian Zhongjian. He was a legendary figure in the land of the rising sun, having set multiple national records single-handedly. It remained uncertain if Faith Automobile had a racer of their own. Meanwhile, Tian Zhongjian returned to his resting area, a dark cloud hovering over him. His disdain and hostility towards Su Chen and Faith Automobile were palpable. He believed they could never match the prowess of his GTR. Humph, Dragon Country supercars? What a joke. He scoffed, turning to his teammates. Tomorrow, we shall show them what a true supercar embodies. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Su. Your beloved car has been delivered. Are you available to receive it now? Su Chen leaned out to glance outside and, as expected, spotted a delivery truck parked outside. Beside it stood Tian Zhongjian's GTR. All right, I'm coming out, Su Chen replied, hurrying to exit. Tian Zhongjian also noticed another vehicle parked alongside his GTR. Hey, why is another car being delivered? Let us go check it out. As a professional racer, Tian Zhongjian had no resistance against various supercars. Upon seeing the delivery truck, he immediately deduced it contained a supercar. Once outside, he saw Su Chen approaching. "Hey, kid, go wash up and get some rest. What are you doing here?" Su Chen ignored him, focusing intently as the driver opened the box containing Chidu. Zhongjian, realizing his efforts were futile, ceased further conversation. Wang Qilin, eyeing the truck, couldn't help but inquire, "Boss Su, could that be Chidu inside?" Su Chen smiled but remained silent. Wang Qilin understood. Indeed, Chidu was contained within. "Brothers, it's time to see something extraordinary. This is Chidu." The live stream erupted with excitement. "Come closer, let us have a look. Why am I feeling so thrilled? I saw pictures of Chidu online yesterday. It's breathtaking. Why do I sense a crowd gathering?" Indeed, many had gathered around the truck. Before long, a throng surrounded it completely. Then, the truck's rear doors slowly opened, revealing a stunning sports car. Chidu. It lay there quietly, resembling a slumbering beast awaiting awakening. The sleek lines of the body radiated power, with every detail reflecting the designer's meticulous craftsmanship. Zhongjian and his compatriots were momentarily stunned upon seeing Chidu. A flicker of surprise and confusion crossed their faces. What kind of car is this?" Zhongjian couldn't help but ask. The others from the land of the rising sun were equally astonished, crowding closer. "I don't know. I've never seen it before. Just look at that rear. It's so enigmatic. Could it be a new car from Telis? I heard their roadster is also on the way. Doesn't seem like it." The rear design isn't typical of Telis. Many foreigners nearby also displayed expressions of astonishment. Some even pulled out their phones to capture the moment. The truck driver then stepped inside, opened Chidu's door, and gently rolled the car out. As Chidu emerged, everyone gasped at the sight of the supercar before them. "Oh God, what is this? A work of art? It's too perfect. Which automotive company produced this masterpiece? It's stunning. The designer is a genius. This is the future of supercars." This vehicle appeared so exceptional that even the nearby GTR seemed to pale in comparison. Indeed, this design is audacious. Is it here to participate in the Supercar Convention? Why haven't I seen this logo before? I see some square characters on the back. Could it be from Dragon Country? Dragon Country? Do they have a supercar in the competition? Could this be a mistake? Zhongjian swallowed hard, pulling out his phone to take pictures, murmuring to himself, "So beautiful, truly beautiful." After snapping a photo, he immediately posted it on his social media. "Does anyone know what kind of car this is? It's making its debut at the Supercar Convention. If anyone knows, please enlighten me." Moments later, Zhongjian noticed a comment in the thread. Zhongjian. This car appears to be from Dragon Country. The logo suggests it might be Faith Automobile as recently unveiled Chidu. Zhongjian was taken aback. "What? Chidu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Chapter 110. The Red Hair Amazes Foreigners. The light of the Dragon Country. Tanaka Jian could hardly believe that the car before him was the red hair from Faith Automotive. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for products manufactured in the Dragon Country, particularly since Faith Automotive had only been established for a little over 2 months. How could they possibly create such a stunning vehicle? It was utterly inconceivable. As Tanaka pondered this, a growing number of commenters pointed out that the car indeed originated from Faith Automotive in the Dragon Country. Tanaka scratched his head, filled with confusion and reluctance. Casting a glance at Su Chen, several nearby individuals whispered in his ear, "Tanaka-san, this car is genuinely the red hair. Look, here is a video that was released just a couple of days ago." They proceeded to show Tanaka footage and images of the red hair speeding down the street. As he examined the material, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The vehicle in the video was unmistakably the same one before him. Could it be that this car was truly the red hair from Faith Automotive? When the red hair appeared before the crowd, the foreign onlookers erupted in excitement, all capturing the moment with their phones, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my God, what is that? Amazing." The car was simply breathtaking, even in a static display. One could feel its overwhelming power. It seemed that the arrival of this supercar overshadowed the renowned international brands present at the Supercar Convention. Indeed, the design of this vehicle was remarkably avant-garde. Could it possibly be a concept car? Yes, it must be a concept car. Only concept cars have such radical designs. The crowd continued to circle the red hair, many standing before it to take selfies. Su Chen chuckled. observing the foreign crowd as if they had never seen such a spectacle. Is it really necessary to be so dazzled by a mere sports car? Moreover, this hotel was the closest to the in-burgering circuit, and most guests were participants in the upcoming Supercar event, including numerous executives from various automotive companies. Yet, they were all captivated by the red hair, indicating its design was undeniably impressive, even to these foreigners. Qilin, meanwhile, was circling the red hair with his phone in hand. My friends, you cannot fathom my current feelings. A supercar manufactured in our dragon country is here, and these foreigners are in awe, snapping pictures incessantly. While speaking, he pointed the camera at several supercars parked nearby, including Lamborghinis, Porsche 911s, and even a Bugatti Veyron. Yet no one seemed interested in them, as everyone was drawn to the red hair. I boldly predict that the red hair is poised to become a sensation. The viewers in the live stream were equally animated, discussing the situation fervently. Faith Automotive truly embodies the hope of our domestic automotive industry, giving these foreigners a lesson to remember. They've always claimed we cannot produce supercars. What then is the red hair? One could not deny that the designers at Faith Automotive were exceptionally talented. The mere appearance of the car was enough to astonish them for years to come. Years? I would say at least 5 years ahead. The red hair's design was indeed inspired by concept cars. Tanaka Jin stood there, listening to the gasps of admiration from the crowd, momentarily speechless. He had now confirmed that the sports car before him was indeed the red hair from Faith Automotive, which he would race against tomorrow. Meanwhile, his own God of War GTR sat neglected nearby. This was the newly released model of the GTR, making its public debut. Logically, the GTR should have garnered significant attention and traffic, far surpassing that of Faith Automotive. Yet, judging by the current scenario, it seemed that Faith Automotive had triumphed by a considerable margin. Tanaka's brow furrowed deeply. All products from the Dragon Country are mere facades. What does it matter if it looks good? Ultimately, sports cars are judged by their parameters and core performance. Faith Automotive may craft a dazzling exterior, but when it comes to speed, the red hair could never outpace mine. At that moment, Su Chen approached Tanaka with keen interest. Mr. Tanaka, are you perhaps a little shaken by the red hair from Faith Automotive? Su Chen's question was intentionally provocative, as Tanaka's earlier expressions had betrayed his disbelief before he identified the car. Tanaka scoffed. What's the big deal? It's merely a well-designed exterior. Do you think I would be intimidated by that? Besides, if I'm not mistaken, the red hair is an electric vehicle, correct? Su Chen nodded, not concealing the truth. You are indeed correct. The red hair is a pure electric sports car. Huh, just as I thought. Tanaka seized upon the perceived vulnerability of the red hair. What is so impressive about an electric sports car? Here, we measure mechanical prowess. If I'm right, your red hair merely accelerates faster off the line. However, my GTR boasts a 0 to 100 km/h time of about 2.5 seconds. What will your red hair use to compete with that? At this point, Tanaka remained confident in his vehicle. Su Chen, listening to Tanaka's assertions, smirked slightly. Mr. Tanaka, may I interpret your words as an attempt at self-comfort? After all, the race hasn't even begun, and you're already boasting about your GTR. Are you truly so insecure? Su Chen's comment stemmed from his comprehensive understanding of the GTR's specifications. While the GTR was indeed impressive, its parameters paled in comparison to the red hair's, particularly its astonishing 0 to 100 km/h acceleration of under 2 seconds. That fraction of a second represented a significant gap in the world of supercars. Additionally, the red hair's top speed reached an extraordinary 420 km/h, outstripping the GTR's 336, 44 km/h. In the realm of racing, every detail holds immense importance, and the red hair's specifications surpassed those of the GTR in every regard. The outcome of the race tomorrow was all but predetermined. Tanaka glared at Su Chen with fury. I'm offering you an opportunity to back down. If you refuse, then so be it. Tomorrow, you will learn the meaning of regret. Su Chen chuckled softly. Apologies, but I am unfamiliar with the concept of regret. What I do know is that I will soon possess a brand new GTR. Chapter 111. Are you all ready? After Tanaka Ken finished speaking, he turned and left with his team. Upon returning to the room, he sat down on the sofa, visibly irritated. Damn Faith Motors. How dare they challenge my authority? Do they not know that I am the finest racer in all of Little Japan? A car that only boasts an exterior dares to compete with us? Is technical prowess not of consequence? He ordered his subordinates, investigate who the racer from Faith Motors is. Tanaka Kin understood that achieving success on the Nürburgring was not solely about the car's performance. The driver was of paramount importance. After a while, Tanaka Kin's assistant returned. Tanaka-san, we have discovered that there are no professional racers in the Faith Motors team. Tomorrow, it seems their president, Su Chen, will personally take the wheel. Tanaka Kin furrowed his brow. No professional racer? Huh. Isn't that tantamount to seeking their own demise? They aim to claim my GTR? I should have raised the stakes. Tanaka Kin felt a sense of relief wash over him. The Cheetah vehicle was but a FAAD. What did superior specifications matter without a professional driver at the helm? Victory was assured. Soon after, Tanaka Kin posted an update online. A supercar from Faith Motors dares to challenge me? Tomorrow, I shall teach it a lesson with my GTR. I have already placed my wager. If they lose, Su Chen will personally apologize to us. Should I lose, this new GTR will be gifted to him. However, how could I possibly lose? Huh. In the comments, people from Little Japan began to chime in. Well done, Tanaka-san. Show the Dragon Kingdom what we're made of. What a joke, Faith Motors. I've seen the Chitu. It's merely an electric vehicle, certainly incapable of outrunning the GTR. Victory is guaranteed, Tanaka-san. Let the GTR shine on the Nürburgring. The people of Little Japan were imbued with a strange confidence, believing Tanaka Kin was destined to win, asserting that Faith Motors had no chance of success. While Tanaka Kin brimmed with assurance, the Chitu from Faith Motors had already ignited discussions across the Nürburgring. Everyone was abuzz with curiosity about the performance of this new supercar. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Porsche President Emler was conversing with Lamborghini President Steven. Mr. Emler, is Porsche once again aiming to break the Nürburgring record? Emler chuckled. Indeed, I have brought the new Porsche 911 GT2 RS. And I believe we can surpass the previous record of 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Steven smiled and replied, It seems you are quite determined. But we must not underestimate Mercedes-AMG 1. Emler stood and downed his glass of red wine. The AMG 1 is merely a powerhouse. On the Nürburgring, technique reigns supreme. My Porsche 911 GT2 RS not only boasts formidable power, but also our exclusive chassis tuning and suspension system, which Mercedes cannot rival. Steven nodded, well aware of Porsche's prowess in racing. Each Porsche model is a testament to the engineer's meticulous design and calibration. Mr. Emler, do you have confidence in defeating Mercedes this time? Steven inquired with a smile. Emler replied, his confidence unwavering, absolutely. While Mercedes is a manufacturer with a storied history, Porsche remains formidable in the realm of racing. However, I have heard that a newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom, Faith Motors, is also participating, and their Cheetah model seems to have garnered significant attention. Steven cautioned, Emler, you may want to take them seriously. Emler raised an eyebrow, slightly frowning. He had heard of Faith Motors and their Cheetah model, but had not considered them a threat. Faith Motors? A manufacturer from the Dragon Kingdom? Can their technology truly rival ours? Emler scoffed. I saw the Cheetah parked downstairs. It's just an electric vehicle. What is so remarkable about that? There's no need for concern. Steven chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the Nürburgring has never lacked for contenders, but I hear Tanaka's GTR has made a wager with Faith Motors. Emler waved his hand dismissively. The GTR has been completely revamped. It carries a deep legacy. Faith Motors has only been established for a few months. What kind of car could they possibly produce? He laughed. Steven added, Tesla's Roadster is also present. Its performance is quite impressive. Emler reiterated, no cause for alarm. The Nürburgring welcomes all, but for an electric car to achieve notable results here is simply impossible. Emler and Steven continued their discussion, paying little heed to the Chitu from Faith Motors. In their eyes, an electric vehicle achieving a remarkable performance on the Nürburgring was virtually inconceivable. Their focus remained on the rivalry between their brands. However, the Chitu from Faith Motors was already causing a sensation on the Nürburgring. Despite being an electric vehicle, Its exceptional performance and stunning design had captivated many, leading to speculation about its potential achievements on the track. Finally, the Supercar event arrived. Early in the morning, Su Chen rose with anticipation. Today marked the debut of the Chitu, poised to impress the public. This Supercar event was destined to be the most grandiose of recent years, with numerous manufacturers showcasing their finest creations, all vying for glory on the end reverberating. After a quick wash-up, Su Chen, accompanied by the Faith Motors team, set out for the event. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Tanaka-ken. "Are you ready, Mr. Tanaka?" Tanaka-ken looked at Su Chen with a provocative demeanor. Su Chen smiled lightly. "What is there to prepare for? Let us just do it." Hearing Su Chen's inexplicably confident words, Tanaka-ken sneered and approached his GTR. Su Chen, observing this, offered a reminder. "Please be gentle with my GTR today. Do not push it too hard." Tanaka-ken let out a cold laugh, starting his vehicle and speeding toward the venue. Su Chen glanced around. Various supercars were already revving their engines, each roar a testament to their uniqueness. Just then, Qilin rushed over, live streaming on his phone. "Brothers, the thrilling moment has arrived. Today, I will broadcast the Chitu in its entirety. Are you all ready?" Chapter 112. Soon, we'll know who the true champion is. As the live stream commenced, a flurry of comments flooded the screen, with all those following the Supercar event today offering their blessings to the Faith automobile. The stage was set, and they eagerly awaited the launch of the red hair. "Red hair, please do us proud and show those foreigners what a future supercar truly looks like." The excitement was palpable, and many wished to witness the Supercar event in person. "Dear streamer, please keep your hands steady while filming." With that, Su Chen drove off in the red hair. At this moment, the Supercar event was packed to capacity, with numerous foreign supercar enthusiasts arriving promptly. "I heard all the top supercars are here today. I can't wait to see the Mercedes-AMG One. Indeed, it's exhilarating. When will I ever own a supercar?" The focus today is on lap times, right? I suspect this year will again belong to Porsche. The Porsche 911 is indeed impressive, but I've heard that Tesla's production supercar is also here. I'm so looking forward to it. Everyone was eagerly anticipating a chance to admire these magnificent supercars. One by one, the major manufacturers began to showcase their vehicles. First came the Mercedes-AMG One, followed by the Lamborghini Veneno, the Pagani Huayra, the Porsche 911 GT2 RS, the Bugatti Veyron, the Tesla Roadster, and the Nissan GT-R. As the supercars arrived, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. "Wow, they're finally here. It's so thrilling. That Pagani is simply stunning. And Tesla's production car is a performance beast. Mercedes' car is gorgeous and powerful. I bet Porsche will again set the lap record this year." Not necessarily. I think Tesla might take it. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle, and smartphones and cameras were whipped out, capturing every moment of the supercars on display. At that moment, Qilin aimed his phone at the scene. As a supercar enthusiast, this was a first for him, and he marveled at the gathering of vehicles worth billions. In the live stream, viewers were equally astonished by the grand spectacle. "Thank you, streamer, for showcasing these incredible cars. There must be billions worth of cars here, but in my opinion, the red hair is the most impressive." "Hey, where's the red hair? Why did the streamer come alone?" Qilin glanced at the comments and turned the camera toward the slowly approaching red hair. "Here it comes, the red hair." At the very moment Su Chen drove the red hair onto the scene, an unexpected hush fell over the crowd. All gazes shifted from the other supercars to the red hair. Its dazzling red hue glistened under the sun, resembling a brilliant jewel among the stars. The red hair's sleek and graceful lines exuded a powerful aura, like a beast poised to race forward. The atmosphere grew tense, as if everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of the red hair's debut. Those who had been fervently discussing other supercars fell silent, their attention riveted on this mysterious vehicle from the east. Many were seeing the red hair for the first time, and their expressions were filled with disbelief. "Oh my God! Everyone look! What kind of car is this? I don't recognize it. Is it a concept car? It must belong to some supercar manufacturer, but why is a concept car here? Wait, this is a supercar made in the Dragon Country, named Red Hair. It caused quite a stir yesterday. Dragon Country supercar? I've never heard of that. Is there really a supercar from the Dragon Country at this event? The design is so futuristic, like something out of a movie. What kind of designer could create such a concept car? The sudden appearance of the red hair left nearly everyone astonished. In an instant, the crowd surged toward it, phones snapping pictures incessantly. Tanaka Ken, witnessing the throng around the red hair, was taken aback. What the hell? It's just a pretty face. Do they really need to react this way? He looked disdainfully at the masses drawn to the red hair, feeling envious. Just moments ago, there had been so many people photographing his GTR, but now they had all flocked to the red hair. Not only the spectators, but even the executives from various car companies were baffled by the commotion. What's happening? Why have all these people rushed to see that car? It seems to be a well-designed supercar from the Dragon Country. A supercar from the Dragon Country? Are you joking? I researched Faith Automobile. They were just established a little over 2 months ago. It's unbelievable. What's so unbelievable about that? With the Dragon Country's ability to imitate, creating a car that merely looks good as child's play. The executive sneered, dismissing the red hair entirely. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, experts see the details. None of them believed the Dragon Country could produce a genuine supercar. They assumed it was merely a non-production concept car seeking attention. Emler and Stephen exchanged cynical glances. Mr. Stephen, did you see that? The scrutiny for supercars has become far too lenient. I will suggest to the organizers that concept cars should never be allowed here again. A concept car trying to set a lap record, especially an electric one, is simply disrespectful to the supercar event. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat in the driver's seat, fielding questions from the curious crowd. Is this a concept car? No, this is not a concept car. This is a production vehicle. The onlookers were left speechless. A production vehicle? How can any production car look like a concept car? Is this a prank? Faith Automobile. Sounds like it's made in the Dragon Country. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, every component of this red hair is made in the Dragon Country. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd erupted in laughter. Made in the Dragon Country? When did they start producing supercars? Their technology must have been stolen. Made in the Dragon Country is synonymous with cheapness. This car is probably just a pretty facade and won't perform at all. Exasperated by the skepticism, Su Chen had little desire to explain. He was here to prove the capabilities of the Dragon Country. What do you mean the Dragon Country can't produce supercars? Are these foreigners really denying what is right before their eyes? Fine, if that's how you want to play it. Soon enough, you'll see who the true champion is. Just then, the host of the Supercar event announced, the Supercar event is officially underway. Chapter 113. I am the belief in automotive racing. Upon the host's announcement, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. The much-anticipated event was about to commence, with this year's focus predominantly on lap time competitions. Who would emerge victorious this time? I suspect it will be Porsche once again, as the new Porsche 911 is making a formidable entrance this year. I have noticed that numerous supercar manufacturers have enlisted professional racers, promising a visual feast for all. Wang Qilin excitedly directed the camera towards the array of supercars. The number of viewers in the live stream had already reached several million, all eagerly awaiting this grand showcase of supercars. The atmosphere was electric. It seemed that the foreigners had gathered around the Cheetah car, appearing rather awestruck. To be honest, even I found myself captivated by the Cheetah at first sight. However, I harbored some concerns about how the Cheetah would perform when it took to the track. What was there to worry about? If one had thoroughly studied the videos of the Cheetah released in the past few days, it would be clear that there should be no issues today. I have a declaration. Should the Cheetah clinch first place, I will immediately order one for myself. Su Chen stood alongside the Belief Automotive team, feeling a mix of excitement as well. Many foreigners claimed that the Cheetah was merely for show, lacking substance. However, once the race commenced, the Cheetah would undoubtedly astonish everyone. The host then proceeded to announce the various rules for this year's supercar event. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nürburgring track has always been the premier venue for testing the performance of production cars, and this year is no exception. The organizers have decided to award a prize of 5 million euros to the supercar achieving the fastest lap time. If a new record is set, an additional 5 million will be added. As the host's words echoed through the venue, the representatives from the supercar manufacturers were left in astonishment. What? A cash prize this year? The organizers are truly generous. Porsche will surely take the win. That totals a staggering 10 million euros, enough to purchase several supercars. We at Tesla are determined to seize this opportunity. Our driver is a global champion, and Pagani is resolute in its quest for victory. Even Tanaka Ken, the most sought-after driver in Japan, felt a surge of excitement. If he could break the Nürburgring lap record and secure first place, that would mean 10 million euros in his pocket, more than his total career earnings. The more Tanaka Ken pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and he glanced towards Su Chen. The stakes of their wager seemed rather trivial now. With such a lucrative prize on the line, winning against the Chidu would not feel particularly satisfying. Just then, Muller and Steven approached Tanaka Ken. They were familiar with him, given his international recognition. "Mr. Tanaka, I hear you have a bet with Su Chen from Belief Automotive?" Tanaka Ken scratched his head sheepishly. "We were just joking. Defeating Belief Automotive is hardly a challenge." Muller patted Tanaka Ken on the shoulder, chuckling. "I see that Belief Automotive is quite formidable. We shouldn't underestimate them." Tanaka Ken smiled in agreement. Indeed, Belief Automotive is impressive. After a brief chat, the host announced that the Supercar lap time competition was about to begin. The drivers from various supercar manufacturers were called up to draw lots for their starting order. Confidently, Tanaka Ken prepared to step forward, as did the other drivers. These racers were true professionals, clad in expensive racing suits. And among them were several renowned drivers who had achieved accolades on the international stage. For instance, Tanaka Ken, a legendary figure in Japan, had won 5 consecutive championships at the Dongjin International Racing Competition. Tom, the Porsche driver, was celebrated for achieving the fastest lap record at the Nürburgring in a Porsche 919. Jordan, the Lamborghini driver, had secured 15 championship titles, with countless trophies adorning his home. They were all here today to compete for the fastest lap at the Nürburgring. As each world-class driver took the stage, the audience erupted in applause. Jordan is indeed impressive. It seems he is destined for victory this year. These drivers were exceptional. Their equipment spoke volumes about their prowess. Indeed, breaking the Nürburgring record required not only a formidable car, but also a skilled driver. The collective value of these drivers could surpass that of even the most elite supercars. All eyes were on these racers, and viewers in Wang Kanan's live stream expressed their admiration. Today, we can witness not only the exquisite supercars, but also such prestigious drivers. My favorite is Tom from Porsche. His driving skills are unparalleled. One viewer suddenly inquired, "Which driver from Belief Automotive is representing us? I don't think I saw anyone earlier." Wang Kanan was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Indeed, I was too focused on the cars. Who is driving the Chidu from Belief Automotive?" At that moment, a commotion arose on stage. Wang Kanan glanced over and nearly stumbled in disbelief. "Why is Boss Su up there?" Sure enough, aside from the host and staff, all the individuals on stage were professional drivers from various supercar manufacturers. Then there was Su Chen, dressed casually in leisure wear, his demeanor shockingly relaxed. One would think he had come for a vacation or to attend a market fair, with an expression that suggested he was merely enjoying the day. The viewers in the live stream had clearly noticed Su Chen. No way, did Belief Automotive not hire a professional driver? That shouldn't be the case. Belief Automotive is renowned for its wealth, having recently disbursed 500 million in cash to employees. This was common knowledge. No way, Boss Su is taking the wheel himself? Isn't that ludicrous? If he drives, won't the gap widen significantly? This is bad news. Many viewers began to worry for Su Chen. After all, he was not a professional driver. Even with the Chidu's impressive specifications, his chances of victory seemed bleak. On stage, Tanaka Ken spotted Su Chen and mockingly asked, "Doesn't Belief Automotive have any drivers?" Su Chen shrugged, "Of course we do." Tanaka Ken frowned. "Then where are they? Why isn't a driver up there?" Su Chen chuckled, pointing to himself. "I am the driver for Belief Automotive." As soon as Su Chen's words left his lips, Tanaka Ken was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 114, Boss Su. "Are you here on vacation?" "What? You are the racing driver from Faith Automobile?" Tanaka Ken looked at Su Chen with disbelief. Was this young man here to cause trouble? Dressed so casually on stage, now claiming to be the racing driver for Faith Automobile? Wasn't he the owner of Faith Automobile? Could it be that this lad was a hidden big shot? Had he raced before? With Tanaka-Ken's question, the other dozen or so racing drivers also turned their attention to Su Chen, perplexed by his casual attire. Who was this person? Which manufacturer's staff was he? Indeed, why was he wandering around? Wasn't it time for the official racers from each manufacturer to take the stage? What was he doing here? I recognize him. He was the driver of that supercar manufactured in Dragon Country, wasn't he? Could this young man really be the racing driver for Faith Automobile? This had to be a joke. Everyone looked at Su Chen with skepticism, since he was here to participate in the Supercar Conference and aimed for a good result. He would need to hire a professional driver. Yet, Su Chen appeared to be an ordinary person. Was he not here to create chaos? The host approached Su Chen and inquired, "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Su Chen spoke confidently. "I am the racing driver for Faith Automobile's red hair. And my name is Su Chen. I am also the president of Faith Automobile." The host was taken aback. "What? Are you kidding me?" The audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Was Faith Automobile planning to give up? How could the owner come out to compete? This was absurd. No matter how confident one was in their car, this was too much. What a pity for that supercar, allowing such an amateur to drive it. It was a complete waste. The audience, who had high hopes for the red hair, now gazed at Su Chen with disappointment. They found him utterly disappointing. Listening to their discussions, Su Chen found it amusing. Although he was not a professional racing driver, he had red hair. The adaptive capabilities of red hair on the track were no laughing matter. Moreover, he had instructed his team to input all the data from the in-burgering track into the car's system. To be honest, once the autopilot was activated, he wouldn't even need to drive. Even if he did, it would be the simplest task. The racing drivers present were confident in their abilities. But Su Chen only thought this to himself. No one would believe him if he said it out loud. After confirming with Su Chen once more, the host finally nodded. "Well, since you are not a professional driver, I will have to place you last." The host spoke to Su Chen with a hint of regret, directly omitting him from the draw. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Did it matter what position he drew? Being last suited him perfectly. Before long, the other racing drivers completed their draws. The Lamborghini team took first place, Porsche second, Tesla third, Nissan fourth, Bugatti Veyron fifth, and Faith Automobile ended up last. In 15th place. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now anticipate today's race. The host's passionate voice echoed throughout the venue. But the audience's expectations for Faith Automobile's red hair had plummeted to an all-time low. They looked at Su Chen, the casually dressed young man, filled with doubt and confusion. How could someone who wasn't even a driver compete in the car they were so eager to see against experienced racers? However, Su Chen remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the skepticism around him. Standing beside red hair, he gently caressed the car's body as if communicating with it. "Red hair, today it's all up to you," Su Chen whispered. The car seemed to respond, its body slightly vibrating as if in acknowledgement. The first to take the stage was Lamborghini. The driver, Jordan, exuded confidence. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini team members busily prepared, their various data monitors lighting up. Clearly, they had completed their adjustments and were ready to start. Jordan confidently gave an OK signal to his team before settling into the driver and Oppo's seat. As the car door closed, he started the Lamborghini. The roar of the 5.2-liter V10 engine erupted, causing everyone around to take a step back in surprise. Soon, under the gaze of the crowd, the Lamborghini slowly made its way to the starting line. With the countdown completed, Jordan slammed down on the accelerator. The Lamborghini charged forward like an enraged bull, its front end lifting high. "Oh my God, what an explosive start." All the spectators shared this thought as they watched the Lamborghini vanish into the distance within seconds. Quickly, the first timing point relayed the car's information, 1 minute and 5 seconds. My heavens, that speed is extraordinary. The Lamborghini team erupted in exclamations. Indeed, this result was a full second faster than the record set by Porsche at the first timing point. Keep in mind, this was a supercar. If the first timing point was this fast, the entire 20-plus kilometers would likely be even quicker. The Lamborghini continued to race down the track, and the audience waited with bated breath. Before long, the Lamborghini completed the entire course in a total time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Although this time did not break the Porsche 911 GT2 RS record of 6 minutes and 47 seconds, it was still 2 seconds faster than Lamborghini's previous record. The Lamborghini team cheered, applauding the impressive achievement. Jordan parked the car, and his entire team rushed to congratulate him. However, there was a slight regret that if they had been a few seconds faster, they might have shattered Porsche's record. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, all cheering for Jordan. Incredible! What a remarkable performance to break their own record right out of the gate. They were eager to see what Porsche would achieve next. As Lamborghini had set a new record, surely Porsche would not disappoint. At this moment, Qilin, seated on the stage, was also clapping excitedly. Fantastic! The atmosphere here is electrifying. He then searched for Su Chen in the crowd. With such a tense atmosphere, Su Chen was likely preparing for Red Hair's upcoming appearance, right? However, when the camera focused on Faith Automobile, Qilin nearly choked. Su Chen appeared completely unfazed, casually playing cards with the Faith Automobile team members. 3 of a kind. Boom. Mr. Su, why aren't you playing by the rules? Just win it outright. No need for trickery. Su Chen looked relaxed, effortlessly completing a chain of moves. This is too simple, like spring. Qilin was taken aback, and the live stream fell into silence. Mr. Su, are you here on vacation? Chapter 115. At last, the moment for the Red Rabbit has arrived. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback to see Su Chen casually playing cards, appearing utterly unconcerned. What on earth? It seems like Boss Su has given up. They exclaimed. It's clear now. He is merely on vacation and not here for the Supercar event at all. Boss Su, could you possibly take this more seriously? You promised to give the foreigners a proper spectacle. They continued. Am I wrong? The Red Rabbit, which embodies automotive faith, is nothing but a fade. Look at Su Chen. He clearly has no intention of racing seriously. Indeed, with no professional racers in sight. Even the most basic attitude appeared lacking. Betting on a casual game, they were sure of defeat. Many viewers, witnessing Su Chen's card game, began to fret over the Red Rabbit's impending performance. After all, this was its debut, and Su Chen seemed to treat it with such nonchalance. Qilin instinctively swallowed hard and said, Everyone, don't worry, perhaps Su Chen has some tricks up his sleeve. Despite his words, he too felt a pang of uncertainty. At that moment, several manufacturers had already showcased their supercars. Aside from Lamborghini breaking its own record, Porsche surged ahead of the competition. The previous record holder, the Porsche 911, had just completed a lap, shattering its own time of 6 minutes and 47 seconds. Astonishingly, Porsche had improved their record by a full 10 seconds, achieving a staggering 6 minutes and 37 seconds. For supercars, even a second's improvement is monumental, yet Porsche had managed to enhance their time by 10 seconds. As Porsche driver Tom returned to the paddock, the entire Porsche team rushed to embrace him. Tom, well done. You truly are a world champion. A full 10 seconds improvement. This record will likely stand unbroken for years to come. Tom beamed with joy, clearly pleased with his performance, as spectators gathered to congratulate him. Next, Tanaka-kin from the Nissa team prepared to set off. Tanaka-san, while breaking the record may be a daunting task, let us strive to present our best form. We aim to come close to Porsche's time. The Nissa team understood the difficulty of surpassing Porsche's newly established record, so they settled for aiming for a respectable time that would at least be in proximity to Porsche's. Tanaka-kin smiled and replied, I understand. My goal is merely to achieve a time that Faith Automotive cannot surpass. With that, he cast a glance towards the Faith Automotive team, where Su Chen and his crew remained engrossed in their card game. Have they truly given up? A bunch of foolish people from the Dragon Kingdom. Tanaka-kin was astonished by Su Chen's blatant disregard for the gravity of the situation. Playing cards during such a crucial event was nothing short of foolishness, an utter waste of this opportunity. Without further ado, Tanaka-kin ignited the God of War GTR and prepared for departure. The roar of the GTR S3 8TV6 engine filled the air, drawing the attention of the spectators. This was the new GTR, boasting an impressive 556 horsepower, surely capable of setting new records. While breaking Porsche's time seemed out of reach, the GTR still had its admirers. The suit-clad beast is simply magnificent. As the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension, the crowd focused intently on the legendary car, eager to witness its prowess on the track. Tanaka-kin sat firmly in the driver's seat, his gaze unwavering, hands gripping the steering wheel. Taking a deep breath, he gradually pressed the accelerator. The God of War GTR surged forth like a beast unleashed, its engine roaring mightily as it sped onto the track. Gasps of excitement echoed among the audience in response to this exhilarating moment. Meanwhile, the Faith Automotive team remained leisurely engrossed in their card game, seemingly indifferent to the forthcoming events. Qilin watched Su Chen and the others with growing anxiety. He understood Su Chen's intentions, but was acutely aware that without sufficient strength against such formidable rivals, the outcome could be disastrous. At that moment, Tanaka-kin was already racing the God of War GTR around the Nürburgring. The Nissa team was keenly monitoring the GTR's performance. Soon enough, Tanaka-kin was excelling at the task at hand. Breaking our own record seems quite feasible. Reports flooded in from the team regarding Tanaka's progress. Before long, Tanaka-kin crossed the final timing point. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. We did it. Our GTR has succeeded, falling just 3 seconds short of Porsche. Truly impressive, Tanaka-kin. This time is a remarkable improvement of 30 seconds over our previous record. The Nissu team erupted in celebration, many rushing to offer their congratulations. When Tanaka-kin returned to the paddock, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He knew he had achieved an impressive feat, although it couldn't match Porsche. This time was enough to leave Faith Automotive trailing in its wake. Behold the prowess of the God of War GTR. Faith Automotive from the Dragon Kingdom. Are you ready to accept your impending defeat? Tanaka-kin taunted as he drove past the Faith Automotive team. Su Chen, unfazed, merely stood up and stretched. He paid no heed to Tanaka-kin's provocation. Soon after, the other teams completed their laps, and the standings were as follows. First place went to Porsche with a time of 6 minutes and 37 seconds, followed by Tesla at 6 minutes and 38 seconds. And third place was the Nissa GTR at 6 minutes and 40 seconds. As these supercars completed their runs, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Everyone was astonished that the times in this Nürburgring lap competition had improved so significantly. Nearly all supercars had shown considerable advancement, especially Porsche, which had improved by 10 seconds, a truly extraordinary achievement. The host glanced at the list and exclaimed, "Oh my, I almost forgot about Faith Automotive." At this moment, the crowd realized that the Red Rabbit from Faith Automotive had yet to take its turn. Meanwhile, Su Chen had walked over to the Red Rabbit. "Red Rabbit, it's all on you now." With that, Su Chen climbed into the car, ready to commence the lap time trial. Chapter 116, The Fully Autonomous Chitu? Are you serious, Boss Su? At this moment, all eyes in the venue were once again fixed on Chitu. Almost forgotten, there was still a vehicle yet to race. Are you referring to the Chitu from Faith Automotive? Is there even a point in racing at this stage? Achieving remarkable results seems nearly impossible. However, making an appearance is certainly commendable. Although Chitu may not generate astonishing outcomes, its aesthetic appeal is undeniable. But what use is beauty? A concept car lapping here serves no purpose. Tanaka-jin scoffed upon seeing Su Chen prepare to enter the vehicle. Is he truly going to display his incompetence? To put it in a Chinese idiom, he is merely seeking humiliation. Not only did Tanaka-jin dismiss Su Chen, but even professional racers from other teams wore mocking expressions upon witnessing Su Chen's intentions. What business do professional racers have in this spectacle? Made in Long Nation. Synonymous with shoddy craftsmanship, what good is a polished exterior? I'm already preparing to laugh. Is Faith Automotive here merely for attention? Muller and Steven had already approached Tanaka-jin to extend their congratulations. Qilin felt a surge of excitement as he saw Su Chen take action. Brothers, it's happening. Chitu is about to hit the track. In the live stream, viewers were equally thrilled. It has taken an eternity for this draw. How could it be so delayed? Though achieving results seems impossible, there remains hope that Chitu can showcase its own potential. Let us not overthink. Boss Su is no professional racer. It's remarkable he can even compete. I have faith in Chitu. It will undoubtedly achieve results. All attention was firmly on Chitu. facing the crowd. Su Chen took his seat in the driver's position. Start. With a single touch, he ignited Chitu, which responded with a swift whoosh. Being an electric vehicle, Chitu remained eerily silent after ignition. Yet, the headlights, resembling angelic eyes, illuminated brilliantly, akin to dazzling stars or spectral phantoms, instantly captivating everyone's gaze. Those lights are quite spectacular. One cannot deny that Long Nation's automotive industry excels in aesthetic design. Alas, beauty cannot be consumed for sustenance. Su Chen adjusted the rearview mirror and activated the vehicle's holographic projection. A virtual racetrack materialized before his eyes, displaying Chitu's real-time data. Su Chen concentrated intently. Chitu, activate extreme mode and engage fully autonomous driving. Greetings, esteemed owner. Extreme mode and full autonomy have been activated. As the vehicle's voice concluded, Chitu's performance surged to its zenith. Data for the Nürburgring track has been fully imported. Scanning complete, full autonomy has taken control. Simultaneously, Su Chen sensed Chitu's transformation. The tire's grip intensified, the car's stability improved, and the power output became increasingly ferocious. Is this extreme mode? Truly extraordinary. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction before pressing the accelerator to the floor. Chitu surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. My goodness, what speed! This acceleration surpasses that of a Porsche 911. Can a vehicle manufactured in Long Nation possess such remarkable performance? Faith Automotive indeed has something special. Chitu's velocity astonished all onlookers. Even those professional racers who initially dismissed Chitu wore expressions of surprise. This acceleration, how terrifying. As a professional racer, Tanaka Jian furrowed his brow upon witnessing Chitu's speed. He had never anticipated that this electric vehicle, which he held in contempt, would accelerate so swiftly. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. He believed that although Chitu's speed was impressive, matching their performance would be nearly impossible. After all, their cars had been meticulously tuned and modified, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary production vehicles. Meanwhile, Su Chen, once the autonomous driving was engaged, appeared completely at ease, resting his hands behind his head. Chitu, in autonomous mode, maneuvered the track with the grace of a nimble leopard. Each turn was exhilarating, yet Chitu navigated every curve flawlessly, without a hint of error. The handling is exceptional. The entry angles are simply perfect. Faith Automotive's Chitu is indeed remarkable. Viewers in Wang Canan's live stream erupted in astonishment at Chitu's performance. Even those who initially doubted Chitu were rendered speechless. Upon witnessing Chitu's prowess, Tanaka Jian's smile gradually faded. Quick, check Chitu's timing data, he uttered coldly. The team from Nissan promptly rushed to the control center to review Chitu's timing data. First timing point, 56 seconds. When Tanaka Jian beheld Chitu's first timing result, he was utterly dumbfounded. No, this is impossible. How could it be so fast? It is essential to note that no vehicle had achieved a sub-minute time at this checkpoint today. Yet, Chitu managed to clock in at 56 seconds. Second timing point, 1 minute 58 seconds. What? Tanaka Jian stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Did it engage nitrous? How could it possibly be this rapid? Not only was Tanaka Jian astonished, but other professional racers also gathered, each clutching their heads in disbelief. My heavens, this cannot be true. Absolutely impossible. It's too fast. Is this result genuine? It's even quicker than the electric car from Tiras. At this rate, Chitu may indeed break the record. Just then, the scene shifted to a drone's perspective. The footage revealed Su Chen with both hands behind his head, appearing utterly relaxed. He even occasionally glanced at his phone. He isn't driving? How could he have both hands off the steering wheel? Isn't this reckless driving? At such high speeds. How could anyone not grasp the wheel? I remember now, Faith Automotive supposedly possesses a unique, global, fully autonomous driving feature. Could it be that Chitu is racing itself? As this realization dawned, everyone fell silent. This technology is simply astounding. No wonder Faith Automotive doesn't require professional racers. Chitu essentially drives itself. Even a dog could take the driver's seat. My heavens, this cutting-edge technology is truly revolutionary. Meanwhile, Chidu continued to race down the track, each turn and acceleration leaving onlookers in awe. Su Chen, immensely relaxed, focused on the road ahead, exclaiming, "The fully autonomous driving of Chidu is extraordinary." In that moment, Chidu soared toward the finish line like an arrow released from its bow. Here it comes, the final sprint. What kind of results will Chidu achieve? Can Long Nation Manufacturing create a miracle? All eyes were firmly fixed on Chidu. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Chidu crossed the finish line. The results appeared on the backdrop, revealing Chidu's performance. Everyone present was utterly astonished upon witnessing this remarkable achievement. Chapter 117. Is GTR unconvinced? Then let me convince you. 5 minutes, 58 seconds. Is this time genuinely accurate? A gasp rippled through the crowd as the performance of the Chidu appeared on the display. Silence enveloped everyone present. For the first time, Faith Automotive participated in the Supercar Conference, and on its debut at the Nürburgring circuit, it shattered the record by nearly a minute. How could such an astonishing feat be possible? The drivers present stared at the scoreboard, utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. This time is absolutely unfathomable. Although the Chidu is swift, how could it possibly outpace a Porsche by such a margin? Moreover, the driver of the Chidu had just driven with abandon. Surely, there must be foul play. At this moment, Tanaka Ken stood agape, his expression as pallid as if he had witnessed a ghost. The Chidu must have cheated. There is no way it could be this fast. Tanaka understood the implications of this time. About 50 seconds faster than the previous world record. It was truly unbelievable. Supercars are notoriously difficult to improve upon, and he had initially thought that a 10-second improvement from Porsche would already be the pinnacle. To his astonishment, the Chidu had obliterated the record upon debut. Meanwhile, Wang Qilin leaped into the air as the Chidu crossed the finish line. Brothers, the Chidu. The Chidu has achieved a time of 5 minutes and 58 seconds. This is a brand new world record. My goodness. I doubt the display is malfunctioning. In the live broadcast, viewers erupted in excitement, sending a flurry of comments. My dear mother, is this still a supercar? This is a rocket. Did I miscount? Shouldn't that 5 be a 6? I'm getting old. My eyes must be deceiving me. How could the Chidu achieve such a time without being exceptional? Boss Su has been extraordinarily remarkable. He just drove with both hands off the wheel. What need is there for professional drivers with the Chidu around? As everyone marveled at the Chidu's achievement, the heads of various racing teams could no longer remain passive. They hurried to the data center. No, the Chidu and Oppo's time is incorrect. We demand a thorough review. No car, no matter how fast, could possibly achieve such a time. There must be something amiss. We suspect that Faith Automotive's vehicle collided with an accelerator. We insist on a re-examination. Tanaka Ken was also craning his neck in the crowd, shouting for a technical reassessment, insisting that the Chidu's data was erroneous. At this time, Sam, the head of the technical center, frowned, contemplating the Chidu's 5 minutes and 58 seconds display. What could be the cause? Had the Chidu truly cheated? However, there existed a possibility that the data center had made an error in calculations. It must be the case. All cars on this planet are comparable. Why should the Chidu be able to break into the 6-minute mark and brutally overpower the Porsche 911? Thus, Sam turned to his team and commanded, "Immediately verify all data from the Chidu, from the first timing point to the last. I want a frame-by-frame analysis." The technical team began their meticulous work, reviewing the Chidu's timing data. The Faith Automotive team also approached, dissatisfied with the technical center's decision to reassess the Chidu's performance. This is discrimination. Why should you assume that what you cannot achieve is unattainable for others? Opposed, the Chidu's result is evident. How could it possibly be cheating? Indeed, our Chidu boasts a staggering 1,200 horsepower and can accelerate from 0 to 100 in under 2 seconds, not to mention its array of cutting-edge technology. Achieving such a time is merely natural. Not only was the Faith Automotive team agitated, but even the viewers in Wang Qilin's live stream could no longer contain their discontent. What is this? The foreigners are at it again, claiming others cheat when they cannot win. This is an old tactic, a blatant disrespect for our dragon country manufacturing. Investigate. If the results are proven accurate, let us see what they will say then. The technical center personnel were urgently reviewing the situation. The data for the first timing point was flawless. The second was also without issue. The third and fourth were normal. The final sprint time was correct as well. Within 5 minutes, the verification of the cheetah's time was complete. There were no discrepancies. Moreover, they confirmed the technical equipment was functioning properly. Upon receiving the report, Sam had no choice but to address the assembly. The cheetah's result is authentic. It is indeed 5 minutes and 58 seconds, and there are no equipment malfunctions. As the head of the technical center, Sam had meticulously scrutinized the cheetah's timing data frame by frame. Upon his announcement, the crowd erupted in jubilation. The cheetah's achievement was indeed real. This is phenomenal. The cheetah has set the fastest lap record, a feat unlikely to be surpassed for a considerable time. Remarkable. This supercar is truly extraordinary. I must have one. Tanaka-kin stood frozen, his face flushed, retreating a step in disbelief. Could this truly be real? At that moment, Su Chen drove the cheetah back to the faith automotive position. Look, the cheetah has returned. Someone shouted, and the entire crowd rushed toward the cheetah. As Su Chen exited the vehicle, the spectators, like stars surrounding the moon, hoisted him into the air. Cheers erupted all around. Everyone gathered around the cheetah, examining its stunning exterior. If the cheetah's futuristic design captivated them, the world record achievement on the Nürburgring stirred their hearts even more. The more they gazed, the more enamored they became. Not only did the presence of the cheetah overshadow the multitude of supercars on site, but it also silenced those who had previously dismissed it as mere eye candy. They now extolled its virtues. Su Chen was enveloped in a chorus of admiration. He understood that the cheetah's debut had dazzled the world. Many foreigners gave Su Chen a thumbs up. At that moment, Su Chen recalled Tanaka-kin. After requesting the crowd to lower him, Su Chen approached Tanaka-kin. Where are the car keys? Can I have them now? Tanaka-kin's face turned crimson, tightly clutching the keys to the GTR. After a moment, he hesitantly spoke. No, I have not lost. If you dare, let us race on the track for real. Su Chen was speechless. This man is indeed capricious. What could he possibly race against the cheetah's time? Nevertheless, Su Chen readily agreed. All right, since you are so determined, I accept your challenge. Upon hearing Su Chen's willingness to race Tanaka-kin again, the crowd burst into cheers. Chapter 118. Do not accuse me of bullying you. First, let me run for 30 seconds. The GTR, determined not to yield, prepared to engage in a fierce contest with the Red Rabbit. What could possibly compare to the Red Rabbit's performance? Surely, it could not be outpaced. The anticipation was palpable, even as one acknowledged that the GTR was unlikely to surpass the Red Rabbit's prowess. The audience erupted in excitement, urging Tanaka-kin to deliver his utmost performance. Not only that, but all the professional racers present rallied behind him. Mr. Tanaka, please show us your medal. You must win against the Red Rabbit. With a nod, Tanaka approached his vehicle and turned to face Su Chen. We shall race one lap. Whoever crosses the finish line first shall claim victory. Su Chen readily agreed. For the Red Rabbit to triumph over the GTR was no simple feat. His mind was solely focused on how to convincingly demonstrate Tanaka's inferiority in the upcoming race. What should have been an uncomplicated victory, Su Chen decided to add a touch of challenge. If little Ri was so obstinate, then he would surely deliver a resounding lesson. Wang Qilin, observing Su Chen entering the car, addressed the viewers in the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see this? Little Ri is adamant. Boss Su has taken his seat. It seems he intends to secure a glorious victory. The viewers in the live stream were incensed. Could Tanaka-kin be hiding some nefarious plot? Indeed, concern began to mount. In the face of the Red Rabbit's undeniable strength, what could he possibly devise? Soon, the GTR would not even catch a whiff of the Red Rabbit's exhaust, let alone glimpse its tail lights. At this juncture, netizens from Long Country fully supported the Red Rabbit, especially after it had shattered the Nürburgring record upon its debut. Various media outlets were poised with cameras, directing their lenses toward the track where the Red Rabbit and GTR stood. Ladies and gentlemen, a sudden turn of events at the Nürburgring. The GTR, unwilling to concede, seeks to challenge the freshly minted record holder, the Red Rabbit. The crowd was firmly in favor of the Red Rabbit, although the GTR appeared far from defenseless. Everyone awaited the outcome of how the Red Rabbit would secure its victory. As both the Red Rabbit and GTR idled on the track, the referee approached. After confirming that both Su Chen and Tanaka-kin were ready, the referee began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. At the referee's command, Tanaka-kin slammed the accelerator of the GTR. The silver GTR surged forward like a tempest, its engine roaring powerfully. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed over 100 meters. The GTR, a venerable supercar, demonstrated impressive speed. Observers marveled at its explosive start. Meanwhile, all eyes turned to the Red Rabbit, where Su Chen sat, fixated on the GTR racing ahead, showing no signs of movement. 5 or 6 seconds had elapsed since the referee's command, yet the Red Rabbit remained steadfast on the starting line. What? Why isn't the Red Rabbit moving? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Has the driver not started the car? Had the earlier intense driving taken a toll on the Red Rabbit? Spectators were perplexed by the lack of action as the GTR sped far ahead while the Red Rabbit remained poised and unflinching, like a seasoned general at the fishing pier. Even the faithful automobile team felt a twinge of anxiety. What is Boss Su doing? Why isn't he starting the car? Boss Su, this is no joke. Hurry up. Had there been a malfunction? Technicians from the faithful automobile team hurried to inspect the vehicle. Wang Qilin stood dumbfounded, questioning, why hasn't Boss Su started the car? Could there truly be an issue? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. This was dire. More than 10 seconds had passed, and the GTR had vanished from sight. Boss Su was being overly confident. Suddenly, a realization struck. I think I understand. Boss Su is letting the GTR go ahead for 30 seconds before chasing it down. What? Is Su planning to win by this method? That is preposterous. Is it really? Look at Su's expression. He appears so relaxed. Indeed, the large screen captured a close-up of Su Chen inside the Red Rabbit, appearing utterly unfazed, occasionally checking his phone. The faithful automobile technicians approached urgently, asking, Mr. Su, is there a malfunction with the vehicle? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, Nope, I'm just letting him run for 30 seconds. The technicians were taken aback. All right, Boss Su, you're remarkable. Your nonchalance is quite alarming. Just then, the Red Rabbit's onboard system chimed in. Target distance, 5 kilometers. Shall we initiate? Su Chen promptly responded, All right, Red Rabbit, you may start. Before he could finish, the Red Rabbit surged forward. Spectators on either side of the track, including several foreign women in skirts, quickly clutched their garments, nearly swept away by the wind generated by the Red Rabbit's launch. Finally, the Red Rabbit is off, someone exclaimed. Meanwhile, Tanaka-kin, driving the GTR, still failed to see the Red Rabbit in his rearview mirror. Haha, has the Red Rabbit conceded? It's been 30 seconds, and I still don't see it. He inquired through his headset. What is the status on the Red Rabbit? A team member responded, Tanaka-san. The Red Rabbit hasn't started yet. It's still at the line. However, before he could finish, the Red Rabbit zipped past him with a whoosh. What? Tanaka-san, the Red Rabbit has launched. It's incredibly fast. Tanaka-kin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Oh, it just started? Haha, even a rocket couldn't catch me now. I'm certain of my victory. He was elated. A 30-second head start left no room for doubt in his mind. Moreover, his speed was steadily increasing as he approached the first timing point. Yet, the Red Rabbit's acceleration was unparalleled. Within mere moments, it had vanished from the track. How could the Red Rabbit's launch speed be even more formidable than before? It was astonishingly rapid. Could it be that the Red Rabbit would successfully close the 30-second gap? That was unfathomable. The live footage continued to relay updates. Oh my God! The Red Rabbit is now only 500 meters behind the GTR and still accelerating. The Red Rabbit's maximum speed has surpassed 400 km/h. Is this a land rocket? It was down to 300 meters. The Red Rabbit's every turn allowed it to outpace the GTR by a second, and it was closing in fast. At that moment, Tanaka-kin, reveling in his perceived superiority, glanced in the rearview mirror and was taken aback as a brilliant red figure drew near. What is that? The Red Rabbit? Chapter 119. Has Chitu created a new record? What is that? Chitu? Tanaka-kin could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly glanced at the dashboard. where the GTR speed had reached an astonishing 380 kilometers per hour, nearly its maximum limit. Yet, in the rearview mirror, the speed of Chitu continued to escalate. Chitu was catching up. Look, it was now less than 150 meters away from the GTR. Was Chitu about to create a miracle? To close a 30-second gap and still make a comeback? Unbelievable. This was simply astonishing. The spectators were going wild. The viewers in Wang Kanan's live stream were equally stunned. Oh my, Chitu really caught up. This defies science. It is utterly incomprehensible. Chitu's speed was still increasing. Could it truly surpass the GTR? Incredible! Go, Chitu. Give it your all. Tanaka-kin sensed something was amiss. He slammed on the accelerator, desperate to increase speed. However, the GTR had already reached its limit, unable to gain even the slightest bit of additional speed. Meanwhile, Chitu, like a red lightning bolt, was rapidly closing in on him. Chitu was about to overtake the GTR. It overtook. This was undoubtedly the most astonishing scene he had ever witnessed. Damn it. How could it surpass him after starting 30 seconds behind? This was nothing short of a rocket. At this moment, the professional racers watching were utterly dumbfounded, all staring incredulously at the big screen. What on earth was Chitu? How could it catch up so quickly? To be honest, the GTR was no slouch. How could it be surpassed? Tanaka-kin, sitting in the car, was on the verge of losing control. He slammed the steering wheel in frustration, but it was futile. Just then, Su Chen, driving Chitu, had already surpassed the GTR, but he gradually reduced his speed to match the GTR alongside it. Tanaka-kin turned his head to see Su Chen smiling at him. And then Su Chen shrugged his shoulders in a mocking gesture. Tanaka-kin was furious. Yet, he found himself powerless. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded on the track. After slowing down, Chitu closely followed the GTR. Moments later, it accelerated again, overtaking the GTR once more. This repeated several times, with Chitu behaving like a ghostly specter, continually overtaking and then retreating. The spectators were left speechless. What was Chitu doing? Was it taunting the GTR? Tanaka-kin must be seething. Chitu was remarkably stable, maintaining a tight grip on the GTR while playfully teasing it. Tanaka-kin, seeing Su Chen maneuvering Chitu back and forth, was infuriated. That damn Su Chen was humiliating him. He realized that numerous media reporters were present. If that previous scene was broadcasted as expected, it meant that Chitu's incessant taunting of him was being streamed live. Wasn't he being utterly humiliated? Damn it. What kind of performance monster was Chitu? How could it execute such high-difficulty maneuvers? Ha ha ha, incredible. Su Chen was truly mischievous. Chitu, take it to the next level. Su Chen was a formidable presence. This was what we call a psychological victory. Chitu's performance was simply astounding. Now no one could dare to say otherwise. The comments section in Wang Kanan's livestream erupted in frenzy. At this moment, Su Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at Tanaka-kin with keen interest. Dear driver, there are 2 kilometers left until the finish line. Shall we accelerate to the fullest? Upon hearing the voice of Chitu's onboard system, Su Chen issued the command. Full acceleration. It's time to finish this. Let's obliterate the GTR. No more pretense. It was time to reveal their true capabilities. Otherwise, Tanaka-kin, with his stubborn demeanor, would never concede. With Su Chen's order, Chitu surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving Tanaka-kin with nothing but a dazzling tail light. Look, Chitu has accelerated, someone exclaimed. Indeed, on the big screen, Chitu effortlessly surpassed Tanaka-kin's GTR, leaving it in the dust. Tanaka-kin's GTR, despite its intentions, was powerless to pursue. At that moment, Chitu was already several hundred meters ahead of the GTR, and the gap was only widening. Chitu's speed had exceeded 450 kilometers per hour. My goodness, this was faster than an F1 car. Chitu was on the verge of making history. The spectators lining the track were left in awe. They had never witnessed such incredible speed. Meanwhile, Tanaka-kin was utterly despondent. He couldn't keep up. Not only had Chitu toyed with him, but now it had vanished without a trace. He never imagined he would lose to a domestically produced electric vehicle from Longhua. That was Longhua manufacturing, the very thing he held in disdain. Moreover, he had fallen behind by 30 seconds only to be overtaken. This was a tremendous humiliation for him. How would he face the elders of his homeland upon returning? The worst part was that he had wagered with Su Chen. If he lost, he would have to give his GTR to him. He had believed victory was assured and even posted about it on Twitter. Everyone was aware of his bet. It was over. He was finished. He was going to lose this car. Bakayuru. Tanaka Ken roared, but Chidu had already disappeared from his sight. Soon, Chidu crossed the finish line ahead of everyone else. Haha, we won. Chidu is amazing. Su Chen is magnificent. The fans of the faithful automotive group erupted in cheers. At that moment, the big screen displayed the final results of Chidu and GTR. Chidu, 6 minutes and 18 seconds. This time, Chidu had started 30 seconds late and had even raced alongside the GTR for a while. What does this mean? If we disregard that 30 seconds, Chidu's time would have been 5 minutes and 48 seconds, a full 10 seconds faster than the previous record. This was nothing short of a miracle. Incredible. Su Chen is magnificent. Chidu's reputation has been firmly established. Chidu is extraordinary. I must have one for myself. Indeed, the most impressive aspect is Chidu's fully autonomous driving feature, allowing even non-professional racers like Su Chen to navigate with ease. Truly remarkable. The comments section in Wang Kanan's livestream exploded with excitement. Meanwhile, the spectators stood frozen, jaws agape, their expressions frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Tanaka Ken finally arrived at the finish line, 15 seconds slower than Su Chen. His face was filled with regret as his team members approached to comfort him. Tanaka-san, it's okay. Cheer up. Tanaka Ken slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Cheer up. How can I cheer up? I've lost my car. Chapter 120. Wait, are you referring to US dollars? The members of the Nissan team were disheartened. Indeed, Jian Tianzhong's actions had not only tarnished the reputation of Nissan's newly upgraded GTR, but they were also unable to retain the vehicle. Sai, we have lost. One team member said cautiously. With a dark expression, Tianzhong took a deep breath and slowly stated, we lost. So be it. One must accept defeat with grace. I, Tianzhong, am not one to shy away from a loss. At that moment, Su Chen approached Tianzhong, observing him with keen interest. So, how does it feel to lose gracefully? Tianzhong's expression was complex, leaving him at a loss for words. By the way, you haven't forgotten our wager, have you? Where are the keys to the car? Hand them over. The audience gathered around, aware of the bet between Su Chen and Tianzhong. A loss is a loss. Quickly return the keys. Don't be sore about it. Accept your defeat. Indeed, it seems you are quite unwilling to accept this, they remarked. People from Japan are often like this, incapable of handling defeat. Hearing the whispers, Tianzhong, irritated, exclaimed, who says I can't handle a loss? With a resigned expression, he tossed the car keys to Su Chen. Just like that, a vehicle worth over $1 million was surrendered. In the end, he would have to cover the costs himself. Regret washed over him. He truly wished he had known how formidable the Cheetah was. He would never have dared to race against it again. It was a complete rout. And to add insult to injury, he felt mocked. As Su Chen triumphantly held the keys to the GTR, the crowd erupted in cheers. Simultaneously, they became even more intrigued by the Cheetah that Su Chen had just driven. At that moment, the organizer of the Supercar event approached, holding a placard resembling a check. Mr. Su, congratulations. The Cheetah not only secured first place, but also shattered the Nürburgring record. Therefore, please accept this prize of 10 million. Su Chen almost forgot about the substantial prize money. With a beaming smile, he accepted the 10 million check, raising it high above his head. The crowd erupted in another wave of cheers. Faith Motors is incredible. The Cheetah is remarkable. An unbelievable achievement. The prize money was well-deserved. This was a triumph for Faith Motors. Many reporters rushed towards Su Chen, cameras in hand, capturing the moment with fervor. Various questions poured forth. Mr. Su, what is the design philosophy behind the Cheetah? What will be its final retail price? Will it be mass-produced? Will it be exported? Su Chen addressed each query with poise. The design philosophy of the Cheetah is primarily rooted in our understanding and imagination of future mobility. We aspire to create a vehicle that embodies the essence of Chinese culture while integrating modern technological elements. It is not merely a car. It symbolizes a lifestyle and embodies the spirit of pursuing an unparalleled driving experience. As for whether the Cheetah would eventually be mass-produced and exported, those are part of our future plans. With confidence gleaming in his eyes, Su Chen continued. The performance and quality of the Cheetah have been validated by today's competition and the recognition from everyone. We are confident in bringing it to a broader market, allowing more people to experience its allure. Regarding the pricing, after thorough research by our team, the final price is set at $288 million. Upon hearing Su Chen's announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. So the Cheetah is indeed a production model. This may be the most beautiful production car on the planet. I believe it is the most exquisite in the entire universe. Such a design style and language could not possibly be conceived by carbon-based life forms. It is truly extraordinary. Although this statement was somewhat exaggerated, in terms of the Cheetah's aesthetic appeal, other supercar manufacturers would struggle to replicate such a design for at least a decade. Given that this is a production vehicle, Faith Motors is astounding. Having been established for just over 2 months, they have already produced such an impressive production sports car. The price of $288 million is simply unbelievable. It feels as though it is practically a giveaway. This pricing is exceedingly reasonable. The GTR he had just defeated was priced over $1 million. Selling the Cheetah, a masterpiece, for this amount is utterly fair. This was the first time Su Chen publicly announced the price of the Cheetah since its debut. $288 million. For a performance supercar of this caliber, it is indeed quite reasonable. The venue was filled with numerous supercars, none of which could outrun the Cheetah. Yet, the most expensive supercars were already priced in the $30 to $40 million range, making the Cheetah's pricing seem remarkably affordable. Thus, after Su Chen revealed the final price of the Cheetah, many affluent attendees expressed their intention to purchase one for themselves. Soon, the supercar event came to a close, with the Cheetah undoubtedly emerging as the biggest winner. Videos and photos of the Cheetah spread like wildfire across the internet, garnering the attention of supercar enthusiasts worldwide. This enigmatic supercar from the Dragon Nation, having participated in the Nürburgring for the first time, broke records. Truly unbelievable. The price of $288 million is absurdly low. I'm buying one. How do I purchase it? I want one too. It's incredible. The Cheetah boasts cutting-edge technology, which supercar has fully automated driving and comprehensive scanning capabilities. On forums in the Dragon Nation, discussions about supercars exploded with fervor. Cheetah shines at Nürburgring, new king ascends. What is an international superstar? Starting price $288 million. Cheetah debuts at Nürburgring and wins global attention. The comments section quickly surpassed 10,000 remarks. Was I just watching a rocket take flight? I seriously suspect the Cheetah is equipped with rocket boosters. Honestly, the price of $288 million isn't steep. Moreover, can a supercar with such performance truly be priced at $288 million? Indeed, it is an artwork. If I had the means, I would absolutely secure one. I just checked the Faith Motors website, and they haven't opened orders yet. Mr. Su, let me reserve one. Who would still want to drive a Ferrari? In an instant, I felt disinterested in my Lamborghini. At this price, why bother with a Lamborghini? I'm going all in for the Cheetah. Kudos to the wealthy guy upstairs. $288 million, and he's ready to go for it. As night fell, Su Chen celebrated with his team over a meal. To the success of the Cheetah today. Cheers. Su Chen raised his glass high. The Faith Motors team rejoiced, lifting their glasses in unison. Long live Faith Motors. Long live Mr. Su. Long live the Cheetah. Everyone basked in boundless excitement. At that moment, several elegantly dressed individuals in white attire and head coverings approached from a distance. It was evident that they were affluent. Upon reaching Su Chen, one of the entourage, speaking broken dragon language, addressed him. Mr. Su, we are from the Dubai royal family, and we are very interested in the Cheetah. Su Chen stepped forward to shake hands. May I ask, when will the Cheetah be available for order? We are very satisfied with the price of $288 million. Su Chen nodded in response. Upon my return, I will promptly arrange for mass production. Suddenly, Su Chen paused, struck by a moment of realization. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. This person just mentioned $288 million. Is it really so? Based on the current exchange rate, that translates to over 20 million Longwa currency. Su Chen began to feel somewhat unsettled. Chapter 121. The wealthy Dubai tycoon makes a move. Directly ordering 100 chariots. Not only was Su Chen taken aback, but even the entire faith team was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Did these affluent gentlemen genuinely believe that the price of 288 million was mere pocket change? The most astonishing part was their expressions, which conveyed complete acceptance. Truly, they were remarkable tycoons from the Middle East, exuding an unparalleled generosity. Mr. Su, in a month, we will celebrate a significant festival in the Dubai royal family. Therefore, we would like to confirm whether we can obtain the actual vehicles before then. As for the price, we are willing to proceed with the order immediately, one of the Dubai gentlemen stated. Upon hearing this, Su Chen swallowed hard. Accepting a price of 20 million directly? Such was the power of the Middle Eastern elite. With such a declaration, what more could he say? Acceptance was the only option. However, Su Chen contemplated offering these royal patrons a bespoke customization service, utilizing the most luxurious materials available in the market. After all, if they were to invest such a substantial sum, it should not be in vain. There ought to be distinctive features. After a moment's reflection, Su Chen spoke. The chariot is now ready for mass production. I am curious. How many units do you intend to order? Su Chen initially thought that with such a hefty price tag, even the affluent would only require 2 or 3 units. After all, that would amount to a staggering 50 to 60 million in Dragon Country currency. But when the Dubai gentleman replied, Su Chen nearly lost his composure. If we can pick up the vehicles in a month, we would like to order 100 units. Su Chen was genuinely astonished. 100 units? Each priced at 20 million dragon coins. This single order would yield an income of 2 billion. Is wealth truly so extraordinary? Indeed, it seems that affluence grants one the liberty to act as they please. Although Faith Automotive was not lacking in funds, Su Chen was nonetheless awestruck by the might of the Middle Eastern elite. Incredible. For them, perhaps selling a few extra barrels of oil would suffice. Yet, as the CEO of Faith Automotive, Su Chen understood that his actions would reflect the image of Dragon Country on the international stage. Thus, he must not appear overly exuberant. Very well, 100 chariots will be delivered to the Dubai royal family next month. Upon receiving Su Chen's affirmative response, the Dubai gentleman turned to translate for the royal members present. The leader of the group nodded repeatedly, his face alight with joy. Good. Very good. The gentleman approached Su Chen and embraced him warmly. Su Chen understood enough of the foreign language to grasp that this was not merely good, but extraordinarily so. A deal worth 2 billion had been struck amidst laughter. It seemed that Faith Automotive ought to explore the Middle Eastern market. Shortly thereafter, the leader turned back to the Dubai gentleman and excitedly spoke a stream of words. The Dubai gentleman nodded and directed a few individuals to leave. Oh, they are leaving? Su Chen, unable to comprehend their conversation, remarked as he observed the remaining individuals departing. Within minutes, they returned, each carrying large suitcases, several of them, in fact. Su Chen inhaled deeply, sensing the unmistakable scent of wealth. As expected, the Dubai gentleman instructed the individuals to bring the large cases forward and open them. To his astonishment, the cases were filled with cash, vibrant stacks amounting to several million. Su Chen surmised it to be a deposit. However, was this not excessively extravagant? Do Middle Easterners truly operate like this, carrying such vast sums of cash? The Faith Automotive team gazed in awe at the colorful stacks of cash displayed before them. At that moment, the Dubai gentleman approached and placed a hand on Su Chen's shoulder. Mr. Su, we are absolutely enamored with the chariot. Would you consider selling us the current model? Here is 8 million in cash, which, combined with the deposit, should suffice. It dawned on Su Chen that the earlier conversation had been about acquiring the record-breaking chariot. The 8 million was indeed sufficient. However, Su Chen had no intention of parting with this particular vehicle. Not only was it the first chariot produced by Faith Automotive, but it also held the record for the Nürburgring race, imbued with significant sentimental value. This vehicle is exceptionally important to me, and therefore, it is not for sale. Su Chen clarified. The Dubai gentleman paused, then relayed the message to the leader, who sighed and exchanged further words with the Dubai gentleman. Subsequently, the Dubai gentleman turned to Su Chen and said, "If necessary, we can increase the offer." No, it is not about the money," Su Chen explained clearly, wishing to avoid any misunderstandings. Seeing Su Chen's stance, the royal members reluctantly conceded. Su Chen pointed to the stacks of cash on the floor, intending to suggest they take back a portion, as the deposit did not require such an amount. He trusted the financial prowess of these affluent individuals. Yet, the Dubai gentleman replied, "Then let the 8 million serve as the deposit, Mr. Su. Please accept it." Reluctantly, Su Chen nodded in agreement. The Dubai gentleman then conferred with his companions for a moment before addressing Su Chen again. "Mr. Su, may our royal family visit Faith Automotive for an inspection? I have heard that you possess 2 other high-end models." Upon hearing that the wealthy gentleman wished to visit Faith Automotive, Su Chen immediately agreed without hesitation. "Of course. We will be returning to our homeland tomorrow. You are most welcome to join us." For these royal elites, Su Chen was more than eager to extend his hospitality. As Faith Automotive had only recently opened a branch, this would be an opportune moment to explore expanding their presence in Dubai. Moreover, it seemed they were not only interested in the chariot, they had also heard of the Qilin and Jiaolong models. "Let nothing stand in our way. Come forth. I assure you that after experiencing the luxury of Faith Automotive, you will want to take home every model." Upon hearing Su Chen's enthusiastic affirmation, the Dubai gentleman beamed with delight, extending his hand for a handshake. "Let us meet again soon." Su Chen reciprocated the gestures, welcoming each of the royal members warmly. He then instructed his team to draft a deposit confirmation for them. The royal entourage expressed their gratitude profusely, exchanged contact information, and departed. As Su Chen gazed at the stacks of cash on the floor, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Upon returning, he would customize 100 chariots specifically for the Middle Eastern market, tailored for the royal family of Dubai. Ensure that all materials used are the finest and most exquisite available on this planet. His team nodded in agreement. After concluding the celebratory banquet, Su Chen returned to his room and opened his social media platform. To his astonishment, his notifications were inundated with requests. "Mr. Su, please. I beg you to open the order for the chariot. I have given up on Ferrari. I just canceled my Lamborghini order. I simply adore the chariot. My girlfriend just gifted me 5 million for my 70th birthday, and I am itching to spend it. Please open the order, or I fear I may not survive until the day I can drive the chariot." Chapter 122. Did Terrace send someone to acquire Faith Motors? What a dream. Su Chen chuckled at the comments section. It seemed that the Chidu was receiving tremendous acclaim. This was quite expected, given that it had set a new track record at the Nürburgring. Various videos and images had gone viral on social media. Coupled with the Chidu's astonishing specifications and its price tag of $288 million, it was undoubtedly in high demand. Soon, Su Chen reached out to the domestic technical team and directly opened the pre-order channel for the Chitu on the official website. Simultaneously, he posted an update expressing gratitude for everyone's support, stating that he initially intended to open the order channel after the Chita's launch event, but was taken aback by the enthusiasm. As per everyone's wishes, the pre-order channel for the Chitu was now live, inviting those who admired it to place their orders. The Chitu was now in full-scale production, with the production line expanded and expected to be delivered within a month after placing an order. Upon seeing Su Chen's post, prospective buyers flooded the Faith Motors app. "Boss Su, you are truly impressive. I must support a Chitu. What can I say? I've already placed my order. Number 0008, haha. Hey, wealthy friend upstairs, where did you earn your money? Can you show us your V50 prowess? Can those who aren't buying a Chitu please stop hogging the app? It's about to crash. I managed to snag one. This will be my 3rd Faith Motors vehicle. Wow, someone actually bought a Qilin, a Jiaolong, and a Chitu? Rich. Too rich. Are we living in different worlds?" Su Chen originally thought the price of the Chitu was steep, nearly 3 million. He anticipated only a few hundred orders at most. However, upon checking the back-end data, he was astounded to find that they had already reached 500 orders. Remarkably, this was just over an hour after the order channel opened. Over 10 billion yuan had already flowed in. Su Chen realized that the Dragon Kingdom was one of the largest luxury consumer markets globally. Yet, He was still surprised by the sheer volume of orders for the nearly 3 million Chitu. It was undeniable that the wealthy in the Dragon Kingdom were indeed plentiful. Soon, various posts celebrating successful Chitu pre-orders appeared. I've placed an order for a Chitu, supporting Faith Motors. The first supercar from the Dragon Kingdom is incredible. Not ordering would be a disservice to Faith Motors. I can't wait to drive the Chitu. I heard its autonomous driving has been upgraded to 2.0. Does that mean I can drive while with my girlfriend? The idea upstairs is quite inappropriate. You might get caught for reckless driving. But I've done that in the Qilin, laughs. Rich friends sure know how to have fun. Is the autonomous driving feature meant for that? Wiping tears of poverty. Just as Su Chen was about to log off for the night, he received a notification from an official account on Weibo mentioning him. To his surprise, it was the official account of the Dubai royal family. Looking forward to the visit to the Dragon Kingdom in 2 days, Faith Motors, Su Chen. My friend, hope to meet you soon. Accompanying the post was a photo of several members of the Dubai royal family wearing white garments and head coverings, with the person in the center being someone he had just met. Before long, the comments section erupted. Has Faith Motors truly stirred the nest of the wealthy? Even the Dubai royal family is coming? With a cloth on their heads, they are the richest in the world. What secret dealings has Boss Su engaged in? Incredible. Watching Faith Motors go international makes me happier than receiving a message from my goddess. Su Chen did not expect the Dubai royal family member to be so eager. Is this how the wealthy operate? Too ostentatious, yet he found it appealing. He quickly replied to the royal family's post, expressing his warm welcome. Meanwhile, an intense debate was unfolding within the International Supercar Association. What? You intend to nominate the Chitu as the most beautiful supercar? President, what are you thinking? Spoke Morton, the second in command of the association. Others echoed his sentiments. I disagree. Why should the Chitu be awarded the title of the most beautiful supercar? I also disagree. Faith Motors, a company with no cultural heritage, cannot win this award based solely on one vehicle. Even if the Chitu broke the Nürburgring record, it is still unqualified for the honor of the most beautiful supercar. Upon hearing the president's intention to bestow the title upon the Chitu, the room was filled with dissent. President Avada, maintaining a stern expression, slammed his hand on the table. Silence. Can any supercar present here match the Chitu's Nürburgring performance? Not now, and perhaps not even in a year or two. He continued, moreover, why shouldn't this futuristic supercar be awarded the title of the most beautiful supercar? I do not wish for any prejudice against Dragon Kingdom manufacturing to persist here. If anyone disagrees, they may choose to leave the Supercar Association. Hearing Avada's words, the members fell silent. Truth be told, they acknowledged the Chitu's prowess but harbored inherent biases against Dragon Kingdom products receiving such prestigious awards, especially from a newly established new energy vehicle company like Faith Motors. Seeing the silence, Avada added, I plan to initiate an online vote, featuring all supercars participating in this Supercar Conference. The one with the most votes will earn the title of the most beautiful supercar. Any objections? The members, left with no choice, nodded in agreement. Soon, the official account of the International Supercar Association posted an update listing all the participating supercars. Upon seeing this, netizens began to cast their votes. To everyone's astonishment, the Chitu quickly took the lead from the start. By the end of the tally, out of 100,000 participants, the Chitu received an astounding 90,000 votes, a 90 approval rate. Avada pointed at the results and addressed the association members. Is there anything more to say? The members lowered their heads in silence. With a 90 approval rate, they had no choice but to concede. The next morning, Su Chen received a call from the Supercar Association shortly after waking up. What? The Chitu has been awarded the title of the most beautiful supercar? Su Chen initially thought it was a prank. What use is such a title? I am planning to return to my country. Mr. Su, we have the certificate of honor for the Chitu as the most beautiful supercar. Please provide us with your address for mailing it to the Dragon Kingdom. After a brief conversation, Su Chen hung up the phone. To be honest, he found no value in such an accolade. Did the Chitu's beauty require validation from this certificate? Wasn't that redundant? On the other end, Avada's assistant was perplexed. Why does it seem that Faith Motors is uninterested? The Supercar Association members were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Other supercar manufacturers are clamoring for this, yet Faith Motors seems indifferent. Just as Su Chen was about to embark on his journey, he received a call from his domestic company. Mr. Su, Tesla has sent representatives to our Faith Automobile, expressing their intention to acquire our company. Chapter 123, Tesla's acquisition of Faith Motors? What audacity does he possess? Upon hearing the words on the phone, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. An acquisition? Tesla intends to acquire Faith Motors? The voice on the line continued. Yes, Tesla has sent Fu Min, the general manager for the Dragon Kingdom region, to discuss this. I mentioned you were unavailable, and she said she would return once you were back. She has already left. Su Chen slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. Is Tesla out of its mind? Faith Motors is doing just fine. What business do they have with us? This is utterly ridiculous. I'll address this once I return. With that, Su Chen ended the call. The sudden notion of Tesla wanting to acquire Faith Motors left him bewildered. He could not fathom the audacity of Tesla to directly propose such a demand to him. Su Chen understood that Tesla's confidence was perhaps their greatest folly. Last year, Tesla's global sales exceeded 1.8 million vehicles, with 600,000 sold in the Dragon Kingdom alone. Apart from its native land, the Dragon Kingdom stands as Tesla's second-largest market worldwide. Moreover, Tesla's achievements are commendable, with only 2 flagship models, the Model 3 and Model Y. They have managed to achieve such astounding sales figures. Tesla's market capitalization has soared to an impressive $1 trillion. To put that in perspective, Tesla's worth is equivalent to 4 times that of Crazy Fields and 12 times that of General Motors. Even Ford pales in comparison, as Tesla could purchase it 16 times over. In the realm of new energy within the Dragon Kingdom, Nvidia is considered a leader, peaking at a market value of 1 trillion Dragon coins. However, when compared to Tesla, it simply does not measure up. As for what Musk and his associates are envisioning, Su Chen was well aware. It all revolves around the advanced technologies of Faith Motors, wireless charging, impressive range, and most importantly, fully autonomous driving capabilities. Each of these technologies could easily overshadow Tesla's offerings. Although Faith Motors has yet to initiate its public listing process and is not heavily liquid, the sheer audacity of Tesla to approach them for an acquisition was baffling. Who gave them such courage? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Chen felt a surge of anger. Nevertheless, he was soon returning to his homeland, and he was determined to uncover Tesla's intentions upon his arrival. Soon after, Su Chen gathered his belongings and prepared to return with his team. The Chitu, along with the GTR they had already arranged for air freight, and the transport truck was expected to arrive shortly. Upon descending, Su Chen assembled with his team and was greeted by a crowd surrounding the Chitu outside. These individuals were aware that the Chitu would be departing with Su Chen and had traveled from afar just to catch a glimpse. This moment could very well represent the pinnacle of Dragon Kingdom manufacturing to date. Moreover, the Chitu was a sports car, which made its production all the more challenging. To captivate the attention of foreign onlookers with such a model was a testament to the Chitu's prowess, and the admiration was palpable. Many were witnessing the Chitu for the first time, eagerly snapping photos. Take a picture for me, hurry. The Chitu is leaving for the homeland soon. It's so beautiful. Seeing it in person is truly breathtaking. I've heard the Supercar Association is set to award the title of the most beautiful supercar to the Chitu, but guess what? Faith Motors isn't even interested. Oh, it's such a shame I'm not from the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, I would definitely purchase one to show my support. Many fans were both fervently photographing and expressing their regrets. At that moment, someone spotted Su Chen. Boss Su, this is Mr. Su from Faith Motors. A few blue-eyed foreigners rushed towards Su Chen, holding posters of the Chitu for his signature. Mr. Su, please sign. You are my idol. I hear you founded Faith Motors just over 2 months ago. You are my hero. Mr. Su, let's take a picture together. Surrounded by admirers, Su Chen felt like a monarch, unable to escape the throng. Moreover, several stunning blonde women, each at least an 8'5" in attractiveness, leaned against him, requesting photographs. Su Chen, caught in the moment, felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Yet, despite being a man of restraint, he found it hard to resist the allure of such beauty. But please, do not stand too close. It's quite distracting with so many people taking photographs. It could affect my reputation. Thus, Su Chen was ensnared for a solid 20 minutes until the transport vehicle for the Chidu arrived, granting him his freedom. Mr. Su, it's time to load the Chidu and GTR onto the truck, right? The same truck driver from before approached Su Chen. Finally catching his breath, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. You arrived just in time. I was nearly overwhelmed. As the Chidu was hoisted onto the transport truck, the fans let out collective sighs of disappointment. Is it really leaving so soon? I'm going to miss it. I've already obtained my Dragon Kingdom passport, planning to visit next month just to test drive the Chidu. They lamented the departure, hoping to experience the Chidu in their own country. In response to the fans' sentiments, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Since they were so enamored with Faith Motors, he would confer with his team upon returning. Perhaps it would be best to introduce Faith Motors to international markets. Earning money from the Dragon Kingdom citizens is no great feat. True success lies in capturing the foreign market. After bidding farewell to the departing Chitu, Su Chen and his team headed to the airport. At last, we are returning home, he mused, seated by the window on the plane, gazing out at the scenery. This trip had immeasurably elevated the Chitu's reputation, and its popularity had similarly propelled Faith Motors into the limelight abroad, a fortuitous development. Henceforth, entering international markets would be considerably easier for Faith Motors. Most importantly, the Chitu had won the approval of the Dubai royal family, who were expected to visit Faith Motors for a tour shortly. Perhaps the Qilin and Jiaolong would also gain recognition in the Middle East. Faith Motors had firmly established its presence in the Dragon Kingdom, with all customers expressing unequivocal satisfaction. The order data for various models had been steadily climbing. In stark contrast, Crazy Fields found itself in disarray, with sales plummeting by at least 50%. Numerous dealerships had shuttered, and stock prices continued to decline, erasing hundreds of billions in market value. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Su Chen harbored a plan to unite all automotive manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom, thereby strengthening domestic production. It was time for the joint venture and imported brands that had once exploited the Dragon Kingdom's consumers to kneel before domestically manufactured vehicles. Under the leadership of Faith Motors, the vehicles crafted in the Dragon Kingdom would traverse the globe. Chapter 124. I recommend Su Chen for president. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Soon, the plane took off, and Su Chen promptly fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Fu Min, the president of the Terrace Long Country region, had returned to the Terrace headquarters. He immediately placed a call to Mr. Musk. Mr. Musk, I have just returned from Faith Motors. Su Chen should be on his way back now, and I will visit again tomorrow morning. We need to have a thorough discussion regarding the acquisition of Faith Motors. On the other end, Musk nodded in agreement. It is crucial to see this matter through. The paramount objective is to ensure that, upon completion of the acquisition, Faith Motors makes all its technology open source, especially the fully autonomous driving capabilities. As Musk spoke, he marveled at the current state of affairs. Presently, Terrace stands as the world's foremost electric vehicle manufacturer. Yet our pride in the L3 autonomous driving assistance pales in comparison to what Faith Motors has achieved. Ever since Faith Motors was established, Musk has been closely monitoring its progress, particularly its fully autonomous driving feature, which has captured his utmost attention. After the completion of the Qilin's fully autonomous driving update, Musk even arranged for Terrace to acquire one. Initially, he did not regard it as significant, given that Faith Motors had only been founded a few months prior. However, he understood that without the finest teams and technological foundations, autonomous driving features could easily become mere gimmicks. Despite the formidable capabilities of Terrace's L3 priced assistance, numerous accidents have occurred globally, some of which were quite severe. Even the domestic authorities have mandated an investigation into Terrace's assistance system. However, after test driving the Qilin from Faith Motors for a period, he was astonished. He had not anticipated that Faith Motors' fully autonomous driving would be this advanced, capable of achieving complete driver disengagement. Faced with various complex driving conditions, the autonomous driving feature of Faith Motors handled them with remarkable ease. If memory serves, during his test drive, there were no errors whatsoever whenever the fully autonomous driving function was activated. He also conducted inquiries among those within Long Country who had purchased the Qilin and Jiaolong models, and the most commendable aspect was always Faith Motors' fully autonomous driving. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him. Moreover, Faith Motors' wireless charging technology and battery longevity were equally enticing to him. Thus, he resolved to pursue the acquisition of Faith Motors. Generally speaking, investors can initiate a forced acquisition if they hold or jointly hold 30% of a publicly traded company's voting shares through agreements or other arrangements. However, the challenge he faced now was that Faith Motors is not a publicly traded company. Thus, that route was effectively blocked. He could only proceed through a negotiated acquisition. Currently, with Terrace's market valuation at $1 trillion USD, if he appeals to Su Chen's emotions and rationality, such immense wealth would surely pique Su Chen's interest. He could hardly believe that Su Chen founded Faith Motors purely for altruistic purposes. As long as the financial offer was substantial, it would be difficult for Su Chen to remain indifferent. After all, he understood the age-old adage that money can indeed move mountains. On the other end of the line, Fu Min, having heard this, nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Musk. I have already drafted the acquisition agreement. Once Su Chen agrees, we can immediately proceed with the acquisition process. If all goes smoothly, by this time next month, Faith Motors will become a subsidiary of Terrace. This way, we can utilize Faith Motors' technology." Musk smiled. As long as Terrace can harness the cutting-edge technology of Faith Motors, this year's sales figures will undoubtedly reach new heights. I will await your good news here in the United States. After hanging up, Musk began to envision the prospect of Terrace achieving record-breaking sales. Meanwhile, after more than 10 hours of flight, Su Chen finally landed at Long Country's Kyoto International Airport. Outside the airport, a throng of Faith Motors enthusiasts and Su Chen's fans awaited eagerly. "Is your source reliable? Is Boss Su on this flight?" "Rest assured, he is definitely on board. I have first-hand information. CEO Su has brought glory to our Long Country at the Supercar Conference with the Chidu. Just look at those foreigners who are clearly out of their depth. The tides have turned. Our Long Country can indeed produce such magnificent vehicles." The Chidu's popularity had exploded online, with many clamoring to purchase the vehicle. "What are you talking about? I have inside information that the Dubai royal family has ordered 100 kites. Guess how much they ordered them for? $288 million US. Is that for real? Are the wealthy from the Middle East that extravagant? Do they treat Long Country currency like USD? Indeed, they must be quite affluent. Wait, Boss Su is coming," someone shouted, and all eyes turned in unison. Sure enough, Su Chen was seen leading the team from Faith Motors as they exited. In an instant, everyone surged towards him. Su Chen was taken aback by the sheer number of people rushing toward him. What is going on? Is there a celebrity from Long Country on this flight? He wondered, suspecting that perhaps a local star had been aboard. To his surprise, the crowd quickly surrounded him. "Boss Su, you have brought us great honor. Mr. Su, I admire you immensely. Mr. Su, you are so handsome. I want to have your child. Could I have your autograph, Boss Su?" The crowd clamored around him, all expressing their admiration with familiarity. It was only then that Su Chen realized these individuals had come specifically to seek him out. What a remarkable occurrence. After all, he had merely showcased the Chitu at the inn burgering and broken a track record. Was such adoration truly warranted? As the situation unfolded, Su Chen began to notice something peculiar. Why were all these admirers male? There wasn't a single female in sight. After all that excitement, it seemed he had been left feeling a tad disheartened. Nevertheless, he complied with their enthusiasm, signing autographs and posing for photos. Numerous onlookers, witnessing the crowd, voiced their discontent. "What is going on? Isn't this disrupting order?" A kind soul clarified, "What are you talking about? This is Su Chen, the CEO of Faith Motors. He just returned from bringing honor to our Long Country with the Chidu." "Who? Su Chen, the CEO of Faith Motors? Wait, I just bought a Jiaolong. I can't believe I ran into him here. It really is Boss Su. Let's hurry over and see what is happening." At the airport's exit, Su Chen was thoroughly enjoying the treatment befitting an international superstar. While Su Chen was enveloped by fervent fans, the Long Country Automotive Association was convening an urgent meeting. With the upcoming election for the association's leadership, Zhang Lei, the current acting representative, inquired, "Do any of you have suitable candidates to recommend for president?" Seated before him were the heads of various prominent automotive enterprises in Long Country. Wang Fuchuan from Bidia, Wei Junjian from Chongqing, Li Xiang from Lixiang Motors, Li Fushu from Geely Motors, and Lei Bus from Dami Motors, each a titan in their own right. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's question, Lei Bus stood up. "I propose Su Chen, president of Faith Motors, for the position of president. Who is in favor and who is against?" Chapter 125. Delighted to see me? You celebrate prematurely. Upon hearing Lei Bus's words, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and skepticism. As the most junior participant in the assembly, Lei Bus faced a palpable resistance from the others, who questioned the merit of Su Chen being appointed as the president of the Dragon Nation Automobile Association, especially given that the Faith automobile brand had only been established for a few months. Soon, Wei Junjian, the CEO of Chongqing, rose to voice his dissent. "I find Lei Bus's proposal rather unconvincing. Not only has Faith Automobile only been in existence for slightly over 2 months, but Su Chen himself is merely in his 20s. How could he possibly fulfill the responsibilities of such a prestigious position?" Li Xiang, the CEO of Lixiang, echoed this sentiment, asserting that it should be Wang Fuchuan of Bidia who is deemed capable of such a role. After allowing the assembled executives to voice their opinions, Lei Bus stood and addressed the gathering. "As manufacturers in the Dragon Nation, we must let our achievements speak for themselves. Faith Automobile may be newly established, yet have you considered its sales figures over the past 2 months?" Noticing the silence that followed, Lei Bus laid a document on the table. This outlines the sales of 2 flagship models from Faith Automobile. First, the Qilin, our inaugural MPV, has surpassed 120,000 units sold to date, not including sales from Zyra Jiguo, which would bring the total to approximately 160,000. Furthermore, the Jiaolong, our first rugged SUV, has seen sales exceed 50,000 units, and notably, it is an approved procurement model by the military department. Who among you can claim such an achievement? After a brief pause, Lei Bus continued, "Moreover, the Chitu, our recently launched engineering vehicle, has already set a record at the Dagua-Nyobe racetrack, not only securing the fastest lap, but significantly improving the lap time, with over 6,000 units sold at a price of 288 million. With his gaze fixed on the audience, Lei Bus posed a rhetorical question. "If we merely present these figures, would you still regard Faith Automobile as a fledgling enterprise?" He then produced several additional documents. Let us set aside the sales figures for a moment and consider the technological advancements of Faith Automobile. Fully automatic driving, 1,000-mile range, emergency flotation in water, normal operation after high-speed tire bursts, wireless charging. Can any of your companies match these innovations? After Lei Bus's compelling declarations, those who had initially opposed Su Chen's candidacy fell silent. Indeed, his assertions were grounded in undeniable facts. The technology of Faith Automobile was unparalleled. Among the attendees were both traditional automotive enterprises and a plethora of new energy companies, all of whom aspired to attain such advancements. Reflect on the data presented before you, and you will find clarity, Lei Bus urged. Now, let us examine the current state of joint ventures in the market. Presently, major foreign automotive brands such as Benyang, Fengtian, Nissan, Xiaozhong, Dior, and Mazda dominate the landscape, with their combined sales accounting for over 70% of our national market. This indicates that for every 10 vehicles sold, 7 are either joint venture or imported cars. However, since Faith Automobile's debut, the sales of these joint ventures and imports have plummeted to below 50%. Ask yourselves, have your sales shown improvement in recent months? And if so, what is the reason? As he concluded, many in the room nodded in agreement. Lei Bus spoke the truth. The sales figures for their domestic brands had indeed risen significantly compared to the same period last year. Upon closer examination, it was apparent that Faith Automobile's disruption of industry barriers had benefited them all. The emergence of Faith Automobile had instilled greater confidence in domestic manufacturing among the populace, resulting in a decline in joint ventures and a surge in domestic sales. Thus, is there any issue with Su Chen, the president of Faith Automobile, assuming the presidency of our Dragon Nation Automobile Association? Lei Bus inquired, prompting a moment of shared contemplation among the attendees. Finally, Wang Fuchuan from BDA spoke up. I have no objections. I support Su Chen's election as president. Li Xiang nodded in agreement, stating, I too support this. I must admit, my earlier perspective was narrow. I hope that under Su Chen's leadership, our domestic manufacturing can reach new heights. Lei Bus's impassioned address had awakened the assembly, clarifying his rationale for supporting Su Chen. Zhang Lei, the acting president, stood excitedly. Very well, since we are all in accord, I shall organize a meeting and extend an invitation to Su Chen. I am confident that, under the guidance of Faith Automobile, our domestic automotive industry will soar to greater heights. As Zhang Lei's words resonated through the room, a wave of applause erupted. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Chen hurried to the headquarters of Faith Automobile. Upon entering his office, he encountered a woman seated on the sofa, her bag in hand, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Noticing Su Chen's presence, his assistant rushed over, saying, Mr. Su, you're back. The head of the Dragon Nation division from Teles has arrived, apparently seeking to discuss the acquisition of Faith Automobile. With a troubled expression, the assistant continued, Mr. Su, is it possible to prevent Teles from acquiring us? We have come to regard this place as home and do not wish to be employed by the foreign entity. He produced a document filled with names and signatures. This is a petition signed by 1,000 employees, all hoping to remain at Faith Automobile. As the assistant's words hung in the air, several employees emerged from nearby offices, voicing their sentiments. Mr. Su, we only wish to work for Faith Automobile. If Teles acquires us, I will resign. Please, do not let Teles take over. This is our home. We are even willing to accept pay cuts to stay. Su Chen was deeply moved by their unwavering commitment to Faith Automobile. His motivation for establishing the company was not solely profit-driven. He was determined to combat the exploitation faced by the citizens of the Dragon Nation from certain automotive enterprises. Now that progress was finally being made, Teles sought to intervene. It felt like a jest. With a resolute nod to the employees, Su Chen turned and strode into his office. Upon seeing Su Chen's return, Fu Min, the president of Teles in the Dragon Nation, approached him. Mr. Su, I am Fu Min, president of Teles in the Dragon Nation. It is a pleasure to meet you. Su Chen smiled faintly and replied, Your delight is premature. Chapter 126. The next target of Faith Automobile is Tesla. Fu Min was perplexed by Su Chen's statement. Had she celebrated too soon? Su Chen was certainly not adhering to the expected script. Observing Fu Min's dazed expression, Su Chen returned to his seat. Fu, please. What brings you here today? Fu Min approached and closed the door behind her. Then, she retrieved the acquisition agreement she had prepared in advance. I believe your assistant has briefed you, so I shall be succinct. I am here on behalf of Mr. Musk, the president of Tesla, to discuss the acquisition of Faith Automobile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen feigned disbelief. Oh, acquisition? Are you implying that Tesla wishes to acquire Faith Automobile? Fu Min nodded affirmatively. Yes, an acquisition. Su Chen casually crossed his legs and glanced at the acquisition agreement she presented. What nonsensical document is this? Su Chen silently cursed and then looked at Fu Min. Please, elaborate on your acquisition plans. Fu Min pointed to the agreement and said, It is clearly outlined here. You may take a closer look, Mr. Su. Su Chen smiled. No, my educational background is modest. I'm afraid I cannot comprehend it fully. Perhaps you could explain it to me? Fu Min's expression stiffened upon hearing Su Chen's remark. Could it be that he genuinely did not understand? Wasn't he it plainly stated that Tesla intended to fully acquire Faith Automobile? Was Su Chen being deliberate in his ignorance? However, prior to today, Musk had instructed her to spare no effort in acquiring Faith Automobile. Let me summarize the acquisition agreement, Fu Min said, but first, allow me to introduce you to Tesla. She began recounting Tesla's journey from its inception to its myriad of achievements, her face lighting up with pride. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. All right, you need not elaborate further. Please get to the point. He found it perplexing that Fu Min, who appeared to be intelligent, was wasting time with irrelevant details. Mr. Su, it seems you are quite straightforward as well. Very well, I will be brief. Fu Min cleared her throat and continued. Currently, Tesla stands as the highest valued automotive company globally, a fact I am sure you are aware of. Furthermore, our market valuation continues to soar, potentially surpassing $1.5 trillion in the coming years. If you agree to our acquisition proposal, a powerful partnership could lead to remarkable achievements for both Tesla and Faith Automobile. It is precisely because of Faith Automobile's sales performance over the past 2 months that Tesla is eager to engage in this acquisition. Moreover, our president, Mr. Musk, holds Faith Automobile in high regard. Fu Min continued her monologue, but Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just tell me the price, and I will see if I can accept it. Fu Min extended a hand. $1 billion, and we will acquire Faith Automobile in its entirety. Additionally, all core technologies must be open-sourced and shared with Tesla. After stating her offer, she looked at Su Chen with keen interest. Believing it to be a lucrative proposal exceeding Faith Automobile's current market value, $1 billion, equivalent to 700 billion yuan, was indeed a substantial sum. After all, Su Chen had founded Faith Automobile merely 2 months prior. Earning 700 billion yuan in such a short time was quite enticing. Feigning surprise, Su Chen exclaimed, $1 billion. In dollars? Fu Min, thinking she had piqued his interest, smiled confidently. Yes, that translates to 700 billion yuan. If you agree, the funds can be transferred within 3 days. Fu Min fixed her determined gaze on Su Chen. He nodded and replied, 700 billion yuan is indeed a considerable amount. However, deep down, Su Chen had no intention of selling Faith Automobile. He wouldn't even blink at 700 billion, let alone consider parting with his venture. Without further ado, Su Chen opened his computer and clicked on a video. Come, Fu, take a look. Fu Min, unsure of his intentions, leaned in closer. Su Chen opened the video of Chidu breaking the record at the Nürburgring and said, Chidu has set the record at Nürburgring, as you can see. Now, observe my performance on the track. He enlarged the video, revealing himself leisurely using his phone while Chidu, in full autonomous driving mode, sped along the track. What? Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? Su Chen replied, with such autonomous driving capabilities, can Tesla keep pace? Furthermore, didn't Tesla also attend the Supercar event? If Chidu and Tesla were to race, would it not be a more humiliating defeat than the GTR? He proceeded to showcase several videos of Qilin and Jiaolong. Given Faith Automobile's current technology, how many years would it take Tesla to catch up? At this moment, Fu Min finally grasped Su Chen's intention behind the presentation. So, he was attempting to negotiate based on these demonstrations. Mr. Su, I admit Faith Automobile indeed possesses impressive technology. If you are dissatisfied with the previous offer, I can increase it by $50 million. Su Chen waved his hand. Does Tesla really believe it can solve everything with money? Fu Min frowned. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Since this is a business matter, I find your offer unsatisfactory. How about I propose a figure instead? Fu Min stared at him intently. All right, state your number, and as long as Tesla can accept it. Before she could finish, Su Chen declared, Did you not say Tesla's valuation would exceed $1.5 trillion? Since Tesla is so keen on acquiring Faith Automobile, why not offer $1 trillion? Fu Min thought she misheard him. $1 trillion in dollars? Mr. Su, are you joking? You initiated this negotiation. Su Chen stood up. Go back and inform Musk that Faith Automobile is not for sale and will never collaborate with Tesla. If you wish to manufacture cars, do so honestly. Do not covet Faith Automobile. Should you provoke me further, I will ensure that Tesla loses access to the largest market in the Dragon Kingdom, aside from your domestic market. Su Chen's message was clear. He would neither accept the acquisition nor any collaboration. If Tesla dared to push further, Faith Automobile would teach them a lesson. Fu Min couldn't help but laugh at Su Chen's boldness. Mr. Su, you certainly have a grandiose sense of self. I will report your remarks to President Musk. Let the chips fall where they may. Su Chen slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. You think my words are bold? How absurd. My resolve is equally formidable. What of Musk? Is he impressive? That matters little to me. Very well, If Tesla wishes to proceed in this manner, so be it. Once I have dealt with the chaotic joint ventures, the next target for Faith Automobile will indeed be Tesla. Chapter 127. Su Chen surprisingly declines the acquisition. Musk is furious. Fu Min gazed at the somber-faced Su Chen, unable to suppress a slight tremor of her body. Although Su Chen appeared relatively young, he emanated an impressive aura. Fu Min let out a cold chuckle and addressed Su Chen. I hope you will reconsider, Mr. Su. This matter is mutually beneficial for both parties. With the technology of Faith Automobile combined with Tesla's branding prowess, we would inevitably achieve a win-win situation, wouldn't we? At this juncture, Fu Min stood up, clutching her bag. Of course, money is not an issue for us. She produced her business card and placed it before Su Chen. This is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you change your mind. Observing Fu Min's confident smile made Su Chen feel nauseated. Was this old woman incapable of understanding plain language? Without a second thought, he tossed her business card directly into the trash in her presence. Fu Min frowned at his actions. Mr. Su, you are excessively youthful and impetuous, she remarked. Isn't being impetuous part of being young? Su Chen retorted, pointing towards his office door. Enough talk. Our discussion is concluded. You may leave now. Oh, and please convey a message to Musk. He should remain grounded and refrain from harboring any misguided intentions regarding Faith Automobile. Do you understand? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Fu Min felt a surge of frustration. Nevertheless, as the president of Tesla Dragon Country, she was compelled to maintain a facade of composure. Very well, Mr. Su. Until we meet again. I hope you do not regret your decision today. With that, Fu Min exited Su Chen's office. Outside, many employees of Faith Automobile were gathered, observing Fu Min's distressed demeanor. They understood that Su Chen had declined Tesla's acquisition offer. Ha ha ha, that old woman has failed. One exclaimed, what is so great about Tesla? Being number one globally means nothing. One day, Faith Automobile will catch up. Indeed, did she really think she could acquire us? Dream on. Listening to their banter, Fu Min could only leave in humiliation. How embarrassing. Were these people out of their minds? Unwilling to accept defeat, she dialed Musk's number. At that moment, Musk was busy at work, eagerly awaiting good news from Fu Min. When he answered the call, he greeted her with a smile. How did your discussion with Su Chen go? He must have agreed, right? $100 billion is far beyond the current value of Faith Automobile. Moreover, he even granted you the discretion to adjust the offer by $50 billion. Such a sum is considerable for a newly established startup. If Su Chen agrees, his wealth will multiply exponentially. Don't the people of Dragon Country love money? Isn't Su Chen founding Faith Automobile to make a profit? Any form of profit is still profit. Besides, being acquired by Tesla would be a remarkable story. However, as soon as Musk finished speaking, he heard Fu Min sigh on the other end. Mr. President, Su Chen did not agree. In fact, he insisted that we should abandon this notion altogether. Musk's fury ignited at her words. What? He refused? Was it because the offer was too low? Fu Min shook her head. No, he stated that even if we offered more money, he wouldn't sell. Thus, the acquisition is exceedingly unlikely. Damn it. Musk slammed his fist onto the table. Did Su Chen not realize what he was missing? Nearly $1 billion dragon coins to acquire his company. And he couldn't show any gratitude. Fu Min inquired, what shall we do next? Musk pondered for a moment before responding, next week. I will visit Kyoto to discuss the second Tesla super factory with the local government. We will address everything once I arrive. With that, Musk ended the call, his mind in turmoil. Su Chen's refusal of the acquisition was not a good sign. Next week, he was set to negotiate the establishment of the second Tesla super factory in Kyoto. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to meet Su Chen. It was imperative to finalize this acquisition. Meanwhile, at Faith Automobile, after dismissing Fu Min, Su Chen returned to his office. Upon opening his phone, a headline caught his eye. Kyoto government considers building Tesla's second super factory. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. No wonder Tesla was so formidable. They were on the verge of establishing a second super factory. This could potentially lead to soaring sales for Tesla. However, Su Chen was not overly concerned. He thought, let the dust settle for a while. Just then, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Su of Faith Automobile? I am the acting president of the Dragon Country Automobile Association, and I would like to invite you to attend tomorrow's Automobile Association meeting. Su Chen nodded and replied, certainly, I will be there on time. He recalled hearing from one of Faith Automobile's executives about the upcoming meeting. He had wondered why no one had invited him. Nevertheless, he was not particularly interested in such gatherings. After hanging up, he received the meeting address, which was in Kyoto. Consequently, he arranged for his assistant to book tickets to Kyoto. After lunch, Su Chen prepared to depart for Kyoto. The following morning, he set off with a small bag for the meeting. The venue was a luxurious 5-star hotel named Venus. Upon arriving downstairs, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lei Busi, the head of Dami Automobile. Mr. Lei, you are here quite early. Su Chen greeted Lei Busi and inquired, I heard that your Dami Automobile SU7 has recently launched. Is it true that you have received over 80,000 pre-orders? Lei Busi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we surpassed 80,000 orders within 24 hours. This is largely thanks to Faith Automobile. Su Chen was puzzled. Thanks to me? I don't see how that is related. Lei Busi responded with a smile. If it weren't for Faith Automobile exclusively supplying Dami Automobile with batteries and vehicle systems, we wouldn't be enjoying such popularity. Now understanding the implication, Su Chen realized that Faith Automobile's involvement had contributed to Dami Automobile's success. However, he felt pleased that Dami Automobile was thriving. He was not so narrow-minded. As long as any automobile manufacturer in Dragon Country was flourishing, he would be glad. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Chen. If he could share Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving capabilities with other Dragon Country manufacturers, could that potentially eclipse the joint ventures? Tesla may be impressive, but were they not merely relying on their sales figures to consider acquiring him? With this newfound perspective, he resolved to return and consolidate Faith Automobile's intelligent driving systems into a proposal. Subsequently, Su Chen and Lei Busi walked towards the meeting room together. As Su Chen entered, everyone already seated stood up in unison. Mr. Su, welcome. This is the first time I am meeting you. I did not expect you to be so young. Truly remarkable. Chapter 128. Su Chen elected unanimously as president of the Automobile Association. In attendance were not only the executives from prominent automotive companies, but also numerous staff members from the Automobile Association. Among them, several young women gazed at Su Chen with starry eyes. Is this really Su Chen? He is far more handsome in person than in photographs. A billionaire at such a young age. Truly impressive. I wonder if Mr. Su has a girlfriend. He exudes such charisma. The women were clearly enamored by Su Chen's presence. Taken aback, Su Chen pondered, am I truly so popular? What kind of looks are those from those girls? Could it be that they are infatuated? However, it might also be their interest in Lei Busi, who was beside him at the time. Just then, the acting president, Zhang Lei, approached and extended his hand towards Su Chen. Mr. Su, please take a seat. Everyone is waiting for you. Wait for me. For what? Su Chen was puzzled, having sensed a peculiar shift in the way everyone regarded him since he entered. Now, Zhang Lei claimed that everyone was eagerly anticipating his arrival. What could this mean? Without further explanation, Zhang Lei ushered Su Chen to his designated seat. Before Su Chen could settle in, he noticed that his position was at the center of the table, surrounded by several industry titans. He blinked in astonishment upon recognizing the high-profile executives present: Wang Fuchuan, the president of Bidia; Wei Junjian, the president of Chongqing; Li Xiang, the president of Lixiang; and Li Bing, the president of Weilai. All were distinguished figures from well-regarded domestic automotive and new energy companies. As Su Chen prepared to greet them, Wang Fuchuan approached first. Mr. Su, this is our first meeting, and I must say, I greatly admire your accomplishments. Before Su Chen could respond, Wei Junjian joined in. Mr. Su, I have long heard of your reputation. It is truly a privilege to meet you today. Soon, all the executives present came forth to shake hands with Su Chen, leaving him bewildered. What was happening? Wasn't he the least significant among them? Why did it feel as if he were the star of the gathering? After exchanging pleasantries, Su Chen took his seat, and the meeting commenced. Zhang Lei took the stage. announcing the beginning of the session and presenting a comparative analysis of the recent sales figures from various automotive companies. Ladies and gentlemen, the data indicates a significant increase in sales over the past 2 months, with the lowest increase being 20% compared to last month. What does this signify? It illustrates that our domestic automotive industry is gradually rising. Simultaneously, data from joint ventures was displayed on the large screen, revealing a downward trend. Among them, Fengtian suffered the most, with nearly 50% of its sales vanishing. Zhang Lei continued, "This reflects the current performance of joint ventures, thus granting considerable space for our domestic automotive enterprises. We can confidently state that the increase in your sales is a result of the decline in joint venture sales." At this juncture, Zhang Lei's gaze shifted towards Su Chen. "And all of this is thanks to Faith Automotive. The establishment of Faith Automotive has invigorated our market, which has been incessantly eroded by joint ventures and imported brands. Consequently, today's meeting has a critical agenda: the election of the next president of the Dragon Country Automotive Association." Upon hearing this, Su Chen understood that, in addition to discussing sales figures, the election for the new president was also on the agenda. He glanced around at the industry giants, contemplating. Wang Fuchuan, being the president of Bidia, had the experience and the technology to back him, consistently achieving record-breaking sales. His election as president seemed reasonable. Wei Junjian from Changchun, with his array of new products and impressive sales in the Dragon Country market, was also a viable candidate. As for the other companies, most were in the new energy sector and seemed less competitive. As for himself, despite Faith Automotive's commendable sales, it had only been established for a little over 2 months. It was inconceivable that anyone would nominate him. Su Chen mused that he might as well cast his vote for Wang Fuchuan. Suddenly, Wang Fuchuan stood up. True to form, the president of Bidia was bold and ambitious. Was he planning to nominate himself? Su Chen took a sip of tea, only to hear Wang Fuchuan declare, "I nominate Su Chen of Faith Automotive as the new president of our Automobile Association." Su Chen choked on his tea. What was happening? Wang Fuchuan was endorsing him? Before he could process this, Wei Junjian also rose. "I support Mr. Su as well." Li Xiang added, "Yes, I too recommend Mr. Su of Faith Automotive." Soon, every executive in attendance was standing, voicing their support for Su Chen's presidency. When had he become so popular? At that moment, Zhang Lei stepped onto the stage. "It seems everyone has reached a consensus. Therefore, we shall elect Mr. Su Chen of Faith Automotive as the new president of the Dragon Country Automobile Association." "Mr. Su, do you have anything to say?" Standing up, Su Chen surveyed the esteemed executives before him. Chairman Zhang and esteemed colleagues, I am somewhat perplexed as to why everyone is supporting me so fervently." Wang Fuchuan responded, "Mr. Su, you may not realize the profound impact Faith Automotive has had on our domestic enterprises. We were nearly suffocated under the pressure from joint ventures and imports. However, the emergence of Faith Automotive has instilled hope within us. While we were striving to match joint ventures and imported brands, Faith Automotive has presented us with a novel approach to cultivate our own brands and manufacture our own vehicles. Achieving sales of over 100,000 units in just 2 months is nothing short of miraculous. Thus, we have unanimously decided to elect you as the new president." The surrounding executives echoed their support for Su Chen's election. He nodded in acknowledgement. "As a younger generation member, I initially believed I lacked the qualifications for such a significant role, but given your support, I shall reluctantly accept." Su Chen had envisioned uniting all domestic automotive enterprises to present a unified front. It appeared that this dream was slowly materializing. His presidency could potentially foster official support for this cause. As he accepted, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Congratulations, Mr. Su. Congratulations to Faith Automotive. We, the domestic automotive industry, shall carve out our own niche under the leadership of Faith Automotive." The executives expressed their sentiments. Listening to their praises, Su Chen stood once more. "Very well, since you all place such trust in me, I hereby announce 2 initiatives. Firstly, we will dedicate the coming year to ensuring that joint ventures, particularly those that have exploited the Dragon Country, either withdraw from our market or face a minimum loss of 80% in their orders. In light of the trust and faith that everyone has placed in me and Faith Automobile, I have decided that Faith Automobile shall provide all present with the most advanced intelligent driving solutions. For those intrigued by the intelligent driving technology of Faith Automobile, we are open to signing collaboration agreements. Upon hearing this declaration from Su Chen, the audience was left in utter astonishment. What? Are we to understand that collaborating with Faith Automobile would grant us access to their intelligent driving systems? This is utterly astonishing. With the support of Faith Automobile's intelligent driving technology, our projected vehicle sales could potentially double. This is indeed the most formidable intelligent driving solution available on the market. It seems that President Su is resolutely determined to pursue partnerships with joint ventures and imported automotive enterprises. Chapter 129. The automotive industry in Longhua is about to change. Upon hearing Su Chen's remarks, the executives present were left utterly astonished. They comprehended the implications of Su Chen's words all too well. It is widely acknowledged that the intelligent driving solutions offered by Faith Automobile rank among the most formidable and comprehensive available in the market today, having been validated through rigorous market testing. Whether it be Qilin, Snapdragon, or Chitu, Faith Automobile's intelligent driving technology has never encountered any issues. Consider the fact that Chitu has achieved speeds exceeding 400 km/h on the Nyobe racetrack, with Su Chen as the driver, confidently releasing both hands from the steering wheel to engage with his mobile device. Such unwavering confidence in one's own intelligent driving technology is remarkable. Could Tesla accomplish such a feat? Absolutely not. Tesla has experienced multiple incidents globally where its intelligent driving deviated from the designated route, leading to lawsuits in its home country. If Su Chen were genuinely willing to share his intelligent driving technology with them, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire market, particularly impacting the current market share held by joint venture automotive enterprises. Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of BDA, stood up with palpable excitement. Mr. Su, BDA wishes to collaborate with Faith Automobile. Wei Junjian also rose to express his allegiance. We at Changcheng are eager to join as well. Before long, every automotive executive present had risen to voice their intentions. Mr. Su, we too wish to align ourselves with Faith Automobile. So do we at NIO. And we at Dapeng Automobile. Lei Busi was especially animated, recognizing the myriad benefits of collaborating with Faith Automobile without needing to persuade his executives overnight. Observing the unity among the executives, Su Chen was filled with a sense of wonder. It seemed that the automotive companies in Longhua were indeed on the brink of a resurgence. Should these numerous enterprises unite, defeating the joint venture companies and claiming the market share they currently possess would merely be a matter of time. Without hesitation, Su Chen instructed his assistant to draft a cooperation agreement. Shortly thereafter, the agreement was presented to the leaders of the various automotive companies. Upon reviewing the terms of the cooperation agreement, the executives were momentarily taken aback. Su Chen then proclaimed, once the agreement is signed, Faith Automobile's intelligent driving solutions will be made available to all. In return, Faith Automobile will retain 5% of the sales revenue. Do any of you have objections? Wang Fuchuan was the first to object, saying, I disagree. The others turned to him, and Su Chen regarded him with keen interest. Wang Fuchuan continued, it is well known that Faith Automobile's intelligent driving technology is the most powerful on the market. Therefore, I believe that a 5% profit share is insufficient. Su Chen stared at Wang Fuchuan in disbelief, realizing that he felt the offered share was too meager. Wei Junjian concurred, stating, I share the same sentiment as Mr. Wang. We are competing against joint venture enterprises, yet we cannot allow Mr. Su to incur losses. All the automotive executives present voiced their agreement, feeling that 5% was indeed too little. Consequently, Lei Busi stood and declared, since everyone has such confidence in Faith Automobile, let us raise the share to 10%. Su Chen was taken aback. 10%? That would amount to 15%. This commission rate is 5% higher than that of Huawei and Silis. Lei Busi's boldness was commendable, yet Su Chen feared that other manufacturers might disagree. However, as Su Chen pondered this, the executives began to express their approval. I agree to a 15% share. So do I. Faith Automobile's intelligent driving is worth that investment. Let us expedite the signing. I can't wait to equip my vehicles with Faith Automobile's intelligent driving technology. These executives recognized that a 15% commission was not insignificant. However, the prospect of integrating Faith Automobile's intelligent driving into their vehicles was immensely appealing. Seeing the consensus for a 15% share, Su Chen stood and proclaimed, "Very well. Let us proceed with the signing. From now on, as long as we unite the manufacturing prowess of Longhua, we will not only seize the joint ventures market, but also export our vehicles abroad to profit from foreign markets." As he spoke, Su Chen's excitement grew. This is the moment for Longhua Manufacturing to make a triumphant turnaround. Everyone rose to applaud fervently. Wang Fuchuan and Wei Junjian gazed at Su Chen, filled with a sense of awe. He is truly remarkable, they thought. In their youth, they could never have imagined achieving such accomplishments as Su Chen had. They envisioned a future where, under Su Chen's leadership, Longhua Manufacturing would conquer the global stage, an outcome both magnificent and eagerly anticipated. Thus, Su Chen was unanimously elected as the new president of the Longhua Automotive Association. The most significant outcome of today's meeting was the unprecedented unity among Longhua's automotive companies. The wheels of fate had begun to turn quietly at this moment. The automotive enterprises of Longhua were poised for a comprehensive counteroffensive. Years later, companies like Fengtian, Bentiang, Volkswagen, BMW, and Bench would reflect on the past, realizing that their decline began from the moment Su Chen was elected as president of the Longhua Automotive Association, particularly for Fengtian. As he completely withdrew from the Longhua market, he would ruefully ponder why he had antagonized Su Chen in the first place. After the meeting concluded, the Longhua Automotive Association announced on its official Weibo, "Welcome the new president Faith Automobile." Su Chen. The comment section erupted. "Wait, Mr. Su has been elected president of the Longhua Automotive Association. How impressive. This is official recognition. Faith Automobile has arrived. Supporting the Automotive Association. There is no one more qualified than Mr. Su to be president." Indeed, although Faith Automobile had only been established for a little over 2 months, it was evident that Mr. Su was genuinely committed to elevating Longhua's automotive enterprises to new heights. The online community was abuzz with excitement. Su Chen's election as president of the Automotive Association was truly a reflection of public expectation. At that moment, all the automotive executives who attended today's meeting promptly released announcements. BDA Automotive partners with Faith Automobile to deliver the ultimate intelligent driving experience, Changan Automotive, a new intelligent driving experience. Accompanying you to become a winner in life, Wailai has arrived. Faith Automobile, a life worth living, deserves advanced intelligent driving to match Faith Automobile. Dami Automotive collaborates with Faith Automobile to create the first intelligent vehicle for young people. Moreover, the accompanying images were uniformly striking. The information displayed was simple yet explosive, indicating that these automotive companies would fully adopt Faith Automobile's intelligent driving solutions. As these announcements circulated, the automotive community was set ablaze. Incredible! The automotive enterprises of Longhua have united. Oh my goodness! Faith Automobile has shared its intelligent driving technology with other companies? The automotive industry is about to undergo a seismic shift. Awesome! I just ordered the Weixiang L9, and the delivery specialist informed me that there will be a delay in pickup. When I inquired why, he said the newly manufactured vehicles will feature the latest generation of Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving. This is exhilarating. I just ordered the BDA Tang, and the sales team just called me to say the new Tang will be equipped with Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving. Faith Automobile is phenomenal. Chapter 130. I recommend an automotive enterprise, Faith Automobile. In the forum, various threads have taken off, all discussing Faith Automobile's decision to delegate fully autonomous driving capabilities to domestic automotive enterprises in Dragon Country. Friends who are considering purchasing a vehicle may wish to wait. I cannot fathom anything more exhilarating than possessing Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving feature. I had initially intended to purchase a Tesla Model Y, but have since canceled my order, opting instead for a vehicle from Dragon Country, convinced that Faith Automobile's intelligent driving will offer me a transformative experience. As a proud owner of the Faith Automobile Qilin, I can responsibly assert that its intelligent driving is unparalleled on this planet. Those who experience it will understand. Indeed, this gentleman's words ring true. Since acquiring the Qilin, I have found driving to be an immensely pleasurable endeavor. Beyond the discussions among netizens, nearly all automotive reviewers across the internet published videos to express their opinions within an hour of these enterprises announcing their developments. I had once thought I would never witness the day when our domestic automotive companies would unite, yet here I am, witnessing it in my lifetime. It is fair to say that today marks a new starting point for our domestic automotive enterprises. A new journey, undoubtedly led by Faith Automobile. Trimble, Joint Ventures. You are no longer in the same league as Dragon Country Manufacturing. I am confident that within a year, Joint Ventures will hold no market share in Dragon Country. Mr. Su of Faith Automobile truly exemplifies selflessness by delegating such formidable, fully autonomous driving capabilities. Truly magnificent. I am in admiration. United we must stand. Let everyone know how powerful our domestic automotive enterprises are. This day is destined to be extraordinary. Following Mr. Su's agreement to delegate intelligent driving to domestic automotive companies, the sales of Qilin and Jiaolong surged to new heights. Meanwhile, the recently launched Qidu has already secured over 10,000 pre-orders. Incredible. Even in graduate survey results, Faith Automobile was elected as the most coveted enterprise among university students. In this moment, all employees of Faith Automobile felt an indescribable sense of happiness. Soon, news of the collaboration between domestic automotive companies and Faith Automobile reached the shores of Little Sun Country. Madman Zhang slammed his palm on the table in frustration. Damn Faith Automobile. What is this? This is utterly unfair. Is this a concerted effort to intimidate us traditional automotive companies? No, I will not concede. At that moment, Madman Zhang received a call from President Chuan Dongquan of Bentian. Mr. President, have you seen the news about Faith Automobile? They are launching a counterattack in our Dragon Country market. It is well known that Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving technology is the most formidable. If this continues, we will lose our market share in Dragon Country. President Chuan's emotions were heightened. Their recent sales had also taken a significant hit, shrinking by at least 30% compared to last month. This is alarming. Although it is not currently a peak season for car sales, this data clearly indicates that they are gradually losing market share in Dragon Country. Furthermore, the acceptance of new energy vehicle companies among the Dragon people is notably high. Now, with Faith Automobile willing to delegate fully autonomous driving to these companies, their path will become even more arduous. They may very well face a situation similar to that of Bentian. Madman Zhang, seething with anger, declared, "We must retaliate." President Chuan inquired, "How can we traditional automotive companies retaliate? It will be ineffective." No. As an ancient saying in Dragon Country goes, success depends on human effort. Now that Bentian's new energy models are about to roll off the production line, it is only natural for us traditional automotive companies to manufacture new energy vehicles. The consumers in Dragon Country will surely respond favorably. Madman Zhang expressed confidence. If they enter the new energy arena, they would be standing on the shoulders of giants. Moreover, they have been researching new energy for many years. Previously, it was merely a matter of disdain for utilizing such technology. But now, the landscape of the Dragon Country market has changed. If they do not showcase their capabilities, the Dragon people may think they only produce traditional gasoline vehicles. President Chuan, sounding somewhat concerned, asked, "While we may excel in hardware compared to Dragon Country's automotive enterprises, we lag significantly in software, particularly in the realm of autonomous driving. We are completely outmatched." Madman Zhang chuckled. "Outmatched? Then we shall simply purchase it. After all, the production cost for new energy vehicles is already established." President Chuan, perplexed, inquired, "Purchase? From whom?" "Faith Automobile." Madman Zhang replied, "Certainly not from Faith Automobile. We can procure it from Tesla." "Tesla? That indeed is a commendable option." President Chuan recognized that Tesla's intelligent driving technology is also impressive. If Tesla agrees to provide them with intelligent driving capabilities, they could indeed compete with domestic automotive companies. I will contact Mr. Musk at Tesla right away. After hanging up, Madman Zhang immediately dialed Musk. Musk was already aware of the developments in the Dragon Country automotive scene and was in an urgent meeting with his team. One of the primary reasons he sought to acquire Faith Automobile was due to its cutting-edge technology. Yet now, Su Chen not only rejected collaboration, but has also delegated Faith Automobile's fully autonomous driving, clearly signaling a declaration of war against them. After Madman Zhang explained his purpose, Musk readily agreed. Since the automotive companies in Dragon Country have united, we can certainly pursue this. As for your earlier suggestion about equipping new models with Tesla's autonomous driving, I believe we can discuss this further. The possibilities are promising. Additionally, I am on my way to Kyoto in Dragon Country, as Tesla is about to finalize negotiations for its second gigafactory there. If you have time, we can arrange to meet in Kyoto. Madman Zhang nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Musk. Let us meet in Kyoto. Also, congratulations on Tesla's impending acquisition of its second gigafactory in Dragon Country. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. The two conversed for a while longer before Musk ended the call. He then turned to his assistant, instructing, "Prepare the private jet immediately. I must fly to Kyoto in Dragon Country at once. With Faith Automobile's aggressive advancements, we must secure this second gigafactory." After hearing this, the assistant went to make arrangements. Musk gazed out the window, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Su Chen, you have successfully captured my attention. Even if you delegate your autonomous driving to Dragon Country manufacturers, Faith Automobile will never outpace us. Shall we test the limits of this clash?" Simultaneously, the Kyoto officials convened an urgent meeting. The prominent leader, Sun Wenba, rapped the table and declared, "Regarding the proposal to establish a gigafactory for Tesla in the outskirts of Kyoto, I hold a differing opinion." The officials present turned to him. Intrigued, after a pause, Sun Wenba scanned the room and continued, "Instead of Tesla, I would recommend another automotive enterprise from our Dragon Country." Deputy Leader Wang Jiqiang, puzzled, asked, "Which automotive company?" Taking a deep breath, Sun Wenba slowly articulated, "Faith Automobile." Chapter 131. Feng Tian begins its desperate struggle. Upon hearing Sun Wenba's statement, those present were momentarily taken aback. Faith Automobile. What could the leader be implying? It was perplexing, for if a choice had to be made, surely it would not fall to Faith Automobile. Despite its recent acclaim, with Su Chen even being elected as the president of the Dragon Kingdom Automobile Association, awarding such a monumental project to Faith Automobile seemed rather implausible. The crowd began to murmur, believing that Tesla, being the world's highest valued new energy vehicle enterprise, was the rightful candidate for this super factory. Moreover, Tesla was a significant taxpayer. The tax revenue generated for the Kyoto government upon the establishment of such a factory would be substantial. Consequently, Deputy Leader Wang Jiqiang stood up, his dissatisfaction evident. "Leader Sun, Faith Automobile may not possess the necessary capabilities." As the chief facilitator of the collaboration between Tesla and the Kyoto government, Wang Jiqiang was naturally an ardent supporter of Tesla. Although the final decision was not his to make, Sun Wenba's words indicated a potential shift in the outcome. After speaking, Wang Jiqiang exchanged knowing glances with a few others nearby, who understood his intent and began to voice their opinions. However, their discourse was abruptly interrupted by Sun Wenba. "Your lengthy discussions merely reflect a lack of faith in Faith Automobile. Why complicate matters?" Sun Wenba's tone dripped with disdain. "As of now, no definitive decision has been made in favor of Tesla. Does that not leave room for Faith Automobile?" As he spoke, Sun Wenba presented the sales figures for both Faith Automobile and Tesla over the past 2 months. Although Faith Automobile had only been established for less than 3 months, its market performance was undeniably impressive, having surpassed Tesla's sales figures significantly. Furthermore, Tesla consistently ranked high on customer complaint lists, whereas Faith Automobile had none. These statistics illustrated not only the prowess of Faith Automobile, but also its commitment to quality control. Thus, I have personally decided to allocate the planning of Kyoto's super factory to Faith Automobile. As a high-ranking official in the Kyoto government, Sun Wenba's pronouncement effectively solidified the decision. After concluding his remarks, Sun Wenba surveyed the assembly. So it is settled. I believe Faith Automobile's presence in Kyoto will prove beneficial for us. Wang Jiqiang wished to interject once more, but upon realizing Sun Wenba's resolution, he refrained from further comment, albeit feeling a twinge of regret. To him, Tesla's capabilities far surpassed those of Faith Automobile. At the very moment the Kyoto government confirmed the superfactory's planning for Faith Automobile, Su Chen was preparing to return. Coincidentally, he received a call from the Kyoto government. Mr. Su, there is an important meeting in Kyoto tomorrow morning that we would like to invite you to attend. Yes, it is an official meeting. Will you accept? That is wonderful. We look forward to your timely arrival. As for the meeting's agenda, you will learn more upon your arrival tomorrow. Even after hanging up, Su Chen remained baffled as to why the Kyoto government had called him and invited him to a meeting. Oh well, no use dwelling on it, he muttered. Reclining on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. What's meant to be will be. I shall find out tomorrow. Just as he was about to doze off, his phone rang again. To his surprise, it was the young man from Dubai whom he had met a few days prior. Mr. Su, we will arrive in the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow afternoon. I look forward to meeting you. Glancing at the clock, Su Chen realized their agreed time was indeed approaching. Previously, individuals from the Dubai royal family had mentioned their intention to inspect Faith Automobile, and upon returning home, he had expedited the production of 100 Cheetah vehicles. Welcome, Su Chen replied. I have made arrangements to receive you with the highest standards of hospitality. After all, they were representatives of the Dubai royal family, and there might be significant developments on this visit. Meanwhile, Tesla CEO, Elon Musk, had also arrived in the Dragon Kingdom with his team. Upon reaching the Kyoto headquarters, Fu Min organized a reception for Musk. Mr. President, welcome to your arrival. Surrounding Tesla's staff applauded warmly. Musk smiled and inquired of Fu Min. Is the meeting for tomorrow morning arranged? Fu Min confirmed. Yes, it is all set. We will secure the Kyoto Superfactory without any issues. Musk nodded, understanding that the current high production capacity was closely tied to the Superfactory in Hu City. Thus, he placed great importance on acquiring ownership of the second Superfactory in Kyoto. Fu Min added, by the way, Mr. President, Feng Tian's president, Feng Tian Nanzhong, has also arrived and wishes to meet you this afternoon. Musk nodded, aware of their purpose. Please arrange a meeting, he instructed. Fu Min promptly descended to notify Feng Tian Nanzhong. That afternoon, Feng Tian Nanzhong, accompanied by Chuan Dongquan and others, arrived at Tesla's Kyoto headquarters. Upon meeting Musk, Feng Tian Nanzhong extended a handshake. Mr. Musk, it has been a while. Following this, he introduced his companions. This is President Ben Tian, Chuan Dongquan. This is President Nai Sang. After a round of introductions, Musk realized that several major automobile manufacturers from the small Japanese nation were present. Fu Min swiftly organized a meeting, which proceeded exceptionally well. Musk readily agreed to the request posed by Feng Tian Nanzhong. The latter nodded enthusiastically. I believe this collaboration with Tesla will elevate our achievements in the Dragon Kingdom. Feng Tian Nanzhong was indeed elated, as he also intended to pivot towards new energy. The prospect of implementing Tesla's intelligent driving technology right from the start was a fortuitous development. With Tesla's technological support, he was confident that consumers in the Dragon Kingdom would be receptive. Chuan Dongquan and his associates shared in the excitement, astonished by the swift progress of the day's events. Feng Tian Nanzhong then asked, Mr. Musk, I have heard that Tesla is on the verge of securing the Kyoto Superfactory? Congratulations. Musk waved his hands modestly. While it may seem a done deal, it is prudent to remain understated. After all, the official notification has yet to be issued. We will know more after tomorrow's meeting. Feng Tian Nanzhong smiled. Mr. Musk, you are too modest. I hope for a fruitful collaboration as we reclaim the market share we have lost. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Feng Tian Nanzhong posted an update on his social media in the Dragon Kingdom. New opportunities, new choices. Feng Tian New Energy joins forces with Tesla, poised to usher in a monumental transformation. Subsequently, other automotive companies began to follow suit. Chapter 132. Are you teaching me how to do things? Almost all the automobile manufacturers were quick to announce their impending collaboration with Teles. They anticipated that these announcements would spark heated discussions in the market. However, an hour later, the comment section was filled with scorn. Oh, isn't Crazy Tian dismissive of new energy? Is this a resurrection? Haha, he's panicking. Crazy Tian is panicking, lost in the wake of Faith Automobile's prowess. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Does Crazy Tian genuinely believe that employing Teles intelligent driving will boost sales? Such naive dreams. Teles intelligent driving has faced lawsuits in the United States. Do they think they can fool the Dragon Kingdom? This is merely a fleeting moment of hope. Now, Dragon Kingdom's car manufacturers are utilizing Faith Automobile's intelligent driving technology. And Crazy Tian is restless. But will this be effective? What a joke. Now they wish to join the new energy race. It's too late. As for me, I will never purchase a vehicle from any of these small brands, nor would I consider Teles. With Dragon Kingdom's automotive industry flourishing, who would choose these obscure electric vehicles? The consensus in the comment section was strikingly unified, showing a lack of faith in Crazy Tian's collaboration with Teles. Upon witnessing this, Crazy Tian nearly choked with anger. Damn those Dragon Kingdom consumers. They truly do not recognize quality. He fumed. Just wait and see. When Crazy Tian's first new energy vehicle hits the market, it will dominate the sales charts. For Crazy Tian, launching a new energy vehicle was akin to a high-stakes gamble. Upon seeing the announcements from Crazy Tian and Ben Tian, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This was nothing short of a desperate struggle for survival. As a traditional car manufacturer, how could they expect to reclaim lost market share by entering the new energy sector? What a farce. Su Chen could already foresee the dire consequences following the release of Crazy Tian and Ben Tian's new energy models. The situation was largely settled, and he would not allow Crazy Tian to reap any rewards, let alone feasting. They would be fortunate to sip some spoiled soup. The next morning, Su Chen hurried to the official meeting in Kyoto. Upon arrival, he spotted a familiar face, Fu Min. His gaze then shifted to the figure trailing behind her, Elon Musk. Ah? Teles representatives are here too? What kind of meeting is this? At that moment, Fu Min noticed Su Chen. Mr. Su, what a coincidence to see you here, she exclaimed, turning to Musk. Mr. Musk, this is Su Chen, the president of Faith Automobile. This was Musk's first encounter with Su Chen. Though curious about Su Chen's presence, he extended a hand and greeted him. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I never expected to find you here. Su Chen regarded Musk with a smile and a nod. Here was the world's richest man, wielding a fortune that Su Chen could scarcely imagine. Furthermore, Musk was a visionary entrepreneur with a spirit of innovation and risk-taking. Impressive indeed. Truthfully, Su Chen held a measure of respect for Musk. However, the reality was that Musk's attempts to acquire Faith Automobile had faltered, leading him to collaborate with Crazy Tian and Ben Tian instead. Little did Musk realize that this partnership with these lesser brands marked the beginning of his retreat from the Dragon Kingdom market. Su Chen offered Musk a brief nod, choosing not to engage further. Noticing Su Chen's apparent lack of enthusiasm, Musk inquired, Mr. Su, have you reconsidered my proposal regarding the acquisition of Faith Automobile? Su Chen's response was direct. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, Mr. Musk. I kindly ask that you refrain from expending further energy on it. With that, he turned to leave. At this juncture, Fu Min interjected, Mr. Su, Mr. Musk is here today to finalize Teles' plans for the second super factory in the Dragon Kingdom. Once established, this factory will significantly enhance Teles' production capacity. Do you believe Faith Automobile can compete with Teles then? Su Chen furrowed his brow, mulling over Fu Min's words. He had heard rumors about the establishment of a super factory in the suburbs of Kyoto. It seemed today's meeting would determine the factory's ultimate ownership. Was his presence here somewhat out of place? Wait a moment. Could it be that the Kyoto officials had alternative options? Perhaps Faith Automobile? This scenario was becoming intriguing. The more he considered it, the more exhilarated he became. If Faith Automobile could secure this super factory, it would represent a substantial leap in production capacity. Determined, Su Chen resolved to pursue this opportunity if it arose. With this thought in mind, he turned and departed. Fu Min watched as Su Chen headed toward the meeting room. Puzzled, Is Su Chen here to attend the meeting too? Musk dismissed this notion. Perfect. Let him witness us securing the ownership of the super factory in Kyoto. With that, Musk and his team entered the meeting room. Soon, the high-ranking official, Sun Wenbo, arrived, and the meeting commenced. Everyone, Sun Wenbo stated. Today's meeting aims to discuss the final ownership of the upcoming super factory in Kyoto. Musk and his team displayed an air of inexplicable confidence, with some even making victory signs. Their assurance was palpable. However, after a brief discussion, Sun Wenbo added, following our preliminary evaluations, we have decided to bring another car manufacturer into the fold. Musk's brow furrowed. What was Kyoto's official agenda? Hadn't Fu Min already negotiated the details? Why suddenly include another manufacturer? Furthermore, which company possessed the substantial capital required for such a massive super factory? Upon hearing Sun Wenbo's words, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Faith Automobile? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. As if on cue, Sun Wenbo fixed his gaze on Su Chen and proclaimed, as we all know, in the past 2 months, a particular car manufacturer in our Dragon Kingdom has been thriving. They have not only set new records in orders, but also ventured abroad, bringing honor to our nation's automotive industry. Therefore, after thorough deliberation, we have decided to include Faith Automobile in this project. The room erupted in applause. Beneath the table, Su Chen clenched his fists in triumph. It seemed his instincts had been spot on. Upon hearing this announcement, Musk could no longer contain himself. Fu Min, standing nearby, rose to confront Sun Wenbo. Leader Sun, wasn't it previously agreed that only Tellies would be involved? Why suddenly include Faith Automobile? Su Chen shot a glance at Fu Min. This woman truly lacks foresight. Sun Wenbo is the highest authority in Kyoto, and even if you are the president of Tellies in the Dragon Kingdom, do you dare to speak to him like that? A reckless move. As anticipated, the moment Fu Min finished speaking, Sun Wenbo's expression turned stern. Miss Fu, are you attempting to instruct our Kyoto officials on how to conduct business? As this scene concluded, it was time to unveil new vehicles. Dear readers, which cars would you like to see? Please share your thoughts. The author will consider them. Chapter 133. Faith Automotive secures unanimous approval for the Kyoto Super Factory. Not only was Sun Wenbo somewhat irate, but even the other officials from Kyoto present at the meeting found it difficult to comprehend Fu Min's audacity. After all, this was an official meeting of the Kyoto government. Where did she find the audacity to speak to Sun Wenbo in such a manner? Su Chen regarded Fu Min with a sense of amusement. How brazen! Did she think this was America? In Tesla, they could hardly distinguish between major and minor players. Noticing a change in Sun Wenbo's expression, Musk hurriedly intervened. Leader Sun, what she means is, there's no need to elaborate. Sun Wenbo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. He had no intention of handing over the factory in the outskirts of Kyoto to Tesla, and this only reinforced his resolve. The Tesla team appeared flustered and quickly asserted, Leader Sun, we come to cooperate with the Kyoto government with utmost sincerity. If the Kyoto government agrees to entrust us with this super factory, we will contribute at least 3 billion long coins in taxes annually. At Musk's declaration, everyone present inhaled sharply. Truly, Tesla was financially formidable. The Tesla super factory in whose city contributed around 2.3 billion long coins in taxes each year. Thus, a tax contribution of 3 billion indeed reflected their sincerity. Moreover, we can provide over 20,000 jobs, Musk added confidently, aware that this figure would be significant for the Kyoto government. All the pressure then shifted to Su Chen. Sun Wenbo turned to him with a smile. Mr. Su, does Faith Automotive possess the capability to secure the super factory? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen responded, certainly. Given Leader Sun's regard for Faith Automotive, we shall not disappoint the Kyoto government. After a brief pause, he continued, if Faith Automotive is permitted to establish a super factory in Kyoto, we will contribute at least 4 billion in taxes every year, and we anticipate creating around 30,000 jobs. Su Chen's assertion was not baseless. The production capacity of Faith Automotive was struggling to keep pace with demand and urgently required expansion. Should a super factory be established, Su Chen envisioned an annual output of at least 1.2 million vehicles. This calculation implied that the factory would need at least 30,000 employees, and that was a conservative estimate. With robust support from the Dragon Kingdom's government, Faith Automotive would continue to establish factories elsewhere. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Musk clenched his jaw. No, you cannot claim such figures. Your sales have not yet surpassed 200,000 units. You simply lack the capability. Su Chen smiled. Whether we possess the capability is not for you to decide. Allow me to correct you. Faith Automotive sales have indeed exceeded 200,000 units. He was not mistaken. The sales of the Qilin model, combined with those from the small nation of Japan, had reached 150,000 units. Not to mention the 15,000 units ordered by the military department for the Jiaolong model and the sales of Qidu, which had already surpassed 10,000. By all counts, they had indeed exceeded 200,000 units. Su Chen continued. Moreover, Faith Automotive has only been established for less than 3 months, and most of these sales are within the Dragon Kingdom. Should we penetrate the overseas market, I believe achieving annual sales of 3 million units is well within reach. Of course, Tesla was performing admirably, but their monthly sales in the Dragon Kingdom hovered around 50,000 units. With such figures, how could they possibly compete with Faith Automotive? After speaking, Su Chen glanced at Sun Wenba. Rest assured, leaders, my assertions will only increase. Faith Automotive possesses this confidence. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, murmurs of discussion erupted in the room. This young CEO, though seemingly inexperienced, harbored considerable ambition. Selling 200,000 units in just 2 months, had it been him, he would have been soaring high. How could Faith Automotive be so formidable? It was not merely about prowess. Faith Automotive was earnest in its endeavors. Consider the pricing of the Qilin. Was it exorbitant? Within the same price range, there was hardly a competitor that could rival it. The key point was that Faith Automotive had yet to make significant inroads into the family car market. If the price were to further drop to around 200,000, could Tesla withstand the onslaught given Faith Automotive's current technology? As the discussions subsided, many began to acknowledge Faith Automotive's true potential. In the realm of new energy vehicles, technology reigned supreme, and Tesla's technical prowess paled in comparison. Musk's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Su Chen, muttering under his breath in English. This man is insane. Is he attempting to incite a conflict with us? Musk was not the only one seething. The entire Tesla team was incensed. Their anger stemmed from the palpable competitive pressure emanating from Faith Automotive. Su Chen not only showcased the formidable strength of Faith Automotive, but also proposed commitments exceeding those of Tesla in terms of tax contributions and job creation, which cast Tesla in a dim light before the Kyoto government. Moreover, Su Chen's confidence in the future sales of Faith Automotive was unsettling for the Tesla team. They understood that if Faith Automotive could indeed penetrate the overseas market and achieve substantial sales growth, Tesla's standing in the new energy vehicle market would face severe challenges, potentially losing the Dragon Kingdom as its second-largest market. Meanwhile, Sun Wenba and his colleagues engaged in urgent discussions. For the Kyoto government, the focus lay on the enterprise's strength and the economic benefits it could bring. Su Chen's promises undoubtedly illuminated the immense potential of Faith Automotive, fostering a sense of anticipation among them. Importantly, Su Chen and Oppo's statements were not baseless. They were supported by tangible data that could withstand scrutiny. After a while, Sun Wenba decisively declared, "In that case, let us proceed to a vote. The automotive company that garners the most votes will be awarded the super factory in the outskirts of Kyoto." At this juncture, Musk had no choice but to nod in agreement. The voting soon concluded, and when Sun Wenba personally announced the results, Musk was left dumbfounded. The entire Tesla team was in shock. Faith Automotive had received unanimous approval? This was utterly absurd. With a darkened expression, Musk rose and promptly exited with his team. Once outside, he rarely lost his temper. "Su Chen, I will remember you. Tesla will not let Faith Automotive off the hook." Inside the venue, Sun Wenba, witnessing Musk's departure, stood and congratulated Su Chen. "Let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration." With a smile, Su Chen joined Sun Wenba for a photograph. Soon, News of Faith Automotive's acquisition of the Kyoto Super Factory spread online, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Is Faith Automotive making a significant move? Impressive, truly impressive. Faith Automotive is becoming increasingly formidable. I heard that the Kyoto Super Factory was initially intended for Tesla, but who would have thought it would be snatched away by Faith Automotive? What a relief. Last month, a friend of mine experienced brake failure in a Tesla and nearly lost his life. Good grief, that's terrifying. I implore Faith Automotive to expedite the release of a model priced around $200,000. Chapter 134, The Arrival of the Dubai Royal Family. The online community is abuzz with excitement over the significant developments at Faith Motors. Su Chen has just been elected as the president of the Dragon Country Automobile Association and has successfully acquired a super factory in the outskirts of Kyoto. This marks a pivotal moment for Faith Motors, steering it onto the right path. Furthermore, a majority of the public has been clamoring for the company to produce several affordable sedan models, rather than exclusively high-end vehicles costing hundreds of thousands. As ordinary citizens earning around $70,000 to $80,000 a year, it is reasonable to aspire to purchase a car worth over $100,000 after a couple of years of diligent saving. Su Chen finds himself in agreement with such sentiments. His previous development of the Qilin and Jiaolong models was primarily aimed at capturing the market share of competitors like Tian. With that mission nearly accomplished, it is indeed time to consider manufacturing vehicles that the general populace can embrace. After concluding a meeting, Su Chen immediately posted an update on Weibo, announcing that Faith Motors has been on a roll lately, and it's time to share some benefits with everyone. The company will now focus on the market around 200,000. Delving deeper into this segment, the response to his seemingly simple post was explosive, with comments flooding in. Mr. Su is so generous to his fans. I can't wait for the announcement. Is Mr. Su targeting family sedans at the 200,000 price point? That seems aimed at Telis. Wow, things just got intriguing. I heard from a friend at Faith Motors that Telis sent representatives to discuss an acquisition recently, offering a mere $15 billion. Telis must be dreaming. That's an outrageous offer. It appears Telis is struggling, collaborating with several other automakers while also seeking to acquire Faith Motors. I believe Faith Motors is gearing up to outmaneuver Telis. Upon reading the supportive comments, Su Chen felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Telis, I'm afraid we're about to unleash a grand surprise. Shortly after signing a cooperation agreement with the Kyoto authorities, Su Chen received a call from his team. Mr. Su, the members of the Dubai royal family will arrive at Kyoto International Airport in half an hour, and our convoy is already at the airport. Su Chen smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting this important event. I'll head to the airport immediately. It's only fitting that I personally welcome the Dubai royal family. Upon arrival at the airport, Su Chen spotted a convoy of Qilin vehicles waiting. Zhao, the leader of the Kyoto team, rushed over. Mr. Su, the fleet is ready. Su Chen nodded. They'll stay in Kyoto tonight and fly back tomorrow. Passers-by gazed curiously at the line of Qilin vehicles. So many Qilins parked here. Is there a celebrity today? I don't think so, but I heard the royal family from Dubai is visiting. Really? What could they possibly want? I remember now. They mentioned coming to inspect Faith Motors. Half an hour later, a plane from Dubai touched down at Kyoto International Airport. A group of over 30 individuals, all clad in white garments and wrapped in cloth, disembarked, accompanied by several bodyguards. The spectacle was truly impressive. Under the guidance of their Dubai associate, they soon approached the arrival area. Su Chen was taken aback by the sheer number of visitors. Wow, they brought quite a crowd. He hadn't anticipated such a large delegation from the Middle East, complete with bodyguards. The scene was overwhelming, as if signaling a pressing need for increased production capacity at Faith Motors. Su Chen quickly instructed Zhao, we need 10 more Qilins brought over. Zhao chuckled. I was worried we wouldn't have enough. We have 10 more in the parking lot. Su Chen shot him a glance of approval. This young man knows how to get things done. He deserves a promotion. Upon seeing Su Chen, the Dubai associate hurried over. Mr. Su, it's good to see you again. Su Chen greeted him warmly. The associate then began introducing the royal family members. This is our royal family's eldest prince, Rashid. And this is the second prince, Hamdan. As the introductions continued, Su Chen enthusiastically shook hands. What an impressive gathering. He gestured towards the 20 Qilin vehicles outside, smiling as he said, last time you saw the Chidu, and this time it's the Qilin, another masterpiece from Faith Motors. The royal entourage immediately expressed a profound interest in the Qilin. They approached the vehicles, examining them closely. MPV models are not particularly favored in their region. The Dubai elite tend to prefer SUVs and supercars, with Fengtian S vehicles, especially the Xuanhai, enjoying remarkable sales. It's no wonder they ordered 100 Cheetah models for themselves. Noticing their interest in the Qilin, Su Chen proposed, "Let us settle in Kyoto tonight and visit Faith Motors tomorrow." However, before he could finish, the Dubai associate shook his head. "We wish to go to Faith Motors right now. With the Qilin here, it's the perfect opportunity to experience it firsthand." Su Chen was surprised by their eagerness, but agreed. The journey would take about 5 to 6 hours, providing ample time to showcase the innovative technology of Faith Motors. Nodding, he opened the car doors for the royal family to enter. Su Chen joined the eldest and second prince along with the Dubai associate in the same vehicle. As soon as they entered, the luxurious interior of the Qilin astonished them. "This vehicle is incredibly opulent. I've been in Fengtian S Alpha, but this surpasses it entirely. It feels like a mobile palace. I need one of these." The soundproofing was remarkable, akin to the tranquility of a library. Observing their amazement, Su Chen wasted no time in activating the seat massage feature, eliciting yet another round of awe. The vehicle soon merged onto the highway, where Su Chen instructed Zhao Xiangkai to engage the autopilot. Before long, Prince Rashid noticed that Zhao Xiangkai had removed his hands from the steering wheel. "Wait, is the car driving itself? Just like the Chidu?" He was filled with wonder. Finally experiencing fully autonomous driving, how safe is this? It's incredible. I must have one of these. Upon returning, I will propose that the Qilin be used as our royal reception vehicle. Su Chen smiled. This is just the beginning. Once you see the Jiaolong at Faith Motors, you will truly grasp the marvels we have to offer. Chapter 135. Alas, I inadvertently seized another order from Fengtian. In this regard, Su Chen exuded confidence. The market in the Middle East functioned in such a manner. Off-road vehicles held an unequivocal market share. To put it plainly, the affluent of the Middle East were utterly captivated by the Jiaolong model. Particularly, when equipped with an array of cutting-edge technologies, the Jiaolong firmly dominated this market. Should the opportunity arise to penetrate the Middle Eastern market, the Jiaolong would undoubtedly become the premier choice for these wealthy patrons. As for Lexus and Fengtian S Haiyan flagship, they might as well take a back seat for now. Throughout the journey, Su Chen occasionally glanced back, elucidating the various advanced technologies incorporated in the Qilin. Their expressions of excitement clearly indicated their genuine admiration for the Qilin. After all, it was the most exceptional MPV available in the market today. Even members of the Dubai royal family were experiencing such unparalleled comfort in a business vehicle for the first time. Notably, the Grand Prince Rashid, upon experiencing the remarkable technological features of the Qilin, was incessantly capturing images and videos with his phone. Furthermore, he eagerly shared these moments on his social media platforms. I may very well be seated in the most luxurious and comfortable MPV on the planet. Previously, I had little interest in such vehicles, but my faith in automobiles has profoundly altered my perspective. I believe the Dubai royal family should acquire this vehicle, should the evaluation proceed smoothly. The Qilin may very well become the new reception vehicle for the royal family. Once these images and videos were disseminated, followers of Rashid began to comment. Grand Prince, have you traveled to the Dragon Kingdom? Is there a vehicle on this planet that can evoke such sentiment from the Grand Prince? I find myself intrigued. Ah, so it is the Qilin. This is the most advanced MPV currently in the Dragon Kingdom, far superior to Fengtian's Alpha. It is indeed of an entirely different caliber. During my previous business trip to the Dragon Kingdom, the president of the local branch drove a Qilin, and the experience was simply sublime. A vehicle endorsed by the Grand Prince is undoubtedly a reliable choice. I hope to see it on the streets of Dubai soon. Grand Prince, could you possibly facilitate the introduction of Faith Motors to Dubai? I have been closely following this automobile enterprise from the Dragon Kingdom. It truly aligns with my preferences. Among the comments, apart from the sentiments of international netizens, The predominant wish was for the Dubai royal family to import Faith Motors to Dubai. They too yearned to experience the vehicle endorsed by the Grand Prince. Rashid nodded repeatedly, engaging excitedly in conversation with Hamandan beside him. Brother, this vehicle has indeed astonished me, particularly with its fully autonomous driving capabilities. Hamandan nodded in agreement, offering high praise for the Qilin. Rashid remarked, this vehicle is exceptionally comfortable and befitting of our royal stature. I believe we should procure several of them. At this juncture, Hamandan appeared somewhat troubled. However, we have already ordered 500 Fengtian Alpha business vehicles. What? Is that so? Rashid furrowed his brow. Has the procurement department made a definitive decision? At what stage is the process? A nearby Dubai gentleman promptly interjected. It seems we have reached the stage of signing the procurement contract. Before he could finish speaking, Rashid hastily gestured for silence. Cease all procurement activities related to the Fengtian Alpha at once. Henceforth, we shall prioritize the Qilin as our primary procurement target. Rashid understood that when it came to reception vehicles, comfort was paramount. He had previously experienced the Alpha, but now, having been immersed in the Qilin, he recognized the Alpha for what it truly was, a mere folly. In terms of both comfort and overall experience, the Qilin was in a league of its own. One could say the Alpha and the Qilin hailed from entirely different eras. In comparison, the Alpha resembled a relic from the late 20th century that had long been discarded. He would never allow a vehicle of the Alpha's ilk to grace the procurement list of the Dubai royal family. The Dubai gentleman nodded, affirming he would make the necessary contacts. However, Rashid could hardly wait. He promptly dialed the head of the procurement department. At that moment, the procurement director, Haideli, was preparing to finalize the contract for 500 Alpha vehicles with Tanaka Ichiro, the manager responsible for Fengtian's Dubai operations. Mr. Haideli, we greatly appreciate the royal family's trust and support for our Fengtian company. We assure you we will not disappoint. Haideli nodded, casting a glance at Tanaka Ichiro, just as he was about to speak when Rashid's call came through. Upon recognizing the Grand Prince's name, Haideli quickly answered, Grand Prince, you are in charge of procuring the Fengtian Alpha reception vehicles, are you not? The Grand Prince spoke without preamble. Yes, it is I. We are on the verge of signing the procurement contract. Immediately cancel the contract. Rashid interjected, halting him mid-sentence. On the other end, Haideli was bewildered. Grand Prince, is something amiss? We are about to finalize the contract. Is it not rather inappropriate to cancel at this stage? Rashid had no time for pleasantries. I have discovered a superior alternative to the Alpha, the Qilin from Faith Motors. Therefore, I demand an immediate cancellation. Having said that, Rashid abruptly terminated the call. Haideli was left in a state of confusion. Tanaka Ichiro, observing Haideli's shift in demeanor, hurried over to inquire, Mr. Haideli, what transpired? Without a moment's hesitation, Haideli walked over to collect the cooperation agreement. Our procurement has been vetoed by the Grand Prince. It is to be cancelled. Upon hearing this, Tanaka Ichiro was taken aback. Cancelled? Was it due to an unacceptable price? If so, we can certainly negotiate. Price is not an obstacle. Haideli regarded Tanaka Ichiro with a hint of displeasure in his gaze. Do you believe price is a concern for us? The Grand Prince has identified a superior substitute in the Qilin from Faith Motors. Thus our collaboration ends here. Mr. Tanaka, you may take your leave. With the Grand Prince's assertion, Tanaka could say nothing. Following this, Haideli stood and departed. Tanaka Ichiro remained rooted in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. No, there must be some misunderstanding. Tanaka Ichiro was nearly beside himself with frustration. The order he had worked so hard to secure had suddenly slipped away. This was the Dubai royal family, after all. Securing the Alpha would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for Fengtian. However, Haideli paid him no mind and simply walked away. He needed to ascertain what manner of vehicle the Qilin from Faith Motors truly was. It must possess extraordinary qualities to compel the Grand Prince to personally call and terminate the procurement contract with Fengtian. Tanaka Ichiro felt his heart shatter. As he exited, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, did Haideli mention Faith Motors Qilin? Could it be that the Qilin is to serve as a substitute for the Alpha? Chapter 136 at last. This is the car a man ought to drive. How exhilarating. Haters swiftly dialed Fengtian Nanzhong. At that moment, Feng Tian Nanzhang was in the workshop where the first Dragon Nation exclusive model equipped with Telly's intelligent driving, the Feng Tian new energy vehicle, was about to roll off the assembly line. Considerable effort had been invested in this car, and it was anticipated to become an instant sensation upon its release. Suddenly, he received a call from Tanaka Ichiro, which uplifted his spirits. "Mr. Tanaka, have you signed the procurement contract with the Dubai royal family for the Alpha? That would be splendid. Your contributions have been invaluable, and the company will consider rewarding you." Tanaka Ichiro clutched his phone, his palms clammy with sweat. Mr. President, our procurement collaboration with the Dubai royal family has been terminated, and the order has been seized by the Qilin of the Faith Automotive. The jovial expression on Feng Tian Nanzhang's face froze at these words. "What? Our contract has been cancelled?" Tanaka Ichiro meticulously recounted the events that had transpired. Enraged, Feng Tian Nanzhang nearly hurled his iPhone 15 Pro Max to the ground. "Baka, how can there be Faith Automotive everywhere?" After a vehement outburst, he bellowed into the phone, "If you can't manage such a trivial matter, you might as well stay in Dubai and dig for oil." With that, he abruptly ended the call. At that moment, he was filled with intense suspicion that perhaps Su Chen had somehow cursed him. Why was he everywhere? How dare he snatch away my Alpha order from the Dubai royal family? He must be courting disaster. He then admonished the staff present, "Focus. I intend to penetrate the Dragon Nation's new energy market with the Lingdong model." The onlookers, taken aback by Feng Tian Nanzhang's sudden fury, were bewildered. How could the atmosphere shift so drastically from merriment to ire? Meanwhile, aboard the Qilin, racing towards the headquarters of Faith Automotive, the young man from Dubai relayed the contents of the Crown Prince's call to Su Chen. After hearing the news, Su Chen swallowed hard. The Dubai royal family was indeed formidable. They had swiftly cancelled the Alpha collaboration and were now interested in the Qilin. They were exceedingly wealthy, so extravagant. However, given their trust in him, he felt compelled to present the finest product. Time flew, and after a 5-hour journey, the 20 Qilin vehicles arrived at the Faith Automotive headquarters. Throughout the journey, the Qilin had operated entirely on autopilot without a single erroneous command. The members of the Dubai royal family were thoroughly impressed. Once they disembarked, they gathered in groups, discussing what they had witnessed. It was incredible. The cars had driven themselves the entire way. Indeed, the driver had even managed to take a nap, which had initially left me quite anxious. The Qilin was astonishing. I suddenly felt as though I existed solely in a world of wealth, oblivious to the happenings beyond. At this point, Faith Automotive had prepared a grand welcome ceremony. All senior management gathered to greet the members of the Dubai royal family. Observing these opulent individuals clad in white garments, whispers of admiration filled the air. They appeared extravagantly wealthy, as if draped in fabric that proclaimed their superiority. Several female colleagues were besotted. "The Crown Prince is so handsome, a true embodiment of affluence." One mused, prompting another to jest, "Dream on. Just look at your grin. Your front teeth could plow a field." At that moment, Su Chen approached the young man from Dubai, suggesting they take a moment to rest after their travels. To his surprise, after the young man translated this to the Crown Prince, the latter waved his hand dismissively. "Let us tour the facility first. Furthermore, we wish to see all the models Faith Automotive has to offer." Reluctantly, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Did the Dubai royal family not only work 4 hours a day? After all the flying and driving, weren't they fatigued? Nevertheless, he consented and began guiding the royal members through Faith Automotive. After a thorough tour, the Crown Prince nodded appreciatively. This was his first encounter with a manufacturing enterprise of such scale, and Faith Automotive indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. Initially, he had assumed that since Faith Automotive had only been established for less than 3 months, despite the creation of the extraordinary Cheetah supercar, its scale would be limited. However, his visit completely overturned that assumption. Other royal members nodded in agreement, affirming that they had never before witnessed such a modernized and expansive automotive factory. Su Chen smiled at the Crown Prince, stating, "This is merely one of our 3 factories, and we are about to establish our first super factory in Kyoto, aiming for an annual production capacity of 4 to 5 million vehicles." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Su Chen led them to the garage housing the Jiaolong vehicles. Upon entering, the affluent individuals from the Middle East gasped in awe. What? What kind of car is this? Before them lay over 1,000 Jiaolong vehicles, poised for delivery. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Pointing to the Jiaolong, Su Chen declared, "This is our second model at Faith Automotive, the rugged off-road vehicle Jiaolong." As soon as he finished speaking, the royal members were captivated, unable to tear their eyes away from the Jiaolong. It was evident they were intrigued by the robust off-road vehicle. As Su Chen began to elaborate on the Jiaolong, each statement elicited gasps of astonishment. What? Acceleration to 100 kilometers in 3 seconds. 1,200 horsepower. It can even float in water in emergencies. It can execute a tank turn. A blowout at high speed does not affect normal driving. It can still run, even with a lost tire. This is not merely an off-road vehicle. It's a land tank. This design is incredibly imposing. It is perfectly suited for driving in Dubai. It dwarfs the Land Cruiser. "I want to experience this," exclaimed one. Cars are a man's greatest toy, especially rugged off-road vehicles like the Jiaolong. It truly resonates with their hearts. The Crown Prince approached Su Chen, inquiring, "Mr. Su, may we take it for a test drive?" Naturally, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Of course, he was well aware that the Jiaolong's striking appearance had utterly captivated these affluent individuals. Surely, a successful test drive would lead to immediate orders. Thus, Su Chen promptly arranged for several of the company's seasoned drivers to bring over 10 Jiaolong vehicles. The members of the Dubai royal family eagerly scrambled to get inside. The Crown Prince took the lead, starting the Jiaolong. With a swift press of the accelerator, it surged forward at an astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in awe. As he sat in the cockpit, feeling the Jiaolong's powerful, beast-like energy, the Crown Prince was completely exhilarated. This is the true essence of a car, so powerful. A man should drive such a vehicle. As the Crown Prince sped toward a nearby pool, he grinned. Mr. Su mentioned the emergency flotation feature. So let us give it a try. Seeing the Crown Prince charge the Jiaolong toward the water, his bodyguards could no longer contain themselves. "Your Highness, be careful. It's dangerous." The narrative is approaching its conclusion, and Faith Automobile is poised to enter the 200,000 yuan market, heralding a tumultuous upheaval.